Hey truckers, today we're seeing you make money, I'll spend it, stepmother's ultimate pleasure in the aristocratic family. Let's dive into the video. Chi came out of the bathroom, his bathrobe loosely wrapped around his body. His broad shoulders and narrow waist, along with his taut abdominal muscles, paired with the dim lighting, exuded an aura of sexuality. Stepmother was leaning against the edge of the bed, her alluring posture showing off her curves. Her red lips were slightly parted, seeming to pout and complain. Stepmother, are you not able to perform? Even when I'm like this, you still won't touch me? As the words fell, a strange look arose in the man's dark eyes. Stepmother, who had just transmigrated over, was also shocked by those words. Just now, a blinding white light had flashed before her eyes. Stepmother had transmigrated into the body of a character in a novel who shared her name, becoming the male lead's evil stepmother. The handsome man with an elegant aura and striking figure before her eyes was not the male lead Qi Xiaobai from the book. Rather, he was the male lead's father. The true CEO daddy, Stepmother. Backlit, Stepmother could not see the man's facial features clearly, but it was as if she could hear the solidification of the surrounding air. The atmosphere had become extremely awkward. Right before she transmigrated over, the original owner had been complaining that her new husband was unwilling to fulfill his marital duties. The social death rating was a 10 out of 10. Stepmother's sharp and oppressive gaze slowly moved away, turning towards the bedside table. Next to the wine glass, a conspicuous condom sat. In Stepmother's deep eyes, his emotions were indiscernible as he spoke in a low voice. We just signed a prenuptial agreement last month. You're regretting it already and want a divorce so soon? The prenup stated, pretending to be husband and wife, not actually consummating the marriage. In his eyes, her words were tantamount to wanting to break the agreement prematurely. Stepmother had just transmigrated into the book and had not yet recovered from the shock. She did not directly answer his words, and fell into contemplation while biting her fingertips. The man had mentioned only signing the prenuptial agreement last month. So the original owner had married into the Qi family just a month ago. That meant the male lead of the novel, Qi Xiaobai, was only 17 years old now? This novel started from when Qi Xiaobai graduated from university, describing the love-hate entanglement between the gloomy young master of a wealthy family and the optimistic female lead. The original owner was just a minor character in the book, with only a few hundred words total written about her. Simply put, she was just a plot device to catalyze the male lead Qi Xiaobai's rebelliousness in his youth. Constantly sabotaging the relationship between father and son in the Qi family, wanting to give birth to her own child to truly become the Qi family matriarch. The evil stepmother ultimately met a tragic end, being kicked out of the Qi household. Thinking about that novel she had only read halfway through, Stepmother couldn't help but gasp. Based on the plot she remembered, the original owner was 28 years old this year, which happened to be exactly the same as her own age. Thinking of this, she froze in astonishment. Counting it up, the male lead's father Stepmother should be 38 years old now. But this man before her eyes didn't look anywhere close to 38 at all. Before she could think more deeply, Stepmother had already strode over with his long legs. The man had a tall and well-proportioned figure, at least 188 centimeters. As he walked closer and closer, his distinct and handsome face was carved even more clearly by the interplay of light and shadow. His nose was straight and high, his deep eyes shrouded in layer upon layer of glistening light. His skin was a cold pale hue, with a few beads of water lingering on his collarbone. As he walked, the water droplets disappeared into the depths of his bathrobe, adding a touch of sexiness to his ascetic and aloof aura. Stepmother unconsciously swallowed, as a line flashed through her mind, a walking hormone. She was increasingly certain that this definitely wasn't the physique of a 38-year-old man. Both desirous yet prohibitive. Simply trampling upon her preferences. the sensual lighting, burning incense in the room, wafting waves of ambiguous sweet fragrance over. Before Chiemo could ask again, "Do you want an early divorce?" Shinmumu pulled over the quilt to cover up her lace negligee with its scarce material, decisively saying, "No divorce, no divorce. I drank too much, just drunken rambling." Chimo's brow faintly moved, his gaze sweeping over the new wife's face before him, saying, "Are you certain?" He did not like forcing others. If she wanted to leave, she could do so any time. The man's voice was steady and calm, yet Shinmumu felt an innate sense of oppression. She fell silent for a while before heavily nodding in response. "Absolutely, definitely, and certainly." Stumbling into great luck to get a card to experience transmigration and become the wealthy leisurely madam she had dreamed of being. How could she get a divorce before properly enjoying the rich wife life? She wouldn't do such an unprofitable deal. Definitely not because her husband was too handsome. And not because she could have the male lead of the novel as her son without experiencing the pains of childbirth. The man gazed at the new wife, mumbling to herself before him. He could sense she was a bit different than before, but did not want to ask too much. A husband and wife relationship established by just a sheet of paper was no different than strangers. Visit novelbin.c.m for updates. He did not care about her abnormal behavior. As long as she cooperated in playing the role of wife. Anything else was unimportant. He responded in a low and indifferent voice. Then unhurriedly undid the tie of his bathrobe, placing the bathrobe to the side. His naked upper body had taut and smooth musculature. His shoulders were very wide, then tapered sharply at the waist. His proportions could be called perfect. From the corner of her eye, Shinmumu's earlobes couldn't help but turn red. Soon after, the mattress beside her sank down a few centimeters as Chiemo lifted up the quilt and got into bed. The scent of soap mixed with the man's own fresh and clean aroma rushed into her nostrils. Beneath the hazy bedroom lighting, his handsome eyebrows and eyes carried a hint of casualness. His tone was low and indifferent. "Go to sleep." After speaking, his shapely fingers lightly flipped the bedside lamp switch. The light and his attractive voice faded away at the same time, instantly plunging the room into darkness. Shinmumu felt complicated. The palpable presence of the man beside her made her feel tightness in her chest, at a loss for where to place her hands. Tossing and turning the entire night, she only fell asleep at first light. When she woke up, it was already nearly 2 p.m. Chimo had long gone to work. She could finally wander around her new home arranged by fate, without any psychological pressure. Shiyuting was located in the most prime land in the capital, with the Chi residence being the largest standalone villa in this lakeside community. Altogether there were 8 bedrooms, 12 living rooms, 9 bathrooms, 5 balconies. Home theater, gym, game room, wine cellar, everything was available. Outside the villa was also a conservatory, swimming pool, and separate quarters for the domestic helpers. Shinmumu gave it some careful thought. With her salary before transmigrating, she would have had to work hard for at least 3 generations to buy a house like this. As an executive at a foreign company, her previous annual salary was not considered low, yet housing prices increased faster than her promotions. Right until she transmigrated into this world, she still hadn't saved enough for the down payment on that large apartment she had been eyeing. However, being unable to afford it also had an advantage of being unable to afford it. At least whenever her parents nagged her to get married, she could use buying a house first, talk about the rest later to stall for time. After wandering around the villa until her legs ached, Shinmumu didn't feel tired at all. The 2 big problems that had plagued her previously. Saving up to buy a house, parents urging her to get married. Were solved all at once. What was there to be unsatisfied about? Wow. So big. Oh my gosh! The butler followed behind Shinmumu, maintaining a professional calm expression despite the occasional exclamations he heard. Only when Shinmumu returned to sit on the leather sofa in the living room did he speak up to ask. Madam, since you did not specifically instruct yesterday what you wanted to eat, I had the Chinese chef and Western chef both make a little something. Would you like to dine in the formal dining room, or should I bring it up to your room? Let's go to the dining room. Only when Shinmumu sat down at the long dining table did she realize what the butler meant by made a little something. Chinese and Western dishes piled up the table, along with exquisitely plated desserts. Indeed just a bit. Reading tip: to prevent incomplete content, please do not use browser reading mode. Before picking up her chopsticks, Shinmumu sincerely said thank you to the housekeeper. The housekeeper was stunned for a moment. No need to thank me, madam. This is all part of my job. How strange. The madam seems a little different from usual today. Usually whether the master is home or not, madam would put on an air of superiority towards the housekeeper and servants. But today she actually said thank you, and seemed sincere? Before the housekeeper could figure out why, he heard Shinmumu ask again. Housekeeper Zhang, have you eaten yet? Do you want to eat a little with me? With a full table of dishes, Shinmumu felt it would be wasteful to eat alone, so she extended a friendly invitation. The housekeeper was honored and quickly shook his head. No. No need, madam. Even stranger. Could it be that the young master, who is going through his rebellious teenage years, did something to drastically change the madam's temperament? She's like a whole different person. Oh right, today is Friday. The young master said he was bringing friends over to play tonight. The madam seems to be in a good mood now. I wonder if she'll get angry and slam doors later. Thinking of this, housekeeper Zhang's eyes showed more sympathy and helplessness. Sympathy for Shinmumu's hardship as a stepmother, and helplessness towards the young master's aloof and difficult personality. The maid saw that Shinmumu had finished her meal, bowed her head slightly and came forward. Madam, the bathroom has been prepared according to your instructions yesterday. Shinmumu raised her eyes, ? Yesterday? That must have been the original host's instructions before she transmigrated here. The maid led Shinmumu into the master bedroom's bathroom. Just a bathroom, yet bigger than the house she lived in her previous life, about 200 square meters. Outside the large floor-to-ceiling windows, trees were lush and green. The glass was one way, so she could see outside but no one could see in. The bathtub, about the size of a small swimming pool, was filled with water of a comfortable temperature. Faint steam rose up, and a sweet fragrance lingered in the air. Next to it was a porcelain plate of fresh seasonal fruits. There was also a bowl of black liquid that looked like melted turtle jelly. Shinmumu picked up the bowl and sniffed it. The smell was extremely bitter, like medicine. After just inhaling half a breath, her eyebrows immediately furrowed as she pinched her nose and held the bowl farther away. She couldn't figure out what was in the bowl. Seeing the lady of the house pinching her nose, the maid timely came up, posture respectful. Madam, Chinese medicine is bitter. I've prepared sweet soup for you. She continued in a lowered voice, sounding slightly mysterious. The essential oil used is orange blossom, it has invigorating effects. I hope it will help madam achieve your wish of conceiving an heir soon. After saying her fawning, flattering words, the maid quietly exited the room, leaving behind a suddenly enlightened Shinmumu, who blinked her eyes awkwardly. Invigorating? Conceiving an heir soon? So this black water was something like fertility medicine from palace struggle novels. Looks like the original host thought she'd definitely get Chi-mo to sleep with her last night and had even considered recuperating afterwards. Who knew there was a change of heart midway? Shin Mumu's lips flattened slightly as she poured the medicine into the pool. She couldn't help but think of the novel's brief description of how this marriage came about. By chance, the original host had saved Chi-mo's grandmother who fainted on the street. The old lady took a liking to her and strongly matched her with her grandson. The original host fell in love at first sight, but Chi-mo was uninterested. The original host approached Chi-mo and proposed the idea of a contract marriage. For Chi-mo, marrying her could fulfill his grandmother's wish, so he agreed. The conditions were a monthly allowance of 500,000 yuan and a peaceful divorce with a huge sum of money after the old lady's passing in 100 years. In front of the mirror, Shin Mumu stared fixedly at this face that looked exactly like her own, feeling surreal. In the past, many people had praised her good looks. Seeing her remain single as she struggled in her career for many years, some even joked. With your stunning beauty, you should find and marry a rich man while you're still young, so you can live in comfort for the rest of your life. Working a 9-to-5 job when your beauty is a scarce resource is simply not worth it. At that time, she had scoffed at them. Yet she didn't expect that after transmigrating into a book, she really became the kind of person they described. In the mirror was a melon seed-shaped face the size of her palm. Alluring fox-like eyes, a dainty, perky nose. In the steamy bathroom, her cheeks were slightly flushed, making her snow-white skin even fairer. When she smiled, her eyebrows arched into a curved slope, and two little pear vortexes sank in, neutralizing the aggressiveness of her stunning looks. The woman in the mirror knitted her brows slightly. Thinking of the original host's miserable ending, Shin Mumu let out a sigh. Alas. The original host's tragedy was because she was blinded by love and wanted with all her heart to become the real Mrs. Chi. Fortunately, the current her was not lovesick. As long as she didn't make trouble between her fake husband and stepson, she should be able to avoid the tragic ending and live an uneventful life as a rich widow, right? Thinking of her stepson, her expression became more solemn. She then opened her phone with a serious look on her face. Cramming hastily, she read various posts to learn knowledge she did not possess. The 6 principles to follow between stepmother and stepson. As a stepmother, how to handle family relations properly. How should a stepmother get along with a rebellious child? A few hours later, Shin Mumu was tired from reading, so she went to the kitchen to get a bowl of bird's nest and returned to her room. Just as she reached the 2nd floor, she suddenly heard several energetic youthful voices coming from the entrance. Young Master Chi, your house is so big. This is my first time here. Find you chapters on nv/lbi.com. Young Master Chi, your stepmother isn't home today, right? I haven't met your stepmother yet. I heard she's only 11 years older than you. Hearing the voices, Shin Mumu stopped in her tracks, leaning against the railing on the 2nd floor. She stirred the small silver spoon in her hand, curiosity aroused. She had read many novels and watched lots of TV shows. She wondered what the male lead of the novel, Young Master Chi, would look like. The Chi residence was huge. In the time it took the high school students to take off their shoes at the entrance and walk in, they had already made many guesses about young Master Chi's stepmother. Young Master Chi's stepmother must be very beautiful, right? I don't know if she's beautiful or not, but she must be very scheming, definitely not someone to provoke easily. That's what I think too. Maybe the more beautiful she is, the more vicious. Amidst the idle chatter, a handsome youth appeared in her line of sight. Among the group of 16, 17-year-old high school students, Chi Xiaobai stood out strikingly. He had the standard face of a campus novel male lead. delicate features with a hint of arrogance and defiance. Cold, piercing eyes. He looked to be at least 183 centimeters tall. He wore a simple charcoal gray t-shirt with minimalistic branding, a red headband around his forehead. He looked melancholy yet bold, perhaps the trendy Japanese-style fashion for youths in this world. Ha! Observing Qi Xiaobai, Xingmumu laughed silently in her heart. Looks like not all novel male leads appear in their peak state right from the start. The male lead in his teens, no matter how good-looking, had a slender figure. To her he was still just a little rascal. Amidst her thoughts, another soft, trembling voice floated up. Young Master Qi, will your stepmother be very fierce? I'm a little scared. Xingmumu frowned and looked towards the voice. The speaker was a girl with long black hair. She had an innocent look, but her gaze was not innocent at all. She was timidly wringing her fingers as she looked at Qi Xiaobai. Seeing this, Xingmumu's scam radar started beeping, issuing an alert. Someone replied to the girl. What's there to be scared of? I heard young Master Qi's stepmother comes from an ordinary family. How dare she yell at young Master Qi? Another person chimed in. That's right, this is young Master Qi's home. Does she still want us to watch her face? No way. Well said. Later if we run into young Master Qi's stepmother, I absolutely won't acknowledge her. This shows that I firmly stand with young Master Qi. Me too. Me too. Listening to these young punks talk, Xingmumu felt both amused and wistful. The novel mentioned that Qi Xiaobai deliberately behaved rebelliously during high school in order to get adults' attention. Bringing his classmates home to play today was probably also due to this consideration. Just then, Qi Xiaobai glanced upstairs. His gaze unexpectedly collided with Xingmumu's regretful yet affectionate one. Their eyes met, and Xingmumu pulled up the corners of her mouth in a faint smile. Qi Xiaobai was stunned for a moment, ? As the central figure of the little clique, Qi Xiaobai's every move was closely watched by the others. Noticing his change in expression, the others followed his gaze and craned their necks to look upstairs, spotting Xingmumu. After all, high schoolers still feared adults. The boys who were just gossiping about Qi Xiaobai's stepmother immediately tucked away their brashness when they saw her in person. Someone patted Qi Xiaobai on the shoulder and casually asked. Qi Xiaobai, who's this pretty older sister? Qi Xiaobai's brows furrowed as he glared at the boy and said coldly. If you can't speak properly, then don't speak at all. The boy covered his mouth in surprise and lowered his voice to ask. She's not your stepmom, is she? Qi Xiaobai neither confirmed nor denied it. He ignored Xingmumu's existence and lazily sat down on the sofa. Don't mind her, let's just do our own thing. From Qi Xiaobai's reaction, the group could now confirm that this beautiful woman really was his stepmother. Perhaps because the smiling, gentle woman before them did not fit their imagined image of a vicious stepmother, the high schoolers instantly remembered their manners as guests in someone else's home. One boy took the lead in calling out, "Auntie!" Loud, crisp shouts of "Auntie" immediately echoed from downstairs. The address made Xingmumu jump in shock. Although she was only 28 and not exactly young, she had never been called auntie before. The chorus of auntie made her suddenly feel 20 years older. Qi Xiaobai leaned lazily on the sofa, his gaze drifting leisurely upstairs. At that moment, Xingmumu got a clear look at Qi Xiaobai's face. His features were cold and aloof, with a nonchalance unique to teenagers. To describe the feeling abstractly, it was as if every glance conveyed how annoying. His features were like an unfinished sculpture, already showing the contours of a future tyrant. Time would slowly carve this face into an even more exquisite one. But Xing Mumu's eyes darkened. A doubt grew stronger and stronger in her heart. Qi Xiaobai looked nothing like Qi Mo. Were Qi Xiaobai and Qi Mo really father and son? Xing Mumu suppressed her doubts and smiled at the group of high schoolers downstairs, responding. Hello everyone, welcome to our home. Don't be restrained, make yourselves at home. She made her tone as cheerful and youthful as possible, hoping to dilute the anti-blow. After she spoke, the teenage boys were shocked. They hadn't expected Qi Xiaobai's stepmother to not only be a great beauty, but also a gentle, friendly one. She was completely unlike the vicious stepmother they had imagined. The boys who earlier clamored about absolutely not acknowledging her now scratched their heads sheepishly as they politely responded. Sorry to bother you, Auntie. Qi Xiaobai. After greeting them, Xing Mumu returned to the master bedroom. When she herself was a teenager, she would always shut her bedroom door, unwilling to be disturbed by her parents. Now, in their shoes, she also didn't want to be the nosy stepmother. It was best to give the downstairs space entirely to them, so they wouldn't feel constrained by an adult presence at home. In the living room, some boys played video games, others played poker. Qi Xiaobai listlessly scrolled through his phone, his eyes seeming to drift upstairs from time to time. Strange. Seeing him bring a whole group of people home to play, that woman didn't show a hint of anger at all. Was she trying to put on an act and play the gentle stepmother? Ridiculous. There must be some scheme behind her sudden thoughtfulness. Just then, 2 bulging plastic bags full of snacks were set down on the coffee table in front of him. Maid, young master, the madam just told me to go buy these snacks. What? Qi Xiaobai's eyes narrowed as he glanced toward the master bedroom upstairs. She told you to go buy snacks for me? What kind of joke was this? It wasn't April Fool's Day today. The maid nodded firmly. Yes, the madam told me to go buy all of these. The madam also said that if you want milk tea, to go buy it for you. Young master, would you like milk tea? The maid was equally shocked. The sun was rising in the west today. The madam was actually voluntarily showing concern for the young master, and while the master wasn't home at that. Qi Xiaobai was conflicted inside but still wore an impatient expression on the surface. Don't want it. Wei Zhaonan pulled out a bag of chips from the bag, tore it open, and stuffed it into his mouth. Little Bai, your stepmom's pretty nice, even better than my own mom. Wei Zhaonan had been buddies with Qi Xiaobai since middle school. When he learned Qi Xiaobai's dad had remarried, he sincerely suggested that Qi Xiaobai be wary of the stepmother. It was rare for even 1 out of 10 stepmothers to be a decent person. But after seeing her today, Wei Zhaonan's opinion was beginning to change a little. Qi Xiaobai looked away, disdainful of a response, you know nothing. Who knew what schemes she had up her sleeve? Her sudden thoughtfulness must be up to no good. Hey, did you bring the new CD from the Black Train Band? Qi Xiaobai suddenly asked. Wei Zhaonan, yeah, it's in my bag. Put it on to listen. The penetrating German heavy metal blasted at maximum volume. Qi Xiaobai deliberately waited for Xing Mumu to lose her patience and scold him, exposing her true vicious stepmother nature. It was as if he wanted to prove that his judgment of her would not be wrong. Find new chapters on nv/lbi.com. Upstairs in the master bedroom. Xing Mumu was playing on her phone. Suddenly, deafening music sounded from downstairs. The ear-piercing noise made her ears hurt, and she sighed helplessly. Oh well. It seemed that appeasing rebellious teenagers through a mother's gentle smile and special care and concern, as the internet suggested, didn't actually work. Those online tips were nonsense. She might as well act naturally and be herself. Trying to put on a loving stepmom act felt too forced. Not long after, the master bedroom door was slowly pushed open. Qi Xiaobai sneered when he saw it out of the corner of his eye. Humph, she finally couldn't stand it, huh? A complicated emotion rose in his heart, though his expression remained indifferent. He waited for the scolding that was about to come. Suddenly, Xingmumu came downstairs, with a calm expression on her face as she walked towards the home theater room on the first floor. There wasn't the slightest hint of displeasure in her expression. Qi Xiaobai watched her out of the corner of his eye. Sensing Qi Xiaobai's gaze, Xingmumu turned her head to the side. When her eyes met Qi Xiaobai's, she suddenly held up her hand, extending her index finger and pinky to make the metal horns gesture. She then casually strolled into the home theater with her hands in her pockets. Qi Xiaobai. Seeing this scene, Wei Xiaonan was surprised and nudged Qi Xiaobai with his shoulder. Damn, your stepmom is so cool, she even knows the metal horns gesture? Qi Xiaobai was stunned for half a second before contemptuously spitting out 2 words from between his teeth. Childish. After Xingmumu closed the door of the home theater room, she sighed nostalgically as she looked up. Back in the day, she was also a rocker girl who loved going to music festivals and watching live performances. In the blink of an eye she was 28, finding herself in an unfamiliar world. It felt so unreal. The walls of the home theater room were lined with thick soundproofing material. Once the door was closed, the sounds from outside became faint. No matter how loud the music was outside, it could not disturb her. Thinking back to Qi Xiaobai's bewildered gaze as she passed through the living room, she somehow found it rather amusing. TSK, a punk kid is still a punk kid, with all his emotions written on his face. Just thinking that this boy would grow up to become the stoic and taciturn male lead in the future, she suddenly felt a sense of humor that was hard to describe. The joy of a cultivation-themed story had arrived all at once. But then her smile froze as her expression became solemn. She suddenly recalled an important plot point from the book. When Qi Xiaobai first developed feelings for the female protagonist, the first supporting character to come out and stir up trouble was his high school classmate. She kept creating misunderstandings between the male and female leads. The biggest misunderstanding was that during high school, a group of friends had gone to Qi Xiaobai's house to hang out. The supporting character took advantage of Qi Xiaobai being unaware to slip something into his drink and get him drunk. She then pretended to have been taken advantage of by his drunken state. Qi Xiaobai was fooled, and from then on felt an inexplicable sense of responsibility towards the supporting character. Xingmumu hadn't finished reading the book. Up until halfway through, the supporting character was still making trouble, constantly using their past to coerce Qi Xiaobai into taking responsibility for her. Xingmumu faintly felt that something was off. Could it be that this plot point that was glossed over in the original book was happening today? Just now, the black-haired girl with braids who had timidly called Qi Xiaobai brother Qi, from her appearance, she was a perfect match for the supporting character's description. As Xingmumu thought this, she slowly pressed down on the door handle of the home theater room. Like a spy, she quietly observed through the crack in the door. She saw the black-haired girl sneakily take out a packet from her pocket, then cautiously look around. Even though the home theater room was in a corner that was not easily visible, Xingmumu still nervously broke into a sweat. Shortly after, the girl inconspicuously sat down next to Qi Xiaobai. Just as Qi Xiaobai turned his head to chat with Wei Xiaonan, her hand stealthily moved above his glass on the table. Xingmumu's heart tightened. It really was today. This dog-blood plot point that had caused misunderstandings between Qi Xiaobai and his future girlfriend for at least dozens of chapters was happening right before her eyes. Perhaps in the original storyline, there were no adults home at the Qi house today. But since she had transmigrated into this world and seen these punk kids, she could not just sit back and do nothing. Otherwise, people might say that the vicious stepmother had intentionally turned a blind eye and allowed her stepson to do something wrong. Shingmumu suddenly thought of Chi Mo's stern and impressive face that was capable of intimidation without anger. She could almost see herself being kicked out after this incident came to light. No way, she had just become a wealthy madam of a prestigious family yesterday. If she was swept out because of this, wouldn't that be a huge loss? In the living room. After finishing his conversation with Wei Xiaonan, Qi Xiaobai turned back around. He casually picked up the glass in front of him and tilted his head back, just about to drink it. Qi Xiaobai. A slender figure dashed out from the home theater room, loudly calling out his name to interrupt him. Qi Xiaobai stopped his actions and glanced over, lifting his eyes. Seeing Shingmumu suddenly appear, the corners of his eyebrows ticked up slightly. Humph, she's finally unable to keep pretending to be a gentle mother. Is she going to yell at me in front of everyone? Top VL updates on n/o/v/lb/in.com. A self-deprecating yet unsurprised laugh slipped from Qi Xiaobai's lips. His voice was rebellious yet lazy. What is it? Shingmumu came up with a clever plan on the spot. As she spoke, she blew out some air as if she had been burnt by something spicy. I just ate spicy duck tongues, my drink is finished. Water, give me your water. Qi Xiaobai was stunned. He had been prepared to get chewed out, but had not expected Shingmumu to come find him because she needed water after being burnt by spicy food. Everyone else also focused their attention on Shingmumu, completely baffled. They were a little surprised that Qi Xiaobai and his stepmother's relationship didn't seem as bad as they had assumed. The lady was so cute, like a child. She had come to find him for water after being burnt by spicy food. Her manner of speaking to Qi Xiaobai seemed natural and casual. The two of them appeared to have quite a good relationship. Qi Xiaobai was awkward for a few seconds, but still handed over the glass that he had not drunk from yet. As Shingmumu took the glass, her peripheral vision drifted towards the black-haired girl. The girl's hands were clenched tightly into fists. She was biting down hard on her lower lip with her gaze fixed intensely on the glass. She looked extremely nervous. Shingmumu was now mostly certain of her judgment. There must have been drugs put into the glass. She sniffed at the glass, deliberately putting on a confused expression as she asked Qi Xiaobai. Is this beer you're drinking? Hearing this, Qi Xiaobai leaned back lazily into the sofa and casually responded. Yeah, what's wrong with that? The Qi family didn't have any rules against 17-year-olds drinking beer, right? Without answering him, Shingmumu waved her hand and walked towards the kitchen, lightly tossing over her shoulder. Your dad doesn't like me drinking, I'll just go to the kitchen and get some iced water. This allowed her to bring the glass to the kitchen in a natural way. Qi Xiaobai was puzzled. With suspicion, he furrowed his brows. His dad, who had always been calm, composed, unconcerned with others, and was like a money-making machine without emotions, would actually care about such minor issues as whether someone else drank alcohol or not? Seeing this, the other people in the living room couldn't help but laugh and tease. Qi Xiaobai, your stepmom is so interesting. She's a full-grown adult but still came to find you for water after being burnt by spicy food, ha ha ha. Your stepmom seems to have a good relationship with your dad. She doesn't drink just because your dad doesn't like her drinking, wow. Feels like I just got force-fed dog food? Amidst everyone's back-and-forth banter, Qi Xiaobai gazed at Shingmumu's retreating figure with complex emotions. This time, he did not talk back to their jokes. Shingmumu chose not to expose the truth in front of everyone. Firstly, because she was worried, since she had transmigrated into the book's world, the storyline might have already changed. She couldn't be certain the plot point would definitely happen, so making false accusations would be bad. Secondly, she didn't want to put on a detective performance in front of these bratty kids, when she just wanted to be a relaxed and wealthy madam. It wasn't until Qi Xiaobai's friends had left that Xing Mumu knocked on the door of his room. Qi Xiaobai lazily opened the door to see her standing outside. His brows ticked up. "What's up?" Xing Mumu stood outside the door, looking calmly at Qi Xiaobai. "I know you don't have a good impression of me, but I need to communicate this matter with you to avoid misunderstandings caused by information asymmetry." She was mainly worried that she would be unjustly blamed in the future. Qi Xiaobai was puzzled by Xing Mumu's words, which were unlike her previous stepmotherly attitude. He slowly opened his mouth. "What's the matter?" "Xing Mumu, someone put something in your drink just now. It was that girl with black hair." Qi Xiaobai's expression gradually changed from indifference to surprise. "Something was added?" CHCK for US Tirais on no/v/l/bin.c0m. Xing Mumu nodded. "Yes, I saw it with my own eyes. I don't know exactly what it was, but whatever it is, doing something sneaky like that is not right." She paused and thought for a while before deciding to add another sentence. "Handsome boys need to learn to protect themselves. You need to be more careful when you're outside in the future." She spoke very tactfully, afraid of provoking the rebelliousness of the adolescent boy. The more he is told not to do something, the more he wants to do it. Finally, she didn't forget to praise him positively. "Okay, I won't nag too much. I believe you can handle it well. After all, he is the future male lead, with intelligence and observational skills that are unmatched. There is no need to worry that he will go astray, just steer him back on the right path a little earlier." Qi Xiaobai gazed silently at Xing Mumu. He couldn't remember how many times today he had been shocked by Xing Mumu's bewildering words. Qi Xiaobai slowly nodded and emitted a muffled from his chest. "Xing Mumu?" She stood there in a daze for a few seconds. Tilting her head, she chuckled lightly. "Ha! Awkward and aloof little brat. He probably wanted to say thank you?" This little interlude did not substantially promote the stepmother-stepson relationship between the two. But at least Xing Mumu confirmed one thing. So far, her impression on Qi Xiaobai was not too bad. As long as she didn't make trouble, there shouldn't be serious conflicts leading her to be kicked out of the Qi family. After settling the most critical issue, she finally had the mind to tidy up the issue she cared most about, her financial situation. After some investigation, she found that the original owner had 2 bank cards. One was a supplementary card given to her by Qi Mo, with no deposits but unlimited spending. The other was her personal bank card. This should be the card used to deposit the monthly 50,000 living expenses, right? She thought to herself while logging into the banking app with the card number. When she saw the number displayed on the phone screen, her expression instantly froze. Current balance, 50 cents. Boom. She seemed to hear the sound of her rich woman dreams shattering. The balance of 50 cents glared at her. How could she be so poor? Could it be that the original owner had some hidden illness and used the money for medical treatment? That's how those abusive novels usually write it. Soon, she dismissed this idea. The original, as a vicious female supporting character described in less than 500 words in the book, was not worth the author spending too much effort on her backstory. Her life would not be so dog-blooded. Soon, she finally found out where the original owner's deposits had gone. The bank statement showed that there had been 2 transfers of 50,000 from Qi Mo into the card. But shortly after receiving the money, she immediately transferred it out again. After searching for transfer in WeChat, a contact named Brother appeared on the screen. Xing Mumu clicked open the chat and scrolled through the phone, her face gradually sinking. Her expression changed from curiosity to anger to rage. The brother was the original owner's own brother, Xinlei. From the conversation between the two, it could be seen that the original owner was a brother-doting type. Before marrying into the Qi family, Xinlei would only occasionally ask the original owner for loans of 5,000 or 10,000. After the original owner married into the Qi family, he directly made huge demands, not only asking for money more frequently, but also increasingly large sums. In WeChat, the original owner had repeatedly expressed that she would not give him another penny. In return, there were repeated threats. "Xinlei, if you don't give it to me, I'll go ask brother-in-law to borrow. Xinlei, you married into a wealthy family and don't recognize your own relatives? Heartless profiteer, if mom and dad were still alive, seeing you like this would kill them too." F***CK. Xing Mumu swore out loud. What kind of garbage man is this? She tapped the screen with her fingers, making a lot of noise, and blocked Xinlei in just a few clicks. Since this body had changed to her, she would naturally act according to her own thinking. She certainly wouldn't let trash relatives like Xinlei endlessly exploit and bleed her dry. Asterisk. In the following week, Xing Mumu gradually got used to this world, including but not limited to realizing just how wealthy the Qi family was. She felt like she hadn't crossed into a book, but into a sea of money. From the butler she learned that the villa in Xiyuting was just one of Qi Mo's many properties. In winter and summer, the butler would arrange for the out-of-town villas to be tidied up, for the convenience of the owners to enjoy the snow or escape the heat. Wave after wave of shocks came one after another, to the point that when she saw the countless luxurious jewelry and expensive watches in the drawer, she was already numb. What made her happiest wasn't these things, but the other two people who lived in this world with her, Qi Mo and Qi Xiaobai. They perfectly matched her ideal of a good husband and good stepson invisible. After that first meeting when she had just arrived, Qi Mo flew to the UK for business the next day and never saw each other again. Qi Mo lay quietly in her phone contacts like a dead man. On the other hand, Qi Xiaobai was at the end of the second term of his sophomore year of high school. The school had set up a one-month cram session for them to get an early experience of the intense study pace of senior year. Xing Mumu slept late and got up early, barely running into Qi Xiaobai at all. She was living the life she had most wanted to become before. Rich, beautiful, and ample free time. Plus a husband who was like dead. Who was so damn happy. She was so damn happy. However, she was happy too soon. That day, she was just lying in bed, applying a face mask worth 1,000 yuan per piece, when her phone suddenly rang. On the screen, the words husband stared back at her. It gave her a shock. It felt like being suddenly spotted slacking off at work by the boss. The call connected. Qi Mo's low voice. Hello? Reading Guide. 1. Clean romance, light and sweet. Fall in love after marriage. 2. Actual age gap between male and female lead is 4 years, male lead changed his age publicly. 3. The son is not the male lead's biological child, his origins will be revealed later. 4. Creating is not easy, if you don't like it please be kind with your words, Fondo still has many good stories, I hope you can find one you like. Finally, please add this to your library, bowing to express thanks. Xing Mumu was conflicted. Responding with hello, how are you seemed too aloof. Responding with hello, darling felt too intimate. Before she could say anything, Qi Mo's magnetic, pleasant voice came through, vibrating her eardrums until they nearly melted. There's a cocktail party the day after tomorrow. Come with me. Dong Tazu will pick you up then. Get yourself ready. After hanging up, Xing Mumu pondered for a long time over what Qi Mo meant by get yourself ready. What did she need to prepare for? After some careful consideration, she came to the conclusion it was time to act. She had to be ready to perform. Since they were in a contractual marriage, of course they had the obligation to pretend to be loving in front of others, to avoid revealing any cracks. In order not to reveal any nervousness at the cocktail party, Shingmumu opened her phone and searched for information on Chiemo online. As she typed in Chimo's name, she gave an embarrassed little laugh. She had been here for so long, only thinking about eating and drinking, yet hadn't bothered to learn anything about what kind of person Chiemo was. How careless. She had forgotten to investigate her food, clothing, and shelter. What she didn't know shocked her when she found out. Chimo's background was outstanding to the point of eliciting universal envy. At 23, Chiemo had shown great talent in IT. The software he wrote himself was purchased at a high price by a foreign company, earning him his first pot of gold. After that, he started a company focused on computer software. The company gradually developed into a group and became a diversified internet enterprise. Strangely, during the years the company was rapidly developing, Chiemo never appeared publicly at any occasion. It wasn't until he was 32, when the company went public, that he first appeared in front of the media. After the IPO, the company hit the daily limit 20 days in a row, instantly making him the nouveau riche of the Beijing social scene. A handsome new tycoon suddenly came into view, attracting endless discussion. Many elite young ladies of Beijing's prominent families flocked to him, hoping to become the enviable Mrs. Qi. It was around then that Chiemo announced to the outside world that he had an 11-year-old son. Later came the low-key news of his remarriage this year. The news mentioned that his new Mrs. Qi came from an ordinary family background. Shingmumu scrolled on her screen and opened a discussion thread. Does anyone have a photo of Mrs. Qi from the second marriage? I'm dying to know what she looks like. There's no information to be found online about Qi's first wife. His second wife probably won't show her face in public either. I just heard that Mrs. Qi is an ordinary nobody. Does the Cinderella story really happen in real life? Get real. Cinderella may have been impoverished, but her father still had a title. Don't be fooled by fairy tales. No matter what she looks like, one thing's for sure, she must have saved the Milky Way in her last life, ha ha ha. She must be sly, think about it. So many women want to marry Chiemo, yet an unknown woman with no background or face to show somehow snagged the position. She must be extremely crafty to capture a man's heart like that. It must be a marriage of business and political interests. She probably doesn't want to reveal her background, so they say she's a nobody. I bet she's an ugly daughter of some high official. Most likely a fat woman. Shingmumu sat up in bed, her expression solemn. It seemed the cocktail party the day after tomorrow would be her first public appearance as Mrs. Qi. She must not give these online trash talkers an opportunity to criticize her. She had to make a beautiful appearance. She had to act lovingly with her pretend husband. The next day, Shingmumu had the housekeeper drive her to a beauty salon. She got a full makeover from head to toe. When she left the beauty salon, her hair to her toenails smelled fragrant. Chimo's assistant Dong Tazu had contacted Shingmumu. From him she learned that this cocktail party was a social gathering for the wealthy with a touch of charity. Many of Beijing's rich would be there with their families. She had seen this kind of cocktail party before in TV shows and novels. The men would talk business over drinks while the women competed over beauty and gossiped. However, to Shingmumu, going to the cocktail party was like going to work. Up TED chapters nnvelben.com. Chiemo provided her with a superior material lifestyle, and she simply had to properly play the role of his wife. It was equivalent to working. Dong Tazu said there would be a lot of media there, specifically to take pictures of the legendary mysterious Mrs. Chi. To firmly rely on her boss, she had to perform well. Xing Mumu deeply understood this principle. Appearing in front of the cameras, she had to look beautiful above all. Xing Mumu looked exactly like the original owner, just with a completely different style. The original owner's wardrobe was mostly filled with gentle, girl-next-door items. Xing Mumu preferred the Hong Kong-inspired style of red lips and big waves. She picked out a flowing dark red dress that highlighted her curves without being overly revealing. There was some traffic on the way to the cocktail party. By the time she arrived, Chiemo was already inside. The grand banquet hall was lavishly decorated in gold and jade. Men and women dressed in their finest were scattered about in groups of 2 or 3. Some spoke in hushed voices. "Do you think Mrs. Chi will show up today?" "I bet not. Rumor has it she's an ugly nobody. She probably can't even fit into a formal dress." The speaker covered her mouth and tittered. A young woman brushed her hair and said in surprise, "Can you really trust rumors? If that's true, I'm going to try my hardest to become Mrs. Chi III. Forget it. So many elite young ladies are waiting for Chiemo to get divorced. You won't even make the list." The version I heard is different. They said she's just an ordinary person. If she's not beautiful, yet Chiemo was still willing to marry her, TSK, that woman must be very skilled in capturing a man's heart. Pfft, who doesn't know Chi is a workaholic? She's just a stepmother. How much could he love her? He just picked a random woman to come back and take care of his son. Possible. The laughter stopped abruptly as everyone's gaze focused in unison toward the banquet hall entrance. A beautiful woman was standing there, holding up her skirt. The attendant opened the banquet hall door and walked alongside Xing Mumu, guiding her. "Mrs. Chi, Mr. Chi is over there." From afar, Xing Mumu immediately recognized Chiemo. In the crowd, he stood out with the most outstanding temperament and handsomest appearance. Very recognizable. Chiemo held a wine glass, surrounded by a group of people flattering him. His expression was aloof and indifferent. Different from when she had seen him last time. The Chiemo today exuded the elite successful businessman vibe from head to toe. The well-fitted suit highlighted his straight, tall figure even more. Graceful and refined in speech and movement, yet vaguely emitting a coldness that kept others at arm's length. Xing Mumu didn't pause and walked toward Chiemo. Along the way, she attracted many gazes. The long dress accentuated her sensual curves. The neckline wasn't too low, alluring without being vulgar. Her chestnut hair cascaded down, curled into big waves at the ends, swept to one side to reveal her jade-white neck. Scarlet lips beckoned lusciously, sexy but not cheap. The banquet hall lights had a built-in soft focus effect that made her seem to glow all over, tiny specks of light glittering in her eyes. Chiemo's gaze happened to sweep over. Their eyes met, and Xing Mumu slowly raised the corners of her lips. Dimples appeared as she smiled faintly. Absolutely breathtaking beauty. Chiemo's eyes flickered almost imperceptibly. This was the first time he had seen her dress up like this. Previously, she had always appeared before him with a gentle image, often wearing light pink, sky blue, or duck yellow. The Xing Mumu in the red dress now radiated dazzling brilliance. Captivating from every angle. Her curled hair ends traced lively arcs through the air as she walked. Xing Mumu came over, slipped her snow-white arm around his neck, and called in a sweet voice that even she found saccharine, "Darling." Originally, the people standing around Chiemo unconsciously exchanged glances. The air froze for a second. The men around had eyes full of envy. admiring that as expected, having money is good, able to marry such a beauty as his wife. The eyes of the women around were also envious. Envying Chiemo, who was usually aloof and abstinent, actually allowing this woman to snuggle up to his neck, acting like a spoiled child. Simply unheard of. Chiemo really lived up to being a man who had seen all kinds of occasions, his broad palm easily wrapped around her slender waist. His voice was low and magnetic. "You're here." It was a statement. Coming from his seductive deep voice, it somehow had a feeling of eagerness in waiting for his new bride. Shingmumu took a light breath, her back stiffening. The pair of big hands around her waist, separated only by her clothes, gave off a faint warmth. The palms controlled the distance, appropriately rubbing lightly a few times, as if to soothe her. Being so close to smell Chimo's pleasant scent, she was dizzy and infatuated. It was unbearable. Truly unbearable. This man was constantly seducing her unconsciously. On occasions like today where they pretended to be a sweet couple, who knows if after a few more times she would truly want to get on his pirate ship. "This is Mrs. Chi, right? Famous without meeting, truly a great beauty. Chi is so fortunate. I've never seen Mrs. Chi before. Was she a celebrity before? Mrs. Chi has to attend more cocktail parties and auctions in the future. Ha ha ha, Chi, don't be stingy with your little wife." Compliments came flooding towards them like waves. Chimo's lips curved, occasionally answering a couple sentences, but most of the time using a faint smile to respond. Refined yet aloof. In the middle of conversing, Shingmumu's hand slid down from Chimo's neck. Well, since they were acting, she didn't need to keep hanging on him. But unexpectedly, after she put her hand down, Chimo's hand didn't move from her waist, still gently holding her. She inconspicuously glanced at him and saw the handsome face was expressionless as always. She then psyched herself up. All right. He was the one providing the money after all. Since they were husband and wife, it didn't count as taking advantage. Thinking this, Shingmumu's expression gradually became natural. The few people who were just discussing what Chimo's new wife was like, now had their mouths wide open in shock. Their eyes kept shifting to look at Shingmumu. Mrs. Chi is different from the rumors. Now I believe those reports saying she was just an ordinary girl. Her looks alone are enough to attract people. Someone exclaimed. TSK, who knows if she's natural or not? She's probably had lots of injections. Someone looked upset. It doesn't matter if she's natural or not. What's important is that Chi likes her. Look, ever since Mrs. Chi came, Chi's hand around her waist hasn't let go. So envious. A middle-aged man holding a wine glass walked to Chimo's side. Chi, I'm the new CEO of Maosheng Group, Jack. I've wanted to find an opportunity to chat with you for a while now. Do you mind? Chiemo finally let go of her waist, tilted his chin to lightly clink glasses with the man. Seeing that Chiemo wouldn't be free for a while, Shingmumu turned her attention to the dessert table. She had rushed out earlier and was feeling a bit hungry now. Discover new Tories at nv/lbin.c/o. Just as she was debating whether to eat the strawberry shortcake or chocolate cake, a voice came from behind her. Beauty, I haven't seen you around before. Which family's young miss are you? A young man with a tall pompadour hairstyle appeared behind Shingmumu. Based on his actions and tone, he seemed to have just arrived and didn't know she was a married woman. He was trying to hit on her. Shingmumu smiled lightly and introduced herself. Hello, I'm Shingmumu, Chimo's wife. The young man's shoulders visibly stiffened, his smile froze, but the shaking amplitude of the wine glass in his hand betrayed his inner nervousness. Oh, so you're Mrs. Chi. Heard a lot about you, pardon my rudeness. Speaking, he lowered the glass to lightly tap against Xingmumu's. Xingmumu took a light sip, responding calmly, it's fine. The young man awkwardly left. The married couple who were just talking with Chiemo saw the scene and joked about it. The lady laughed, ha ha ha, Mrs. Chi is young and it's her first time attending a cocktail party, so she got mistaken for an unmarried young lady. It's because Chi has been hiding his new wife at home, afraid she'd get snatched away. The middle-aged man beside her had a hearty laughing voice, youth is great indeed. I wish I could be 10 years younger, then perhaps I could compete with Chi. The lady exaggeratedly glared at him, you? In your dreams. You couldn't compare with Chi even when you were young. Amidst the laughter, Xingmumu followed along with a fake smile. She had smiled so much her mouth felt numb. Suddenly, she felt her waist being lightly held by a pair of warm big hands. Turning to look, Chiemo had finished talking and naturally put his arm around her waist again. Chiemo's voice was light, what are you talking about? The lady responded, we were saying many young men came to talk with Mrs. Chi just now. Xingmumu's mouth was still smiling. But in her heart she scolded F***ck. Clearly it was just one person, how did it become many young men? This was clearly trying to stir up problems between the couple. Fortunately her relationship with Chiemo was fake, so he wouldn't care. Chiemo didn't respond to the lady's words. He slightly lifted his arm to call over a waiter. The waiter used a tray to receive Chiemo's empty wine glass. She didn't notice that when the man beside her lowered his head to put down the glass, his jaw tightened a bit. Following that, the big hand around her waist tightened its grip a little. Her curves were practically stuck to his body. It was as if declaring a certain absolute dominance. Xingmumu's red lips parted slightly. She thought for a bit but didn't say anything. Looking up at the man much taller than herself, she tried to convey a message with her eyes, do we have to keep acting like conjoined twins? She hoped he would understand. Chiemo's dark eyes were deep and tranquil, his expression gave no clues to his thoughts. Xingmumu, all right, failed to convey the message. She shifted her gaze towards the dessert table, planning to find an excuse to slip away. She lowered her voice and asked, I'm going to get a slice of cake, want me to bring back a slice for you too? Chiemo glanced down at her, his brow faintly moved, voice low, no need. Okay. Xingmumu went alone. As she maneuvered through the crowd, many male gazes followed her. Chiemo watched her back view, noticing the other men looking at her, his eyes dangerously darkened. After some time, he lightly knitted his brow, lifted his wine glass, and drank a mouthful. The silently aloof appearance of this man actually hid a wildness deep down. Otherwise he wouldn't have been able to navigate the world of business at a young age and accumulate a huge fortune. Men who compete for every inch of ground in the business world have territorial instincts that are almost reflexive. By the time Xingmumu came back with 2 small cakes, the man's hand was naturally wrapped around her waist again. Xingmumu didn't think too much of it, understanding his actions as just pretending to be a loving couple in front of others per their agreement. She held a small cake in each hand. The strawberry and chocolate flavors both looked delicious. Just as she was about to dig in, Xingmumu noticed Chiemo's gaze on her. She looked back at him, eyes glancing down at the plates in her hands. Her bright eyes blinked blankly for a few seconds, then slowly opened her mouth. Both are mine. You said earlier you didn't want any, so I didn't grab your share. Silence for half a second. Xingmumu felt like that didn't seem appropriate to say. He provides her food and lodging, pays for her daily expenses on his card, and gives her a fixed 500,000 monthly allowance. It would be petty to fuss over a slice of cake. Since he suddenly looked at her, he probably wanted cake now. If he wanted it, she should just give it to him. Here, you can have the chocolate one. I'll go grab another slice. She symbolically nudged the plate towards him a few centimeters, eyes bright and clear. Chi-mo's gaze paused faintly, looking at her for a few seconds with an inscrutable expression. Then he said in a tone laced with laughter. They're both yours, go ahead and eat. Xing Mumu blinked. If you're not eating, why stare at me? The banquet was over. Xing Mumu was holding Chi-mo's arm as they walked out of the venue. As soon as they were out of everyone else's sight, Xing Mumu retracted her hand and kept some distance from Chi-mo. When not in front of others, there was no need to keep up the act. Are we going back in the same car or separately? Xing Mumu asked in a casual, relaxed tone, with a hint of finally off-work delight. The lingering warmth on the inside of his arm felt unfamiliar, making Chi-mo a little distracted. He loosened his tie with long, slender fingers and said softly, "Together." The car slowly drove towards Shiyueting. Considerate driver Wang raised the privacy screen, giving some personal space to his boss and madam in the back seat. The back seat of the luxury car was very spacious. Sitting there made the man's legs look even longer. The streetlights outside shone in, illuminating his chiseled side profile even more handsomely. Xing Mumu looked away, stunned by Chi-mo's visual attack. To avoid the awkwardness of being alone with her fake husband, she conspicuously picked up her phone. But she had just left the banquet, and there were already many reports about her online. Wow, Mrs. Chi is so beautiful, she could totally become a celebrity. What a perfect match, a talent among men and a beauty among women. The person above didn't say it right. He's talented, rich, good-looking and kind-hearted. Ha ha ha, I admire them so much. Mr. Chi and Mrs. Chi look so in love. I can't even imagine how gorgeous their child would look if they have one. Hurry and have a baby. Seeing the words have a baby, Xing Mumu choked. A thought suddenly popped into her head. Was Chi-mo going home tonight? Just as she was thinking about it, her phone rang. It was the housekeeper calling. His first sentence after she picked up made her eyes widen in shock. Madam, young master got into trouble at school. Xing Mumu was puzzled. Qi Xiaobai caused trouble at school. Why didn't he call his father and called her instead? Xing Mumu reflexively looked at the man beside her, whose expression was calm and unperturbed. She was about to say your son got into trouble at school, but before she could speak, another ringtone sounded. It came from Chi-mo's suit pocket. Chi-mo took out his phone with his long, elegant hand. He answered the call and spoke in fluent British English to the person on the other end. Hearing it, Xing Mumu was amazed. She knew he had an attractive voice, but didn't expect his English to sound even more pleasing to the ear. Listening felt like a massage to her ears. It made her temporarily forget that she was also on a call. Madam? Madam? The housekeeper called her carefully when Xing Mumu didn't respond for some time. Actually, the housekeeper agonized for a long time before calling her. The housekeeper felt bitter inside. The man of the house was busy with work and often wasn't home. In the past, when the young master got into trouble, he always called the executive assistant to handle it. Now there was a madam in the house. Calling the executive assistant didn't seem right by emotion or reason. Xing Mumu returned to her senses and shifted her attention away from Chi-mo. She said to the phone, go ahead. Housekeeper, the young master chased away his cram school teacher. Xing Mumu, so? The housekeeper's voice gradually softened. The school said a parent still needs to go over. Sir is busy with work. Madam, Do you think you could? Before he finished speaking, Xingmumu heaved a long sigh. What kind of thing was this? They just pretended to be a loving couple, and now she had to work overtime to keep acting as a virtuous stepmother? She felt exhausted. The problem was, only she and Chiemo knew about their agreement. She couldn't refuse however she wanted. She could only reply, "All right, I know." After hanging up, she had wanted to hand over the matter to Chiemo since he happened to be there. But unexpectedly, when the car stopped outside the mansion, Chiemo showed no intention of getting out. Chiemo lowered the car window halfway. His tone naturally carried an aura that brooked no refusal. "I still have work to handle and will be away for a few days. You go home first." After he spoke, the car drove away, heading straight for the airport. Xingmumu watched the exquisite rear lights of the luxury car and mouthed, "FML. How sweet." Turns out he was sending her home. What a good husband. Although extremely reluctant, the next day, upholding the belief that not cooperating properly would get her kicked out, Xingmumu still went to Qi Xiaobai's school. What else could she do if she didn't go? How else would she get to be a rich, leisurely madam and live in luxury? Anyway, being called in by the school was just a formality. She didn't need to spend too much effort. She might as well just get it over with. Even though she had imagined that the high school the young master of a wealthy family went to would be very big and prestigious, she didn't expect that after driving in through the front gate, it took a full 15 minutes before they reached the classroom building. They passed by the tennis court, equestrian field, lavender garden. After a bunch of places she wouldn't have imagined existing in a high school, they finally saw the classroom building. Xingmumu looked at Manager Zhang in the front passenger seat who had come along, and embarrassingly spoke up slowly. "Qi Xiaobai is." Before she could finish, the sensible housekeeper quickly followed up. "Madam, the young master is in class 24 of grade 10. Avoiding the possible awkwardness for the madam. Xingmumu silently gave the housekeeper's professionalism a thumbs up and got out of the car. Last night, she had learned about the general situation. To prepare grade 10 students at Jing City No. 1 Middle School for the pace of grade 11 in advance, the school had hired famous teachers to run cram classes, charging by the minute, paid additionally by parents. Qi Xiaobai's class was assigned the most famous professor. Yesterday, at the last class, the professor had kept them behind after class ended. Qi Xiaobai felt unhappy about it, and his face was ugly. Having to add several classes every day had already greatly taken up personal time. Being kept longer disrupted his plans entirely. Seeing Qi Xiaobai's scowl, the professor felt his ulterior motive to earn more tutoring fees was exposed. He slapped the podium and yelled, "New N0VL chapters are published on N0V/E/LBIN. Co/M. I kept you longer for your own good. If you don't want to listen, you can leave. No one's stopping you." After yelling that line, feeling it wasn't cathartic enough, he singled out Qi Xiaobai as a typical example to admonish the other students. "I really don't understand students nowadays. You all are bolder than the last. When I was a student, the teacher's word was law. No one would have dared to talk back. But your generation actually dares to show attitude to teachers. Do you even know what respecting teachers means? It's my class. I can keep you longer if I want. If you don't want to listen, then get out." After the professor said this, Qi Xiaobai stood up with a dark look. Everyone's eyes focused on him. Sitting at the back, Wei Zhaonan whispered urgently. "Don't be impulsive. You can't get physical, you can't get physical." Qi Xiaobai ignored him completely, picked up his school bag, and walked straight to the front. The professor froze. His original intent was to deflate Qi Xiaobai's arrogance a bit. He thought scolding him a few lines would make him settle down, and it could also serve as a warning to others. He didn't expect Qi Xiaobai to not be the chicken to pluck as he pleased. As Qi Xiaobai walked past him, the professor looked at the student who was even taller than him and lost some confidence. "You, what are you doing?" Qi Xiaobai didn't even glance at him. He pulled open the classroom door. "You said we could leave if we didn't want to listen." Qi Xiaobai was rebellious by nature. He was already unhappy about being kept longer. Now the professor said they could leave, wouldn't he be an idiot not to leave? Bang! The door closed. The classroom broke into an uproar. Everyone didn't dare believe Qi Xiaobai had just left so nonchalantly. Now instead it was the professor who felt he lost face. Furious, he stormed out. The professor complained to the dean, saying he couldn't teach this student, and with a class like this, whoever wanted to teach it could. After listening to the housekeeper's vivid recounting, Xing Mumu was puzzled. "Excuse me? So what exactly did Qi Xiaobai do wrong? Wasn't it that professor who told Qi Xiaobai to leave?" If Qi Xiaobai had talked back disrespectfully, it could be said he didn't respect teachers. But from start to finish, he only seemed to have scowled because he was unhappy about being kept late. "Seriously, Prof? Is it illegal to have a sour face?" Xing Mumu deeply sympathized with Qi Xiaobai. At the same time, she had a very off-topic thought. Perhaps Qi Xiaobai growing up to have a gloomy personality didn't entirely have to do with her as his vicious stepmother. The environment around him also didn't seem too friendly. For instance, in a situation like this, the head teacher and dean asked no questions and just wanted Qi Xiaobai to admit wrongdoing in front of the whole class and write a self-reflection. If the housekeeper hadn't curiously asked his good friend Wei Xiaonan and learned the truth, perhaps Qi Xiaobai really would have been wrongly labeled as an unruly student who dared to anger teachers into leaving. Xing Mumu got out of the car and straightened her collar and hem. She was wearing a small spread collar shirt today, light camel wide-leg pants, and carried a bag with an obscure brand logo from the wardrobe. It was efficient and low-key, not flashy at all. It looked like she had come to solve problems. On the roof, Wei Xiaonan was lazily leaning over the railing spacing out. He happened to see Xing Mumu heading towards the teaching building. Wei Xiaonan sighed inwardly that this was not good. He turned and said to Qi Xiaobai, who had his eyes closed sunbathing next to him, "Qi Xiaobai, your stepmother is here." Wei Xiaonan's voice was very loud. Several people playing poker next to him also glanced over, whispering, "Qi's mom is here?" "Whose mom?" "Qi's mom." It sounded like they were cursing someone. Qi Xiaobai's eyebrows furrowed slightly as he slowly opened his eyes. The noon sun shone in the clear, clean eyes of the young man, making him look especially good-looking. A flash of disbelief crossed Qi Xiaobai's icy pupils. He gave a cold snort. "Che, you think I'd believe that?" He didn't believe it. He was certain Wei Xiaonan was just bored and screaming nonsense to play a prank. Then he closed his eyes again and continued basking in the sun. "Really, I'm not kidding you. Your mom is so beautiful, it's hard not to recognize her." Qi Xiaobai opened his eyes and glared at Wei Xiaonan, feeling his wording was very inappropriate. He impatiently said, "Your mom." Wei Xiaonan apologetically said, "Stepmom, stepmom, I misspoke." Seeing Wei Xiaonan's sincere expression, Qi Xiaobai was half believing and half doubting. Could that woman really have come? He knew the dean had called home yesterday. He thought it would be like the many times before, with Mr. Dong coming as his dad's representative to say a few perfunctory words. He had never imagined that woman would come to his school. What was she here for? Did she really think of him as her son? Or did she want to catch him doing something wrong so she could tattle to his dad? Soon, a classmate came up to the rooftop to notify Qi Xiaobai. The teacher asked you to go to the office. Qi Xiaobai lazily pushed open the office door. The dean, his class teacher, and professors were all there. Shin Mumu was there too. His brows wrinkled in displeasure as he looked out the window with an indifferent attitude. Yell and scold all you want, just get it over with quickly. Outside the office, several classmates close to Qi Xiaobai gathered, led by Wei Zhaonan. Someone said, "Qi's in for it this time. His stepmom came. He won't get away without a good scolding." Our Qi is afraid of that? Hard to say. Before, no matter how much trouble Qi caused, it was always Uncle Qi's assistant who came. But this time it's his stepmom, of course it's different. Wei Zhaonan kicked the gossiping person and said, "Less yapping." In the office separated only by a wall, Shin Mumu had originally been sitting in a chair, but at some point came to stand next to Qi Xiaobai. Qi Xiaobai glanced at her and uncomfortably shifted away, putting distance between them. The dean spoke first. "Mrs. Qi, I know you're usually busy too. Let's handle this quickly." The dean looked at the stern Professor Dai before continuing. "According to Professor Dai's opinion, we'll have Qi Xiaobai read a self-criticism aloud to the class, then sincerely admit his mistake to Professor Dai and apologize, and the matter will be considered settled." After speaking, the dean silently shot an awkward, apologetic look at Shin Mumu behind Professor Dai's back. The dean knew Shin Mumu was Qi Xiaobai's stepmother, and figured that since she was a stepmother, she probably wouldn't discipline her stepson too seriously. Just going through the motions would be enough to turn the page on this incident. In fact, if not for Professor Dai being specially invited by the school, this minor issue wouldn't have warranted calling the parents at all. In the past, whenever Qi Xiaobai caused more serious trouble, they didn't always notify the parents. Most Beijing No. 1 high school students came from prominent families, so the dean didn't dare discipline them too severely. Professor Dai sat in a chair, legs crossed, holding a teacup. His expression clearly said, "Let's see how stubborn you are, daring to make me lose face. I won't let you off if you don't get punished." He took a sip of tea and looked at Shin Mumu in a superior manner, waiting for her to nod and agree with the dean's proposed solution. The dean figured that since Shin Mumu was the stepmother, she probably wouldn't seriously discipline her stepson. Just going through the motions would be enough to resolve this matter. Shin Mumu tugged at the corner of her mouth and gave the dean a faint smile, saying, "Principal, I'm not busy today. I came to school specifically to properly deal with this matter, no need to handle it quickly. Let's follow due process and first clarify whether Qi Xiaobai was really at fault." Hearing this, Professor Dai's hand holding the teacup twitched in shock as he looked up at Shin Mumu in disbelief. "Mrs. Qi, what do you mean? Are you saying I wrongly accused him?" Shin Mumu pressed her lips together and slowly said in an unhurried tone, "Professor, don't get agitated. On my way here I got a grasp of the situation. Qi Xiaobai was indeed wrong this time, but it wasn't serious enough to warrant making him write a self-criticism and apologize to the whole class. Teenagers have a lot of self-esteem. Making them publicly apologize is very damaging to their self-esteem. What's more, Shin Mumu sincerely felt the school was making a mountain out of a molehill." As her words fell, everyone present was shocked. The most shocked was Qi Xiaobai himself. His ears must be malfunctioning. Visit novilbin.c/m for the L-test updates. Did this woman really just speak up for him? Professor Dai slammed the teacup on the table. He looked at Shin Mumu in disbelief. "Mrs. Qi, are you saying he did nothing wrong?" Shin Mumu felt this professor was too narrow-minded. She had just said in her first sentence that Qi Xiaobai was in the wrong. How could he act as if he didn't hear that and deliberately pick a fight? She smiled gently. I didn't say he did nothing wrong, only that making him publicly apologize to the class is too severe. Professor Dai's expression was ugly. In his many years of teaching, he had always had the final say. This was the first time a parent didn't agree the child was in the wrong. If he doesn't apologize or write a self-criticism, isn't that equivalent to you thinking he did nothing wrong? Xing Mumu took a deep breath, sensing this conversation would take some effort. Professor Dai, from my understanding, Qi Xiaobai didn't actually talk back to you, and before you yelled at him, he didn't make any move to leave the classroom either. You're a teacher, and need to establish authority in front of students. I understand that very well. However, children also have self-esteem, and teenagers around 17 or 18 have especially strong self-esteem. Professor, don't you think your attitude toward Qi Xiaobai was also damaging to his self-esteem? As Xing Mumu spoke, Qi Xiaobai kept staring at her from the side. A strange, indescribable feeling welled up in his chest. Sour, warm. A very unfamiliar sensation. 10 minutes later, Qi Xiaobai came out of the office. Wei Xiaonan zoomed over like a wisp of smoke. So, what happened? Got another scolding? How many words do you have to write for your self-criticism? 3,000? 5,000? We can pay someone to write it for you if needed. Qi Xiaobai's mind was still on what had just happened. He ignored Wei Xiaonan. Xing Mumu walked out of the office. Qi Xiaobai coldly cut Wei Xiaonan off. Talk less. Wei Xiaonan shut his mouth and greeted Xing Mumu with a smile, standing up perfectly straight. Hello, Auntie. Xing Mumu suppressed the urge to clench her teeth and forced a smile in return. She then turned to look at Qi Xiaobai. Well, I'm going home first then. You should go back to class. Talking to Qi Xiaobai felt somewhat awkward and unfamiliar to Xing Mumu. She knew how to play the parental role in front of the class teacher and professors. But facing her stepson himself, she still struggled to find her position. Having this grown son suddenly pop up was difficult to get used to. Qi Xiaobai gave an indifferent and headed toward the classroom. Wei Xiaonan followed behind Qi Xiaobai, looking back and forth between him and Xing Mumu with a baffled expression as he continued asking. That's it? Auntie didn't scold you? You don't need to write the self-criticism either? Qi Xiaobai scared and kicked Wei Xiaonan. He felt Wei talked too much nonsense. Shut up. During evening self-study time, Qi Xiaobai thought about what had happened recently. The more he thought about it, the more he felt it was strange. He felt that he shouldn't look at people through tinted glasses. Not every stepmother is sinister. At least, Xing Mumu didn't seem to be. Qi Xiaobai somehow thought of what had happened at home that day. Xing Mumu had the maid deliver snacks to him and reminded him that someone had slipped something in his drink. The stubborn temperament of the teenager made him feel that he shouldn't always accept other people's kindness without giving anything in return. One good turn deserves another. Since Xing Mumu had helped him, he didn't mind speaking up for Xing Mumu in front of his dad a little bit. He remembered that day she said his dad didn't like her drinking alcohol. Qi Xiaobai frowned and pondered for a long time before taking out his phone and tapping the screen. He typed and deleted over and over again. It took a very long time before he finally sent out a message. At that time, Qi Mo was signing a letter of intent with a British partner. Seeing Qi Xiaobai's name light up on the screen, Qi Mo said excuse me to the other party in English. FIDDEU UPTS on NOV/E/LN.com. Qi Xiaobai rarely sent him messages. He didn't know what had happened. Mo's expression was cold as he slowly capped his pen and knitted his brows before opening his phone. His actions were unhurried and composed. Reading the message on the screen, a hint of confusion flashed through Mo's deep eyes. The content of Qi Xiaobai's message was: "There is no family rule in the Qi family that prohibits drinking alcohol. I personally think your request for her not to drink is a bit excessive." Mo's rugged eyebrows slowly furrowed as he sent a reply back. The message was brief and concise, just like him who. Upon receiving the message, Qi Xiaobai gritted his teeth and quickly typed a reply on the screen: "Your wife." Mo's eyes were dark and deep. When did he ever say that he didn't like her drinking? That night, Mo called the butler Zhang. Based on his understanding of Qi Xiaobai, if nothing had happened, Qi Xiaobai would never say such things to him suddenly. "Has anything happened at home recently?" Being asked so suddenly, butler Zhang tensed up. The master rarely asked about things at home, so by asking this, he must be asking about Madam, right? "Master, I didn't want to disturb you over there. Young master got into trouble at school today and Madam went to the young master's school." "Oh. What kind of trouble did he cause?" The voice on the phone was low. Butler Zhang reported everything he knew to Mo in detail, including what he had heard from Mu about Qi Xiaobai only apologizing to the professor for his scowling. In closing, Butler Zhang added, "Thanks to Madam speaking up for the young master, otherwise given the young master's personality, even if he was wronged, he wouldn't say much." Butler Zhang also told Mo about Mu previously having the servant buy snacks for Qi Xiaobai. After a few seconds of silence on the phone, a low hum could be heard. "I see, thank you for letting me know." Mu suddenly realized in recent days that although she held the supplementary card given to her by Mo, she didn't actually have much in savings that belonged to her. The bank card had a balance of 0.5 yuan. She couldn't get her monthly 500,000 yuan allowance until next month. She felt very insecure. She didn't know how long she would remain in this world. Just thinking about the tragic ending of the original owner made her afraid. What if one day she was kicked out of the Qi family but didn't have enough money saved up to support herself for the rest of her life? With this concern in mind, she started thinking. Other than working as Mrs. Qi, should she do some side work to earn money? One day, after lunch, Mu was wandering aimlessly onto the third-floor balcony. Seeing the maid tending to the flowers in the vase, on a whim she asked, "Were these flowers grown at home?" She had previously seen the maid pruning branches and leaves in the greenhouse, so she naturally assumed these flowers were from there. "Maid, no, madam. The bouquets in the vases are all freshly flown in daily." Mu was puzzled. "What do you mean flown in daily? Don't we have a greenhouse?" The maid didn't know how to respond for a moment. No matter what was used, wealthy families would only choose the most expensive. The maid also didn't know why fresh bouquets needed to be specially purchased daily when there was already a greenhouse. Not every villa in Xiyuingting had a greenhouse, and there were quite a few families that went out daily to buy fresh flowers. As Mu thought about it, looking at the vase, she asked, "How much does a bouquet like this cost?" "Maid, the purchase amount fluctuates, but on average one bouquet is around 500 yuan. Mu clucked her tongue. "Just this? One bouquet? 500? The maid nodded. Hearing Mu ask again, "Do the neighbors around also go out to buy flowers?" "Yes, madam, almost every family purchases fresh bouquets from outside." Her eyes widened even more. A vase couldn't hold more than a few stems. Vases like these could be found every 10-odd meters in the house. Mu suddenly felt that breathing the fragrant air scented with fresh flowers every day previously was extremely invigorating. That was the smell of burning money. How could it not be invigorating? As she was sighing emotionally, a brilliant money-making idea popped into her mind. She, a highly educated genius with a master's degree, a cosmopolitan beauty who had experienced the rapid development of the internet age. She suddenly felt that not taking advantage of the existing conditions to ruthlessly earn a big sum would be letting her transmigration go to waste. No sooner said than done. She researched this world carefully. According to her observations, it was almost the same as the world she came from. It only differed in some details. For example, familiar songs and TV shows also existed in this world. But some industries that were quite mature in her world had not yet developed here. Thinking of this, Xingmumu suddenly felt as if she was playing a very realistic business simulation game. The more she thought about it, the more excited she became. She was so excited she couldn't fall asleep at all. On this night when her ambitious vision was gradually becoming clear and she was counting money in her head until her hands cramped, thinking about how many people she would need to massage her in the future, Chiemo suddenly returned home. Lying with her back to the bedroom door, Xingmumu heard the sound of the doorknob turning. In the darkness, soft footsteps drew closer and closer. After a while, the mattress beside her sank, and along with a unique refreshing scent, Chiemo got into bed. Xingmumu's breathing became light. Feeling the man's breathing gradually even out behind her, she slowly turned her body. In the dim light, she examined her husband whom she had only seen twice before. Chiemo had one hand propped under his head and the other hand outside the covers, lying on his side. His chest rose and fell slightly with each breath. His breath gently brushed against her forehead. It made her forehead feel itchy. She adjusted her position a little in the darkness and propped herself up, plucking up her courage to observe him from another angle. The sleeping Chiemo lacked the unconscious majesty he usually exuded when awake. His long eyelashes gently drooped down, and his tall nose made his face look three-dimensional and prominent. Xingmumu didn't know how long she stared at this incomparably handsome face. From his forehead to his eyes, to his nose, his jaws, and finally stopping at his Adam's apple and collarbone. Every part was too good-looking. Time seemed to favor Chiemo in particular. His face didn't have a single wrinkle. How could he look like a 38-year-old man? Did wealthy people have special maintenance secrets? Could it be Botox? Just as she was speculating, those beautiful peach blossom eyes silently and slowly opened, looking over at her in the dark. The man's voice was gravelly, wrapped in an ascetic air, his tone low and hoarse. "Is there something on my face?" "Xingmumu!" She was so frightened her heart skipped a beat and she almost cried out. This man wasn't asleep at all. How long had he been awake? Damn! Getting caught peeping was too embarrassing. The bedroom was unlit, and dim moonlight shone in through the window. The two lay facing each other side by side. In the weak light, a swirling, dark gleam appeared in Chimo's eyes, with fragmented points of light diffusing outwards, deep and captivating. Xingmumu's breath hitched as she stared blankly for a good while before she could think of anything to say. "I think I have insomnia. I should go sleep in another room, so I don't disturb your rest." Getting caught staring was embarrassing. Trying to explain why she was staring would only multiply the embarrassment factor. She wanted to pretend nothing had happened and slip away from this socially dead scene. Xingmumu sat up, covering the neckline of her nightgown. There were many rooms in the villa, all tidy thanks to the servants, so she could go sleep in any of them. In fact, she had wanted to suggest separate bedrooms to Chiemo for a while now, but never had the chance to meet him. Now seemed like a good opportunity. "You keep sleeping. I'll go next door." Xingmumu threw off the covers and pushed herself up on her arms, ready to get up. Suddenly, a large, broad palm grabbed her wrist, forcing her to stop moving. As their skin made contact, they both felt a strange sensation. Shingmumu's heart gave a sudden thump. Although the man hadn't used much force, she froze, no longer moving. Read latest chapters at n/velbi.co/m. At the banquet, he had put his arm around her waist, but there had been a layer of clothing between them. This was the first time they touched with no barriers. Senses amplified by the darkness, the smooth and delicate feel of the woman's wrist skin traveled from his palm. Chi Mo's Adam's apple bobbed as his already hoarse voice grew even more gravelly. It would raise suspicions. Shingmumu blanked for a moment. Suspicions? Perhaps from staring at his handsome face for too long, her mind was muddled. She suffered a brain fart, misunderstanding Chi Mo's meaning and also forgetting about their prenuptial agreement. Her mouth acted on subconscious instinct beyond her brain's control, blurting out. "Oh, sorry, I didn't consider that a husband and wife sleeping separately would raise suspicions about your, ability in that area. My apologies." The most sensitive subject for a man was any suggestion he was inadequate down there. A newlywed wife refusing to live with her husband implied something unspoken. She had been careless. The moment the words left her mouth, the air solidified. She felt the large palm clasping her wrist tremble. Chi Mo's temple pulsed as his brow furrowed deeply. Did she have any idea what she was saying? Shingmumu settled obediently back down, though her wrist was still held in Chi Mo's grasp. She gently twisted her wrist, hinting he could let go now that she wasn't leaving. For the sake of his image, she would play her role to the end. After a long pause, a faint exhalation sounded in the darkness, and the hand gripping hers slowly relaxed. Shortly after, the man's magnetic voice followed. "When did I ever say I don't like you drinking?" Instead of continuing the previous topic, Chi Mo thought of the message Chi Xiaobai had sent him and asked about something that puzzled him. He didn't recall ever saying such words. Their conversations over the years could be counted on one hand. He would never have required or prohibited her from doing anything. But people make mistakes, so perhaps he had remembered wrong. Facing uncertainty, he chose to ask directly. Caught off guard by the sudden question, Shingmumu blanked. The little white lie she had told back then to resolve an emergency, she didn't expect it would actually reach Chi Mo's ears. Only Chi Xiaobai and her classmate had been present at the time, and her classmate would have had no opportunity to mention it to Chi Mo. So the only possibility was that Chi Xiaobai had said something. TSK. The book said they rarely communicated as father and son, right? How did Chi Mo even know about such a trivial matter? Though the lights were off, Shingmumu still felt Chi Mo's gaze fixed on her. His stare made her very uncomfortable. The man waited silently for her response. Seconds ticked by. Suddenly, in the silence, the faintest sound of snoring arose. Ha! Ha ha! Chi Mo. Shingmumu closed her eyes. Light, deliberately rhythmic snores sounded. Pretending to sleep was the most convenient solution she could think of right now. Wild horses couldn't make her speak another word this moment. Chi Mo's gaze still lingered on Shingmumu's face. In the dim moonlight, her red lips were slightly parted, her nose small and straight, long lashes faintly fluttering. After a while, the corners of Chi Mo's lips quirked into a helpless arc. In the silence, his low magnetic voice carried a trace of regret. You can do as you wish. I have no objections. Apologies for imposing on you to pretend to be my wife. To him, their prenuptial agreement ending merely required some money. But for the woman before him, it meant one more item under married, divorced in her history. When it came down to it, he had imposed on her. After speaking, Chi-mo lay back down. He knew she had heard him. In the darkness, Shin-Mumu held her breath, wide awake now. Impose? She didn't understand. If not having to fulfill marital duties while living a life of luxury could be considered imposing, she didn't mind that kind of imposition. She was tough. She could endure more of it. In Shin-Mumu's imagination, Chi-mo would already have left for work after waking up. But the next morning, when she yawned and stepped out of the room, she bumped right into the man coming out of his study after a video conference call. He wore a black shirt. Since it wasn't a formal occasion, he hadn't tied a tie. The top buttons were done up modestly, sleeves rolled to mid-forearm, revealing smooth, pale, strong wrists. Seeing her emerge, the man halted and looked over. Still groggy from just getting up, Shin-Mumu absently gazed back, eyes moist from her yawn. She blinked at him, clear and pure as a fawn. Rubbing her eyes, she asked, "You didn't go to work?" Chi-mo, not much to do today. I can handle things at home. As he spoke, his gaze swept over her face. There were red pressure marks on her face from sleeping, which paired with her slightly bewildered expression gave her an absent-minded, natural cuteness. Recalling what had occurred last night, Shin-Mumu's ears inexplicably reddened. Every second his intense, burning gaze lingered on her face felt scorching. Just as she wanted to make an excuse to leave, the butler came upstairs and announced to them. "Sir, madam, lunch is ready." Chi-mo acknowledged. He looked to Shin-Mumu. "Perfect timing since you're up. Let's eat together." Shin-Mumu numbly nodded. Just as she was wondering if she should find some topic to chat about over their meal, a commotion sounded from downstairs. The butler peeked down and beamed. "Young master is awake too." Since it was Sunday without school, the meal naturally turned into one for the whole family. Chi-mo and Chi Xiaobai ate dinner quietly like chickens. It made Shin-Mumu feel embarrassed to even open her phone. Usually when she was home alone, she would watch variety shows while eating. Because it was so quiet, she was bored and thought back to what Chi-mo had said last night before going to bed. He said she could do anything she wanted. Did that mean if she didn't want to be a full-time housewife, he wouldn't mind if she went out to start a career? Shin-Mumu had been a little worried before that since the Chi family was so wealthy, Chi-mo would reject it if she brought up wanting to do something. But now, her concerns were gone. Shin-Mumu even had a bold idea: why not ask Chi-mo for advice? Starting a business was just the beginning. There would definitely be a lot to deal with when actually implementing it. Managing such a large conglomerate, her little startup would be nothing for Chi-mo. Adults should learn to make good use of all the resources around them. She secretly decided to try and test the waters with Chi-mo when there was a natural chance. Just as she was thinking about how to start the conversation with Chi-mo, Chi Xiaobai's voice rang out, breaking the quiet at the dinner table. "Dad, I have something I want to show you." Without even lifting his eyelids, Chi-mo asked, "What is it?" Hearing the conversation between father and son, Shin-Mumu's curiosity was also piqued. She looked towards Chi Xiaobai. Chi Xiaobai carried a laptop out from his room and opened it on the table. He stood next to Chi-mo with his hands clenched, seeming a little nervous. Shin-Mumu noticed his hands were clenched, as if he was a little nervous. Chi-mo's gaze shifted to the computer. Shin-Mumu also looked over. On the screen was the back-end for an e-commerce website. The page was simple, and the website functionality was incomplete. This was something Chi Xiaobai had spent a month writing. Shin-Mumu's eyes shifted between Chi-mo and Chi Xiaobai's faces. Combining what she knew about the plot of the novel, she roughly understood. Chi Xiaobai was showing his self-written program to Chi-mo, hoping to get his father's approval. When Chi-mo first started his business, he was a typical tech guy. Later, as the conglomerate grew bigger and bigger, he gradually moved away from the technical front lines, shifting his focus to enterprise management and development. Qi Xiaobai seemed unruly, but he actually longed for his father's approval all along, taking his father as a goal, wanting to become the same kind of person as him. Xing Mumu remembered searching online for Qi Mo's resume before. He had made his first bucket of gold through a program he wrote himself. Qi Xiaobai probably wanted to prove to Qi Mo that he had the same genes and talents that were inherited. Qi Mo's expression didn't change much. He just casually glanced at it a few times before shifting his gaze away from the computer. He said flatly, "You're still a student. Don't spend your time and energy on these kinds of things." As soon as he finished speaking, Qi Xiaobai's shoulders sank and his jaw tightened. This wasn't the result he had imagined. In his imagination, his dad might have pointed out where he could improve and given him some guidance. Or maybe, with a very slim possibility, he might have praised him for doing a good job. The cold, brief words extinguished all his expectations. The program he had spent months working on seemed to be of no significance in his dad's eyes. Sensing the subtle atmosphere, Xing Mumu shrank her neck, minimizing her presence as much as possible, and silently shoveled the sautéed shrimp in her bowl. The emotion in Qi Mo's eyes was hard to discern. He glanced at Qi Xiaobai. "You're about to be a high school senior." That was all he said, not continuing further. Qi Xiaobai already knew what his dad meant. A hint of gloom flashed through his eyes and he lowered his head. "I know what I should do." Qi Mo, This represented both ending the conversation and hinting that Qi Xiaobai could leave now. Qi Xiaobai left without even taking his computer back, going straight to his room. Bang! The door didn't close loudly, but it sounded especially depressing to Xing Mumu. This was the first time Xing Mumu had personally witnessed how Qi Mo and Qi Xiaobai interacted, and she couldn't help but feel a little surprised. She knew their relationship was just average, but didn't expect the coldness to be to this degree. She pursed her lips, but ultimately didn't say anything. After all, she was a stepmother, and even a fake stepmother. It wasn't her place to chime in. After eating a few more bites, she pushed back her chair. "I'm full, I'll go upstairs first." She thought the taciturn Qi Mo would just give an as a response like before. Unexpectedly, when he heard her speak, he slowly lifted his head, looking over with a gentle gaze, and suddenly asked, "You've been going out a lot recently?" He had heard from Butler Zhang that she had been going out a lot lately. Sometimes she would have the driver take her around the villa district. She had even taken the initiative to visit 2 of the neighboring households and added the lady next door as a friend. Xing Mumu was a little surprised to hear this. What? Did he get addicted to controlling his son, and now wanted to control her as well? Yeah, so what? Although she felt a little unhappy inside, when facing the daddy with the money she still answered calmly. "Qi Mo, if you find it too boring staying at home, you can go to the vacation villa and walk around. The scenery there is nice. If you want to go, I'll have Butler Zhang arrange it for you." Xing Mumu clearly didn't expect him to say this. She blinked. She felt ashamed for her earlier conjecturing. Turns out he wasn't trying to control her, but was worried she found being a full-time housewife too boring. Xing Mumu's eyes curved into crescents. "I'm not bored at all. I have more than enough to do every day. Just investigating how many households lived in Shiyu Court and getting to know the neighboring ladies had already taken up quite a bit of effort." Qi Mo murmured in acknowledgement. "That's good if you're not bored." Xing Mumu suddenly didn't want to leave anymore. She pulled out the chair and sat back down. She might as well bring up her business ideas while she had the chance. Now was a good opportunity to ask his opinion. If she missed today, who knew how long it would be before she saw him again once he got busy. Recently I've been thinking of starting a business. Can I get your advice? After deliberating for a few seconds, Shinmumu spoke up. Then she looked at him steadily, waiting for his reply. Chi-mo's expression was subtle. Clearly he had never imagined hearing the words "start a business" come from her mouth. Start a business? Start a business. Shinmumu put her hands on the table and shifted a little towards Chi-mo. I want to open a flower shop, is that okay? Chi-mo's sharp jawline gradually softened, and a hint of laughter flashed through his jet-black pupils. Of course that's okay. You don't need my permission to start a business. It's not really asking for advice, just chatting. If you want to talk to me about it, I'm willing to listen. Find the new ST-ovals on n//velben.com. His response made her feel like a spring breeze was caressing her face. Shinmumu instantly felt the man in front of her had become more handsome. She cradled her chin in her hands, eyes curved into happy crescents, red lips parted. I really want to discuss it with you. He was the most suitable person she could think of to discuss business ideas with. Shinmumu started chattering away enthusiastically about what she had been mulling over the past few days. To be more precise, I want to open a flower shop focused on flower delivery services, without a physical storefront. Every day we could deliver fresh bouquets to customers' doorsteps. I did some market research. A lot of families here in our villa district have a habit of buying fresh flowers every day. There are over 50 households living here. If I could get all their fresh flower business, the profits would be quite considerable. As she talked, she would occasionally make exaggerated hand gestures, a habit formed from giving PPT presentations to superiors in her previous job. Gazing at her bright, energetic eyes, Chi-mo felt an indescribable sensation arise in his heart. It was as if he was looking at his young entrepreneurial self again. Yet it also seemed he had unintentionally stumbled upon a shining, independent soul. Chi-mo's eyes glimmered faintly as he listened attentively. Shinmumu became more and more animated as she analyzed the information she had gathered over the past few days wandering around the villa district and from getting to know her new neighbor Mrs. Song. She gestured dramatically, holding up fingers to illustrate her points. Do you know, a bouquet from our vases costs 500. I've counted, there are 8 vases around the house. Then she tapped her chin thoughtfully as she calculated. I've figured it out. Conservatively, each household in Shiyuting spends 500 per day, so 75,000 per month. Also, I'm thinking of opening the flower shop in the area between several upscale residential areas near Shiyuting, to expand the reach. Calculating it out, even ignoring other communities for now and just Shiyuting, after deducting costs, at least half of that is pure profit, over 300,000. Hearing her use the term "our family," the usually inscrutable man's eyes flickered faintly. Unaware, Shinmumu continued enthusiastically, but it will definitely be harder than I imagined to actually do it. I'll have to think of some ways. What if I lower the price, 300 per bouquet? Would that be competitive? Get the L-test VLS at .o/v/e/l/buy.co. It would be competitive, but there's no need. Chi-mo focused intently and responded when Shinmumu asked his opinion. Shinmumu pouted unconsciously, a little disappointed to have cold water poured on her idea. Her playful little expression, seen by the nearby butler and servants, actually resembled a wife coquettishly complaining to her husband. Chi-mo said, "Your idea is very good, and your approach is also very apartment. Lowering prices to attract traffic would be a good marketing tactic for an ordinary community, but here it would actually become a drawback." With just that one sentence, Shinmumu immediately understood. You mean the people living around here would be willing to buy expensive flowers anyway, so there's no need to lower prices at all? She tilted her head, murmuring his words to herself again. No need to lower prices. On the contrary, prices could even be raised, right? Chi Mo's eyes crinkled faintly. Yes, that's possible. Shin Mumu smiled approvingly and emphatically patted Chi Mo's shoulder 3 times. Impressive, impressive. As expected from a businessman. As if he was a natural when it came to making money. Not far away, the previously benevolent-looking Zhang housekeeper stiffened when he saw Shin Mumu patting Chi Mo's shoulder. He had worked for the Chi family for many years and had never seen anyone dare to pat the young master like that. What the devil? And young master is actually smiling? Seeing Shin Mumu compliment Chi Mo, Zhang housekeeper discreetly raised his hand towards Chi Mo. The housekeeper immediately understood. Soon, servants brought over a pot of floral tea and some tea snacks. Shin Mumu casually took a sip of tea and modestly asked for Chi Mo's opinion. What do you think? Does this plan have potential? Chi Mo affirmed, this is a very good project. Having gotten approval from a business tycoon, Shin Mumu felt like a cat being petted, exceptionally content. Chi Mo's eyes were deep as he silently pondered for a moment before slowly continuing. For you could also consider incorporating a physical store. Shin Mumu tilted her head, murmuring his words to herself again. Incorporate a physical store. Chi Mo elegantly picked up his teacup, taking a shallow sip, his posture at ease. The purpose of a physical store is not just to sell flowers, but more often to serve as a brand promotion. Shin Mumu, not to sell flowers? She lowered her eyes, contemplating his words. Her gaze inadvertently fell on the steaming floral tea. Suddenly she understood something and said. The physical store could focus on floral tea, afternoon tea. If customer traffic increases, could also open up flower arranging classes or art salons. She recalled the wealthy madams she had seen on TV before. After satisfying material needs, they would often want to cultivate some elegant hobbies. Not expecting Shin Mumu to grasp it immediately and even take it a step further, Chi Mo's lips hooked approvingly. Excellent idea, worth trying out. Before talking to Chi Mo, the flower shop plan was just an outline in Shin Mumu's mind. After their discussion, she felt it could now directly proceed. Building it into a franchise brand promoted across upscale communities seemed imminent. Shin Mumu was excited, then sank back down. Opening a physical store was good, but costs would be higher. Chi Mo had struggled in the business world for many years. With one look he discerned the subtle change in her expression. Putting down his teacup, he slowly began. What's the estimated initial investment? I'll provide it for you. No need. Shin Mumu rejected outright without thinking, then said in a volume only the two could hear, to avoid complications with dividing assets after divorcing, better to not be entangled too much. Chi Mo was taken aback to hear this. He hadn't considered this aspect before. Nor had he thought Shin Mumu would want a share of ownership for taking his money. Chi Mo looked at Shin Mumu, his gaze now tinged with incomprehension. Not long ago, she had still wanted to pretend their marriage was real. Why could she now so nonchalantly talk about divorce? Speaking with utter sincerity, without the slightest intention of advance and retreat tactics. For the first time, this man, usually skilled in logic and understanding human nature, felt unable to see through someone. After pondering for a moment, Shin Mumu finally thought of a solution. One that would allow her to quickly start on the flower shop project without lacking funds. She looked straight at Chi Mo, eyes bright, smiling as she blinked at him. I'll probably need about 2 million initial capital. Could I borrow that from you, at the same interest rate as banks? Would that work? Worried he might disagree, she quickly added. You can think of it as an employee asking the boss for an advance on salary. You can even earn interest on it. How about it? When she finished speaking, the man's hand gripping his teacup silently tightened. Salary? Was she referring to the $500,000 monthly living expenses mentioned in their prenuptial agreement? The word salary was far too cold. The previously warm atmosphere was instantly doused. Chiemo lowered his eyes, restraining the curiosity and probing that had flashed through his eyes. Shinmumu waited anxiously for his reply, brows slightly knitted. After a long pause, he slowly raised his eyes, looking at her meaningfully and remarking with interest. Okay. At his words, Shinmumu seemed to hear a funds transferred notification chime in her ears. She clenched her fists and cheered silently. Yes. Success. With the strong backing of her rich dad, Shinmumu was full of motivation. After saying goodbye to Chiemo, she bounced upstairs, planning to make a list of everything needed to prepare for the flower shop. Reaching the second-floor landing, from the corner of her eye she noticed Chiemo walking over to the sofa holding the laptop Qi Xiaobai had left behind. Shinmumu slowed her pace, looking over inquisitively. She saw Chiemo open the laptop. The screen showed the back-end code for the shopping program Qi Xiaobai had written. He slowly scrolled through the pages, reading through the code carefully from start to finish. His sharp, rugged profile sometimes taut, sometimes softened. Shinmumu tiptoed slightly. Walking from the second-floor stairs to the master bedroom, she tread extremely lightly. But suspicion rose to a peak after silently closing the door. So Chiemo wasn't indifferent towards Qi Xiaobai after all. Why wouldn't he express it openly? Shinmumu let loose and fully embraced the opportunity at hand. With great care, she drafted a loan agreement. One day, when Chiemo returned home, his foot had just crossed the threshold of the bedroom. Shinmumu, who was waiting by the door, promptly handed him the agreement. Mr. Qi, please sign here, she said. The man's hand, which was loosening his tie, paused for a moment. After a brief moment of hesitation, he couldn't help but smile and took the agreement, writing his name next to hers. Shinmumu carefully received the signed agreement and reassured him, I will definitely repay the principal and interest within the agreed time frame, and I won't run away. Chiemo chuckled. Since the company went public, the contracts he handled never amounted to less than 9 figures. It had been many years since he had treated a mere 2 million agreement with such solemnity. Now that it's signed, is there anything else I need to do? Chiemo asked, a hint of amusement in his voice. No, just wait for good news from me, Shinmumu replied, her lips curved confidently. Chiemo's gaze fell on her self-assured smile, his Adam's apple bobbing slightly as he tugged his tie a little harder. He spoke with a hint of laughter, all right. Watching Shinmumu leave with excitement, he lowered his gaze to the contract in his hand. Additional note, if the debtor Shinmumu fails to fulfill the repayment obligation within the specified period, the creditor Chiemo has the right to pursue the outstanding debt by any means necessary. Chiemo, Shinmumu. This was perhaps the most extraordinary contract he had ever signed in his life. He walked into his study and placed this contract together with a stack of project contracts, each with at least 9 zeros behind the numbers. The progress of the flower shop exceeded Shinmumu's expectations. She spent half a month surveying the area and finally settled on a storefront less than a kilometer away from Shiyuting, surrounded by 3 upscale residential areas. The storefront had 2 floors, with nearly 50 square meters of space on the ground floor, which could be transformed into an outdoor glass greenhouse. Standing outside the still empty shop, Shinmumu could already envision the beautiful scene of sunlight streaming through the colored glass a few months later. Once the store address was finalized, Shinmumu began contacting imported flower suppliers. She fully utilized her well-honed ability to compare prices, which she had developed during past Double 11 shopping festivals. Among the numerous cooperative discount offers from suppliers, she selected the one that suited her best. Following the idea that cost-saving equals early profitability, Xingmumu employed bargaining techniques she had learned from her grandmother when they used to go shopping together. However, her grandmother's bargaining involved getting a few extra scallions from the vegetable vendor. In contrast, Xingmumu smiled and effortlessly convinced the supplier to include exquisite complimentary greeting cards with each bouquet. But these greeting cards shouldn't be underestimated. They would play a crucial role in the promotional ideas she had in mind for the flower shop. Just as she was contemplating the name of the shop, her phone buzzed in her pocket. Before she could unlock the screen, it vibrated several more times. Mrs. Song, the neighbor from the next villa, had added Xingmumu to the community's housewives group chat. Your favorite ovals at n/vl/bin.com. She sent 3 consecutive welcome messages, subtly conveying the underlying message of "I've become good friends with Mrs. Chi that was worth flaunting." Mrs. Song, we have a new friend in our group, Mrs. Chi, who lives next door to me. Mrs. Chi is beautiful and easy to get along with. Welcome, welcome. Applause. Mrs. Zhao, is she Mrs. Chi Mo's wife? Mrs. Qian, of course, Mrs. Song lives next to the Chi residence. Welcome, Mrs. Chi. Mrs. Sun, I've been wanting to meet Mrs. Chi for a long time. I bumped into her at the entrance of the residential area last time. She has a great figure. Maybe she can share some tips on body management with us. Smile, Rose. Mrs. Li, let's have an afternoon tea together. Before joining the group, Mrs. Song briefly introduced Mrs. Chi to Xingmumu. The people in this group were of similar age, mostly in their 30s, and lived in the same residential area. Occasionally, they would get together for beauty treatments, gossip, and play mahjong to pass the time. To be honest, Xingmumu was not used to the shallow and unproductive conversations in this commercial group chat. But in order to attract the first batch of customers to her flower shop, she occasionally participated in the group chat and tried to engage in the topics discussed by everyone. Xingmumu noticed that everyone else's nickname followed the format of Mrs. X. After hesitating for a while, she decided not to follow the trend and continued to use her own name as the nickname in the group. Not for any particular reason. Just the thought that if she divorced Chiemo one day and was still in the group, she would have to change her nickname back, which would be awkward. However, even though she chatted with everyone using her real name Xingmumu every day, the ladies still referred to her as Mrs. Chi. At that moment, Xingmumu finally understood the meaning behind Chi Mo's words that day. He said, if it were you, you could consider managing a physical store. If it were you. Implicitly, it included her current identity as Mrs. Chi. Chi Mo truly deserved to be a successful businessman who led the Chi Group to go public at a young age. In just a short conversation, he had already stood in her shoes and considered her advantages. He was truly a cunning old fox. Xingmumu silently sighed in her heart. There was no negative connotation. It could be considered praise. In her previous world, during her school days when she was experiencing her first taste of love, Xingmumu had secretly admired several people. After growing up and becoming more mature, she seriously analyzed the common characteristics of the boys she liked. Without exception, they had to be intelligent. She was contradictory. She could occasionally have a brain freeze and do something stupid, but her significant other must be intelligent. Exceptionally intelligent. Intelligent in a worldly and sophisticated way. It was precisely because she understood this point that she found the reason for her being single since birth. Since starting to work after graduation and losing the naive and beautiful filter of campus life, she had encountered one smooth-talking man after another. Among 10 people, there were probably 5 smooth talkers, 3 oily men, and 1 wise guy. The remaining one might even be a sister. Sigh. Compared to the people she had met before, this world was really too friendly. In other words, her fake husband Chiemo was just too good, not fitting into the aforementioned categories. Wait a minute! Stop! Why should she compare Chiemo with her criteria for choosing a partner? That's strange. Shingmumu hit the brakes on her thoughts and got back on track. With her personality, she couldn't accept the convenience brought by her identity as Mrs. Chi during her entrepreneurial process without a clear conscience. She secretly thought in her heart that she would share the profits with Chiemo once the flower shop started making money. Even if he didn't want it, she would definitely find another way to give it to him. She didn't want to owe anyone any favors. On the other hand, Qi Xiaobai also noticed that Shingmumu had been extremely busy, leaving early and returning late every day. He didn't inquire further. Shingmumu was not the malicious stepmother he had imagined, but there was no need to deliberately get closer to her. Being strangers living under the same roof was fine, without interfering with each other, it was good enough. On this day, Qi Xiaobai skipped his evening self-study and made plans to play basketball with Wei Chaonan. While on their way to the basketball court, someone suddenly appeared and blocked their path. Lu Xinjin gathered her courage and stood opposite Qi Xiaobai, timidly raising her gaze. Brother Qi. Last time, Lu Xinjin had tried to drug Qi Xiaobai's drink but failed. She had thought that as long as Qi Xiaobai didn't notice, there would be another opportunity in the future. But she didn't expect that after that day, Qi Xiaobai would always be indifferent to her, not even willing to talk to her. She had no idea where she had gone wrong. Qi Xiaobai glanced at her and impatiently said, "Don't block the way." After uttering those words, he continued walking forward. After Shingmumu told him about the incident with the drugged drink, he completely cut off contact with Lu Xinjin. They weren't that close to begin with, so severing ties didn't burden his mind. He didn't make it clear because he didn't want any trouble. He didn't expect Lu Xinjin to suddenly appear here today. Seeing that Qi Xiaobai didn't want to acknowledge her, Lu Xinjin grew anxious and took a couple of steps forward to catch up. Gritting her teeth, she called out, "Brother Qi, I saw your stepmother and a man entering a hotel." Qi Xiaobai halted his footsteps and slowly turned around. Lu Xinjin was secretly delighted in her heart. She steadied her breathing and ran up to stand in front of him. "This afternoon, I saw your stepmother going into a hotel with another man." That wasn't Qi, uncle. In order to prove what she was saying, Lu Xinjin took out her phone and opened up the photo album. She held it out in front of Qi Xiaobai. Whether it was heaven helping her or not, Lu Xinjin had been worrying recently about how to find opportunities to chat with Qi Xiaobai. By chance this afternoon, she had stumbled upon that scene. In front of a 5-star hotel entrance. She saw Shingmumu get out of a car with a strange man, chatting and laughing as they walked into the hotel together. She was extremely shocked. Amidst her astonishment, she did not forget to use her phone to take some photos. This was a good chance to find an excuse to talk to Qi Xiaobai. Qi Xiaobai lowered his eyes and swept a glance across the phone screen. His brow furrowed slightly. Seeing Qi Xiaobai's change in expression, Lu Xinjin thought to herself, success. She had imagined that if Qi Xiaobai's stepmother really was having an affair like she guessed, that would be perfect. Then, she could take the initiative to offer to keep the secret for Qi Xiaobai. Having a shared secret often brings 2 people closer together. Then, if she tried a little harder, perhaps she could become Qi Xiaobai's girlfriend. This had been her dream and wish ever since she first saw Qi Xiaobai in 10th grade. Qi Xiaobai gazed coldly at the screen, lips pressed tightly together. The man in the photo looked around the same age as Xingmumu. That meant he was younger than his dad. No matter how shocked he was inside, he did not want to show even a hint of it on his face in front of others. Qi Xiaobai's gaze moved away from the phone. He continued walking forward. After taking a few steps, as if remembering something, he finally turned back and said to Lu Jinjin, "Send those photos to me." Qi Xiaobai was no longer in the mood to play basketball. He sent Wei Zhaonan a message saying he wouldn't go anymore. Then he directly got in the car. He told the driver, "Go home." Qi Xiaobai gazed out the car window. The flickering light of the street lamps shone on his face, alternating between light and shadow. In the stubborn, deep gaze of the youth, it was hard to tell whether it was disappointment or anger. Check new avlchers at novilbin.com. When Qi Xiaobai returned home, Xingmumu was sitting on the living room sofa talking to someone on the phone. Just as Qi Xiaobai was bending down to change his shoes, Xingmumu happened to end her call and put her phone back in her pocket. This coincidence made Qi Xiaobai feel heavy inside. He couldn't help but sensitively suspect that Xingmumu deliberately hung up so quickly so he wouldn't hear the content of the phone call. Seeing Qi Xiaobai return, Xingmumu casually asked, "You're back. Have you eaten?" After interacting these past days, Xingmumu's attitude toward Qi Xiaobai had gradually become less awkward. She was increasingly able to naturally accept the role of stepmother. During their infrequent encounters, she would occasionally chat some superficial, meaningless words. Qi Xiaobai's face was expressionless as he put on his slippers and walked in. "I ate a little for dinner." Xingmumu, oh. Just as she was about to turn around and go upstairs, Qi Xiaobai called out to stop her. "Wait a moment." Xingmumu looked back. Qi Xiaobai appeared hesitant. He seemed to take a deep breath, then took out his phone from his pocket. Xingmumu couldn't discern any clues from his expression. She looked puzzled, ? Qi Xiaobai handed his phone over. "Someone showed me some photos. Take a look." Qi Xiaobai spoke very calmly. He was simply objectively recounting what he had heard, without adding any emotion. Before figuring out the truth of the matter, he would not rashly make judgments. However, a tiny spark had been lit in his suspicions. In fact, when his dad had told him he was bringing a woman home to marry, Qi Xiaobai had wickedly wondered. Xingmumu was 28 and his dad was 38. There was a 10-year age gap between them. Wouldn't that become a problem in the future? Why would a 28-year-old Xingmumu choose someone so much older than her as a marriage partner? Now, Qi Xiaobai and Xingmumu stood facing each other. He wanted to get to the bottom of the photos, and also resolve the questions that had been buried in his heart all this time. Xingmumu took the phone with a completely bewildered look. She swiped through each photo one by one. Her mental process gradually shifted from "that's not me" shock, to "I should have put on a more flattering lip color since I knew I might get photographed" regret. In the last photo, the wind had just blown, messing up her hair in a very unflattering way. Who took these? Would they get in trouble for sneaky shots? Feeling a bit angry, she swiped the screen with too much force, directly exiting the photo album and going back to the messaging screen. Unintentionally, she caught sight of the profile pic of the person who had sent these photos to Qi Xiaobai. Long straight black hair, posing with faux innocence. She immediately recognized who it was. Oh, wasn't this that little green tea girl who had come to their house as a guest the other day? Xingmumu's eyes were sharp. In just a few seconds, she noticed the last message Lu Jinjin had sent to Qi Xiaobai. "Qi Gij, let's meet up and chat this weekend if you're free." I want to help you resolve this matter together. Don't worry, I will definitely keep it secret for you. Cute cat emoji.jpg. Ding ding. Shinmumu's green tea radar went off again. So Lu Xinjin wanted to use the secretly photographed pictures of her to get close to Qi Xiaobai? Shinmumu thought it was funny. When she gave the phone back to Qi Xiaobai, she candidly said, "Sorry, I accidentally scrolled out just now." It was impolite to exit out of someone's photo album into their private messages, but she really hadn't done it on purpose and felt the need to clarify that to Qi Xiaobai. Qi Xiaobai didn't care about such things. On the contrary, he was surprised that Shinmumu's reaction seemed so calm after seeing the photos. He gazed straight at Shinmumu, eyes opened a bit wider, as if waiting for her to say something. Shinmumu frowned. Her expression suddenly turned gloomy. She took such unflattering pictures of me. To be fair, I should look better in person, right? Qi Xiaobai. Is that the point? Shinmumu was still annoyed. I shouldn't have believed the sales lady. The nude lip color looks like it's almost gone. What do you think? Qi Xiaobai was suddenly at a loss for how to respond. After a long pause of several seconds, he replied somewhat helplessly, "It's fine, not ugly." Shinmumu had just casually asked on a whim. She never expected the aloof, prickly Qi Xiaobai to actually give a serious answer. She suddenly felt comforted. Fine. I'll believe your aesthetic discernment since you're the future male lead. Shinmumu brought the conversation back on track. She slowly said, "Lu Xinjin wants to meet up with you. Bring me along too?" Qi Xiaobai subconsciously frowned. I didn't plan on meeting with her. If Lu Xinjin hadn't insisted on adding him on WeChat to send photos, he wouldn't have wanted to add her at all. Qi Xiaobai's quick response gave Shinmumu a vague sense that he meant to draw a clear line with Lu Xinjin. Shinmumu's gaze became approving. Not bad, Qi Xiaobai was still quite virtuous before meeting the future female lead. He was educable. Qi Xiaobai had imagined Shinmumu's reaction after seeing the photos. If she had strongly denied it or wanted to silence him, he would definitely have told his dad. But now, she was so nonchalant about it. It made him confused instead. Qi Xiaobai hadn't noticed, but the dark cloud gathering over his brow had dispersed somewhat. It seemed he felt relieved in his heart. Subconsciously felt there was a misunderstanding about this. He didn't actually dislike Shinmumu as a stepmother, on the contrary, after the parent-teacher conference incident, the impression Shinmumu left him with wasn't bad. She was an adult who was reasonable and didn't judge people with prejudice. After thinking for a while, Shinmumu said, "Then I'll go meet with her alone, can you help arrange it?" Qi Xiaobai frowned in puzzlement, ? What was she trying to do? Pay hush money? Or spend a high price to buy the photos from Lu Xinjin? He had already seen the photos himself, what was the point of her doing this? Qi Xiaobai, I'll go with you. Shinmumu understood what Qi Xiaobai was thinking. She smiled and said, "Don't worry, I didn't cheat on your dad. Recently I wanted to open a flower shop." The man in the photos was introduced by Vice President Dong to help with flower sales channels. "We simply went to the hotel because the afternoon tea there is delicious." She didn't have the time or reason to cheat. Right now she just wanted to focus on business. Money was more lovable than men. What feelings? It would interfere with her making money. Having his assumptions laid bare, Qi Xiaobai curled the fingers hanging by his side. He didn't look Shinmumu in the eye, and his jaw tightened somewhat. "I don't listen to one side of the story, which is why I came to ask you. I didn't intend to catch you having an affair." Hearing this, Shinmumu nodded approvingly with a faint smile. Good, knowing to ask directly when there's an issue was a good habit. So many misunderstandings in novels were because the male and female leads didn't communicate. Luckily, this future male lead Qi Xiaobai had a voice. Not bad, not bad. As expected, her own taste in choosing novels wasn't bad. She mentally gave herself a thumbs up. Qi Xiaobai was silent, not knowing what to say. Indeed. Thinking carefully, except for being young, that man couldn't compare to his dad anywhere. Unless you were blind, you wouldn't choose the latter over his dad. Qi Xiaobai suddenly felt somewhat remorseful. He shouldn't have assumed malicious things about Shen Mumu's relationship with that man. His face flushed slightly. Not wanting Shen Mumu to see his embarrassed appearance, he unnaturally rubbed the back of his neck. Seeing through Qi Xiaobai's mind, Shen Mumu spoke reassuringly. You speaking up directly like this is a very good habit. You didn't bring me any distress. So don't feel bad or like you were meddling. Communicating directly with adults is great. Keep it up, young man. Qi Xiaobai slowly looked toward Shen Mumu, momentarily speechless. He was surprised Shen Mumu would actually bring him snacks. Even more surprised that Shen Mumu had noticed his usual flavor preferences. From young till now, even his dad hadn't paid attention to these little details. In an instant, his remorse grew stronger. When Lu Jinjin received Qi Xiaobai's message, she was at evening self-study. Ah! Seeing the 4 words time and location on the screen, she couldn't help crying out in excitement. She didn't care about her classmates' gazes, openly replying to the message. The smile on her face was so wide it seemed about to spill out. She and Qi Xiaobai agreed to meet at a cafe on the commercial street outside school on Sunday night. A senior sister had said the cafe had a very nice decorated atmosphere, and many couples liked going there on dates. Evening self-study wasn't over yet, but she faked illness and went home early. Hoping to have ample time to coordinate her outfit and accessories, so she could appear before Qi Xiaobai in optimal condition this weekend. The photos were a stepping stone. She could finally use this stepping stone to get closer to the boy of her dreams. Asterisk. The day Shen Mumu and Qi Xiaobai went out happened to be Sunday. Neither expected Qi Mo to actually be home. Shen Mumu stood in the doorway of Qi Xiaobai's room, yelling in without knocking. Are you ready? I've already changed, why are you so slow? Qi Xiaobai's voice rang clear from the room, coming. Shen Mumu urged, hurry up, hurry up. Teenagers were so troublesome. Slowly getting ready, too obsessed with their idol image. Not long after, the room door opened. Qi Xiaobai didn't look directly at Shen Mumu, speaking casually, let's go. In the living room, hearing their entire conversation, Qi Mo's hand tightened on his coffee cup. His gaze towards them became profound. He had never seen Qi Xiaobai listen to someone other than him before. Nor had he imagined that after just 1 month, Shen Mumu and Qi Xiaobai's relationship would be so harmonious. Even talking with Shen Mumu, Qi Xiaobai seemed more relaxed and casual than with him. Passing through the living room, Shen Mumu only then noticed Qi Mo sitting there, somewhat surprised. Oh, you're not going to work today? Qi Mo nodded, but I'm about to head out for a meeting. Shen Mumu immediately had a I knew it expression. In her impression, if he wasn't working, then he was on the way to work. You're going out? Qi Mo looked at Qi Xiaobai, then back to Shen Mumu, and asked. Before Shen Mumu could reply, Qi Xiaobai quickly said. I made plans with Wei Chaonan to play ball. She happened to be going out and is giving me a ride. Shen Mumu slowly turned her neck and silently looked at Qi Xiaobai. Kid, do you know how obvious your lying looks? Oblivious, Qi Xiaobai added. I'm going to be late, let's go. Bye, Dad. Of course Xingmumu could tell he was lying. Mo naturally could too. But he didn't expose it, giving a faint laugh instead. Go on. Xingmumu and Qi Xiaobai got in the car. Seeing Qi Xiaobai's relief, she couldn't help laughing and said while starting the car. Kid, not bad at lying, don't do it again next time. Qi Xiaobai turned to look at her, a questioning expression in his eyes. Xingmumu's lips pressed in a line as she shook her head, obvious at a glance. Qi Xiaobai, that obvious? He only told a little lie because he didn't want to escalate things to his dad before getting to the bottom of the photo matter. How to put it, Xingmumu organized her words. Even elementary schoolers lying to teachers about forgetting homework have better acting skills than you. This analogy was insulting yet funny. Qi Xiaobai couldn't help a small eye roll and laugh. You can exaggerate more. Xingmumu gave him a believe it or not look. She stepped on the gas. The white Lamborghini drove off. The ride was more relaxed than Qi Xiaobai imagined. He had thought it would be awkward going out with Xingmumu, his stepmother, for the first time. But it wasn't awkward at all. The two didn't talk much. Occasionally Xingmumu would ask him about good restaurants in the city, and he recommended one or two based on his preferences. The atmosphere was harmonious, as if they weren't going to meet Lu Xinjin at all but were simply giving him a ride. It was just strange. Inside the coffee shop, Lu Xinjin had arrived early. She chose the table by the window on the right side when entering. She hoped Qi Xiaobai would see her at first glance when he came in. While there was still time before the appointed time, she took out a mirror from her bag to check her makeup. Very nice. A natural, no makeup look, and her complexion also looked great. Today she wore a light blue floral print dress. This was the most expensive dress in her closet that she had reluctantly spent 2,000 yuan on for her birthday last year, only worn on important occasions as her ball dress. The neckline was designed very crafty, with a little V opening that allowed a tantalizing glimpse of her figure. She had also specially matched it with a necklace, bracelet, and earrings. Usually she was not allowed to wear jewelry at school, but wearing them today would definitely make Qi Xiaobai's eyes light up, showing her most beautiful side. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows, Lu Xinjin saw a white Lamborghini stop at the entrance of the coffee shop. She was delighted. With such a cool license plate, this luxurious car must be from the Qi family. She had not expected Qi Xiaobai to attach such importance to this date that he would drive over personally. She could not help imagining that after finishing their coffee, she might be able to sit in the passenger seat and take a drive with him. Just thinking about it made her blush slightly. The passenger door opened. Qi Xiaobai got out. He was wearing a black t-shirt and gray sweatpants. Even such a simple outfit still had an irresistible charm, looking youthful and carefree, with a hint of rebellion in his brows and eyes. Right after, Xingmumu pushed open the car door. The driver's side was squeezed against the wall, making it narrow, so she first handed her bag out and very naturally instructed. Qi Xiaobai, come help me get my bag, it's hard to open the door. Qi Xiaobai was stunned for half a second, but his body reacted faster than his brain, and he had already taken Xingmumu's bag. Xingmumu got out of the car smoothly, closed the door, took back her bag, and said thanks. This scene made Lu Xinjin's eyes pop out. She was still in shock about what was going on when Xingmumu and Qi Xiaobai sat down across from her. Xingmumu was the only adult at the table. Compared to the two high schoolers, she seemed much more composed and steady. As soon as she sat down, she beckoned to the waiter. 1 iced latte. She looked up at Qi Xiaobai and Lu Xinjin and asked casually, what would you like to drink? Qi Xiaobai, iced water. Lu Jinjin was intimidated by Xingmumu's aura. Afraid that she had come to confront her about the secret photos, she responded half a beat slower. Orange juice, thanks auntie. Xingmumu told the waiter, also 1 iced water, 1 orange juice, and a waffle and some fries. Soon the waiter brought over their orders. Xingmumu was in no hurry to get to the point. She ate a few fries while they were still hot and crispy, as a foodie's self-cultivation did not allow her to watch the fries go soft without taking action. Seeing how calm she was, Lu Jinjin couldn't sit still anymore and broke the silence first. Auntie, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to secretly take photos of you. Oh. Is that so? Xingmumu glanced back as if casually, a rare sharpness flashing through her eyes. Then she smiled and said, I'm not as easily fooled as Qi Xiaobai, little one. I've got 11 years on you, don't think I didn't earn it. I've seen countless scheming girls like you. Hearing this, Qi Xiaobai sitting to the side stiffened for a moment. It felt like he was being implied about something. What did she mean he was easily fooled? Diascover dated novels on NOV/E/Lbin.co. He was very smart, okay? Lu Jinjin looked aggrievedly at Qi Xiaobai for a moment. Seeing that he didn't even glance at her or try to speak up, she slightly knitted her brows, seeming lost in thought about something else. Lu Jinjin thought, Qi Xiaobai must be afraid of his stepmother, that's why he's not saying anything. Recalling the scene of Qi Xiaobai helping Xingmumu with her bag when getting out of the car, she became even more convinced of what she was thinking. Since he was unwilling to openly offend the malicious stepmother, then she would do it for him. Lu Jinjin decided to show Qi Xiaobai her determination to always stand by his side through action. Auntie, my intention in taking those photos was out of concern for Xiaobai. Now that you know, I hope you won't make things difficult for Xiaobai anymore in the future. Treat Xiaobai better. I promise I won't tell anyone about the photos. Qi Xiaobai felt goosebumps rising. Who allowed her to call him that? At this time Xingmumu was also somewhat confused. What did she mean by make things difficult again? When had she ever made things difficult for him? Please, don't think of a stepmother as being so terrifying. This girl must have watched too many melodramatic family dramas. After saying all this, Lu Jinjin stared at Xingmumu, not wanting to back down in aura. She had the photos in hand. Ultimately, wasn't the other party the one who should be afraid? While holding eye contact, Lu Jinjin noticed Xingmumu's outfit today. The cheapao jacket Xingmumu was wearing was something she had seen in a magazine last week. It was a limited edition piece from a designer's current collection, supposedly costing 80,000 yuan. Lu Jinjin also recognized Xingmumu's chain bag at her side. That alone had to be worth 6 digits. Lu Jinjin knew not to compete with a grown woman on clothing and accessories, but still unconsciously felt a twinge of sourness in her heart as she clenched her hands tightly. Suddenly feeling that her own blue dress looked particularly shabby in comparison. Then this sourness turned into disdain. Humph, putting on airs as a stepmother when she could only dress so extravagantly by becoming Mrs. Qi. Once she won Qi Xiaobai's heart and married into the Qi family, she would also be able to have all those brand-name clothes, bags, and jewelry. Xingmumu smiled calmly. Facing a girl quite a bit younger than herself, she really had no desire to engage in a battle. She unlocked her bag, took out her phone and some printed papers. Then she tapped her phone a few times, turned it around, and slid it across to Lu Jinjin. Little one, the person in this video is you, right? Hearing this, Lu Jinjin's heart raced as she lowered her eyes in panic. The video made her face turn white with fright. It had captured the scene of her secretly pouring something into Qi Xiaobai's cup that day at the Qi house. She would never have imagined that moment was witnessed and recorded. Moreover, by Qi Xiaobai's stepmother. Seeing Lu Xinjin scared pale, Shen Mumu had no intention of letting up. Because the feeling of slapping someone in the face like this was just too satisfying. She now fully understood why female leads in TV dramas always seem to have so many misunderstandings pile up before resolving them all at once. It felt so good. Shen Mumu lightly brushed her fair hand over the papers and spread them out in front of Lu Xinjin. Fortunately, Shen Mumu had had the foresight to immediately record Lu Xinjin's misdeeds on video when she discovered it, in case the facts became unclear afterward. She had even specially gotten the contents of that drink analyzed, just in case someone tried to deny accountability later on. Shen Mumu said, "You should know better than me what you added to the drink." If this matter got escalated to the school. Upon hearing the word school, Lu Xinjin's mind buzzed. She didn't hear the rest of the words. Her whole body was filled with fear. Luckily, she was sitting down. If standing, her legs probably would have gone soft and she would have collapsed. Lu Xinjin had worked so hard to get into Beijing No. 1 Middle School, an elite school for the children of wealthy families, just so that she could meet more children of rich families and rise up in the world. If she got expelled from school because of this, her life would be over. Thinking about this, tears started streaming down her face. "Auntie, I was wrong. I shouldn't have tried to threaten you with those photos. I really know I did something wrong." Shen Mumu hated it the most when someone tried to use tears to sway her, even if it was a little girl 10 years younger than herself, and she immediately became irritated. Raising her voice, she sternly said, "Don't cry." If the girl kept crying like this, it would seem as if Shen Mumu was bullying her. When Lu Xinjin finally managed to hold back her tears, Shen Mumu spoke again. "Those photos you took of me weren't a threat. I don't have any weaknesses that could be threatened, and the relationship between me and that man isn't what you think." Lu Xinjin sniffled, not daring to sob out loud. Shen Mumu said, "I'm telling you this so that you don't think I'm bullying a little kid." Discover dated novels on NOV/E/Lbin.co. Lu Xinjin said, "No, Auntie, it was all my fault." "Of course it was your fault," Shen Mumu nodded decisively. "You shouldn't be thinking such crooked thoughts at such a young age, and you mustn't lead our Qi Xiaobai astray." Hearing this, Qi Xiaobai, who had been staring out the window the whole time not wanting to join the conversation, slowly turned his head and looked at Shen Mumu. His ears shouldn't have a problem. Did she just say our Qi Xiaobai? Qi Xiaobai. Shen Mumu had already gotten into character and didn't notice Qi Xiaobai's strange expression as she continued speaking to Lu Xinjin. "Sister understands what you're thinking at your age. I was young once too. I just hope that you stop thinking like that from now on. Studying is the main duty of high school students. Our family is quite traditional, and his father and I don't allow him to date early." After saying all this in one breath, Shen Mumu had a sense of déjà vu, as if she was a mother-in-law slapping a bank card down in the face of the mistress and saying, "Here's 5 million, now leave my son alone." Of course, she only felt this way a tiny bit. After all, Qi Xiaobai wasn't her son. She would also never do something as silly as trying to buy someone off with money like in those cliched plots. That would just be stupid. Beside her, Qi Xiaobai had just taken a sip of iced water. Upon hearing Shen Mumu refer to herself as sister, he choked on the water. Through sheer willpower, he managed to force back the cough. "Sister? What the heck? When others called you auntie, you voluntarily lowered your status? Your thought process is quite interesting. To think Dad married such a stepmother. Dad's taste in women is quite unique." This ridiculous farce ended after Lu Xinjin swore again and again that she would never bother Qi Xiaobai again. Shen Mumu suddenly remembered that the female lead of the book wouldn't appear for a while yet. By then, she might have already divorced Chiemo. Helping the female lead resolve a little green tea bitch * early could be considered her contribution as a nominal mother-in-law. Do good deeds without seeking credit. Instantly, Shingmumu felt like the red scarf on her chest shone even more brightly. Her expression became proud along with it. Only Shingmumu and Qi Xiaobai were left sitting at the table. Qi Xiaobai looked at Shingmumu with a trace more admiration in his eyes. With his hands folded in front of him, he clearly felt his stepmother was quite capable, yet he still maintained an indifferent expression, casually saying, "I was sick of her pestering me too. Thank you for helping me resolve this annoyance. I didn't expect you to be so eloquent." She had resolved the matter in just a few sentences without saying anything harsh. Not only did she clarify the photo incident, but she also got Lu Xinjin to stop buzzing around him like a fly in the future. Awesome. Shingmumu was also quite satisfied with how she had handled things today. Raising an eyebrow, she jokingly teased, "Little boy, do you suddenly feel like kneeling down and calling me daddy?" Qi Xiaobai's expression froze, and the corner of his mouth twitched. His face instantly transformed into one looking at an idiot. "There's something seriously wrong with you. No need to go that far. Really no need." Shingmumu read the contempt on his face. She raised her hand and pretended to smack him. "You little punk, what's with that look on your face?" For some reason, Qi Xiaobai found it funny but didn't retort. Instead, his expression became serious as he slowly said, "Right, can you not tell my dad about this matter?" Shingmumu narrowed her eyes, wondering what Qi Xiaobai was scheming. What was up with this father and son? Why were both so unwilling to let the other know about their matters? Qi Xiaobai's gaze was evasive, his voice carrying a youthful stubbornness. "I don't want my dad to know." Shingmumu suddenly understood. A prideful man indeed. She could understand. While she understood in her heart, she wasn't willing to directly promise with her mouth. She hadn't forgotten the contemptuous look Qi Xiaobai had given her earlier, as if looking at an idiot. Shingmumu took a sip of coffee arrogantly and slowly said, "I can promise, but there's a condition." Qi Xiaobai's brows furrowed. "What condition?" Shingmumu looked outside the floor-to-ceiling windows. They were on a street behind the school. Even on weekends, many students came here to hang out, and many of the restaurants and shops were filled with people. Treat me to a meal as a landlord should. You're familiar with this area. To be brutally honest, Shingmumu was tired of eating the exotic mountain and seafood dishes made by the Qi family's chef ever since transmigrating to this world. Just now when she got out of the car, she had smelled the scent of fried chicken strips. The tender chicken coated with breadcrumbs then fried to a crisp in oil, sprinkled with cumin and chili powder. The Shingmumu next door was practically drooling. Because they had serious business to deal with earlier, Shingmumu didn't have the nerve to suggest randomly going to buy chicken strips. Now that the matter was resolved, her previously suppressed appetite rose up again. Upon hearing this, Qi Xiaobai couldn't help but let out a laugh through his nose. He had thought it would be some kind of outrageous demand. "That's it?" He rubbed the back of his neck and got up, walking to the door and arrogantly throwing over his shoulder. "Let's go, order whatever you want." Shingmumu. Shingmumu walked slowly behind him, inwardly mocking him. Must you act so much like a rich boss just to leave? You little punk. Qi Xiaobai had originally resolved himself to being ruthlessly exploited by Shingmumu, but unexpectedly, she showed no interest in the high-end restaurants around the school. Instead, her gaze kept landing on the small carts of street vendors. Red bean will cakes, baked sweet potatoes, assorted grain pancakes, charcoal grilled chicken legs, green bean soup. It wasn't until Shinmumu contentedly said, "Thank you, Chi classmate, for the treat, I'm full now," that he had spent less than 100 renminbi. 100 renminbi to buy Shinmumu's silence over keeping the secret. A bit of a profit. Shinmumu also felt she had gotten the better deal. She thoroughly understood the meaning behind the idiom "a wild boar that can't eat fine grains." After eating so many exotic delicacies, she really missed the affordable snacks behind the school. Just as the two were about to head back, Shinmumu noticed that Qi Xiaobai had stopped in front of a stand and wasn't moving. Shinmumu was curious and stepped back 2 steps to look over. She asked, "You're not full yet?" Teenage boys with growing bodies really do have huge appetites. Qi Xiaobai didn't hear Shinmumu's words. Standing in front of the malt sugar stall, scenes of the few times he had spent time alone with his dad floated through his mind. At the beginning of 10th grade, when the school held a parents' meeting, his dad happened to not be busy that day and came. On the way home after the meeting, Qi Xiaobai saw his dad ask the driver to stop and buy a bag of malt sugar. He seemed to like eating this. Seeing Qi Xiaobai lost in thought, Shinmumu took out her wallet. "Do you want to eat some malt sugar? I'll treat you." Qi Xiaobai looked away, appearing indifferent as he glanced at the street lamp. "I don't eat that stuff, my dad likes it." "Oh." Shinmumu paused. "If he likes it, why not just buy it? The vendor won't give it to you for free just because you're looking longingly at it." Qi Xiaobai. He wasn't looking longingly at all. As Shinmumu spoke, she laughed and took out some money to buy a bag. She held it out to Qi Xiaobai. "Here, take it." Qi Xiaobai didn't reach out. Instead, he put his hands in his pockets, looking aloof. "I didn't say I wanted to buy it." Shinmumu. What a stubborn kid! He clearly wanted to buy a treat for his dad but didn't want his dad to know it was his idea. Shinmumu was too lazy to explain further. "Fine, I'll give it to your dad for you." Qi Xiaobai's expression softened, but his mouth remained stubborn. He shrank his neck back. "It's not for me, you wanted to buy it yourself, so you give it to him." Shinmumu laughed. All right, I bought it." Would rather die than admit it, huh? Oh well, no need to expose this rebellious kid. The car had just driven into a nice neighborhood when Shinmumu rolled down her window halfway. The weather today was great, and the evening breeze felt especially refreshing on her face. On a whim, she wanted to get out of the car for a walk to help digest her meal. She really ate too much. She turned off the engine, parked, and got out in one smooth motion. Qi Xiaobai didn't understand. "What are you doing? We're not there yet." Shinmumu realized that after spending a day together, Qi Xiaobai was no longer as guarded and cold towards her as before. This wasn't a good thing. She was supposed to act like a stepmother. She retorted, "You're the old one, your whole family is old." Qi Xiaobai. That was hard to respond to. Compared to Shinmumu, his dad was pretty old. Seeing Qi Xiaobai at a loss for words, Shinmumu felt satisfied. She pushed open the door and got out. Bending down to look in the car, she asked, "I ate too much and want to walk it off for a bit. I'll leave the car here and have Butler Zhang come get it later, or do you want the keys to drive back yourself?" "Oh right, do you have a license?" Qi Xiaobai wasn't yet 18 and didn't have a license, but he knew how to drive. He sighed resignedly without mentioning he could drive. He got out of the car, as if reluctantly. "I'll walk too." And so the two strolled slowly down the scenic path. Shinmumu held the bag of malt sugar in one hand, swinging both hands casually behind her back. She looked up at the sky, breathing in the fresh air, and felt her overstuffed stomach settle down quite a bit. Just then, a black Rolls-Royce drove into the nice neighborhood. Chiemo was returning from a tedious board meeting, sitting in the back seat massaging his temples. Usually at times like this, driver Wang would keep silent, providing him an environment of absolute quiet to rest in. But today he broke the norm and spoke up, disturbing the peace in the car. "Boss Chi, I think that's young master and madam up ahead." Chiemo looked up to see. He was very familiar with Qi Xiaobai's lanky figure and recognized him instantly. Qi Xiaobai was holding a woman's handbag. He recognized it as the one Shen Mumu took when she went out. Beside Qi Xiaobai, Shen Mumu walked leisurely and carefreely, occasionally turning to chat with him. They seemed to be getting along well. Driver Wang glanced in the rearview mirror. "Boss Qi, should we stop to give madam and young master a ride?" Chiemo was silent for a few seconds before nodding slightly. Stop up ahead." "Yes, Boss Qi." When the Rolls-Royce pulled up next to Shen Mumu and Qi Xiaobai, Shen Mumu had just finished telling Qi Xiaobai about a lame joke she'd seen. After Shen Mumu finished the joke, she laughed so hard she couldn't stand up straight. Qi Xiaobai just looked at her coldly, thinking she looked more like a joke than the lame joke itself. He forced out a couple laughs to humor her. "Heh heh." Shen Mumu stood up straight, face falling. "You're better off not laughing. You know going heh heh is likely to get you beat up out there." Qi Xiaobai thought to himself, "Who would dare hit me?" Suddenly, a familiar voice came from beside them. "Why didn't you drive back?" They both turned to see the handsome, charismatic man with a commanding aura through the partially rolled-down window. They were both surprised. Seeing Chiemo, Qi Xiaobai instantly switched to good boy mode. "Dad." Perhaps it was the intimacy built up from sharing a bed, but Shen Mumu had forgotten about Chiemo's aloof demeanor. She spoke casually, "I ate too much and wanted to walk back." Driver Wang got out of the driver's seat to open the door for his boss. Chiemo stepped out with his long legs and stood before them, tidying his coat collar. His tone was casual. "I'll walk too." Qi Xiaobai was stunned. Shen Mumu blinked. For a moment she didn't say anything either. Not because she was shocked that Chiemo wanted to take a stroll with them, but because his getting out of the car and straightening his clothes was so suave it left her in awe. Once again she marveled that this man really knew how to charm people, exuding mature masculine appeal at all times. The sidewalks in this elite neighborhood were usually empty since most residents came and went by car. With no one else around, the three of them standing by the side of the road made Qi Xiaobai feel like a high-wattage light bulb. He was certain his dad only decided to walk instead of riding in the car because of Shen Mumu. In Qi Xiaobai's eyes, his 38-year-old dad suddenly marrying a woman 10 years younger could only mean he was head over heels in love. Qi Xiaobai hesitated, thinking he might as well just take the car home. Before he could suggest it, driver Wang had already driven the Rolls-Royce away. Qi Xiaobai. Fine, he was stuck being the light bulb whether he wanted to or not. Chiemo very naturally walked to Shen Mumu's right side. Seeing the two men on either side of her, both a bit taller, Shen Mumu wondered if she should change their formation from a V to a diagonal I. That way she wouldn't look so short in comparison. She was pondering this silliness when she felt a gentle grip on her elbow. Chiemo's broad palm touched her arm lightly as he looked at the bag in her hand. "Let me carry that." He was well-bred, so it was only right for him to help carry things whether she was really his wife or not. Shen Mumu didn't stand on ceremony and handed the bag over. "Here, this was bought for you anyway, so you should take it." Hearing this, Qi Xiaobai tensed up. He was very worried Shen Mumu would blurt out about the scene at the malt sugar stand. As Chi Mumu's eyes narrowed following Shin Mumu's light-hearted words, the warmth in them hardened. The lamplight shone in his dark yet bright pupils, a flash of subtle surprise passing through. Bought for me? What is it? Discover NW Chapter SNN0EL by .com. Shin Mumu, malt sugar. To prevent her from letting anything slip, Chi Xiaobai quickly added. She happened to pick me up from school today after I finished playing basketball, and we came across it on the way back. Chi Mo glanced at Chi Xiaobai, then back at Shin Mumu. Thank you. Walking in the shadow of the street lamp, Chi Xiaobai's shoulders sagged in relief. He quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Phew. Luckily, this stepmother was decently trustworthy. She didn't mention to his dad that it was his idea to buy it. However, Chi Xiaobai didn't know that Shin Mumu ratted him out later that night. Bedroom. When Chi Mo came out of the bathroom after taking a shower, Shin Mumu was applying a face mask. Seeing him come out, Shin Mumu said naturally. Oh, by the way, I'll let you in on a little secret. The maltose candy was specially brought by Chi Xiaobai for you. He was staring longingly at the stand. I couldn't stand to watch it anymore. With that said, thinking of Chi Xiaobai's blank look, she laughed a few times. Because of the face mask, her pronunciation was strange, and her ha-ha laugh turned into roar-roar. She laughed with eyes curved, looking at the mirror, not noticing that the man reflected in the mirror was looking at her. The man had a tall figure, and his motion of drying his hair paused for a moment. His gaze fell on her back and stopped. For a fleeting second, he suddenly had a feeling. It was as if she really treated him and Chi Xiaobai as a family. A strange yet unfamiliar feeling rippled through his heart. He couldn't say where it came from, but it made the corners of his eyes curl up inexplicably. Shin Mumu didn't think she had done anything wrong by secretly leaking information to Chi Mo. After all, Chi Xiaobai had treated her to food today. They had just agreed to keep Lu Jinjin's secret between them. She thought carefully. Although she and Chi Xiaobai had established a brief stepmother-stepson revolutionary friendship, compared to this brat Chi Xiaobai, her real sugar daddy was Chi Mo. Chi Mo was the one who paid her salary. Being honest with him could do no harm. Because maltose candy was mentioned, her quick wit made her suddenly think of a saying she had heard before. It is said that men who like sweets dote on their wives. She pondered for a while. Chi Mo likes maltose candy, Chi Xiaobai likes grape-flavored sweet soda. It seems that the Chi men have a liking for sweets. As the male protagonist of the novel, Chi Xiaobai would naturally dote on the female protagonist in the future, so this saying makes some sense. But Chi Mo. It doesn't seem to apply. Shin Mumu thought of the plot in the book. After the original owner was kicked out, Chi Mo didn't seem to have married again, and died alone. He didn't even marry a wife, let alone dote on her. With her thoughts wandering this far, Shin Mumu suddenly felt a chill down her spine. Once again determined that she must get along well with the Chi father and son, fulfill the marriage agreement, take the money when it expires, and slip away. Before going to bed, Shin Mumu solemnly said to Chi Mo, "In the future, if I come across a maltose candy stand, I'll get some for you. It would be a favor." Discover NW Chapter SNN0EL by .com. Understanding the preferences of her sugar daddy and taking care of his emotions would be beneficial to her status as a wealthy madam lasting a long time. Being good to him is also being good to herself. She really is a clever girl. Chi Mo took off his ring and placed it gently on the bedside table. Hearing her words, his actions slowed. "Thank you then." Actually, with his personality, his reply would be no need. But this time he didn't say that. Shin Mumu waved her hand grandly. "Hey, with our relationship, no need for thanks. He already gave her 500,000 pocket money every month. How could she be petty over a few bags of Maltose? But Chiemo misunderstood Shinmumu's meaning and fell silent for a few seconds without replying. When it came to guessing a woman's thoughts, he lacked experience. Although in the business world, he would also encounter many successful female entrepreneurs, communicating with those women, gender differences could actually be ignored. There was no obvious feeling that men and women were essentially the same, and he would not look down on or treat the other person differently because she was a woman, so her thoughts were not difficult to guess either. At this moment, Chiemo realized that a woman's heart really was hard to understand. What Shinmumu meant by our relationship. He thought about it for a while and finally came to a conclusion: a marital relationship. Because they were husband and wife, there was no need to say thank you. It seemed to make sense. He took note of it. Before going to sleep, Shinmumu mentally reviewed what happened today with her back to Chiemo. Getting along with Chi Xiaobai was still harmonious. At the current rate, he probably wouldn't become gloomy. As for Chiemo, there was not much contact or conversation. But every time they talked, Chiemo always gave her a feeling of respect and comfort. It seemed she didn't need to be too nervous. As long as she was honest and didn't do anything to damage the relationship between the Chi father and son, there was no need to worry about being kicked out. Having figured this out, Shinmumu decided to interact with them in a more relaxed and casual manner from now on. In the following period of time, Chiemo was still very busy and rarely came home. Shinmumu was busy with the flower shop matters and was not home most of the time either. One day, Shinmumu had just returned home and ran into Chiemo in the yard, who was about to go out. Finally getting a chance to see him, Shinmumu seized the opportunity to ask him several questions about what to pay attention to when signing supplier contracts. Driver Xiao Wang stood in front of the car and glanced at his watch after seeing the two talking. The afternoon meeting time was coming up. Chairman Qi was usually punctual. Could he be late this time? He looked over worriedly, hesitating whether he should remind them. Chiemo was chatting lightly with Shinmumu, his expression calm, showing no impatience at all. After sweeping Xiao Wang a glance, he said to him, "You go back to the car first." The subtext was, "No hurry to leave yet." Xiao Wang silently sat in the car and said to himself, "I've learned my lesson." Compared to work, Madam's position in Chairman Qi's heart is more important. Regarding the flower shop, Shinmumu had basically thought through everything that needed considering. The only thing that had yet to be determined was the name of the shop. She had thought of several names, but found them all ordinary and unremarkable, not to her liking. Fortunately, she had a life motto that often guided her when she was lost. The saying went, "Think thrice before you act." Think about whether you cannot solve this issue. Think about whether you can solve this tomorrow. Think about whether you can let someone else solve this. Abiding by the third tenet of her life motto, think thrice before you act, she asked Chiemo if he had any good ideas. Chiemo came up with two names. Shinmumu felt they were both too grand, bold and vigorous, not matching the vibe of a flower shop. Seeing Shinmumu dissatisfied with the names he suggested, Chiemo said, "Naming is indeed an important matter. Do you need me to find a professional team to help you come up with ideas?" Nowadays there were many companies that specialized in corporate naming services. Shinmumu smiled and declined his good intentions. No need, I'll think of something myself. Professional teams charge fees after all. She didn't want to spend money so wrongly. So she had no choice but to resort to the second tenet of think thrice before you act. Think about whether you can solve this tomorrow. So. The naming was dragged on for several more days. She was not in a hurry either, silently hoping a flash of inspiration would come to her. And she did get what she wished for. Inspiration struck on a certain night. She sat on the sofa with her feet curled up, watching TV shows while sipping bird's nest soup. On TV, an imperial concubine was primping in front of a mirror, her rosy lips parted lightly. A woman's beauty is for her own delight. His Majesty likes it most when I put on peach blossom makeup. Fruit green, bring my rouge over. Before the line was finished, Shingmumu scoffed. A woman should not dress up for her own delight, but should dress up to delight herself. Modern TV shows always spread undesirable values. Oh wait. Delight oneself? To please oneself, to enjoy life. What a nice implication. Delivering fresh flowers was already a very romantic thing. Using a daily bouquet to delight oneself, to make life pleasant. Shingmumu slapped her forehead. That's it, just call it UZ Flower House. Shingmumu had been vexed by the naming for a long time. Now that it was finally decided, she couldn't wait to share the joy with a loudspeaker. She looked around, and surprisingly not a soul was in the huge villa. When one was happy but had no one to cheer with, the excitement would be much dampened. What a coincidence. The door of the study on the second floor opened slowly, and Chiemo walked out. Chiemo was going to the kitchen for a glass of iced water. He had just come downstairs when Shingmumu sprang up from the sofa and ran to him. She hopped and skipped, stopping in front of him and grabbing his sleeve. Her face was beaming with smiles, her voice like a twittering bird, chirping excitedly. I've got it, I've got it. I finally got it. Not knowing what she was talking about, Chiemo raised his eyebrows questioningly, ? At this moment, Zhang the housekeeper, who had just finished taking stock of the wine cellar, walked out. Seeing Shingmumu enthusiastically holding Chimo's sleeve and shouting excitedly, his quick-reacting mind immediately jumped to conclusions. Having worked for the Qi family for many years, Zhang the housekeeper's forte was his ability to swiftly extract key information from the brief words of his employers. Suddenly his face lit up and he congratulated them loudly. Congratulations, sir, congratulations, madam. For the next 10 months I will pay extra attention to madam's diet and ensure her safe delivery. Shingmumu slowly turned her head. Her face still had the remnants of a smile mixed with puzzlement. Huh? Zhang housekeeper, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Chiemo also turned to look at Zhang housekeeper, helplessly pinching his nose bridge, not responding. Misunderstandings and mistakes tend to occur in succession, triggering a butterfly effect. Sure enough, before Zhang housekeeper had finished speaking, Qi Xiaobai, who had just returned home from his evening study session, came in from the front entrance after changing into slippers. Vis sit en velben, cm for eu ovals. He clearly heard every thunderous word from Zhang housekeeper. Understandably, hearing such news left him shocked. He stopped in his tracks. What Qi Xiaobai saw. Stepmother grinning foolishly, Zhang housekeeper congratulating with delight. And his dad standing there casually, seemingly in good spirits too. It was clear to him. What else did he not understand? Before Shingmumu could react, Zhang housekeeper, what are you talking about? As if she had misunderstood her meaning, Qi Xiaobai took her words to mean something else. The sensitive teenager, going through puberty, guessed that she was pretending to be confused, not wanting him to know about the news, worried that he would feel uncomfortable knowing a new family member was coming. Please, he was almost an adult at 17. Don't treat him like a little kid. Ever since he found out his dad was bringing home a new wife, he had prepared himself for possibly having younger siblings anytime. Qi Xiaobai leisurely walked past Chiemo and Shingmumu. He had taken a few steps out before turning back. Seemingly casually, he tilted his body towards the two, who in his eyes were celebrating, and said, No need to avoid celebrating in front of me, I don't mind. He had to make his stance clear, so that none of them would feel uncomfortable. After speaking, Qi Xiaobai continued towards his room. Then, as if recalling something, he looked back at Xing Mumu and said, "Congratulations." Having said that, he went into his room and closed the door. Xing Mumu. By now, even someone slow on the uptake should have understood. She looked at Qi Mo, twitching her mouth awkwardly. Actually what I wanted to say was, I've come up with a name for the flower shop, planning to call it UZ. As she spoke, she was still holding on to Qi Mo's shirt cuff, her mind bombarded with so much information in an instant that she forgot to let go. The posture seemed somewhat intimate. Zhang the housekeeper already felt embarrassed and quietly walked away. Xing Mumu blinked at Qi Mo and said, "Qi Xiaobai seems to have misunderstood something. Should I go explain to him that he seems to think I'm pregnant?" Qi Mo's gaze lowered slowly until it stopped at the wrinkled spot on the cuff where she had grabbed. His voice slowed, "No need to explain." "Xing Mumu, you sure?" Qi Mo looked up at her. "Yes, he's grown up now, no need to specifically explain everything to him." Xing Mumu nodded, "Okay. If he said don't explain, then don't explain. After all, she wasn't pregnant, never would be in her life. Qi Xiaobai would figure it out eventually." She happily went upstairs to call the designer. After Xing Mumu left, Qi Mo leisurely smoothed out his wrinkled shirt cuffs and strode towards the kitchen. He had an upright and tall figure. One hand leaned on the counter, the other held up a glass to his lips. His forearms were exposed, exuding a sense of strength. When he tilted his head back, his jawline was sharp and rugged. His whole body emanated a low-key yet solid mature masculinity. His Adam's apple bobbed up and down a few times as the icy water slid down his throat. Upstairs, Xing Mumu's delightful voice discussing ideas for the shop sign floated down, falling into his ears. It sounded like she was going over concepts for the storefront banner. Qi Mo's gaze wandered aimlessly around the living room. Previously, when it was just Qi Xiaobai and him living here, he had felt the place was a little too spacious, and had considered moving to another house. His vision grew hazy, not focusing on anything. Xing Mumu's pleasant voice continued to drift down. He took another sip of water, tilting his head back. It seemed there was no need for that anymore. Sirdun Restaurant VIP Luxury Package. "Mr. Qi, thank you for taking the time out of your busy schedule to come today," said Mr. Li carefully, keeping a close watch on Qi Mo's expression and weighing every word before speaking. Whether the company's performance in the second half of the year could stabilize and improve depended on whether Qi Mo would agree to hand over operations of the newly built resort restaurant to him. So he had to be extra attentive. Qi Mo gave a barely perceptible nod in response. Knowing Qi Mo was a man of few words, Mr. Li turned the lazy Susan and took the initiative to find a conversation topic. "Mr. Qi, please try this. It was made by the new Thai chef. It's very authentic and delicious." Qi Mo looked over. On the plate was a serving of green curry beef shank in Thai style. Thai cuisine. Qi Mo's eyes flickered slightly as a scene suddenly came to his mind. Last night before falling asleep, Xing Mumu seemed to be murmuring to herself, or chatting idly with him. "It looks like Zhang housekeeper really thinks I'm pregnant." Hilarious. These past 2 days the dishes he's been making for the kitchen have either been super sour or super spicy. As she spoke, he saw Xing Mumu lift her head slightly in regret. I suddenly feel like eating winter melon barley soup." Weird. Xing Mumu flipped over and opened a food delivery app. After a while, she sighed again in disappointment. The photos of these delivery restaurants don't look authentic at all. Never mind, forget it. La test novls on, n, vel by slash, dot, co. Chi didn't know what had come over him. With Mr. Lee still talking about his ideas for managing the resort restaurant across from him, he suddenly asked. You said the chef here is from Thailand? Mr. Lee's eyes lit up. Seeing the usually silent Chi take the initiative to ask a question, he felt like he had grasped his preferences and immediately gave an enthusiastic thumbs up, dramatically replying. Yes, Mr. Chi. This chef is top-notch even in Thailand. Chi nodded thoughtfully. 15 minutes later. Gauging that the business dinner was likely ending soon, driver Wang parked the car outside ahead of time and got out to stand beside it, waiting for Chi. Soon, several people walked out of the restaurant's revolving doors. As usual, Wang maintained his professional smile as he waited for Chi to get in the car. Suddenly, a look of puzzlement appeared on his face. He had been Chi Mo's personal driver for many years, accompanying him to countless business dinners. Yet he had never seen Chi Mo like today, walking out carrying a takeout bag. After Chi Mo bid the others farewell, Wang hurried up to him. Mr. Chi, let me take that for you. Without stopping, Chi Mo replied, No need, I'll carry it. As you wish, Mr. Chi. Though curious, Wang didn't say more. He quickened his pace to open the rear door for Chi Mo. After Chi Mo got in, he routinely asked. Mr. Chi, would you like to go back to Shiyu or the office? Chi Mo had a private bedroom in his office rest area that he often used for overnight stays when he had an early flight the next day or worked too late. Chi Mo's face was obscured in shadow as he quietly answered, Shiyu. Very well, Mr. Chi. Hearing his reply, Wang regretted asking the extra question. It seemed his ability to read the situation still wasn't as good as Zhang housekeeper's or executive assistant Dong's. Seeing Mr. Chi uncharacteristically taking home a to-go package, he really shouldn't have had to ask where to go. Of course it was home. Wang drove a little faster than usual on the road back. By the time the car pulled up to the villa entrance, the soup Chi Mo held was still hot. Inside the villa, Xing Mumu had just got off a phone call with the manager in charge of decorating her new store. Ending the call, she realized they had talked for over an hour. Xing Mumu rubbed her stomach, famished. Just as she was wondering what to eat, she saw Chi Mo come in from the foyer, having changed into casual clothes. With his suit jacket draped over one arm, he extended the other forward and naturally said, I brought you something to eat. Xing Mumu was caught off guard. She reflexively reached out to take the bag. You brought me food? The bag emitted a tantalizing sour and spicy aroma that wafted into her nose and straight to her taste buds. It smelled amazing. Loosening his tie, Chi Mo headed inside and casually remarked. It should still be hot. The corners of Xing Mumu's eyes curled up. What is it? Chi Mo, the Thai chef at this restaurant, makes excellent winter melon barley soup. I got you a serving and 2 boxes of coconut jelly dessert. When Xing Mumu heard this, her face lit up in delight. Yay! I've been craving that lately. She had always been good at playing along and reacting positively when shown kindness. Back when she was working, whenever her work WeChat group got a red envelope, she was always the first to send the thank you, boss, emoji. She reflexively started to blurt out, thank you, darl. Catching Zhang housekeeper entering the room in her peripheral vision, she abruptly stopped herself. Saying thank you, boss to Chi Mo in front of Zhang housekeeper would make their husband and wife relationship seem distant. She swiftly switched gears and lilted, Ling. Thank you, darling. Chi Mo's brow flickered slightly. His movements still briefly as he untied his tie, and his deep eyes narrowed while slowly turning to look at her. After silently gazing at her for a few seconds, the corners of his lips faintly quirked up. He tugged off his tie with extra force and headed to the walk-in closet while undoing the first button of his shirt. Xingmu didn't dwell too much on the slightly stilted exchange just now. After all, at the wine reception that day, she had sweetly called Stepmother darling in front of many people already. Calling him that now didn't feel awkward, at least. What she cared about more at the moment was the tantalizing winter melon barley soup in her hands. She was just too hungry. Chi-mo came out of the walk-in closet in workout clothes and entered the first-floor gym. Lately, Xingmu had observed and summarized some of Chi-mo's lifestyle habits. For example, no matter how busy he was with work, he always set aside 2 days a week to work out. Sitting in the living room, Xingmu took out the winter melon barley soup from the bag. Unintentionally glancing up, through the frosted glass windows of the gym, she saw Chi-mo stepping onto the treadmill. A sudden sense of guilt welled up inside her. He already had such a good physique, broad shoulders, narrow waist, chiseled abs, handsomely sculpted. Yet he still worked out so diligently. Was he trying to discourage ordinary people? Xingmu pressed her lips together and shot a glare at Chi-mo. She silently went to the kitchen to take out 2 bowls and divided the winter melon barley soup into 2 portions. Glancing at the time, she thought to herself, it should be soon, the rebellious brat will be home any minute. Well, if old Chi is so against work-life balance, she would have to pull his son little Chi into her schemes against his unreasonable standards. She wouldn't be the only one gaining weight. It was early July, and school was out for summer vacation. With no school to go to every day, Qi Xiaobai's life now consisted of 2 things. Either going out to play basketball with Wei Xiaonan and the guys, not coming home until after dinner. Or staying home all day building large Lego sets, going at it for the entire day. He alternated between these 2 activities. Yesterday, Xingmu saw Zhang housekeeper taking a completed giant race car Lego set into the collection room. She guessed today Qi Xiaobai was probably out playing basketball. Sure enough, not long after, she heard the faintly dragging footsteps of a teenager coming from the foyer. Qi Xiaobai lazily shuffled in. Right after turning the corner into the living room, a clear, cheerful voice called out to him. "Little Qi, come over." Qi Xiaobai's scalp tingled. Seeing Xingmu smiling brightly and beckoning to him, his eyebrows knitted together in puzzlement. Uncomfortably craning his neck back, he felt Xingmu was being overly enthusiastic today. "I already ate, I don't need anything else." But Xingmu was not to be so easily deterred. She continued to entice him. "Your dad specially brought back takeout of hot and sour winter melon barley soup for us." Qi Xiaobai halted in his tracks. Huh? Did he hear that right? His dad brought takeout for them? The 3 key points didn't make sense individually or combined. His reticent dad would bring him takeout food? Qi Xiaobai's emotions were not apparent on his face. He still had an indifferent and annoyed look. He lazily glanced over and said, "Oh, you eat first. I just finished playing basketball, so I'll go take a shower before eating." Xingmu said, "Don't shower, I don't mind your sweaty smell. Come quickly, it won't taste good when it's cold." Qi Xiaobai's footsteps that had just stepped out paused, and he slowly turned back around and went to sit down. Xingmu had a satisfied expression on her face at getting her way. She pushed the bowl of soup towards Qi Xiaobai and said, "Thank you." Qi Xiaobai took the bowl and chopsticks, preparing to start eating, when he suddenly thought of something and sharply turned his head. "You can't eat this." Xingmu looked up in surprise, having just taken a sip of the soup, and didn't know whether to swallow it or not. See check out LTSTVL on novl/bin.cm. Her eyes seemed to say. Qi Xiaobai had a serious expression. There's lemongrass in the dongyin soup. Pregnant women can't eat that. His brows were deeply furrowed, as if resentful. You're already pregnant, how can you not pay attention to these things? My dad too, how could he bring this for you? Xing Mumu. She was amused by Qi Xiaobai's domineering aura at the mere age of 17. After swallowing that mouthful of soup, she said, how do you know about this stuff at such a young age? Qi Xiaobai clicked his tongue. Didn't I say you can't eat it? Xing Mumu laughed. I'm not pregnant, you misunderstood, young man. Qi Xiaobai, ? Xing Mumu, that day, manager Zhang misheard. You were also mistaken. Qi Xiaobai, he misheard? But he clearly remembered his dad had a delighted expression that day. Xing Mumu fearlessly drank another big gulp of the soup and said, Your dad and I don't plan on having a child yet. If we do, we'll let you know in advance. She didn't mean to impress her stepson. Since they were on the topic, might as well mention it. Qi Xiaobai was silent for a few seconds before slowly saying, Actually, you don't need to tell me. You two are you two, and I am me. The words sounded cold, but his tone was not forceful. Xing Mumu could even hear a hint of stubborn compromise unique to teenagers. She smiled and said, Hurry up and eat, it'll really get cold. Okay. Qi Xiaobai nodded and picked up his spoon. After eating most of it, Xing Mumu leaned back against the sofa, looking at Qi Xiaobai. The more she looked, the more displeased she became. After thinking for a while, she decided she still had to say it. Qi Xiaobai, can you change your hairstyle? It's so ugly. Qi Xiaobai's hand holding the spoon froze. When he turned his head back, his face clearly showed surprise. Ugly? From young till now, people who saw him would praise his good looks. This was the first time he had heard the word ugly used to describe him. Xing Mumu leaned back a little more, frowning as she sized him up. She started to seriously critique. Your bone structure is pretty good, why don't you cut your hair shorter for a more energetic and refreshing look? Xing Mumu had wanted to say this for a long time but held back. Today she finally couldn't stand it anymore. Qi Xiaobai liked to tie his bangs up with a hairband. The style was very Japanese, but not suitable for all occasions. As soon as he took off the headband and wore his school uniform, his bangs would flutter in the wind, making him look especially melancholy. The novel mentioned he had a gloomy temperament. She wondered if it was related to his hairstyle. Xing Mumu, the melancholy look is not in fashion nowadays. Having long bangs is very uncool. Qi Xiaobai raised his eyes to look at his bangs, which did obstruct his vision somewhat. The stylist did it randomly. A family hairstylist came once every 2 weeks. Every time, his attitude was do whatever you want. Xing Mumu shook her head and sighed, looks like this Tony has very old-fashioned taste and lacks skill. Qi Xiaobai's eyes widened slightly. How did you know his name is Tony? Xing Mumu. Ha. It really is Tony? Xing Mumu, half complaining, half explaining, said, Young master who doesn't pay attention to worldly affairs, just search for hairstylist appointments on any group buying app, and Tony's can take up half. Ha ha ha. Qi Xiaobai laughed. Xing Mumu also laughed because of this unexpected coincidence. In the gym, on the treadmill, Qi Yimo was attracted by the noise outside to look over. Through the glass door, he saw Xing Mumu laughing brightly. She had bright and charming eyes. When she smiled, she had 2 little dimples. Her voice was melodious and pleasant to hear. His gaze unconsciously lingered a while longer. Leaning his elbows on the treadmill, he stared outside in a daze, his eyes gradually narrowing. A corner of his soft heart seemed to be pulled by some unknown emotion. After working out, Chi-mo went upstairs to shower. As he turned on the shower head and water sprayed down, he reached out to press the shower gel as usual. But his hand swiped at empty space. He pressed twice but nothing came out. He wiped the water from his face with one hand and turned to look. A bottle of tea brown shower gel sat there untouched. His long, slender fingers still had water droplets. He turned the shower gel bottle over to the other side. The label said, "Not for sale." His eyes shifted slightly, and he suddenly smiled. He subconsciously glanced at the bathtub area outside the shower stall. A matching set of tea brown bath products sat on a ceramic plate next to the bathtub. Chi-mo understood in his heart. Indeed, his bottle was a free gift from the shower gel she used. With their contractual marriage, if she specifically wanted to buy something for him, it would be very strange. But just imagining her naturally placing the free gift in the shower stall made his heart stir inexplicably. Ever since she appeared, the details of his life were imprinted with traces of her. Around the square bathtub, the row of ceramic tiles were filled with aromatic candles in various shapes, neatly stored in trays to create a sense of ritual. Before every bath, she would choose which scented candle to light today based on the weather, her mood, or even her lucky color that day. The same sense of ritual was applied to choosing bath oils. She seemed to greatly enjoy bath time. Chi-mo discovered he could always smell different fragrances on her. He had to admit, her taste was exquisite. Every fragrance was very pleasant. Originally, he disliked personal items that had a strong scent. But now, always falling asleep next to the faint aroma, he didn't dislike it as much. As the variety of bath products and fragrances on the bathtub side increased, the shower stall would occasionally also have one or two bottles he hadn't seen before. Without exception, they were all free gifts. His long lashes lowered, and droplets of water rolled down them, obscuring the light in his eyes. But the smile at the corner of his lips exposed his emotions. He didn't mind that he was the one using the free gifts. With their relationship as a contract marriage, if she specifically wanted to buy something for him, it would be very strange. But just imagining her naturally placing the free gift in the shower stall made his heart inexplicably stirred. Ever since she appeared, the details of his life were imprinted with traces of her. After the name of the flower shop was determined, many things became more convenient. For example, the design of the flower bouquet wrapping paper and the addition of the shop logo to the small decorations in the store. In less than a month, the project had progressed to 70%. The renovation team that Dong's assistant helped contact was very reliable. According to Shinmumu's requirements, they designed the outer glass greenhouse of the store into a rare streamlined design with many curved elements. From the outside, it had a strong artistic atmosphere. When the sunlight shone on it, it reflected a small pool of vibrant light and shadows on the ground, which looked particularly beautiful. After seeing that the store renovation and suppliers were settled, Shinmumu started recruiting the first batch of customers. Auntie Song, who lived next door, was her undisputed choice. Auntie Song had just finished breakfast when she received a message from Shinmumu. "Listen, Ran, I'm coming over to see you this afternoon." Seeing her name on the screen, Auntie Song was slightly moved. Since marrying her current husband, very few people still called her by her original name. The last time she told Shinmumu her name, the other party exclaimed, Su Tingran, doesn't it sound so nice? Such a beautiful name. If it were me, I would hate for people not to call me by name every day. I've decided from now on I'll call you Tingran, not Auntie Song." Of course she agreed. Su Tingran was 3 years older than Shinmumu. After graduating, she married her current husband. Her husband did foreign trade business and was rarely in the country. Since moving to Shiyu Court, she had been managing everything big and small in the home alone. Perhaps it was her lively and outgoing personality, or perhaps it was because she pitied her for always being home alone. The villa area's madams always invited her along when going shopping or playing mahjong. But she knew that even the few madams who chatted in the WeChat group every day probably didn't remember what her original name was. Calling her by her husband's surname had become almost habitual. Until Shin Moo appeared. She was the first to remember her name and offered to call her by her given name. Su Tingran vaguely felt that Shin Moo was very different from the other madams in the villa area. She was never keen on gossiping about other people's families, nor was she thinking about how to be a little thinner and more beautiful every day to attract her husband's full attention. She lived like a little sun, shining bright by herself continuously. In the afternoon, when Shin Moo told her about opening a flower shop, Su Tingran's thoughts were further confirmed. "You mean that colorful glass greenhouse is yours?" Shin Moo nodded proudly. "It's called Yuji Flower Shop. It mainly provides flower delivery services." Su Tingran didn't stint on praise. "I've passed by there many times, and have always been particularly curious about it, attracted by the exterior and couldn't help but take several more glances. Flower delivery is great. I want to support your shop's business. How can I buy it, by season or by year?" "Auntie Chi, I really didn't expect you to have a flair for business." Shin Moo was a little embarrassed by the praise, and giggled. No. Speaking, she took out the prepared mobile phone promotional page and handed it to Su Tingran to see. According to the different types and color schemes of the flowers, Shin Moo set up the flower delivery service into 4 themes. Luxury, national style, hidden charm, vibrant. The prices were $388, $588, $788 and $988 per bouquet respectively. It was a bit expensive, but one look at the packaging and you could tell a lot of thought had been put into it. The color scheme was elegant and artistic, the materials were superior, and just the ribbon selection alone, she had visited several handmade silk shops before achieving results she was very satisfied with. Ding! A payment notification popped up above the phone. 360,620 yuan has been received in your bank account ending in. Without a second thought, Su Tingran directly chose the most expensive vibrant theme package and very generously bought an annual package. Shin Moo was extremely excited inside but forced herself to remain calm on the surface, unable to stop the corners of her mouth from rising. "Tingran, you are too kind." Su Tingran, "No kindness at all. My family originally orders flowers every day anyway. Your shop's flowers are so beautiful, who else would I order from if not you? I was afraid if I didn't pre-order early, after the other madams found out there was such a flower shop at their doorstep, they'd buy everything out if they wanted to." Shin Moo smiled even more brilliantly. "Don't worry, I'll definitely keep some for you." Hearing Su Tingran's words, Shin Moo had already imagined the scene of incoming payment notifications sounding continuously. Before Shin Moo could continue daydreaming, Su Tingran's tone suddenly changed. "By the way, what does Chi think about you opening a flower shop? Does he have any objections?" Almost all the madams in the villa area were unemployed. The few who did work were in idle positions at their husbands' companies, mostly to keep an eye on their husbands and prevent them from finding other women outside. It seemed like an unwritten rule if it was known that a madam was starting a business or working outside, it would inevitably raise speculation whether she was preparing for a divorce settlement. Shin Moo returned to her senses, stunned for a moment. Him? No objections. Su Tingran's expression was a little tense, wondering if she had touched on a topic she shouldn't have, and was just about to comfort her a few words and not mention it again, when she heard Shin Moo say, "He gave me a lot of very practical suggestions. If not for him, the store wouldn't have opened so smoothly." Su Tingran. Her mouth was slightly open. It was a long time before she murmured incredulously. Chief Chi is really great. He actually had no objections to his wife going out to start a business and even provided help. It really surprised her. When she first moved into the villa area, she had also suggested to her husband that she wanted to find a leisurely place to work part-time to pass the time. But her husband sternly rejected it. "No. You married me but still want to go out and work, what will people say? The prestigious Madame Song working a job? No, you stay home obediently, keep the house in order, spend my money however you want." At the time, Su Tingran thought her husband's words were quite sweet, as if he was trying to protect her image. But now when she thought back, there was an indescribable discomfort, all kinds of unpleasant feelings. Just as she was thinking, she saw Shin Mumu nod seriously and answer her words. "Yeah, he's still not bad, apart from being busy with work, no complaints." Su Tingran. The word complaints was so amusing, Su Tingran couldn't help laughing out loud. "Does Chief Chi know you're praising him like this outside?" Shin Mumu lazily shrugged her shoulders and shamelessly said, "How could he know? He'd be too arrogant." After she finished speaking, Su Tingran laughed even more, almost laughing until tears came out. In fact, Shin Mumu's words were somewhat exaggerated. After all, they were in a contractual marriage, they had to put on an intimate and affectionate appearance in front of others. But she didn't know that such expressions of affection, to a traditional elite madam like Su Tingran, seemed very novel and surprising. During the day, one shouldn't speak ill of others behind their backs. At that time, in a commercial building in Beijing, 2 clear sneezes could be heard from the top floor. Achoo! Achoo! Hearing the sounds coming from the CEO's office, Dong's assistant knocked twice on the door before pushing it open. Check out LTSTVL on novl/bin.cm. "Chief Chi, do you need me to contact your family doctor?" The man with a cold and imposing demeanor sitting at the desk glanced up and calmly said, "No need." After he finished speaking, his phone on the desk lit up. He received a message from Shin Mumu. "Shin Mumu, first order secured, 10% of the repayment progress done, cool right?" The light in the eyes of the man with chiseled features softened as he looked at the screen, inadvertently curving his lips. His well-proportioned fingers lightly tapped the screen to reply, "Mm." After thinking for a moment, he deleted the message. He retyped and sent. "Cool." Su Tingran quickly told the other wives in the WeChat group that Shin Mumu's flower shop Yueji was about to open. The group reacted enthusiastically. "Mrs. Zhao, I will definitely support Mr. Chi's wife's flower shop. I'm subscribing to the 1-year Chinese-style package. Mrs. Qian, my husband old Qian likes having flowers that smell good at home. I'll get the 6-month hidden beauty package. Mrs. Sun, I read Yueji's promotional webpage carefully. Are there derivative products for sale too? Mrs. Li, to show my support, I want to buy some vases first." Shin Mumu tapped the screen rapidly with her fingers and excitedly responded. "Thank you all for your support. In addition to delivering flowers to your door, Yueji will also gradually expand into fragrances, home textiles, home decor, tableware and more. There are also plans to open floristry salons and baking interest classes offline. Stay tuned!" Where there was overt praise, there would naturally also be subtle critiques. "Mrs. Zhou, Mrs. Chi is so lucky. I thought she had married a husband, but turns out she gained a capable subordinate who even helps earn money, laughing, eating melon. I don't mean anything by this, just want to compliment Mrs. Chi on being so capable. Mr. Wu's baby, Mrs. Chi is the first villa area resident to open a shop. That takes courage. Mr. Zhang's precious wife, Mrs. Chi, aren't you afraid of getting dirty from all that soil? Wang Qinwei, I also really want to open a flower shop, but my husband won't let me. He says women should stay home looking pretty, not show their faces in public so much. Xing Mumu. Seeing the increasingly unpleasant conversation, her expression froze. Gramps looking at phone on subway.jpg. She really wanted to give Madams Zhou, Wu, Xing and Wang a model of modern womanhood banner each. And gift each of them a loquat plum. What do you mean? What do you mean? Just as Xing Mumu was wondering what would be appropriate to say, her phone rang. Su Tingran called out of concern that Xing Mumu would be upset by Madams Zhou, Wu, Xing and Wang's words. She also gave Xing Mumu some background on these four women. You're new to the group and don't know this yet, but their favorite thing is to show off their husbands. Just ignore them. Especially Mrs. Wang Qinwei. Her birth name is Qinwei. After marrying her husband, she was afraid others wouldn't know who her husband was, so she changed her surname to match his. Xing Mumu clicked her tongue. What era is this that people are still changing their surnames after marriage? Su Tingran said, that's not even the worst of it. No matter what the group chat is about, she finds a way to steer the conversation back to her husband. You'll see what I mean later. Xing Mumu didn't even have to wait until later. Right after she hung up, she saw Wang Qinwei had already sent a slew of solo messages in the wife group. Wang Qinwei, I really should support Mrs. Qi's flower shop business. After all, she's working hard starting this business herself, it's not easy. But unfortunately I'm allergic to pollen, so when my husband and I go out to eat, he has the restaurant remove all the fresh flowers beforehand. Wang Qinwei, oh right, speaking of flowers, it reminds me of the diamond necklace my husband gave me last week. Let me show you. Wang Qinwei, picture. Wang Qinwei, picture. Wang Qinwei, my husband knows I like flowers but can't tolerate the scent, so he had this flower-shaped necklace custom made for me. It cost 20 million yuan. Wang Qinwei, I'm so skinny, usually find it too heavy when worn. You guys know how clumsy I am, even walking on flat ground I manage to trip. I have to hold my husband's hand going downstairs, and when going out, or I'd be worried that if I tripped while wearing this huge diamond it would stab my neck. Wang Qinwei, I'm letting you all see how silly I am. My husband is always saying I'm his little silly girl. Xing Mumu. She could sum up her current mood in 4 words, speechless with amazement. She had seen exaggerated and pretentious people on TV dramas before. But she had never seen someone as ridiculous as Wang Qinwei. She scrolled through the screen. The floral necklace Wang Qinwei had sent seemed vaguely familiar, though she couldn't remember where she'd seen it before. She had not originally planned on saying anything more in the group chat, but after seeing several more messages from Wang Qinwei boasting about how accident-prone yet doted on by her husband she was, Xing Mumu couldn't resist. She shared a post from a medical institution's public WeChat account to the group, very considerately. The title was, Frequently Tripping When Walking May Indicate Cerebellar Atrophy, Doctor's Professional Tips on 5 Things to Watch For. And she helpfully advised, Mrs. Wang, you really should be careful. Although we're all young, it's best to prevent this disease before it happens, don't conceal illness or avoid seeing a doctor. What does she mean by this? Wang Qinwei's face instantly collapsed when she saw the message. The next second, she angrily threw her phone out. It landed on the carpet with a muffled thud. She yelled loudly. What is this Mrs. Qi trying to imply? Hinting that I'm sick? Xing Mumu exited WeChat. She decided to think happy thoughts instead, so as not to be infected by princess syndrome. New tirais at n/vel/b/i/n.co. She opened her bank account balance page. Seeing the number there instantly improved her mood tremendously. She was one big step closer to paying off her debt. Thinking of this, she screenshot the balance and sent it to Sugar Daddy Chi to proudly report her progress. It also signaled that her repayment pace was picking up. Chi Mo received the WeChat message while on the way to the airport. The vacation resort was complete. He was going to Shin City for an inspection trip over the next few days. Seeing the screenshot Shin Mumu sent, Chi Mo's finger hovered over the screen. He pondered briefly before deciding to express his congratulations in the most straightforward way possible. By sending a red envelope. He put his phone back into his pocket and inadvertently glanced out the window. In the distance, a woman with short hair was looking down at her watch, then anxiously looked up, seeming to be waiting for a car. The moment the short-haired woman turned her head, Chi Mo recognized her. He instructed his driver. "Little Wang, stop ahead." The black Bentley pulled up in front of the short-haired woman. The window slowly rolled down. She saw the refined, handsome features and poised bearing of the man inside, looking slightly surprised. "Mr. Chi, what a coincidence." Dr. Jiang worked in Canton City for a long period as private caregiver for Chi Mo's grandmother. She was diligent and attentive in her work, maintaining good relations with both elder Madam Chi and Mr. Chi. Earlier this year, she finally obtained a private practice license. She resigned from being elder Madam Chi's caregiver to come to the capital city and start her own venture. Dr. Jiang gave a wry smile. "Yes, I didn't expect it would be so hard to hail a cab at this time." Chi Mo asked her destination, and found it was along the way. He offered her a ride. Dr. Jiang glanced at the time and smiled apologetically before pulling the car door open. "Thank you for the trouble, Mr. Chi." Chi Mo said, "It's no trouble." The car had been going for a while. Chi Mo's phone in his pocket started vibrating. Shin Mumu had been working on the shop's membership forms. After finishing up, she finally saw the red envelope Chi Mo sent. The amount made her so excited she sent him 3 emoji packs in one breath. "Thank you, boss. GIF. Boss is so generous. Bowing to serve tea. The one who sent this red envelope is so handsome. JPG. Seeing the messages on his phone, Chi Mo's eyes involuntarily lit up with a smile. "Mrs. Chi?" Dr. Jiang looked at Chi Mo curiously and couldn't help asking gossipily. In her impression, Mr. Chi's expression was always indifferent. Thinking of the news she saw online recently, she reasonably guessed that the information that could make Mr. Chi's eyes gleam with smiles must have come from that Mrs. Chi whom she had only heard of but not met. Chi Mo's mouth curled up slightly and he nodded. Dr. Jiang said, "Granny must be very happy to see you and your wife get along so well." Chi Mo smiled gently without answering. Granny Chi was kind and easygoing. She treated Dr. Jiang as a junior and would occasionally call her to chat even after she resigned from work. The elderly always centered their lives around their descendants. She had mentioned her grandson Chi Mo's marriage to Dr. Jiang more than once, worried that Chi Mo and Shin Mumu's relationship might not be as sweet as other newlyweds because it was arranged by their elders. Now that she saw Mr. Chi's expression with her own eyes, Dr. Jiang was genuinely happy for the old lady. When they arrived, Dr. Jiang got off the car, bent down and said to the people in the car, "Mr. Chi, I'll keep what you told me in mind. When Granny comes to the city, I'll arrange a full physical examination for her." Chi Mo nodded, "Thanks for the trouble." Dr. Jiang smiled, "It's me who should thank you for giving me a ride." "You're welcome. It's on my way anyway." After thanking Chi Mo, Dr. Jiang walked into the residential area. Standing at the entrance of the residential area, she didn't go in directly. Instead, she stood still and looked up for a while. She had been working hard in Guangzhou for over 10 years since her graduation. Now she had finally realized her dream of buying a nice house in the city and owning her own clinic. A bright future was waving to her. Dr. Jiang took a deep breath and walked in full of confidence. She didn't know that not far away, at the door of a boutique store, two women had been gazing at her and gossiping about her. I'm not seeing it wrong, am I? That man in the car just now looks like Chi, doesn't he? You're not mistaken. I've bumped into his car coming in and out of the community several times. It's definitely his car. My God! That woman getting off his car didn't look like Mrs. Chi. Could she be? The woman looked meaningfully at the other. The other immediately understood. TSK, she must be a mistress. The houses here aren't cheap. No mistress could afford such a nice house. Yeah, that makes sense. Men with money are all like this. Their families are intact, but they have colorful flags fluttering outside. Poor Mrs. Chi. They just got married. I thought they would have a wonderful relationship. The woman sneered a few times. I can't wait to share this with Mrs. Wang. She loves gossip. Haha, if you tell Mrs. Wang, won't everyone know? After speaking, the two women giggled, covering their mouths, exchanging a look as if waiting to watch the show. Wang Qinwei was still irritated by Xingmumu. Suddenly hearing this explosive news, she was so shocked that her mouth gaped open. She kept asking, for real? What? Mr. Chi, our Mr. Chi in the villa area? Are you sure it's our Mr. Chi in the community? The person on the phone affirmed, I saw it with my own eyes. You say, is it true or not? Upon hearing this, Wang Qinwei suddenly laughed, as if relieved. So that's why Mrs. Chi was subtly taunting me in the group chat just now. Turns out her husband is keeping a mistress outside, and she feels imbalanced seeing my husband and I get along so well. The person on the phone, eager to watch the show, continued fueling the fire. That's right. After hanging up the phone, Wang Qinwei privately chatted with several wives she was close with and shared the explosive gossip she had just gotten. Rumors often spread faster than one could imagine. In less than half a day, nearly half of the wives in the group knew about it. And the other half all got to know when Wang Qinwei posted a wrong message in the group, whether intentionally or not. Wang Qinwei, I'm sure I didn't see it wrong. A pretty short-haired woman got off Mr. Chi's car and went back to their love nest. At this moment, Xingmumu was checking the group chat records and the list of people who had purchased flower shop memberships, carefully avoiding mistakes. Seeing the sudden message, she first had an expression of eating melon. When she looked closely and realized Mr. Chi referred to Chiamo, her face darkened and her brows deeply furrowed. Oh my, the melon hit her own family? Ever since she transmigrated here, she had been very clear that she and Chiamo were contractual spouses. If Chiamo had other women outside, whether it was a fleeting affair or for that kind of need, it would be very normal. Men, what's more, rich mature men. It was none of her business and she had no right to intervene. But when the rumor was thrown at her face, she was at a loss for a moment. She urgently asked, when a wife finds her husband keeping a mistress outside, how should she react most normally? Please advise ASAP. To act well as a contractual spouse and earn the monthly 500,000 yuan salary, she had to face problems she shouldn't have at such a young age. Soon in the wives group chat, Wang Qinwei's message received several replies. Mrs. Zhou, what? Mr. Chi, can't be our Mr. Chi in the villa area, right? Shocked. My baby of Mr. Wu's family, I don't know if I should say this, but there's only one family with the surname Chi in our community. Mr. Zhang's precious wife at Wang Qinwei, did you post to the wrong chat? You can't say things carelessly like that. Wang Qinwei counted the time after sending the message. At 1 minute 50 seconds, she quickly recalled it. Then she pretended to slip her hand and said, "Oops, my hand slipped. I accidentally posted it to the group. Just ignore it, everyone." Those who didn't get to eat the hot melon asked, "What is it? What happened?" Wang Qinwei acted very awkward and said, "Not convenient to talk about it in the group." Having watched the whole show, Xingmumu exclaimed inwardly, "Goodness. Now the whole world knew Chiemo had a woman outside. She couldn't help covering up for him even if she wanted to." Soon, several wives privately messaged Xingmumu. T/his chapter is up.d by nvel bin.co/m. Mrs. Chi, are you okay? Mrs. Chi, don't be sad. This is too common. To be honest, I suspect mine also keeps a mistress outside. Mrs. Chi, do you need me to go beat up the mistress? Xingmumu took a deep breath, feeling blue and laughing. On the other hand, Wang Qinwei felt happy for letting off steam and felt like she had done something big, fully fulfilled. That night when her husband came home, she walked over swaying her waist. "Baby, our wives' group chat was so lively today." Mr. Wang responded casually while changing shoes. "Oh. What happened, sweetie?" Wang Qinwei giggled, covering her mouth, and said, "Mr. Chi, our Mr. Chi in the community, his affair got exposed and it spread all over the group chat." Mr. Wang paused and spoke solemnly. "Don't go along with those people making a fuss in the group. His company had business dealings with Chi Mo's company. Offending Chi Mo over women's gossips could cause trouble." Seeing her husband's stern tone, Wang Qinwei pouted charmingly. "What do you mean making a fuss? It was me who told them." Hearing this, Mr. Wang rushed over before even changing his shoes properly and grabbed her wrist. "What? You talked about the Chi family's private affairs in the group? You're so bored. Ouch, you're hurting me." Wang Qinwei looked at her husband aggrievedly and complained, "What's wrong?" "Mrs. Chi said in the group this afternoon that I walk stumbling because I have cerebral atrophy. Why can't I fight back a little? You're not standing up for me but scolding me instead." After speaking, Wang Qinwei punched her husband's chest with small fists. Unexpectedly, her husband was not as caring and gentle as usual. He scolded seriously. "Foolishness. Qinwei, it seems I've spoiled you too much." Wang Qinwei's nose soured. She felt her husband didn't understand her at all, but didn't dare to really get angry either. She could only start sobbing. Usually as long as she cried, her husband would definitely come to coax her. But this time, her husband completely ignored her. He walked quickly into the study and slammed the door. At this moment, Mr. Wang had something more important than coaxing his wife, calling Chi Mo to apologize. It took him a long time before he got through to Chi Mo's phone. "Mr. Chi, I'm so sorry to bother you this late. My wife doing something like that, I sincerely apologize." On the phone, Chi Mo didn't understand what he meant. Mr. Wang spoke respectfully. "My wife is as stupid as a pig, talking nonsense in the group chat, causing trouble for you and your wife." Hearing this, a cold gleam flashed across Chi Mo's deep eyes, and his jaw slowly tensed. His voice was low. "What trouble?" In the past few days, Xingmumu felt that she was about to lose control of her facial expressions. She would be overjoyed one second because the flower shop business was booming. The next second, when someone passed by and saw her, she had to have a touch of sadness between her brows again, not daring to be too unbridled in her happiness. Alas! How could a wife who just found out her husband was cheating smile so radiantly? As long as she stayed in the position of Chi Mo's wife for one more day, she had to react the way a wife should. Exhausting. So exhausting. Fortunately, she knew well that the life cycle of each piece of gossip was not long. When new gossip appeared, no one would remember Chi Mo's affair anymore. As long as she didn't overreact, peacefully riding out this period, everything could get better. However, things did not develop in the direction she had envisioned. The more indifferent she appeared, the more others cared, eager to pry more insider news from her mouth. People kept asking her out for afternoon tea and mahjong a few times a week. She declined several times with the excuse that the shop just opened and is too busy. Until she felt bad about declining again, she reluctantly accepted Mrs. Sun's mahjong invitation. After all, quite a few ladies in the wives group had helped the Ueji flower shop, so if she took their money and then didn't show up, it would look like she had taken the money and run. That day, she reluctantly went out to fulfill the mahjong appointment. At the same time, Wang Qinwei also walked out of her home. Ever since being lectured by her husband last time, Wang Qinwei became more and more angry the more she thought about it. Her husband, who usually indulged her every wish with gentle words, had never been so fierce to her. She blamed it on Xing Mumu. She rolled her eyes towards the sky, and they almost popped out. Humph, the fact that Chi Mo kept a mistress was already true. Why couldn't she say it? Just because Chi Mo's business was big? Wang Qinwei was unwilling. Today, she specially got Mrs. Qian to give up her mahjong spot for herself. She looked forward to ridiculing Xing Mumu well at the mahjong table. This was Xing Mumu's first time playing mahjong with the villa area ladies. When she arrived at Mrs. Sun's house, Mrs. Zhou and Mrs. Sun were already sitting at the table. She looked left and right with a light smile and asked, "I thought I was the last one to arrive, but Mrs. Qian is not here yet?" Mrs. Zhou replied, "Mrs. Qian has something at home and can't make it. Mrs. Wang is taking her place." Xing Mumu. What a small world indeed. Thinking of Wang Qinwei's endless talk about her husband, she had a premonition that today's mahjong game would be very noisy. Since she was already here, she naturally could not sneak away temporarily. She sat down at the mahjong table with a natural expression. Mrs. Sun asked, "Mrs. Qi, have you played mahjong before?" Xing Mumu answered truthfully, "Very little, my skills are poor." In her previous life, working 996 overtime every day, she rarely had leisure time. Occasionally she would play mahjong with the wives of cooperating company leaders, but those were all business mahjong, aimed at losing money. Over time, the words playing mahjong were equated with giving away money in her dictionary. Today she came prepared to lose money. She thought it through very clearly. Everyone cared so much about the flower shop business, appropriately giving back some as marketing expenses made sense. Mrs. Sun waved her hand kindly and reminded her. "Then you have to be careful, Mrs. Zhou and Mrs. Wang are fierce players. Last time playing with them, I lost 50,000 in 3 rounds. Xing Mumu paused. Losing 50,000 in 3 rounds? Playing stakes that high? When she left home, she brought 10,000 cash, which she thought was more than enough at the time. Now after hearing this, she began to doubt whether she could last an hour. She slowly took out her phone, intending to secretly send Zhang the butler a message to surreptitiously bring her some money. Before she could send the message, a shrill voice came from behind. "Oh my, I'm late, ladies. My husband desperately didn't want me to go, insisting that I stay home and accompany him. I barely managed to get out after much difficulty. I'm so sorry for being late, it's all because of my husband." Without turning back, everyone could tell from the words "my husband" that it was Mrs. Wang who had arrived. Wang Qinwei appeared in front of everyone with a smiling face, pulled out a chair, and sat down beaming. Without waiting for Xingmumu to finish sending her message, Wang Qinwei had already started shuffling the tiles, urging, read latest OVLS at nv/e/l/buy. Calm. Let's start quickly. Xingmumu lowered her head and quickly edited the message while the automatic mahjong table was still shuffling. Just as she was about to hit send, her phone screen darkened. The battery was low and it automatically shut down. Xingmumu. Beijing Airport. A tall, upright man walked out of the VIP passage. With exquisite proportions, chiseled, aloof features, his coat swaying slightly as he walked, every frame was like a picture from a fashion magazine. The temperature in Beijing was much higher than in Shan City. As Chiemo walked, he took off his coat and handed it to the driver Xiao Wang, who had come to pick him up, casually asking, "Where's my wife?" Xiao Wang was baffled. How would he know? But as a capable subordinate, he could not say "I don't know." He had to either provide an answer or suggest a solution. "I'll call the butler Zhang right away." Chi Mo's magnetic, husky voice responded. "Never mind, I'll call him." The reason Chiemo suddenly asked Xiao Wang was because when he called Xingmumu earlier, her phone was off. After receiving Mr. Wang's call a few days ago, he decided that when he returned to Beijing, he would go home first instead of rushing back to work, to talk with Xingmumu about that matter. Perhaps it was the habit developed from years of doing business. When faced with any problem, he preferred to communicate face-to-face. That way he could directly see the other's reaction and expression. On the phone, the butler Zhang told Chiemo, "Madam has been invited by Mrs. Sun to play mahjong. They have asked Madam many times, and Madam was reluctant to go at first. But today she must have been in a good mood and went to Mrs. Sun's house to play mahjong. What a coincidence, she probably won't be back for a while. Sir, do you need me to pass on to Madam that you've returned?" Chiemo was silent for a few seconds, and said lightly, "No need." Seeing Chiemo hang up, Xiao Wang turned his head and asked, "Boss Chi, shall we go now?" Chi Mo's slender, well-proportioned fingers gently tapped on the car window frame as he gazed out the window. Suddenly he asked, "Xiao Wang, do you know which villa Mrs. Sun lives in?" "At the Sun residence. 8 bamboo. Peng." Xingmumu smiled and made the peng with 8 bamboo, then glanced at the tiles in front of her again. It was close to winning by drawing and discarding all tiles. Across the mahjong table, Wang Qinwei said with a hint of amusement in her voice, "Oh! Mrs. Chi has such sharp eyes, you stole my tile before I could even get a good look." Xingmumu glanced up briefly without bothering to respond. Wang Qinwei had already thought of mocking words to say, regardless of whether Xingmumu would engage her or not, she would keep talking. Suddenly, she heaved a long sigh, "Ah." Her tone was extremely exaggerated, dragging the last syllable. The 3 women at the table looked over. "Wang Qinwei, Mrs. Chi, I really feel sorry for you. You have such sharp eyes, yet you didn't notice the vixen right under your nose." Xingmumu's expression was unchanged. She calmly glanced at Wang Qinwei before shifting her attention back to her tiles. She couldn't get distracted now. This win was critical. Wang Qinwei smiled as she gently pressed the corners of her eyes, twisting her upper body in an affected manner. She continued, "Mrs. Chi, I'm really not boasting, but as a woman, after getting married you have to learn some wifely arts, otherwise your husband will sooner or later be seduced away by those vulgar girls outside." Xingmumu drew a tile and suddenly looked troubled. She glanced up at Wang Qinwei. Seeing this, Wang Qinwei couldn't help the corners of her mouth curving up smugly. She was thinking to herself, "Haha, I hit a sore spot, didn't I?" Wang Qinwei quickly suppressed her smugness and pretended to console. "Mrs. Chi, Do you need me to impart some of my experience to you? I've been married for 5 years, and my husband still clings on to me tightly. Xingmumu shook her head. She smiled lightly. I'm so sorry, I drew the wrong tile. Wang Qinwei. What? Xingmumu, self-drawn, cleared hand with one suit, 8,000 points. Including this round, she had won 3 rounds consecutively. She was starting to feel a little bad for raking in so much money. Wang Qinwei frowned in displeasure as she reluctantly took money out to pay Xingmumu. She thought to herself, keeping calm even when provoked. Let's see how long you can endure this. Halfway through the next round, Wang Qinwei cleared her throat and looked around the table at the 4 women. She spoke mysteriously. Now I'm starting to believe in what elders always say. Mrs. Zhou asked curiously, what do they say? Wang Qinwei's gaze slowly rested on Xingmumu. Unlucky in relationships, lucky in gambling. After she finished speaking, Mrs. Zhou and Mrs. Sun exchanged glances, sensing the turbulent undercurrents around the mahjong table. Wang Qinwei hid her smile and continued, Mrs. Qi was so lucky to be able to self-draw that winning tile earlier. It must have been heaven's blessing. Mrs. Sun was not gossipy. She just listened placidly while playing a tile, 3 bamboo. Xingmumu looked at the table, pung. Following Wang Qinwei's train of thought, Mrs. Zhou said, Mrs. Qi is really having great luck today. Xingmumu gave a charming smile. Diascover dated novels on NOV/E/Lbin.co. Yes, so you all should stop chatting and focus, be careful that I'll wipe the floor with you all. Irritated that her veiled mocking proved useless, Wang Qinwei angrily slapped down a tile, 7 bamboo. Who? Xingmumu grinned. All simples, I win with your 7 bamboo. 8,000 points each again. Mrs. Sun looked at Xingmumu and joked, Mrs. Qi, you said you weren't good at mahjong earlier. Turns out you were just tricking us. Xingmumu chuckled. No, I really have to thank Mrs. Wang for the blessings. Unlucky in relationships, lucky in gambling. If the saying was true, as long as Qi Mo fooled around outside, her luck would be overflowing. She was willing to have a meat and veggie combo life forever in exchange for such great fortune. Wang Qinwei was rendered speechless. After paying up resentfully, she heavily shoved the tiles away. Again! She refused to believe this. Her scornful tactics were useless, and even her proud mahjong skills had lost to Xingmumu. An hour later. Only when Wang Qinwei had lost all but one small bill from the 80,000 yuan she brought out did she realize what was happening. What was wrong with her? She had come out today fully intending to vent her resentment. Yet somehow she ended up competing fiercely against Xingmumu at the mahjong table. On the other hand, Xingmumu had become the big winner of this round. A clean sweep. In just a few hours, she had won close to 100,000 yuan. More than the bonus she earned from a few months of hard project work. Xingmumu tried her best not to behave like she had never seen so much money before. She maintained an air of casual aloofness as she slowly put the money into her bag. The more indifferent she acted, the more irritable Wang Qinwei became. Not only did her taunting fail, she even lost money. Infuriating. Wang Qinwei calmed herself and adjusted her mindset. Since Xingmumu wouldn't fall for aggression, she would try a softer approach. When Mrs. Sun went to the restroom halfway through a round, Wang Qinwei suddenly grabbed Xingmumu's hand. She patted it comfortingly and said, Mrs. Qi, we're all women, I understand the bitterness in your heart. Even though you're forcing yourself to smile, I know you're crying inside. Goosebumps instantly rose on Xingmumu's skin. She slowly looked up, staring at Wang Qinwei as if she was an idiot. Seeing Xingmumu's eyelashes fluttering, her expression dazed, Wang Qinwei thought she had struck a chord about her troubles, and continued fervently. "Ah, when it comes down to it, it was my carelessness that caused this matter to spread and become common knowledge in our neighborhood. How about this, if you and Mr. Qi get a divorce, I'll recommend the best divorce lawyer in the city to you, as an apology." Pfft. Xingmumu finally couldn't hold back her laughter. With that one laugh, 10 years of cultivated image were ruined. The painstakingly maintained facade of a peaceful marriage vanished. She couldn't help it. Mrs. Wang was calculating too loudly, hitting her funny bone. How could someone be so stupidly obvious? Afraid that others wouldn't know about her eagerness to escalate the matter, Xingmumu suppressed her laughter. Since her act was already broken, she might as well speak plainly. She pulled her hand out of Wang Qinwei's grip and said unhurriedly, "Mrs. Wang, you've been going on about my family affairs this whole mahjong game. I didn't want to disturb Mrs. Zhou and Mrs. Sun's enjoyment, which is why I didn't respond. But now that we're done playing, since you're so curious about my matters, let me give you a response." Wang Qinwei stared blankly at Xingmumu, feeling like she had changed into a different person. She was momentarily struck speechless. "Xingmumu, my response is very simple." Wang Qinwei looked at her puzzled, ? "Xingmumu, 4 words, none of your business." Wang Qinwei, you. "Xingmumu, what about me? Are you so bored staying home every day that your mouth starts to stink, so the rare chance you come out to play mahjong, you want to chat endlessly to give your mouth some exercise?" Wang Qinwei's expression froze. "You dare say I have a stinky mouth?" "Xingmumu, just a metaphor, don't take it so seriously." Wang Qinwei had never suffered this kind of anger before. Her hands shook uncontrollably, her body went cold, and her eyes glared fiercely at Xingmumu. Beside them, Mrs. Zhou watched the two anxiously, at a loss. She should be helping Wang Qinwei, who was closer to her, but seeing Xingmumu unleash her anger, Mrs. Zhou panicked and instinctively felt it was better not to get involved. Wang Qinwei slammed the mahjong table forcefully, the impact numbing her palm. She yelled loudly, "Who do you think you are? Not even my husband dares to speak to me like that. You can't even keep your own man's heart, yet you still dare to act arrogant in front of me? Do you have the ability to make your husband change his mind? Do you have the ability to catch the mistress?" Xingmumu looked at Wang Qinwei expressionlessly. She felt Wang Qinwei was truly pitiful. Her self-worth was completely dependent on men. Every sentence exposed her deeply ingrained insecurities. Just as Xingmumu was about to say more, steady footsteps gradually approached. At the entrance, a female servant from the Sun family walked ahead to lead the way. She gestured towards the mahjong table and said, "Mr. Qi, Mrs. Qi is over there." The 3 people at the mahjong table turned their heads in unison at the sound. Qi Mo's tall and straight figure appeared before everyone. The mahjong room in Mrs. Sun's home had warm ceiling lights that shone down, illuminating Qi Mo's prominent brow bones. His long eyelashes were thick, casting a small shadow beneath his eyes. The beam of light continued downward, grazing the bridge of his nose before finally being cut off by the hard lines of his jaw. He was handsome as if he had stepped out of a comic book. His cool eyes swept over the flustered Wang Qinwei, his voice carrying a bone-chilling authority as he calmly said, "Is the assurance I gave enough?" Wang Qinwei's body stiffened, not daring to meet Qi Mo's piercing cold gaze directly. Mr. Qi?" Mrs. Zhou, who was standing to the side, held her breath. For a moment, she forgot the earlier chaotic scene, staring fixedly at Qi Mo. She had caught glimpses of Qi Mo before in the neighborhood but had never spoken to him. Only today did she realize how nice his voice was and how good-looking he was. Mrs. Zhou finally understood why Mrs. Qi stayed silent even though she knew he was having an affair. If it had been her in Mrs. Qi's position, she would have definitely clung onto her position as the main wife no matter what. Even if he kept 10 or 8 mistresses on the side, she would absolutely defend her status as the official wife. Xing Mumu had already been visually attacked by Qi Mo's handsome face and beauty many times, so she was basically immune. She would not be distracted by ogling his face and forget the main issue. She blurted out, "How did you get here?" Qi Mo's gaze slowly moved away from Wang Qinwei and landed on Xing Mumu. The chilling aura that made people shudder completely disappeared from his eyes when looking at her. He said in a low voice, "I came to take you home." He knew she didn't want to participate in the wives' mahjong games. By coming directly to the sons to find her, he wanted to naturally lead her away. He didn't expect to hear Wang Qinwei's words when he reached the porch. Xing Mumu secretly raised her eyebrows at him twice. She transmitted a telepathic message with her eyes. "Was it because you knew your affair was exposed so you came to save the situation by pretending to be a loving couple?" Qi Mo was amused by her 2 raised eyebrows, faintly hooking up the corners of his lips. Xing Mumu took a deep breath. Okay. She understood what she had to do now. It seemed her guess was right. It was time again to abide by their prenuptial agreement and pretend to be a loving couple in front of others. She got up and walked over to Qi Mo, her fair arms circling around his neck as she squeezed out a sickeningly sweet smile and said, "Hubby, you came to pick me up. We just finished our game." Qi Mo's body stiffened as he reflexively put his hand around her waist. Xing Mumu took the opportunity to move closer and lowered her voice to whisper in his ear. "Luckily you came. I was almost annoyed to death by this gossiping woman. Your affair is getting harder to cover up. Let's go home and discuss how to deal with it next." Qi Mo's gaze darkened as he stared at her for a few seconds before replying in a normal voice, "No need to deal with it. There is no affair, it's a misunderstanding." Xing Mumu blinked. "Hey, isn't that blatantly lying? Weren't you seen entering a love nest with someone?" Wang Qinwei had already been stunned speechless to the side. She had assumed a cheating man would treat his official wife coldly. She didn't expect Qi Mo to show no coldness at all. On the contrary, there was an indescribable gentleness in his eyes. This kind of gentleness was something she had never seen in her husband, whom she was so proud of. Witnessing the loving interaction between Qi Mo and Xing Mumu made her feel like she had just eaten shit, extremely uncomfortable. She completely lost her rationality and critical thinking abilities, scornfully mocking. "What's with the act? Everyone knows you two are estranged." Mrs. Zhou abruptly turned her head, signaling urgently with her eyes for Wang Qinwei to stop talking. Everyone knew that although the residents of Shi Yuting were all wealthy, there were still differences in status among the rich. For example, her husband Zhou only had enough assets to barely purchase a house here in order to get acquainted with more social elites. Whereas Wang Qinwei's husband Wang's business was large in scale, but the company had been declining the past 2 years. It was possible that a wrong decision could lead to bankruptcy at any time. The minor skirmishes that arose among wives due to gossip, if it really spread to the men's social circles, would take on a completely different meaning. Right now, President Qi had already stood up to defend Mrs. Qi. Wang Qinwei really needn't continue arguing just to save face. Mrs. Zhou pulled Wang Qinwei's clothes and advised, "Stop arguing. You misunderstood them. Mr. and Mrs. Qi have a great relationship." Then she turned to look at Qi Mo and Xing Mumu. "She lost money today and is in a bad mood, that's why she lashed out. Don't take it to heart, Mr. Qi." Wang Qinwei was halfway through speaking. How could she stop there? She shook off Mrs. Zhou's hand and said, "What misunderstanding? Everyone here is married. Who doesn't understand that it's normal for a man to keep an official wife at home while secretly raising a lover outside? It's nothing surprising. Wang Qinwei's fingers clenched tightly. I'm just stating the facts. How is that wrong? The source of this content n/o/v/l by n. Just as the confrontation had reached an impasse, Mrs. Sun, who had gone to the washroom, came back. Her voice floated over before her figure appeared. Mrs. Wang, check out the news quick, something big happened. Everyone looked over at the sound. A look of bewilderment on their faces. Only Mo remained unmoving, as if he already knew what was going to happen. Mrs. Sun appeared before everyone holding her phone. The news said that Mr. and Mrs. Wang attended a banquet together. She looked at Wang Qinwei awkwardly, but the Mrs. Wang in the photo isn't you. There was a full 3 seconds of frozen silence after she finished speaking. Everyone was processing the amount of information in Mrs. Sun's words. Xing Mumu? Today's mahjong game was truly worth it. Not only did she earn money, she also got to eat up fresh hot gossip. Mrs. Zhou looked back and forth between Mrs. Sun and Wang Qinwei. Wang Qinwei was completely frozen. Before Mrs. Sun could even walk over, she rushed forward to snatch the phone, yelling, "What nonsense are you spouting?" Mrs. Sun, who had her phone snatched away, stumbled. After being stabilized by a servant, she saw Mo was here and was surprised. "Oh, Mr. Qi?" Although she was concerned about the news she just saw, her instincts as Mrs. Sun still made her give the appropriate reaction first. "We've been neighbors for so many years, yet this is the first time you've come to our home. Old Sun will be overjoyed when he finds out. He's been wanting to chat with you for a while. Old Sun will be back soon. Mr. Qi, stay for a casual meal." Mr. Sun had tried many times to get acquainted with Mo, taking the initiative to visit and invite Mo out for tea or fishing, but had been rejected every time. Mrs. Sun wanted to take this opportunity to build ties for her husband. Mo's lips curved into a faint smile, his tone calm. "Next time when I'm free, I'll make plans with Mr. Sun for tea. Today is not very convenient." Mrs. Sun glanced at Xing Mumu, whose waist was being held by Mo, and suddenly understood. Laughing, she patted her own forehead. "Look at me, I forgot Mr. Qi came to pick up Mrs. Qi. Next time, I'll have Old Sun set up a gathering." Mo softly responded, "Mm." Xing Mumu's attention was not on the conversation between Mo and Mrs. Sunday. Led by curiosity, her focus drifted to Wang Qinwei's side. Wang Qinwei's eyes were wide open in shock. Her expression gradually changed from bewilderment to disappointment, then to hysterical anger. Her nails dug into her palms, her lips pressed tightly together. Seeing the photos in the news, her legs turned soft and she could barely stand. She managed to steady herself by gripping the corner of the mahjong table. It was truly laughable. She had always loved showing off her affection in the wives' chat group. Whether it was a new bag or new jewelry her husband bought her, she would take a photo and post it on Moments immediately. It was as if doing so would let everyone know how much her husband doted on her. But only she herself knew that after 5 years of marriage, her husband had never been willing to take a photo with her. He indulged her every whim when they were alone but never brought her out to meet others or introduce her to friends and relatives. Seeing the photos in the news now, she finally found the answer. Xing Mumu's phone was out of battery, so she nudged Mo's arm with her shoulder. "Can I borrow your phone to check out some gossip? My phone is dead." Mo naturally reached into his pocket and handed her his personal phone. Xing Mumu quickly browsed the news headlines to finally understand what had happened. In the news photo, Mr. Wang had his arm around the waist of a wealthy lady, with a look of sincere concern on his face. The headline read, "The tycoon of the steel industry has a secret 10-year marriage, turns out his son-in-law is." It turned out that Wang Qinwei's husband had already been married once before. His wife was the daughter of the steel tycoon, 2 years older than him. The news article was written vividly. It said that this was the first time the couple had publicly revealed their relationship, because Mr. Wang's company was facing a crisis, and he had no choice but to seek help from his father-in-law. So they took this opportunity of the news announcement to boost the company's stock price. Xing Mumu scrolled through the screen, both surprised and disgusted. How could Mr. Wang's company suddenly face a crisis at this time? Just 2 days ago, Wang Qinwei was still bragging in the wives' chat group about the 2 million diamond necklace Mr. Wang had bought for her. It didn't seem like they were in financial difficulty. If Xing Mumu remembered correctly, Wang Qinwei had just mentioned during their card game that she had been married for 5 years. So that meant, all these years, Wang Qinwei's husband had 2 families? He married the daughter of the steel tycoon 10 years ago, and married Wang Qinwei 5 years ago. Bigamy! Xing Mumu's gaze moved away from the phone and she slowly looked towards Wang Qinwei. Wang Qinwei had already collapsed to the floor from the tremendous blow, with tears streaming down her face. Sensing Xing Mumu looking at her, Wang Qinwei clenched her fists tightly and glared up at her, eyes full of anger. "Are you satisfied now? Seeing me in such dire straits, you're happy, right?" Wang Qinwei was like a madwoman who had nowhere to vent her grief, anguish and resentment, and took it all out on Xing Mumu. After her words, she didn't wait for Xing Mumu's reply, but picked up her phone again and suddenly started laughing in self-deprecation. Ha, ha ha ha. The man in the news photo had a humble smile while helping carry the steel tycoon's daughter's handbag. He was completely different from the husband in her impression. Just a moment ago, she was still aggressive and mocking others, but it turns out that she herself failed to hold on to her husband's heart, and the one her husband had on the side was her. Oh no. To be precise, she was the one he kept on the side. It really was too ironic. Xing Mumu pursed her lips, her fine brows slightly knitted, and it took her a long while before she finally spoke up in a calm tone, with normal volume. "I won't laugh at you, there's nothing funny about this." Wang Qinwei stared blankly at Xing Mumu, her lips moved but no words came out. Xing Mumu turned her head and said to Qi Mo, "Let's go back." Qi Mo's gaze flickered slightly as he nodded lightly. After leaving the Sun residence, Xing Mumu and Qi Mo walked side by side on the road. She was still thinking about what had just happened. The world was really unpredictable. Who could have thought that the one who liked to show off the most in the wives' chat group, the one who liked to spread other people's gossip the most, would end up becoming the biggest gossip herself? Her phone had died, but she could guess that the wives' chat group must have exploded by now. Just this morning, she was still hoping that some new gossip would appear as soon as possible to divert the attention of the ladies in the chat group. But when the new gossip really came out, she somehow felt uncomfortable inside. After all, the source of all this gossip always revolved around which woman got hurt again. Thinking of this, she felt a sense of sighing regret. Just as she was lamenting, Qi Mo called the butler Zhang to bring the car around. Butler Zhang got out of the car, handed the car keys to Qi Mo, and respectfully nodded in greeting, "Sir, madam." Qi Mo took the keys and said to Butler Zhang, "All right, you can go back first." Xing Mumu returned to her senses. "Aren't we going back?" Qi Mo walked to the driver's side, pulled open the door, and leaned on it. He looked at her playfully. "Your stomach was growling just now. If I don't take you to get something to eat, you'll keep me up tonight." Xing Mumu's earlobes secretly turned a little red. She had been so absorbed in her thoughts just now that she didn't even notice her stomach rumbling. She smiled awkwardly and pulled open the passenger door. Just as she sat down, Qi Mo leaned over and a crisp, pleasant scent invaded Xing Mumu's nostrils. She couldn't help but shrink her neck, her back pressed tightly against the seat. When Butler Zhang took the car from the garage just now, he had randomly grabbed one of the luxury cars, which happened to be one with not too spacious interior. Xing Mumu watched as Chi Mo stretched out his long arm, reaching over her to pull out the seat belt and buckle her in. It was clearly a very common, gentlemanly gesture, yet she suddenly felt nervous when he leaned over. His handsome, striking features were magnified up close, his deep brows and eyes seemed to have an attractive force, like a whirlpool that made it hard to look away. She didn't feel overwhelmed by Chi Mo's good looks under the dim atmosphere lighting at Mrs. Sun's place, but was struck by his up-close visual impact in the dark car interior. Xing Mumu, thank you. Chi Mo sat back leisurely, methodically rolled up his sleeves, his movements calm and composed. A section of his fair yet powerful forearm was revealed, lightly resting on the steering wheel as he turned to look at her and suddenly said, "In the future, if you don't want to participate in this kind of gambling gathering, you can directly refuse, no need to force yourself." When the gambling gathering was mentioned, Xing Mumu beamed. "I didn't force myself, it was fine since I went today, otherwise I wouldn't have known that I'm so good at gambling." Chi Mo's gaze was fixed intently on her. "Oh? How much did you win?" Xing Mumu patted her bulging pocket. "I won close to 100,000. You have to say I'm awesome, right?" The corner of Chi Mo's mouth curled up slightly, his tone carrying a hint of laughter. "Cool." Having received affirmation, Xing Mumu was extremely pleased with herself, tilting her chin up. "Let's go. Today's meal is my treat." Money won through gambling must be spent quickly, so that good luck will continue to flow. This was Chi Mo's first time hearing such a notion, and he found it amusing. He nodded. "All right, what do you want to eat?" Xing Mumu cocked a proud brow, smiling brightly. "Anything you choose is fine." Butler Zhang stood by the roadside with his hands behind his back, watching as the car's taillights gradually faded into the distance. A pleased, gratified smile spread across his old face. Butler Zhang, this family can't do without me. When he went out earlier, he didn't know what inspired him to choose this car from the garage full of luxury cars. Seeing the shy expression on Madame's face when Sir helped buckle her seatbelt just now, Butler Zhang felt that he had performed his duty as a butler perfectly. At that time, a lanky teenager wearing a t-shirt and shorts walked in from outside the villa area. The boy was holding a basketball, idly playing with it in his hands. Two maid-looking people walked ahead of him, chatting as they strolled. He vaguely heard snippets of the conversation ahead. "Have you heard, there's another family in the compound whose husband had an affair and got caught by his wife?" "Are you talking about the biggest villa?" "I don't know about that, I heard my wife talking to someone else and seems to be surnamed Chi." "Is it pronounced Chi Liu Hao?" "Do you know which family it is?" "Oh no, it's not Chi, it's Chi, the biggest villa. I also heard they will most likely get a divorce." Boom, boom, boom. Hearing the noise, the two lowered their volume and turned around. They discovered it was a teenage boy who had accidentally dropped his basketball. They turned their heads back and continued chatting. Qi Xiaobai bent over to pick up the ball, his eyes gradually becoming overcast. When he stood up, he looked up and heaved a long sigh. At his current age, he didn't yet have the ability to hide his worries deep in his heart. The previously calm expression on his face turned gloomy and overcast. Even though he tried his best not to think about it, his mind kept replaying what he just overheard. The street lamp shone obliquely on Qi Xiaobai's cold countenance. He gritted his teeth, brows furrowed tightly. Dad had an affair? The abstract concept of family that had just barely taken shape in his heart seemed to crumble in an instant. The evening air temperature was stuffy on a July night. Qi Xiaobai's chest was blocked by a lump of gloom, his throat even more stifling than the summer night weather. Tonight's wives chat group was livelier than usual. Xing Mumu and Wang Qinwei became the center of attention. Mrs. Sun, don't spread those rumors, everyone. Mrs. Qi was at my house playing mahjong today, and Qi Chief came to pick her up in person. They looked very much in love. Mrs. Zhao, I knew it. I didn't believe those nonsense stories either. Mrs. Qi looks so spirited and happy, clearly a woman nourished by love. Mrs. Song, don't believe rumors, don't spread rumors. Making a face. Mrs. Qian, sorry about skipping mahjong today. Mrs. Sun at Mrs. Qian, you dodged a bullet. Mrs. Qi won against 3 families today, super lucky. Mrs. Li, who lost big? Curious. Mrs. Sun, Mrs. Wang, her luck was bad today. Let's not mention it. Mrs. Li, huh? How come I don't see Mrs. Wang chatting in the group? She usually loves talking with everyone. Mr. Wu's precious, oh Mrs. Li, you didn't see the news? Mrs. Li, what news? I just got back from vacation in Switzerland, still at the airport, just opened my phone. Those who used to be close with Wang Qinwei suddenly distanced themselves from her and started mocking. Mr. Zhang's little wife, my god, so juicy. Looks like Mrs. Wang didn't just have bad mahjong luck, her marriage ran into trouble too, covering mouth giggling. Mr. Wu's precious, I felt something was off for a while. Mrs. Wang always loved showing off her lovey-dovey relationship in the group, but we've never run into the couple together in the compound. So this is what's going on, who would have thought? Mr. Zhang's little wife, that's right, that $2 million necklace she showed off, it's got to be a fake, right? Mrs. Li, you guessed right. I just went on vacation in Switzerland, met a friend who said the flower-shaped necklace auctioned here last month was won by Qi Chief from Beijing. And it was the only one. Mrs. Qian, last month? That must have been when Mrs. Qi got married. Qi Chief probably bought it as a gift for his new wife. Mr. Wu's precious, ha 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 ha, I'm dying, Mrs. Wang is too embarrassing. Mrs. Zhou, that's right, I was there playing mahjong today, Mrs. Wang was furious. Mrs. Zhou, to think I used to be close with her, listening to her gossip about Mrs. Qi. Now looking back, she was probably just jealous that Mrs. Qi is happily married. In the car. The center of attention Xing Mumu was using Qi Mo's phone to look for restaurants nearby. After a long time she picked a barbecue restaurant not far from Shiyu Garden. Xing Mumu pulled up driving directions, planning to prop the phone on a car mount. After looking around, she realized there was no phone mount in the car. Oh! He always had a driver take him around, so a phone mount was unnecessary. Qi Mo glanced at Xing Mumu's hovering hand. Picked a place? Xing Mumu responded, a barbecue restaurant, not too far, but on a small road, might be hard to navigate. Qi Mo watched the road ahead, I can't look at navigation while driving, you follow the directions and guide me. Okay. Qi Mo had planned to talk to Xing Mumu about Dr. Jiang on the drive over. Seeing her fully concentrated on the navigation, afraid to make a wrong turn, he decided to wait until they got to the restaurant. As the car approached the villa compound entrance, Xing Mumu's attention was caught by a familiar figure. Isn't that Qi Xiaobai up ahead? Hearing this, Qi Mo slowed down and looked in the direction she was gazing. Qi Xiaobai was sitting on a roadside bench, elbows on knees, staring blankly at the ground lost in thought. The car stopped in front of Qi Xiaobai. Xing Mumu rolled down her window. Little Qi, what are you doing sitting here? Caught off guard middays, Qi Xiaobai lifted his head with a startled look. Before he could respond, Xing Mumu cheerfully invited. Your dad and I are going for barbecue, want to join? Qi Xiaobai's gaze went past Xing Mumu to the man in the driver's seat. He pondered for a good few seconds before heaving a sigh of relief. Silently he got up and opened the back door to get in. He actually had no appetite at all. But on second thought, this might be a farewell dinner, so he went along. He didn't know this stepmother Shinmumu for long, but his impression of her was decent. If the rumors were true, that his father had an affair leading to divorce. As the son, he felt somewhat guilty. Qi Xiaobai got in the car carrying this gloom. He had assumed the atmosphere would be even heavier for the two in front, but reality was far from what he imagined. Recalling the scene at Mrs. Sun's house, when Mo suddenly appeared, Shinmumu couldn't help joking about it. What you said back there was so TV drama-like. Mo casually glanced over, tone flat. What did I say? Shinmumu cleared her throat and lowered her voice to mimic Mo's tone from earlier. Ahem, is the assurance I give enough? Still feeling unsatisfied after the mimicry, she shaped her hand into a mic shape and held it to Mo. Let me interview you, Mr. Qi. How many big bosses can you take down in one meal? Such an awesome vibe. Mo. Newest tirais at n/vel/b/i/n. Co. He looked down at the fair fist held up to his face, and let out a low chuckle, the overbearing aura around him turning gentle. Seeing him laugh, Shinmumu was even more delighted. Oh, Mr. Qi, successful men like you, have you ever said, it's getting cold, time to bankrupt the Wangs? Mo kept one hand on the steering wheel, propped his elbow on the other, glancing over with mirth in his eyes. The hard edges of his jawline softened, his tone also taking on a hint of laughter, voice gentling. No one speaks like that. If he wanted to take action, he would just directly do it, no need to announce it ahead of time. With your wealth, you could be more arrogant. Shinmumu seriously shook her head in argument. Mo helplessly rubbed his temple, letting out a few muffled chuckles from his chest. Shinmumu also realized she wasn't making much sense, and started laughing too. The man's summer breeze-like charming low laughter mingled with the woman's vaguely silly crisp laughter, falling upon the foolish son's ears in the back seat. Qi Xiaobai was thoroughly confused. The usually cold eyes of the 17-year-old rebellious teen now harbored great bewilderment never seen before. Was the adult world so strong that they could laugh off anything that happened, or did he get something wrong? These two really didn't seem like they were about to divorce at all. Upon arriving at the barbecue restaurant, the server led the three to a private room and they sat down. Seeing Mo and Qi Xiaobai sitting steadily without any intention of ordering, Shinmumu took the initiative to take on the task of ordering dishes. After looking through the menu for a while, she closed it and said to the server, "We'll have one warm family set meal." It was just the right amount for 3 people, and much more cost-effective than ordering individually. Shinmumu felt proud of herself for being wealthy yet not wasteful. However, she didn't expect that as soon as she finished speaking, Qi father and son looked over at the same time. It was just a glance, and they both retracted their gazes again, resuming their silent, aloof appearances. Shinmumu? What do they mean? Find updates on n/v/elben.co/m. Do they think she ordered the set meal because it's too cheap, and fails to reflect the wealthy family's style? Before she could think too much about it, the server had already brought over the ingredients and charcoal. She first ate a plate of pork belly that looked very fresh, and neatly arranged the slices on the grill. Qi Xiaobai was still thinking back to the rumors he had heard in the residential district. After a while, he finally couldn't hold back. Leaning back with his hands in his pockets, he suddenly spoke. "I already know about you too." With these words, Shinmumu's hand that was holding the barbecue tongs and flipping the meat paused. She looked up blankly. Alarm bells immediately went off in her heart. "No what?" Qi Xiaobai had a grave expression, making her heart tighten involuntarily and her hand tremble slightly. Could it be that he found out about her and Qi Mo's fake marriage? Qi Xiaobai's gaze lazily fell on the burning coals. I heard people in the district saying that you two are getting a divorce because of an affair. The air seemed to freeze for a second. In the midst of the silence, Shin Mumu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Just as she felt relieved that Qi Xiaobai had not discovered their contractual marriage and she would not have to terminate the contract early, the ink-colored eyes beside her suddenly froze over, and a hint of coldness surfaced. The three of them stopped talking. Only the sizzling sound of grilling meat could be heard from time to time, unusually jarring. Finally, Qi Mo was the first to break the deathly silence. He glanced coldly at Qi Xiaobai, then his gaze lingered on Shin Mumu as he slowly said, "That's good. I came back early from Shin City because I wanted to clear this up with you." His tone was calm and unruffled, but the two listening to him were not composed at all. When Qi Mo started to talk about the affair, for some reason, Shin Mumu suddenly became nervous. Her hand under the table involuntarily clenched. All kinds of TV drama scenes suddenly popped into her mind, and she couldn't help but speculate. Would he say that his white moonlight has returned to the country, and that she, his fake wife, needs to be let go early? Or is the woman a new intern at their company, and feelings developed after working closely together every day? No matter which one, she didn't want to be let go early. Just as she was thinking more and more absurdly and her expression was becoming more and more hopeless, the man's low, magnetic voice pulled her back to reality. "That woman is Dr. Jiang, my granny's former private doctor. I happened to run into her that day and gave her a ride. When my granny comes to Jing City in a while, I asked Dr. Jiang to do a full physical exam for her." Qi Mo glanced at Qi Xiaobai again. When speaking to his son, his tone was clearly several degrees colder. "The rumors you heard are not true." When he finished speaking, completely different expressions emerged on Shin Mumu and Qi Xiaobai's faces. Qi Xiaobai's shoulders sagged in relief as he exclaimed in sudden realization. "Dr. Jiang, I met her when I was little." He had just finished speaking when Qi Xiaobai frowned slightly, a strange feeling of discomfort welling up in his heart. Would saying this make it seem like he was trying to explain for his dad? As he was thinking this, his gaze turned to Shin Mumu. He saw that Shin Mumu's face showed no signs of relaxation, on the contrary, she gradually stiffened, her breathing slowed, and she murmured, "I see." She didn't quite catch what Qi Xiaobai had said. Upon hearing the 4 words "full physical exam" from Qi Mo, she suddenly thought of something extremely important. In the book, Qi Granny, Qi Mo's grandmother, had been described from Qi Xiaobai's perspective. Qi Granny was diagnosed with a tumor before Qi Xiaobai went to college. By the time it was discovered, it was already in the late stages. At that time, Qi Xiaobai was overseas participating in a study abroad program, while Qi Mo was working abroad. Not wanting them to worry, Qi Granny concealed the illness. Her condition deteriorated rapidly and she passed away within a week. Not being able to see Qi Granny one last time later became the biggest regret for the father and son. Shin Mumu felt as if she had been doused with a bucket of cold water. She stared blankly at the 2 people in front of her who were still oblivious to what was about to happen, and a complicated emotion crept into her heart. After a while, she smiled and said, "When Granny comes to Jing City, I'll go with her for the physical." As she spoke, she picked up the barbecue tongs to change the subject. "Let's eat quickly. The meat is about to get burnt. If we don't start eating soon, it won't be grilled pork belly anymore, it'll be cremated pork belly." Pfft. The 17-year-old's emotions came and went quickly. Just a moment ago he was still frowning worriedly, but now he was instantly tickled by Shin Mumu's words and burst out laughing. "Cremated, what the heck? The atmosphere seemed to ease up a bit. Chi Mo's eyes narrowed slightly. His keen observational skills allowed him to detect Shin Mumu's absent-mindedness when she spoke. He didn't break the atmosphere and silently rolled up his shirt sleeves, naturally reaching out to take the barbecue tongs from Shin Mumu's hands. "I'll grill, you must be hungry, so eat first." Shin Mumu was startled and didn't react in time before Chi Mo had taken the tongs from her hands. The man's grilling was not very skilled. It was evident he didn't usually go into the kitchen. But he moved neither hastily nor slowly, and his every action exuded a calm and composed aura, which actually concealed his clumsiness and made him appear collected. In no time, her plate was already piled with several slices of meat. On the other side of the table, in front of the teenager Chi Xiaobai who was going through a growth spurt, there was a lonely single slice of meat. Chi Xiaobai. All the way until the three of them finished eating barbecue and returned home, Shin Mumu kept thinking about Chi Granny's matter. The marriage contract stated that it would automatically be cancelled 100 years after Chi Granny's passing. According to the timeline in the book, there should still be less than a year before Chi Granny was diagnosed with the tumor. If they could detect the illness early and treat it in time, was there a possibility that Granny could live a few more years? She could have just pretended not to know anything and waited until the day the prenuptial agreement took effect to take a large sum of money and leave the Chi family. But the human heart is made of flesh, after all. Knowing how things would unfold, she could not just sit by and watch regret occur right before her eyes. Shin Mumu bit her lip. She thought to herself, never mind, contract or no contract, and regardless of whether this would change the plotline of the book. When Granny comes to Jing City, she must accompany her to carefully examine her health. Even if she couldn't prevent the illness, she would at least let this father and son see Granny one last time, so they have no regrets. When Chi Mo came out of the shower, Shin Mumu had already sorted out her emotions. Seeing him come out, Shin Mumu got up and headed towards the bathroom, planning to take a bath too. In passing, she casually tied up her long hair with a hair tie into a messy bun, revealing the smooth, slender lines of her neck and shoulders. With her hair down she looked glamorous and dazzling, but tied up she had a touch of childlike innocence she couldn't hide. As they passed each other, Chi Mo's gaze fell on the fuzzy wisps of hair around her ear. He suddenly stopped in his tracks and called out to stop her. "Wait, I have something to tell you." Shin Mumu turned her head when she heard the sound. The two of them were very close, close enough that she could smell the nice scent of Chi Mo's bath gel. She took a light breath, and found that the fragrance was from the same brand of bath gel as hers. The robe on the man in front of her was loose and casual, contrasting with his usual suited image. Water droplets from his hair tips fell onto his collarbone and disappeared into his robe, arousing her imagination for no reason. She had inadvertently seen his bare upper body a few times before, and knew that his robe had a firm waistline underneath. She didn't know why, but her earlobes suddenly felt a little hot, and her eyes quickly looked up. She was also shy about looking straight into his eyes, so she responded while facing his chest. "What's the matter?" Chi Mo's voice was low and casual. The affair was just a rumor, not a lie made up to fool Chi Xiao. Don't get the wrong idea. Her absent-mindedness at dinner was probably because she had misunderstood this. As a contractual couple, there was no need to explain too much. But when he walked out of the bathroom and saw her sitting on the bed with her cheeks in her hands, deep in thought, he suddenly felt that explaining it one more time wouldn't hurt. Shin Mumu looked straight at the man in front of her. Up close, his deep brows and eyes, and sharp, rugged facial features, made one dizzy and fascinated. She collected her thoughts, and smiled charmingly. Even if it was a real affair, it doesn't matter. The wording was inaccurate. She paused and corrected herself. We are a contractual couple. If you really have a woman you like, it wouldn't even count as having an affair. Just be careful not to let others find out. The man's jawline gradually tensed, and a hint of coldness that was hard to detect flashed through his eyes. After several seconds, the chill in his eyes finally dissipated a little, but his tone was still icy cold. I don't have a woman I like. Shinmumu was stunned for a moment, her brows and eyes curved up as she blinked. A man you like is also okay. In fact, she had felt strange about this for a long time. With Chi Mo's good looks and status, why would he rather have a fake marriage with her than truly marry someone? If it was because he liked men, everything might make sense. She tilted her head in thought, unaware that the man's face was getting darker and darker, his pitch-black eyes unfathomable. Chi Mo's body emitted a cold air. He suddenly leaned in close, slowing down his tone. Do I look like someone who would like men? There was nothing particularly wrong with this sentence, but the suddenly shortened distance made Shinmumu lose her composure. Her cheeks flushed red and she shrank her neck back. Undeniably, she was captivated by the handsomeness of this man who had just gotten out of the bath and was still steaming. The scent of the bath gel was clearer than before. She even felt like the surrounding air had become hotter. Facing Chi Mo's piercing gaze, she held her breath and looked up at him. He seemed angry, but also like he was laughing. Chi Mo stared at the clueless girl in front of him for several seconds, his expression hard to discern. Then his brow quirked, his tone mocking. You sure have a vivid imagination. After saying this, he straightened up and walked away, leaving behind Shinmumu, whose earlobes were red. She blinked at his gradually distant, upright back, confused and not understanding. Asterisk. The next day, Shinmumu was woken up by Su Tingran's phone call. Mumu, it was so lively in the wives group chat last night. Why didn't you come out and say anything? Su Tingran felt that after knowing each other for so long, calling her Mrs. Chi seemed too formal, so she affectionately changed how she addressed her. Shinmumu rubbed her sleepy eyes, her voice hoarse from just waking up. My phone ran out of battery last night, so I didn't see the group messages. Su Tingran said, You don't know, Zhou, Wu, Jing, oh no, those three Mrs. Zhou, Wu, and Jing were constantly praising you in the group chat. Don't even mention how hypocritical it was. I heard that Mrs. Wang moved out with large and small bags in the middle of the night, around 2 or 3 a.m. And she was wearing sunglasses when she left. With her face and shoulder clamping the phone, Shinmumu brushed her teeth while listening to Su Tingran speak. With foam in her mouth, she asked indistinctly. Why wear sunglasses so late at night? Was she abused? Su Tingran, probably not. Mr. Wang was accompanying the daughter of the steel tycoon. He wouldn't have time to come back. She must have worn the sunglasses because she was afraid of losing face if seen by others. Shinmumu rinsed her mouth. Ah, the pitiable will inevitably be hateful. This saying is so true. She hadn't forgotten Wang Qinwei's overt and covert ridicule of her at the mahjong table yesterday. Although she sympathized with her plight, she also didn't conceal her dislike of Wang's character because of that sympathy. 7 sit envelb/n, c/m for L test vels. Su Tingran murmured in agreement, as if suddenly thinking of something. Oh, that's right. Mrs. Li said that the 20 million diamond flower necklace Mrs. Wang showed off before was fake. The real necklace was snapped up by your Mr. Chi at an auction last month. Shinmumu was stunned. Huh? She had felt like that necklace looked familiar at the time, but couldn't remember where she had seen it no matter how hard she tried. Hearing this, she suddenly recalled it. Opening the 3-tiered jewelry drawer, Shinmumu rummaged through the piles of necklaces and rings. Sure enough, in an inconspicuous corner, she saw an unremarkable flower-shaped diamond necklace with neither outstanding design nor outstanding carats. She silently scared. Wow, even such an ordinary piece in her jewelry drawer was worth 20 million? She searched her memory and suddenly recalled Zhang the butler mentioning in passing. Madam, the jewelry in these drawers are pieces that the master casually bought back from auctions. You can wear them daily if you like the styles. There are still many more valuable ones in the safe for you to choose from when attending important events. 20 million? Casually bought back? Wear daily. Just how wealthy was this GMO? She awkwardly tugged at the corner of her mouth. How could she have the audacity to let this man of unknown wealth use her bath gel freebie? Xing Mumu and Su Tingran chatted for a while longer, then Su Tingran asked, "Are we playing mahjong today? Mrs. Sun said you were in great form yesterday, shall we have a match?" Xing Mumu smiled, "I won't play today, I have a meeting scheduled." Su Tingran, "Okay, let's reschedule when you're free." "Okay." After hanging up the phone, Xing Mumu started putting on makeup and changing her clothes. With the increase in membership at Yueji Flower Shop recently, the original 4 employees were struggling to keep up. The exquisite business cards prepared before the opening played a key role in promoting the flower shop. Xing Mumu put different cards in each flower bouquet order. Some had horoscopes, flower meanings, some said "be happy today" or silly jokes. With a 1% chance, customers could get a special card for free flowers for life. This clever idea brought customers the excitement of opening a blind box when receiving flowers, along with the beautiful packaging. Many posted photos online. Several posts were shared by influencers, instantly attracting lots of attention. The inevitable result of increased traffic was increased workload. With rich experience working in foreign companies, Xing Mumu knew that hiring 10 more people would not compare to one professional manager. So she turned to Dong Assistant for help. Dong Assistant recommended a reputable headhunting firm in the industry. This afternoon, she had arranged to meet with them. At 2 p.m., a white Porsche parked in the underground garage of an upscale office building downtown. The car door opened, and a slender, jade-like leg emerged first. A beautiful woman with exquisite features stepped out in black stilettos, casually brushing back a lock of hair obstructing her view and tucking it behind her ear. Her light blue blouse was tucked into a pencil skirt, accentuating her perfect curves. With a great figure and graceful demeanor, she walked steadily toward the elevator hall. Not far away, 4 men in their early 20s stared wide-eyed as she passed. They kept watching until that charming figure disappeared behind the closing elevator doors, before breaking into lively discussion. "What a gorgeous girl! A goddess on earth. Her car costs over 3 million, she's no girl, she's a rich madam." One chimed in, "I wonder if the rich madam is taken, I'd love to meet her." The one with the Korean-style bangs flipped his hair and said, "If you want to meet her, go ahead, coward. Did you see her bag? The 4 of us working a year probably couldn't afford it. On what basis could we approach her?" The Korean bangs guy sneered. "So what if she's rich? Rich women don't like handsome guys?" Laughing, someone encouraged, "Go try your luck, rich lady loves Korean flower boys like you." The Korean bangs guy flashed a roguish smile, somehow producing a sticky note. "Anyone got a pen? Let me demonstrate how to seduce a lonely, beautiful, rich lady." Top floor of the building. Dong Assistant knocked on the CEO's office door. Hearing a low magnetic come in, he gently pushed open the door. "Mr. Chi, the HR department has come up with this year's employee benefits plan for Chi Group." The handsome, deep-eyed man at the desk remained expressionless, still reading documents, using silence to signal him to continue. "Dong Assistant, bonuses are 5% higher than last year's plan. Also, Chi Group directors and above and their families are entitled to a free week vacation at Shin City Resort. Chi MO, tone flat, Get the L test VLS at .o/v/e/l/by.co. As Dong assistant was about to leave the office, he suddenly recalled something and asked. Mr. Chi, your wife is coming over this afternoon. Shall I arrange a car to take her back to Shiyuting? As usual, he asked, not knowing if she would drive over. Hearing this, the stoic man finally looked up, slowly raising his eyelids. He finally uttered more than 2 words. My wife is coming over. Dong assistant was taken aback, thinking Chi was aware. Now, realizing he seemed unaware, Dong assistant recounted how Shin Mumu had consulted him about a headhunter and his recommendation in full detail. After finishing, Dong assistant was puzzled. He distinctly remembered Shin Mumu asking warmly about Chi several times at the end of their call. Their relationship should be good, how could Chi not know about her coming over today? Could the couple be fighting? Mr. Chi, your wife told me to keep antacids on hand and pay attention to your diet and rest. Holding to the philosophy of speaking well of others can't hurt, Dong assistant relayed Shin Mumu's words to Chi Mo's ears. Before he could pat himself on the back for his tact, he saw the man at the desk narrow his eyes slightly. 12th floor of the neighboring building. Ms. Xing, please be assured we will find the most suitable candidate according to your needs. Sister Chen, the headhunter manager, smiled professionally at her guest. Shin Mumu smiled, thanks for your trouble. Sister Chen, it's our job. Ms. Xing, apart from education and work experience requirements, do you have any preferences regarding the applicant's appearance or age? Often, applicants met all criteria but were rejected over gender, age, or clashing zodiac signs. In Ms. Xing's floral industry, appearance standards should be more demanding, so it was prudent to ask. Just as the seasoned headhunter expected a typical response, she heard. For women, professional competence is enough, but men. Shin Mumu pursed her lips, tapping her chin as she mused. Should be over 180 centimeters tall, under 150 kilograms in weight. Above average looks, at least 4 abdominal muscles, emotionally stable and not prone to anger. No history of harassing female colleagues, smoking, alcoholism or other bad habits. 1 minute later. Shin Mumu smiled charmingly, that's all I can think of for now. I'll let you know if I have other criteria later. The job market often had harsh standards for female applicants yet was full of tolerance for males. She had never thought this fair. Now with a chance to set hiring criteria herself, she did not hold back, raising the bar high. Sister Chen was astonished but kept her composure. She surreptitiously swallowed. Okay, Ms. Xing, I've noted down all you said. We will strictly adhere to your requirements in our candidate selection and give you a response within a week. Shin Mumu stood up, shook hands professionally to say thanks and goodbye. You've worked hard. The other party returned the handshake. You're too kind. Exiting the headhunter's office and entering the elevator, her phone rang in the enclosed space. The screen displayed hubby. She was stunned for a second before accepting the call. Over the phone, Chi Mo's magnetic, seductive voice came through. I heard from Dong assistant you went to the headhunter next door? Shin Mumu, yeah, I just left the headhunters. Chi Mo, did it go well? Shin Mumu sounded very happy, quite well, Sister Chen is very professional. She said she could resolve my hiring needs within a week. A soft came over the phone. After a pause, they spoke simultaneously. Shin Mumu, what's up? Any particular reason for calling me? Chi Mo, I finished work today. Shall we go home together? In the elevator's reflective surface, Shin Mumu blinked innocently. She spoke casually, sure. Over the phone, meet in the parking lot. 3 minutes later, the sound of leather shoes treading on the ground came from far to near. Looking up along the direction of the sound, a man with a sturdy and tall figure and handsome features walked out from the elevator hall. The moment his eyes met Shingmumu's, the corners of the man's eyes lazily and gently curled up. The weather in July was sultry, but the air conditioning in the office building was very strong. He was still dressed meticulously in a shirt. Only the jacket casually draped over his forearms showed that he was not currently working. Shingmumu didn't see Chiemo take the car key and asked, "You didn't drive?" As soon as the words fell, she felt the question was quite silly. He didn't usually need to drive. Wherever he went, Xiao Wang would follow him. Where was Xiao Wang today? Before asking her doubts, she heard Chiemo say, "I asked the driver to take the car in for maintenance." Shingmumu thought of the many luxury cars in the cheese garage and nodded thoughtfully, having too many cars is troublesome. It must take a lot of time to do maintenance in turns. As she spoke, she rummaged in her bag for the car key while walking to the white Porsche, and asked, "Do you want to drive or should I drive?" After a long silence without a reply, she looked up. She saw Chimo's tall figure standing still in front of the car window. His slender, bony fingers took down the note stuck in the window frame. His long lashes hid the light in his eyes, and his jaw tightened into a cold, sharp line. Shingmumu? She went over to take a look. On the note were a few crooked lines. "Hello, miss. Sorry for the inconvenience. I want to make friends with miss. I'm 23 this year, 180 centimeters tall, work out regularly and have abs. If miss is willing, you can add me on WeChat XXXXXXXXXXXX. Hugs. PFF." Shingmumu laughed out loud, the corners of her eyes curled up beautifully. Just a few sentences with 3 typos. Invade was written as worry, workout was written as key and willing was written as. What a naughty runaway from Disney. Shingmumu hugged her belly and commented with laughter. The man beside her had a completely different aura, with unfathomable eyes, not knowing what he was thinking. Until the giggling girl took away the note from his hand and took out her phone, the deep and profound eyes narrowed slightly. "Are you going to add him?" His voice seemed to be wrapped in ice, low and deep. "Of course not." Shingmumu turned on the camera on her phone. "Such a funny thing, I have to send it to Ting Ran and let her laugh with me." After speaking, she snapped pictures. Then she looked around, didn't find a trash can, and stuffed the note back into Chimo's hand. "Help me throw it away, I'm going to send a text." The broad palm that was stuffed with the note trembled slightly at the fingertips. The man's gaze at her became more and more inscrutable. Shingmumu held up her phone and started typing, making a judgment. "I dare bet that the little boy who left the note is definitely not 180 centimeters tall. As we all know, there are no 169 centimeters or 179 centimeters men in the world. He must have exaggerated his height." Chi-mo. The man's fingers tightened inch by inch, turning white. The note was crumpled into a small ball. "On the way to Shiyu Ting." Shingmumu was very puzzled. Chi-mo seemed quite normal when they first met in the parking lot. But after getting in the car, he became aloof and didn't want to talk. When the car stopped at a red light, Chi-mo typed a few words on his phone with a cold face and sent them out. Shingmumu saw it from the corner of her eye. She didn't try to make small talk, guessing that he was worried about company affairs. She rolled down the car window a little. The wind at around 4 to 5 p.m. in summer was warm, bringing in the fragrance of trees. The oppressive atmosphere in the car was slightly diluted. At the same time on the other side, Dong assistant's phone dinged twice. It was the special ringtone for when the boss sent a text. Dong assistant looked at the short message on the phone and gasped, with eyes wide open. Could it be? Someone actually dared to make a move on the boss's wife? Dong assistant had been following Chiemo for many years and knew the boss's personality well. He looked aloof on the surface but was actually very controlling. Whenever it was a land project he had his eyes on, he had never failed to secure it. He would not allow anyone else to touch his territory, like a lone wolf. Dong assistant shuddered and swallowed. The young people nowadays were really bold. Dong assistant's work style was fast, accurate and ruthless. In less than 10 minutes, he had already retrieved the surveillance footage of the parking lot. After some investigation, he found several young men bragging in a fast food restaurant outside the office building. He didn't even get close before hearing their voices. Thinking of that little rich housewife's slender waist and fair arms in the parking lot just now makes me hot all over. Who's to say no? With such a slender waist, she must be very soft, right? Someone laughed obscenely. Hey, how long do you think it'll take for the little rich housewife to add Handsome's WeChat? With Handsome's looks and physique here, I guess not more than 3 days. Too long. I feel like the little rich housewife will contact him late tonight. After all, you know, it's easy to feel lonely at night. The words were followed by more lewd laughter. Hearing his companion sing his praises, the confidence of a Shui in the middle grew. He tossed his bangs pretentiously and said, "Once I succeed in getting her, I'll share the experience with you brothers." Dong assistant's fists clenched as he rolled his shoulders and neck, making cracking sounds from the joints. Completely unaware of the impending danger, a Shui went on and on. "It's a pity I only saw the little rich housewife's looks just now and didn't hear her voice. I also don't know what she sounds like when she's..." He was interrupted by a sudden muffled bang on his cheekbone as a fist came flying out of nowhere. He bared his teeth in pain and whipped around. "Who the fuck hit me?" Seeing the sturdy man standing behind him, a good deal taller than himself, he was stunned. New estirais at n/vel/b/i/n. Co. Though afraid inside, he raised his voice to embolden himself. "Who the fuck are you?" Dong assistant looked down at him condescendingly. Following the boss's order to get it done fast, he didn't waste words. His fists rained down accurately. The others with him watched dumbfounded, wanting to come forward to help but also afraid of getting involved when they saw the clearly one-sided situation. They hesitated and didn't dare lend a hand. Who was this suit-clad thug who had suddenly popped up? Had a Shui offended some black boss outside? Dong assistant stopped and looked down at the man at his feet. He finally deigned to offer an explanation. "Those punches just now were to teach you not to covet what you can't attain. If you dare harass our CEO's wife again, or disrespect women again, it won't be as simple as taking some superficial injuries." Then he twisted the man's hands behind his back and squeezed hard. "Got it?" The beaten-up man with a bruised and swollen face cried out in pain. With his hands pinned back, unable to see the man behind him, he still felt as if the man would pull out a gun any moment and shoot him dead. He pleaded again and again. I'm wrong, bro, I won't dare anymore." Dong assistant impatiently let go and brushed the dust off his hands. His eyes swept over the few stunned young men. Wanting easy gains at such a young age, really fucking disgraceful. The ones his gaze fell on retreated involuntarily in unison, nodding obediently. "We won't dare anymore, bro." "Sorry, bro." Watching the suited thugs drive away in luxury cars, a few people gingerly went over to help their companion up. One person, still shaken, patted his chest. "Shui, who on earth did you offend? That guy was so vicious." "Idiot, haven't you figured it out yet? The woman we saw at the parking lot today is the boss's woman. One of them looked towards the direction the luxury car had left, and exclaimed in belated realization. Damn, I think I've seen that car drive out from the Chi Corporation headquarters. Chi Corporation? You mean that Chi Corporation? Oh my god, the woman at the parking lot was Mrs. Chi, the president's wife? Too scary, too scary. Inside the white Porsche, the phone rang. Chi answered the call and brought the receiver to his ear. President Chi, as you instructed, I've had a good chat with that kid. He promised not to do this kind of thing again. Chi said lightly, Seeing Chi hang up, Shinmumu glanced at him. She didn't know if it was her imagination, but the cold and overbearing aura around the man seemed to have softened somewhat. His eyebrows were lightly knitted, the sharp angle of his jaw was right before her eyes. Shinmumu couldn't help but narrow her eyes, appreciating it up close. From the side view, his sexy Adam's apple protruded even more prominently. The shirt buttons were somehow undone by one, faintly revealing his collarbone. The light and shadows coming in through the window shone onto his deep and brooding eyes, making them look like a tranquil pool of water. The hand that was holding the steering wheel had long, slender fingers with slightly bent knuckles, beautiful to look at. Sensing Shinmumu looking at him, Chi suddenly turned his head sideways. What are you looking at? Shinmumu was not flustered at being caught, and blurted out, looking for something. Chi raised an eyebrow. Oh? Shinmumu scanned his face seriously, looking for the needle marks from embalming fluid injections on your face. Hearing this, the man chuckled lowly, as if a thought suddenly occurred to him. He looked meaningfully at Shinmumu's hesitant eyes and added, I heard from Assistant Dong that you asked him to get stomach medicine for me? Shinmumu paused slightly as she recalled this. Yes. At the time, after her phone call with Assistant Dong, in order to keep up the virtuous wife act in front of others, she had casually mentioned it. Thinking that a stomach condition was standard for a domineering president, she felt it was quite fitting to say that. The man slowed his tone, raising his eyebrows. How come I don't know that I have a stomach condition? Shinmumu. In her heart she thought, whether you actually have it or not doesn't matter, as long as I can keep up the act. But what came out of her mouth was, you work so hard every day, your meals must be irregular. Better safe than sorry. Her years of experience climbing the career ladder in her previous life told her that a bit of sweet talk goes a long way in maintaining good relationships between superiors and subordinates. The man seemed quite pleased. She saw the corners of his lips curl up imperceptibly. Then his deep and brooding eyes like a secluded pool lingered on her face for a few seconds, and his voice gently said, The group's newly built holiday resort in Shin City is ready. Are you interested in going to take a look? As soon as Shinmumu heard this, her eyes lit up brightly. Holiday resort? A 5-star one? Chi not 5-star. Shinmumu was just about to say that's fine too, when she heard Chi-mo's casual voice. 6 stars. Shinmumu. Visit novelbin.c.m for updates. The traffic light in front turned red, and he fully turned his head to look at Shinmumu's hesitant eyes, and added, A staff welfare benefit from the group. Shinmumu tilted her head. As the boss, you also get staff benefits? Chi-mo, of course. Shinmumu smiled and nodded. Let's go then. Since it's a benefit, it would be a waste not to go. We can bring little Chi along too. This is his last summer break before senior year of high school. A soft spot in Chi-mo's heart was stirred by a trace of ineffable emotion. He nodded lightly. All right. You can go let him know. Shinmumu gave an okay gesture. Got it. For the rest of the drive back, Shinmumu didn't look at her phone again. She asked Chi-mo what attractions and activities were available at the holiday resort. Only after getting back to the villa did she see that Su Tingran had sent her several messages. Su Tingran, ha 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 ha, are young people these days all so outrageous? Su Tingran, both illiterate and shameless, I really worry for the young girls these days. Su Tingran, your President Chi must have been furious knowing you were given a slip of paper with a pickup line by a guy in his 20s, right? Can't imagine what he looks like when jealous. Su Tingran, he definitely can't take it. Seeing the screen, Shin Mumu's lips curled up. She replied, he didn't dare. Su Tingran. 7:30 in the morning. The person sleeping soundly felt the bedsheets by her feet being pulled up by someone. The curtain blocked out the morning light, and dim lighting coming in from the walk-in closet direction faintly illuminated the spacious master bedroom, outlining the silhouettes of a man and a woman. Oblivious, the person on the bed let out a murmur as her long lashes fluttered lightly with each breath, then turned over. The man standing at the foot of the bed had a trace of helplessness appear in his deep, brooding eyes. He slowly buttoned up the expensive watch on his wrist. At some point, Chiamo had gotten used to pulling up the bedsheets that Shin Mumu would surely have kicked off the bed every morning when he got up. He soundlessly shut the door and went to work after washing up and getting ready. Shin Mumu also didn't sleep for much longer, getting up around an hour after the man had left. She went to Yuji Flower Shop to handle the day's work. Just after arriving in this world, she was content to eat, sleep and play every day. But over time, she started to feel a sense of emptiness instead. The flower shop's business was getting better and better, and her sense of living in this realistic world grew stronger. Arriving at Yuji Flower Shop, the 4 employees had already orderly begun work. The delivery service for flowers was handed over to a courier company, so the shop assistants were quite free, tending to the flowers and plants and merchandise in the store. Based on past experience, it would only be in the afternoon that customers who had heard of their fame online would come to the store. Shin Mumu took advantage of the free morning to personally bake some cranberry cookies in the small kitchen at the back. She instructed the staff to give them to customers who came in for afternoon tea in the store. Leaving the flower shop in the evening, she happened to run into Chi Xiaobai, who was about to head out. Shin Mumu called out to him. Little Chi. The reticent boy turned around, raising his eyebrows to indicate a questioning Your dad's company just completed building a new holiday resort. Let's go spend a few days there as a family to relax before your last summer break in high school. Chi Xiaobai was taken aback for a moment. In his memory, his father had always been very busy with work and had never gone on vacation trips with him before. Shin Mumu, what do you think? Want to go? Chi Xiaobai collected himself and lazily drawled. What's fun about a holiday resort? Shin Mumu, oh, if you're not interested then forget it. She hadn't expected this young master to be very enthusiastic about a holiday resort anyway. Not one to force others, she was about to turn away when she heard Chi Xiaobai's clear yet indifferent voice again. When do we leave? Shin Mumu found that ever since Chi Xiaobai learned they were going on a vacation, he had been going out less and less, and had spent nearly every day at home recently. One afternoon, she noticed Chi Xiaobai lazily basking in the sun on the balcony, and on a whim asked him, Little Chi, do you want to watch cartoons? A new theatrical release of a hot-blooded basketball anime was coming out soon, and Shin Mumu wanted to review the previous episodes before it premiered. Since Chi Xiaobai usually loved playing basketball, she extended a friendly invitation. Chi Xiaobai lazily raised his eyebrows, with his usual aloof expression, and spoke disdainfully, Do I look like someone who watches cartoons? Do you think I'm in elementary school? Without thinking, Shin Mumu said, Yes, you're free anyway, come watch with me. Chi Xiaobai. 6 hours later. In the home theater. Damn, how could he pass to the wrong person on that last shot? That makes no sense. Qi Xiaobai watched the main character on screen crying bitterly, and was still lamenting. What a shame, just 2 points away. If it were me, I'd commit seppuku to apologize. Shingmumu, chewing on some potato chips, spoiled, the main character feels really guilty about it too, he's about to shave his head soon. Don't tell me. Qi Xiaobai dramatically covered his ears. No spoilers. Shingmumu was surprised. No way, is this your first time watching this anime? Qi Xiaobai neither confirmed nor denied, glancing at Shingmumu out of the corner of his eye, before looking back at the screen again and changing the subject. Play the next episode. Seeing the hidden disappointment in the boy's eyes instantly made Shingmumu understand something. The novel mentioned that Qi Xiaobai had lived with his great-grandmother since childhood, only moving in with his father when he was in 5th grade. He thought that when he finally left his great-grandmother's place, he would be able to receive his parents' love and care like other children. But it was not what he wished for. On the very day he moved in with his father, he learned that his mother had passed away years ago. After that, his personality gradually became gloomy and independent. The things that other children loved to play with and watch didn't interest him at all, and he lived like a little adult. A large part of Qi Xiaobai's childhood was probably missing. Thinking of this, Shingmumu's heart softened, and she comforted him imperceptibly in a joking way. Little Qi, I'm so envious that you get to watch this anime with fresh eyes. Lend me your eyeballs, let me dig them out. Qi Xiaobai turned his head and looked at her as if she were crazy. Huh? Shingmumu acted oblivious and continued. Never mind, your eyes aren't as big as mine, not worth it. After we finish this series, I'll recommend you another anime about ninjas, it's also super good. I'm craving a popsicle now, go grab me one from the fridge. Seeing her matter-of-fact attitude, Qi Xiaobai raised his eyebrows, why don't you go get it yourself? Shingmumu cleared her throat dramatically, ahem, I'm about to start spoiling things again. The main character, he. Qi Xiaobai bounced up from the sofa, I'm going, shut up. CHCK for US Tirais on no/v/l/bin.c0m. Shingmumu smiled smugly, having gotten her way, and ordered, peach flavor, and bring some beef jerky too. The boy obediently went to the kitchen. Just as he was holding 2 popsicles in one hand and beef jerky in the other, passing through the foyer, steady footsteps sounded from the front door. The man of the house, his father, had returned. Qi Xiaobai's footsteps faltered as he slowly turned his head and met his father's somewhat curious gaze. Dad. Qi Mo's eyes lowered, falling on the snacks in Qi Xiaobai's hands that were clearly more than a single portion, and his brow twitched. Not knowing how to explain how he had become his stepmother's errand boy, Qi Xiaobai said somewhat awkwardly, I'm watching cartoons with her, just getting some snacks. Qi Mo, Qi Xiaobai felt this didn't sound like something he would say, and awkwardly added after a pause, Dad, do you want to watch too? Qi Mo. The 2 men looked at each other in brief silence. One was internally processing the fact that his grown-up son actually watched cartoons. The other regretted asking such a foolish question. After a few seconds, the corners of Qi Mo's mouth softened slightly as he walked towards the stairs and said lightly. You kids watch, I won't join, I still have work to do. Okay. Qi Xiaobai was not surprised at all, and was secretly relieved instead. It would be freaky if his dad had actually accepted the invitation. He quickened his pace and escaped into the home theater, as if having dodged a bullet. The man who had just said he had work to do did not go to his study. Instead, he went to the rooftop balcony on the 3rd floor. Tonight was calm and windless, the night sky pitch black and full of stars. The handsome man looked up at the sky, as if reminiscing. He murmured softly. If you could see him now, you'd be very happy. Asterisk. When Mumu received a call from Sister Chen at the headhunting firm, she had just left Yueji Flower Shop. Ms. Xing, we've found a candidate that meets your requirements. Mumu, that was fast. Is it a man or woman? A man. Mumu couldn't believe her ears. A man? With her high requirements, they managed to find someone? Sister Chen eagerly touted him over the phone. The candidate's name is Qingxue, 27 years old this year. He studied abroad for 4 years and just returned to the country recently. During his post-grad studies he was a management trainee at a well-known company and handled quite a few projects, very experienced despite his young age. Mumu clicked open the resume Sister Chen had sent over. The energetic, crisp look of the handsome photo on the resume caught her attention. He looked fresh and vibrant, with bright eyes full of drive, matching well with his name. Sister Chen, the interview time is set for 9 a.m. the day after tomorrow. Is that convenient for you, Ms. Xing? Mumu, yes, thanks for arranging it. Sister Chen, my pleasure. That Monday, Mumu met with Qingxue, who had come for the interview as scheduled. He was even more outstanding than she had imagined, tall and good-looking, refined speech and manners. As usual, Mumu introduced the current state of the flower shop and asked him a few questions. After gaining a basic understanding of him, she smiled and asked the question she was wondering about. With your experience and credentials, why are you willing to come work with us? It seemed Qingxue had anticipated this question. He smiled and said, because I see potential in your company, and I'm very satisfied with the salary you offered. He had seen the promotional webpage Sister Chen sent him for Yueji Flower Shop. He was very optimistic about the flower delivery service, and also very interested in the plans to build the brand. He paused, then continued. From my understanding, there are no high-end flower delivery services tailored for elites in China yet. Your company has huge potential for future growth. I think this is a great platform, a good opportunity for me. Apart from that, there was another reason that made him unable to refuse this position. Qingxue thought to himself, not voicing the second half of his words. Mumu nodded, seeming very satisfied with his answer. This position is a general management role, equivalent to being groomed for store manager. Once you become familiar with the work, I'll hand over the daily operations of this store entirely to you. I'll be responsible for developing other business areas. There will be a lot of trivial matters initially as we're just starting out. Does a 1-month probation work for you? No problem. I can start working tomorrow. Qingxue's tone was firm. Mumu stood up and smiled, extending her hand. Welcome aboard. Qingxue shook her hand. It's my honor. A handsome guy came to the flower shop, and not only did the 2 female employees show more enthusiasm than usual, but the number of customers in the store also visibly increased. The rich housewives of Yiding at Shiyu usually have a lot of free time. Upon hearing that a handsome store manager had arrived at the flower shop near their homes, they made appointments to come to Yueji Flower House for afternoon tea whenever they had the chance. Qingxue quickly got the hang of his work, and within just 3 days, he not only sorted out any potential loopholes in the flower delivery process and handed a document to Mumu, but also suggested keeping records of the favorite bouquets, pastries, colors, and scents of the regular customers who often visited the shop, for future customized birthday gifts for the members. After observing for a few days, Mumu was also very satisfied with Qingxue's character. Thus, she entrusted the management of the store to him with confidence and took a day off for herself, finally enjoying a lazy sleep. Mumu left when the sun was not so scorching in the afternoon. She planned to buy some equipment for her upcoming skiing vacation. You can drive the car back, I'll take a taxi home later. Mumu got out of the car and bent down to say to the driver inside. It had been a long time since she went shopping, and she didn't know how long she would indulge in the shopping spree, so she didn't want to keep the driver waiting in the car all the time and let him go back first. Jing City is bustling with tall buildings, but this shopping mall is somewhat different from the others, with not many people coming and going. She just told the driver that she wanted to go shopping and buy things, so naturally, he took her to the mall where luxury stores gathered. The interior decoration was luxurious and grand, and the air conditioning was turned up to the maximum, as if electricity was free. Xing Mumu stood in front of a counter selling sunglasses and subconsciously shrunk her neck. On one hand, it was to keep warm. On the other hand, she didn't want the shop assistant to see her slightly open mouth in surprise. Are these sunglasses studded with diamonds? Why do they cost 6 figures? Her hand involuntarily reached for her handbag, secretly feeling grateful. Fortunately, she brought the supplementary card given by Mo. The prices in this mall are so high that it would be painful if she had to pay with her own money. Thinking of this, her bright eyes turned around. She took out her phone and sent a message to Mo. I plan to buy some skiing equipment. What size do you usually wear for clothes? Since she was planning to spend her sugar daddy's money, naturally she had to understand the principle of being grateful in order to spend it with a clear conscience. When Mo received Xing Mumu's message, he was in a meeting. Sitting in the middle of the conference room, his expression was indifferent. Seeing the phone light up, he lowered his gaze and picked up the phone with his slender hand. In the next second, the department heads sitting around the conference table seemed to notice that the cold and dignified CEO's eyes seemed to lift slightly, and then they saw him give a faint glance to his assistant. His special assistant immediately understood and announced, "The meeting is suspended. We will resume in 10 minutes." After everyone dispersed, Mo leaned back in his leather chair and lightly frowned as he replied, "No need to make a special trip. When you arrive at the resort, someone will take care of it." Xing Mumu typed quickly and soon 3 messages were sent back. "I've already arrived at the mall." Boss, you don't understand. Doing the preparatory work before going on a trip is also part of enjoying the trip. By the way, prepare a set for Xiaobai too, so that he doesn't feel left out. Do you know his size? The man lowered his gaze, his long lashes concealing his gaze, his fingertip hovering above the screen without pressing it, lost in thought. On the other side, Xing Mumu rested her chin on her hands, sitting on a tall stool in the shopping mall's resting area, her fair legs swinging back and forth. After a while, she finally received Mo's message with his measurements. Following that message was another one, "Which shopping mall are you in?" She looked up at the mall's sign, tapping on her phone, and suddenly a bright idea flashed in her mind. "Xing Mumu, Henglong Plaza, General Qi, may I timidly ask if this mall happens to be one of your businesses?" "Xing Mumu, could it be that a group of people will suddenly come out and say to me, 'Madam, please choose freely'? Qi young master will foot the bill tonight?" "Xing Mumu, if that's the case, please let me know in advance. I'm afraid I'll be too surprised and embarrass you. Upto.dfrm no/v/e/lb/i n.co/m." Ever since the incident with the jewelry case where she was told to wear anything worth 20 million casually, she had become bolder in speculating about this man's wealth. If Mo replied to her, saying, "I happen to own this mall," she wouldn't be surprised at all. Mo looked at his phone, a satisfied arc forming at the corner of his lips, and replied with a low chuckle, "You have quite the imagination." "I was just asking casually." Not hearing the expected lines from the overbearing CEO, Xing Mumu pursed her lips. After a brief warm-up with some opening lines, she finally cautiously entered the main topic, dividing her sentence into 3 parts. "Xing Mumu, you also know, the flower shop recently hired a new store manager. He's good-looking and capable, and I'm paying him a high salary. The other side, Xingmumu, during the store's development phase, it's better to keep some working capital. The other side, Xingmumu, so, can I use your card for shopping today? The other side, once I give it to you, it's yours to use however you want. Xingmumu's eyes suddenly lit up. Finally, the line from the overbearing CEO had arrived, albeit late. She replied to Chi-Mo with 3 emoticons, smilingly. Thank you, boss.jpg, boss, you're generous.jpg, let me massage your legs, boss.jpg. Chi-Mo's gaze lingered on the screen, his eyes filled with deep thoughts. He was still thinking about what she had just said. Good-looking and capable? 2 hours later. After buying a down jacket, Xingmumu went to the sports apparel floor and picked 3 sets of skiing equipment and some small items. Loaded with bags, she descended to the ground floor. As the mall's revolving door turned, a gust of cold wind blew in. Xingmumu reached the entrance and realized that it was pouring rain outside. The weather in midsummer, bright and sunny one second, stormy the next. She stood at the door, feeling worried when she heard the sound of her phone receiving a message. Chi-Mo, it's raining outside. Tell the driver to go slower when you go home. Xingmumu hung the bags on her forearm and took out her hand to reply. I asked the driver to go back earlier, so now I'm forced to wait at the door. It seems like the heavens think I've spent too much of your money today, so they're giving me a wake-up call with rain, crying and laughing emoji. After replying to the message, before she had a chance to open the ride-hailing app, she suddenly heard a familiar voice. Sister Xing. There was only one person who called her that, Qingzhua. Xingmumu looked through the rain and saw Qingzhua's car parked on the other side of the road, about a dozen meters away. The window was rolled down a bit, and Qingzhua shouted through the pouring rain. Sister Xing, are you waiting for a driver? The traffic is terrible now. Where are you going? I can give you a ride. Xingmumu looked up at the gloomy sky. Judging by the situation, the rain would not stop anytime soon, and the road conditions would surely become more complicated. Without being polite to the enthusiastic new employee, she smiled helplessly and shouted back. Thank you for the trouble. I'm going to Xiu Yuding. Qingzhua found the only umbrella in the car and ran over. Seeing the shopping bag in her hand, he reached out to take it. Let me put your things in the car first, so they won't get wet. He took the bag and hurried towards the car. Just then, Xingmumu's phone rang. It was a call from Chi-Mo. His deep voice carried a sense of stability, but she could tell that he was speaking faster than usual. There's heavy traffic during rush hour. You don't have to wait for the driver at home. I'll come and pick you up. Find a cafe in the mall to rest for a while, I'll be there soon. Xingmumu felt relieved and said, no need. I'm lucky. I ran into a new employee who gave me a ride. Chi-Mo's large hand holding the phone paused for a moment before he could respond. Then, a young man's passionate and clear voice came through the earpiece. Sister Xing, I've put the things away. Let's go. We only have one umbrella, so please bear with it. Xingmumu nodded at Qingzhua. I'll hang up first and see you when I get home, she said to the person on the phone before hanging up. Qi Group Headquarters. The handsome man walking to the elevator with car keys in hand silently tightened his gaze. A feeling he had never experienced before stealthily wrapped around his heart, wrinkling his brow. Like a sudden summer storm, he felt stifled. In the car. Xingmumu sat in the back seat with shopping bags. She used a tissue to wipe the wet corners of her clothes, and thanked the man in the front seat. Qingzhua, thank you, you've helped me a lot. Get the latest chapters on n/velbin.com. The man in the front didn't look back, but his voice sounded cheerful. It's nothing, no trouble, it was close by. Xingmumu, it's after work now, I'll pay you overtime for wasting your personal time. Qingzhou tilted his head to the side and quickly declined, no need. Sister Xing, you're too polite, I was just going to be home alone after work anyway, it didn't delay anything. Xingmumu insisted, no, then I would be exploiting my employee like a capitalist, I must pay overtime, listen to me on this. Seeing he couldn't refuse, Qingzhou reluctantly compromised, okay. The car slowly drove towards Xiyuting in the pouring rain. Due to rush hour traffic, the car was moving slower than Xingmumu expected. It took nearly half an hour before they reached the villa entrance. She bid Qingzhou farewell and jogged to the villa. While changing shoes, she caught sight of a pair of exquisite handmade Italian leather shoes. They were Qi Mo's shoes. He's back? The route from Qi Group to Xiyuting was clearly farther than from the mall. How did he get home before her? Just as she was pondering this, the ground before her was gradually shadowed. Looking up, she saw Qi Mo standing in front of her. The tall, upright man enveloped her entirely in his shadow. His gaze slowly descended, glancing at the red marks on her fair, delicate hands left by the shopping bag handles. His brow subtly wrinkled. Xingmumu blinked her bright eyes, you're back? How? Before she could finish speaking, the bags in her hands were suddenly taken by the man. Then a low voice followed, I'll take them. Xingmumu's arms naturally reached forward. Okay. Unintentionally touching the man's palm, her fingertips trembled lightly. Why is it so cold? Like ice. She slowly raised her eyes. The man's face was expressionless, his brows and eyes seemed to be wrapped in chillness, and a powerful aura overwhelmed her. She really couldn't reconcile this cold, aloof face with the considerate I'll take them he had just uttered. Have some hot tea. Qi Mo put the shopping bags on the living room table and handed her a cup of hot tea. Through the thin wisps of steam rising from the tea, Xingmumu only then noticed the man's sharp, overwhelming aura had faded somewhat. She said, "You're home early today." Usually at this time he would still be at the company. Today he had exceptionally appeared at home. Qi Mo looked at her deeply and said slowly, I was already in the parking garage when I called you. Xingmumu didn't think much of it. That explains it. After drinking the tea, she felt warmer. Getting up, she said, I'll go upstairs to take a bath. Qi Mo, okay. She headed upstairs. Just after climbing a few steps, she suddenly recalled something and turned back. She discovered Qi Mo's gaze was aimed toward her back. Seeing her look over, Qi Mo didn't shift his stare, looking directly at her. What's wrong? Somewhat uneasy under his deep, scorching eyes, Xingmumu paused briefly before pointing with her eyes to the shopping bags on the table. Try on the clothes to see if they fit, I didn't buy them in the size you said. I noticed your muscles are tight and your figure is good, half a size smaller should fit better. See if they fit. The clothes sold to mature men were mostly looser to accommodate middle-aged spread. Xingmumu had noticed Qi Mo's clothes were almost all custom-made to fit his build. Clearly the standard sizes would be too big. The complimented man's eyes shifted subtly, his hard jaw gradually softening as he gently said, Okay, I'll try them later. Okay, I'm going upstairs now. Just as Xingmumu was about to turn back to the bedroom, she was suddenly called by Qi Mo again. Mumu. Xingmumu. Her eyes blinked uncertainly. This was the first time he had called her Mumu. It felt a little strange. However, hearing him enunciated in that magnetic, enchanting voice gave her an indescribable feeling of comfort. Xingmumu, Qi Mo, In the future, if a situation like today happens again, you can call me instead of troubling someone else. No way. Xingmumu responded immediately without thinking. Hearing this, the man paused microscopically, a fleeting anomalous gleam appearing in his eyes. Low and gloomy. The next second, Xingmumu's eyes curved slightly. Her bright eyes reflected the living room chandelier's glittering light, two dimples shallowly sinking as she jokingly said, "If I trouble someone else I can pay them overtime, but trouble you? Forget it." She exaggeratedly shook her head. "Your time is worth millions per minute, how could I afford it?" Chiemo was stunned, the corners of his eyes slowly curling up. "I'm going upstairs now." Xingmumu briskly ran upstairs, eager to soak in a hot bath and wash away the day's fatigue from shopping. That night, young Master Chi tried on the clothes Xingmumu had bought. They fit very well. However, the colors were somewhat unexpected. Young Master Chi ultimately still knocked on the master bedroom door. Xingmumu opened the door with an Iron Man face mask that had a metallic texture on. As soon as the door opened, young Master Chi recoiled a step. "Whoa." Xingmumu raised her brow. "What?" Young Master Chi wanted to speak but hesitated. I really have to wear that ski suit?" "Xingmumu, doesn't fit? We can exchange it if it's the wrong size." Young Master Chi was utterly hopeless. "But it's pink." Xingmumu didn't understand. Pink looks so nice, gentle sunshine. Most suitable for softening the prickliness of a petulant teenage boy. Young Master Chi. Xingmumu patted his shoulder reassuringly. "Your dad's is bright red, so nice, matching father-son outfits." Young Master Chi's eyes widened incredulously. His dad was bright red? Young Master Chi was still stunned by the shock when he heard Xingmumu continue. "You're only 17, don't dress like an old man all the time, nothing but black, white, and gray, it's inauspicious." Having said that, Xingmumu abruptly shut the door. Young Master Chi. After a long pause, he reluctantly accepted the facts. All right, if his dad could wear bright red, what was so strange about him wearing pink? After all, it was just a ski suit, not a school uniform. In the room, the man sitting against the headboard reading a financial magazine heard the conversation at the door, his fingers microscopically stiffening. Black, white, gray, old man. 3 days later, the Chi family of 3 boarded a plane bound for Shin City. Why not take the family private jet? Sitting in the back row of first class, Chi Xiaobai suddenly asked while looking at his dad and stepmom in the front row. The private jet was not as crowded as a commercial plane, so the 3 of them didn't have to sit in rows. Bika, Chiemo turned his head and had just uttered a syllable when Xingmumu, who really couldn't hold back her sarcasm, cut him off. "There are first-class seats and you're still complaining? You're impossible." Xingmumu glared at him. Chi Xiaobai was taken aback at first. Then he slowly turned his head to look out the window and quietly stopped talking. Hearing the 2 people's conversation, Chiemo imperceptibly curved his lips and slowly closed his eyelids, leaning back to rest. Shin City Airport. "Are you sure Mr. Chi is coming today?" Chu Hui had her hands clasped together as she kept looking in the direction of the arrival gate and asked her assistant behind her. "Yes, Ms. Chu. I've triple-checked. Mr. Chi is indeed arriving today." The assistant looked at the time. According to the information, the plane should land in less than 10 minutes. Chu Hui impatiently hummed and lifted her sunglasses to walk towards the seats in the arrivals hall. Seeing her sit down, the assistant finally breathed a sigh of relief and subtly patted his chest. Phew. It was difficult to get information on Mr. Chi's flight time. If there were any changes to his schedule, Ms. Chu would definitely blame him. "I hope there are no changes. Come to think of it, it is strange. Ms. Chu is 32 this year. She has looks and figure. There are many prestigious families in Shin City who want to marry her, not just a few. But over the years, Ms. Chu's heart has been set on that man living far away in Jing City. Back then, Ms. Chu's feelings were understandable. After all, Mr. Chi is a rare, talented, and handsome young man. His looks and temperament are extraordinary. But now, the man is married, yet Miss Chu still. Chu Hui stared at the people coming out from the arrival gate, hoping to see the man who had captivated her heart for many years, her gaze becoming more and more obstinate. A few years ago, she accompanied her father to a banquet and met Stepmother for the first time. It was love at first sight. She begged her father to play matchmaker, but her father told her, "Don't be silly. He has a son. Do you want to be a stepmother?" So what if she did? Rather than marrying a man she didn't like, she was willing to be a stepmother for the man she truly loved. Unfortunately, no matter how hard she tried to get close to that man, he always kept her at a distance. In order to be a match for him, she worked hard to learn business and took over her father's industry, silently keeping up with Stepmother's every news and development. Just as she finally made the family business one of the best in Shin City and had the confidence to stand before him again to express her feelings, she received shocking news like a bolt from the blue. He had a flash marriage. The news said the woman who became Mrs. Chi came from an ordinary family and looked plain. She was unwilling to accept this. She ordered people around her not to mention anything about Stepmother's new wife in front of her. She was waiting for a chance to stand before him in person. She believed that as long as Stepmother saw her now, he would understand that only she was fit to be Mrs. Chi. Thinking of the past, Chu Hui's eyes narrowed. This time, Stepmother is personally coming to Shin City to inspect the resort. This is the chance she has been waiting for a long time. Suppressing the unwillingness in her heart, the only thing left in Chu Hui's eyes was anticipation. At this moment, a tall figure appeared before her eyes. The man was still tall and straight. Wearing a black overcoat, his silent and aloof temperament made him exude a majestic aura of a top dog. Just like the first time she saw him, handsome beyond compare. His pitch-black eyes were like a deep pool, drawing people to sink deep within. Chu Hui took off her sunglasses. She could no longer see anyone else. With a smile, she walked over to him. "Mr. Chi! I've been waiting for you. Welcome to Shin City." The man turned his head and looked at her with an indifferent gaze, his brows slowly furrowing. There seemed to be an immeasurable distance in his eyes. He said in a low voice, "You are?" Chu Hui's smile froze, as if doused from head to toe with a bucket of icy water on a snowy day, unable to move a muscle. The assistant behind her was also at a loss, looking back and forth between them in surprise. No way. Mr. Chi doesn't recognize Ms. Chu? How could this be? This is so awkward. Chu Hui pulled at the corners of her mouth and dug her nails into her palms to barely maintain composure. "It's me, Chu Hui. We met many years ago. Don't you remember?" The man's eyes were as cold as blades, searching for this name in his mind. Chu Hui pursed her lips and prompted, "My father is Chu Tongxin." Stepmother raised his brow. "Oh, Tongxin Group's Chu?" "Yes, Chu Hui. Nice to meet you. I know you're coming to Shin City recently, so I came to the airport specially to pick you up. I booked a room at the Chi Resort. I'm very happy to see you again. Let's catch up over the next few days." On the side witnessing everything, Xing Mumu and Qi Xiaobai exchanged a look. Xing Mumu lowered her voice and asked Qi Xiaobai, "Has your dad's memory deteriorated after 30? Should we ask the butler to prepare some health supplements for him?" Explore Tati stories at no/l/bin.cm. Qi Xiaobai's mouth twitched. Do you even hear yourself? It was also when Shen Mumu and Qi Xiaobai were whispering that Chu Hui noticed the two people beside Qi Mo. A sense of astonishment arose in her heart as she looked at the woman standing just one fist away from the man. With a stiff smile, she asked, "Mr. Qi, who is this?" Qi Mo lightly tipped his chin. "My wife and son." Chu Hui was stunned, disbelief in her eyes. The woman before her was tall and fair. With a small, exquisite face and a pair of captivating fox-like eyes, she lightly smiled, seeming like a greeting, when Qi Mo introduced them. Her whole being was as enchanting as she was lively and cute. Chu Hui instantly felt like a joke. She had thought the rumors that Qi Mo's wife was plain-looking were true, arrogantly not bothering to find out anything about her. Now, seeing with her own eyes, she couldn't find any words. Qi Mo lightly tapped his chin and said in a low voice that kept an unbridgeable distance, "There's no need to catch up. This is a private trip. I don't want to see too many people. Ms. Chu, if there's nothing else, we'll be on our way." Though this was said tactfully, Chu Hui heard the impassable distance behind it. Without waiting for her to say anything more, the man had already strode away in his long legs, disappearing in just a few steps. "Mr. Qi." She swallowed back her last call, clenching her teeth tightly as she watched the man's receding figure and the woman beside him. The assistant hesitantly walked over. "Ms. Chu. The room at the resort, do you still want it booked?" Chu Hui whipped her head around. "Idiot! Why didn't you tell me Mr. Qi was coming with his wife?" The assistant furrowed his brows aggrievedly. "You told us not to mention anything about Mr. Qi's wife in front of you. You dare talk back? Do you want to quit?" The assistant lowered his head regretfully. "I'm sorry, Ms. Chu. I was incompetent. Keep the room booked for me. Bring the car around and follow Mr. Qi's car. Find out which room they're staying in." "Yes, Ms. Chu." Chu Hui felt awful and unwilling inside. Just thinking that Qi Mo didn't recognize her made her want to grind her teeth into powder. In the black Porsche ahead, Qi Mo and his wife sat in the back seat. Seeing his silhouette, Chu Hui clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging deep into her palms. She comforted herself in her heart. It's nothing. Pursuing someone out of reach would definitely not be easy. The car in front turned right into the resort's villa area. The car behind gradually slowed down. Chu Hui was puzzled. Why drive so slowly? Hurry and catch up. The driver looked back with an awkward expression. "Ms. Chu, those are exclusive parking spaces ahead. Other vehicles are prohibited." Shen Mumu looked out the window all the way. The scenery of Shen City and Jing City is so different. There is still snow this season. Qi Mo's gaze also fell outside the window. "Well, you can see snow all year round here. This is also why I chose to build the resort here." Right. Shen Mumu was just about to praise Qi Mo for his good eye for investment when she suddenly heard the cold voice of sarcasm from Qi Xiaobai. "You look like a southerner who has never seen snow." Shen Mumu glanced at him and was too lazy to respond. After the car entered the resort and drove for a long time, passing the ordinary guest room area, it stopped in front of a villa. This villa was obviously larger than the nearby standalone villas, but still not as spacious as the villas in Xiuyuting. But it had a nice open view. You could see the snow-capped mountains in the distance, and the scenery was pleasant. The air was filled with the fresh scent of snow wrapped around grass and trees, lingering around the nose, and it smelled very good. The managers of the various departments of the resort knew Chiemo was coming and were already waiting outside the villa. When they got off, the managers respectfully greeted. "Mr. Chi." "Madam." Chiemo nodded slightly in response. Shinmumu smiled brightly and greeted, "Hello everyone." Chi Xiaobai looked left and right. "What about me? Don't I deserve a name?" As if she could read his mind, Shinmumu poked his arm with her elbow and whispered. "You're just a little brat brought along by your parents for vacation." Chi Xiaobai. When Chiemo turned his head, he saw Shinmumu with laughter in her eyes and Chi Xiaobai at a loss for words. Diascover dated novels on NOV/E/Lbin.co. The sharp line of his jaw lifted in a pleasant arc, and his mood was like the snow-capped peaks in the distance, open and refreshing. He exchanged a few simple words with his subordinates, then let everyone leave. The villa was built against the mountain and had 2 floors. The decor was somewhere between simple and luxurious, appearing solemn without being tacky. It's decorated so nicely. It must cost a lot to stay here for one night, right? Shinmumu asked while looking around the interior of the villa. As Chiemo took off his black coat and hung it on the hanger, he said lightly, "This villa is not open to tourists." Shinmumu stared wide-eyed and looked around warily. Why? Was the new decoration not fully rid of formaldehyde? Chiemo smiled. His hand that was loosening his tie stopped, and he looked at her meaningfully, as if thinking her imagination was too wild. Chi Xiaobai, remembering that he had just been speechless under Shinmumu's retort, cheekily interrupted. "You're so dumb. This villa is specially reserved for us to stay when we come on vacation. Understand?" Shinmumu. She was only surprised for a second before quickly regaining her worldly composure. She waved her fist at the cheeky boy and said, "Dare to laugh at me? And understand? How about I give your melon head a round of applause?" Chi Xiaobai laughed and dodged. "I'll go check out my room first." After speaking, he very consciously walked towards the secondary bedroom. Chiemo pushed the suitcase into the master bedroom, and Shinmumu followed him in. The closed curtains automatically opened when they entered. The snowy scenery outside the large floor-to-ceiling windows came into view. But Shinmumu had no mind to appreciate the scenery at all. Her eyes were fixed on the open-concept large bathtub in the room without moving. Shinmumu. As if seeing what she was looking at, Chimo's Adam's apple rolled lightly. He said in a low voice, "You can use this bathtub. I'll go to another room to wash up at night." Shinmumu's ears turned red. Okay. Their trip to the ski resort was scheduled for tomorrow. Shinmumu quickly tidied up a bit and lay on the bed flipping through the Shincity travel guide on a certain red app. Seeing a place she wanted to visit, she flipped over and murmured, "Just missing a photography sidekick." After a while, she went to the living room. She saw Chiemo sitting comfortably on the sofa, legs slightly apart, reading a business magazine. Chi Xiaobai was curled up on a lazy boy sofa 5 meters away, earphones plugged in, watching anime. Shinmumu. What's with these father and son? Do they have some misunderstanding about vacation? She walked behind Chi Xiaobai and tapped the back of his head. Chi Xiaobai raised his eyebrows and turned his head, ? The man with the cold and elegant expression also slowly glanced over. Shinmumu crossed her arms and posed as an adult. "Leave the cartoons until we get back to Jing City. Going out to play but still being such a homebody, like an old man. Come on, adults will take you out for some photosynthesis." Chi Xiaobai, "Where to?" Shinmumu, "Ice and Snow World. It has a super long icy slide, a snowflake Ferris wheel and ice bikes." Sounds fun, doesn't it? No fun. Only little kids play on slides. Qi Xiaobai lazily stretched and slowly stood up. But since we're here already, might as well go take a look. Xingmumu knew Qiemo must not be interested in Ice and Snow World, and had only intended to ask him casually if he wanted to go or not. Unexpectedly, when she looked up, she saw the man had already closed the magazine, taken the coat hanging on the hanger, and stood upright at the door. Let's go. Xingmumu blinked. Ice and Snow World. At the entrance of the super long icy slide, the line snaked long. In the middle of the line, 3 extremely good-looking people attracted particular attention. A gust of cold wind blew by. Xingmumu shrank her neck in and wrapped her scarf tighter. In the snowscape, her face was glowing white, with 2 blotches of pink on her cheeks. Her petite pert nose had been blown red by the cold wind, looking pitiful and cute. In the cold wind, Qimo's posture was still tall and upright like a pine tree, his cold and aloof temperament blending seamlessly into the snowy sky. Beneath his heroic brows, his ink-black eyes were deep and profound, reflecting specks of icy and snowy light. He was like a star hanging in the sky, and also like a clear yet fathomless sea. In the queue, some craned their necks to get a better look, whispering, "Are they celebrities? So pleasing to the eye. What an immortal couple, so gorgeous. They must be celebrity sweethearts. I want to go over for an autograph and photo." Don't. Their sidekick looks fierce and not to be messed with. Qi Xiaobai, who was mistaken for a bodyguard, eyed the long line ahead and his expression darkened. He already had an unruly and aloof look. His eyes were cold and piercing. Dressed in a full black down jacket today, concealing his slender youthful figure, he looked more sturdy than usual. With a charcoal gray cold cap on his head and hands and pockets, he looked even more like a young newly recruited bodyguard. 20 minutes later, it was finally their turn to queue. There were a total of 8 slides, all made entirely from ice. Looking down from above, you couldn't see the end. The staff adjusted the position of the small sled, guiding Xingmumu to sit on it. She glanced left and right, and saw Qi Xiaobai was already seated, legs stretched straight and poised, with rare youthful excitement surfacing in his eyes. On the other side, Qiemo did not immediately sit on the sled, but stopped in front of the safety instruction sign, brows slightly furrowed. Shortly after, he crouched down behind Xingmumu. The cold wind carried his magnetic deep voice to her ear. "Don't put your hands outside the sled. Be careful." Xingmumu slowly turned her head, her gaze colliding with the man's. She paused for a moment. "Okay." After speaking, the man stood up and walked towards the slide beside them. Seeing this, Qi Xiaobai's lips pressed into a straight line. Feeling that his father didn't pay attention to him, his heart inexplicably soured. He looked away and nonchalantly let his gaze fall elsewhere. "You too." Suddenly, a low and curt voice rang out. Passing by Qi Xiaobai, Qiemo casually reminded him. Qi Xiaobai whipped his head around in surprise. After a pause, the thorns in the boy's eyes seemed to melt away. He nodded heavily. "Got it!" With a clear wow cry, Xingmumu felt herself flying out. The cold wind whipped past her face with a roar, and the sudden acceleration made her heart beat faster as the thrill soared. She couldn't help grinning like a child. She never let herself bottle things up. Whenever she played any thrilling rides, she would scream out loud if she wanted. She found the fun doubled when she did. Woo-hoo. Ha 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 dash. Ah dash. Hearing the clear voice occasionally coming from the left slide, Qimo's mouth corners slightly lifted, smiling imperceptibly. He was infected by her cheerful mood, eyes curving. The 3 played at the Ice and Snow World until the sun went down. To be precise, the 2 Qis accompanied the eager to play Xingmumu until the sun went down. Read latest chapters at n/velbi.co/m. Xing Mumu used blackmail of spoiling the plot to force Qi Xiaobai to cooperate and take a set of Elsa pose photos for her. She took a handful of snow and waved her arm to scatter it. Muttering under her breath, "Let it go." Qi Xiaobai pressed the brim of his cold hat low, knowing no acquaintances would see this embarrassing scene, hurriedly pressed the shutter. Click. Click. Nearby, a tall and handsome man stood in the snow, eyes flickering as he watched the two. His chest vibrated slightly, emitting a low laugh. Suddenly, his coat pocket vibrated with an incoming call. Qi Mo answered his work phone. "Hello?" On the other end of the phone, Chu Hui's voice was sweet. "President Qi, it's me, Chu Hui." Qi Mo's brows furrowed slightly, surprised how she got his number. His tone was slightly displeased. "What's the matter?" "President Qi, I've booked a table tonight at Uli restaurant to welcome you." Chu Hui's hand clutching the phone tightened, stopping the nervousness in her heart. "Years ago when my father brought me to a banquet, he kept praising what a talented man you are, and told me that if there was a chance Duangxin Group must cooperate with Qishir Group. When I heard Qishir Group was coming to Shin City to build a resort, I was so happy I couldn't stand it. Now I'm fully in charge of Duangxin Group. I wonder if I could have the chance to have a meal with President Qi and discuss possible future cooperation between Duangxin and Qishir. It doesn't matter if you don't want to talk business, Uli Restaurant is the most famous restaurant in Shin City. I sincerely invite you to come and taste our local flavors." After saying this long speech, Chu Hui laughed and slowed down, also to let me fulfill my host's duties. "I'm sorry Miss Chu, I'm busy." Qi Mo maintained his business etiquette, suppressing his displeasure, and only spoke to reject after Chu Hui had finished. Without waiting for her response, he directly hung up and put his phone back in his coat pocket. Beside him, Qi Xiaobai was handing his phone to Xing Mumu to let her check the photos. After Xing Mumu gave a thumbs up, Qi Xiaobai let out a relieved sigh, shoulders sinking. He looked for his dad's figure. Seeing Qi Mo looking at them, Qi Xiaobai called out. "Dad, she said she's hungry, I am too. Let's go eat dinner." Qi Mo was a little distracted, silent for a few seconds before nodding and walking towards them. It was very unexpected. Qi Xiaobai, who hadn't been by his side since young, even after living together, was used to eating alone. This was the first time the boy had made such a down-to-earth invitation to him. Uli Restaurant. The crisp sound of shattered plates and bowls came from the private room. Chu Hui's face was gloomy with anger. Not only did she not find out which villa Qi Mo was staying at, he wouldn't even come when she invited him to dinner. Being so far out of reach, how could she get close? Chu Hui's hand clenched the tablecloth, fiercely biting her lip. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, a gleam appeared in her eyes. Could it be? Should I force you to come see me using that matter? Just as she was hesitating, her assistant pushed open the door into the private room. "Boss Chu, do you need to order the kitchen to serve dishes?" Chu Hui's train of thought was interrupted. Having nowhere to vent her anger, she whipped her head around. "He's not even here, what's the point of serving dishes?" The assistant was stunned for a moment, conflicted for a while before carefully saying. "Boss Chu, people downstairs said they saw President Qi go to a hole-in-the-wall restaurant near the ice and snow world." The assistant observed the boss's expression and cautiously asked. "What do you think, should we go over too?" Chu Hui frowned. A hole-in-the-wall restaurant? She had invited him to the city's best restaurant, yet he wouldn't come, but was willing to go to the small eateries only common people went to? With who? The assistant looked embarrassed, with his wife and son. Hearing this, Chu Hui crumpled the tablecloth even more, practically gritting her teeth. "I won't go over." I want him to come see me willingly. That night, after a satisfying dinner, Shinmumu returned to the villa patting her stomach. The restaurant I recommended wasn't bad, right? Online reviews say it's where the locals go most, affordable and big portions. Chimo, it was pretty tasty. Chi Xiaobai nodded. The boss was overly enthusiastic. I even ate 2 extra bowls compared to usual. Happy that her carefully chosen restaurant was approved, Shinmumu suggested, "Why don't we go for a walk to digest?" Just now when we passed the resort hotel, I saw there was a bookstore and souvenir shops. Chi Xiaobai also felt too full, and agreed, "Sounds good to me." "Chimo, you two go ahead, I have a meeting with the management team here tomorrow, so I won't go out." Long used to Chimo's workaholic brain, Shinmumu made an okay sign with her hand. She turned and patted Chi Xiaobai on the shoulder. "Let's go, us 2 youngsters go take a look. People over 30 get sleepy after eating." Chi Xiaobai. Chimo. How could he tell her he wasn't actually that much older than her? Shinmumu and her head-taller pseudo-son slowly strolled to the resort hotel area. The pedestrian flow here was obviously much higher than the villa district, the cafes and snack stalls full of people. This made Shinmumu once again marvel at Chimo's investment insight in choosing this location. The just newly built resort had already attracted so many tourists. Shinmumu stopped at the souvenir shop in trance. "Let's go in and take a look." Since they were out, she wanted to get a small gift for Su Tingran. Chi Xiaobai looked over her head at the densely packed tourists inside, frowning. "So many people, I don't want to go in." Shinmumu didn't insist. "Then just wait here for me, don't wander off, I'll go buy you an orange." Chi Xiaobai. Why did that sound so weird, like he was being mocked? Just as he wanted to retort, Shinmumu had already ducked into the souvenir shop, vanishing from sight. He could only generously shrug and find a bench outside the shop to sit on, obediently waiting for her. Suddenly, an unfamiliar woman's voice came over. "Xiaobai?" Chi Xiaobai turned around in confusion. He saw the woman he had met at the airport walking towards him excitedly. "It's really you. I recognized your back right away." A question mark slowly emerged on Chi Xiaobai's head. "Do we know each other well?" Chu Hui put on the casual smile she had honed in the business world and started to get familiar with him. "Xiaobai, you look just like your dad when he was young, handsome and eye-catching among the crowd. Auntie recognized you right away." When Chi Xiaobai was not smiling, he naturally looked unfriendly. He felt very uncomfortable with the sudden enthusiasm and looked even more annoyed. Because his dad knew the former president of the Tongxin Group, he could not directly walk away. He reluctantly pulled up the corners of his lips as a response. Seeing his expression soften, Chu Hui's smile grew even wider. She wrapped her mink coat tighter and sat down on the bench, chatting eagerly. "Xiaobai, let's exchange WeChat? If you are not familiar with Shin City or don't know where to go, Auntie can be your guide. I'm an old friend of your dad. I see you as my own son." Chi Xiaobai moved a little further away from her to keep some distance. "No need. If I want to know these things, my dad's assistant and our butler at home can prepare a list for me anytime. Don't trouble yourself." Chu Hui's smile froze. She had wanted to get close to Chi Mo through his son, and also prepare for her future marriage into the Chi family and getting along with her stepson. She didn't expect the 17-year-old boy to be a tough nut to crack. Ha ha ha. Chu Hui concealed her embarrassment with a smile. "Auntie grew up in Shin City. I definitely know more than those online travel guides. By the way, where are you guys planning to go play tomorrow?" Chi Xiaobai had his hands in his pockets, looking nonchalant. "Don't know." He had seen too many young ladies trying to get close to him with various excuses, wanting to use him to climb up to his rich and powerful dad. He was very familiar with Chu Hui's fake enthusiasm. He gave the most indifferent and brief replies to end the conversation as soon as possible. Just as Chu Hui was about to change the topic to continue cracking this tough nut, Xing Mumu came out of the souvenir shop holding a small shopping bag. Seeing Qi Xiaobai on the bench with someone else sitting next to him, she subconsciously asked. Huh, Qi Xiaobai, you also have acquaintances in Shen City? Then she smiled at the acquaintance. Hello. After she spoke, the three of them fell silent for a moment, and the air froze briefly. Chu Hui's smile became even more stiff. The words on the tip of her tongue stopped. She felt a sense of disrespect. They had just met at the airport this morning. Why was she pretending not to recognize her? Amid the awkward atmosphere, Qi Xiaobai chuckled lightly to break the silence and looked mockingly at Xing Mumu. I think you're the one who needs health supplements from Butler Zhang. Xing Mumu. She had to admit she was a little face-blind. Especially someone like Chu Hui wearing a mink coat, she really didn't recognize her for a moment. She had seen at least 8 similar wealthy madams just in the souvenir shop earlier. Chu Hui already had a natural dislike for Xing Mumu. Now her resentment grew even more. She really didn't understand why an outstanding man like Mo would be interested in such an airhead. After Xing Mumu and Qi Xiaobai left, Chu Hui was still annoyed. Her belief grew even stronger. Only she was the one truly worthy of Mo. Not only because she had taken over the Tongxin group and could help him take his career to the next level and expand into the Shen City market. More importantly, she knew his secret, she knew his true self. The next day, Mo got up early and had a simple meeting with the resort management. In the afternoon, he went to the ski resort with Xing Mumu and Qi Xiaobai. The ski resort was a key attraction of the resort. It was built according to the highest standards from the start. Coming here this time was both for tourism and to inspect whether the facilities met the standards. The cable car took the three up the slope. Xing Mumu came out of the locker room wearing a purple and white ski suit. Seeing the 2 Qi men who had already changed, her eyes suddenly lit up. Qi Mo's skin was cold and pale. Against the steady burgundy ski suit, he looked even more handsome and eye-catching, disregarding everyone else. Xing Mumu generously praised, "You look really good in red. My aesthetic sense is spot on." Qi Mo chuckled lightly without replying. News tirais at n/vel/b/i/n.co. Meanwhile, Qi Xiaobai, who had bundled himself up tightly with ski goggles, was not so calm. He still could not accept the fact that his ski suit was pink. Xing Mumu tapped her chin, examining the uncomfortable Qi Xiaobai. She commented, "Although not as handsome as your dad, you also look good. The pink makes you seem gentle." Qi Xiaobai, gentle? This description sounded like it was for a dog. Xing Mumu didn't think there was anything wrong with it. She rubbed her hands excitedly and urged, "Let's go, start skiing." Qi Xiaobai looked at his dad resentfully. His eyes clearly conveyed, "Are you hearing her say human words?" But he found his dad wasn't even looking at him. He was holding his ski board in one hand and walking away. Qi Xiaobai paused, then hurried to catch up. "Wait for me." Xing Mumu used to ski a little before, but not much. She only dared to choose gentler slopes to play on. Qi Xiaobai was young and athletic from playing basketball. Although it was his first time skiing, he picked it up quickly. After sliding down the gentle slope twice, he felt it wasn't thrilling enough and started challenging intermediate slopes. What surprised Xing Mumu the most was Qi Mo. On the highest and steepest ski trail, a flash of red rushed down. Qi Mo leaned to one side on his board, body relaxed, leaning forward slightly, posture casual yet handsome. The ski board that Xingmumu couldn't control no matter what became extremely obedient under Qi Mo's handling, flexibly changing direction as he adjusted his angle. After just 2 runs, he had already attracted many fangirls and fanboys. They stopped skiing and stood by the side to watch. As the red figure sped by, they couldn't make out who he was. They only felt he looked even better than celebrities on TV. When they were waiting to see again, they saw him tuck his board under one arm and walk towards the gentle slope. Xingmumu rushed down the not-too-high slope, snow splashing onto her face. She got a mouthful of wind. After wiping the snow off her goggles, she saw Chiemo standing at the side watching her, his eyes smiling. "Why did you come here? You have so many fans waiting to see you." Xingmumu walked up to him with smiling eyes and teased. The man's eyes flickered slightly as he smiled. "Skiing alone is boring." "Xingmumu, but don't people ski alone?" "Chiemo, not necessarily." "Xingmumu, question mark." Chiemo pointed with his eyes not far away and said slowly, "You can also ski like that." She looked in the direction he indicated. On the flat snowfield, couples were skiing in pairs. One person sat on the board while the other held their shoulders and pushed them along. Or the person sitting held the hand of the person in front and got pulled. Xingmumu understood what he meant and slowly turned her head back, embarrassed. Chiemo raised his brow. "Want to try it?" "Xingmumu, but I'm afraid I can't pull you." Chiemo. Chimo's long, slender fingers rubbed his brow slightly helplessly. "Of course you'll sit." Xingmumu's bright eyes blinked. "Really?" The man chuckled lowly. Let's go." Then. What Qi Xiaobai saw next was a scene he would never have believed if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes. His aloof father, who was always chauffeured around and had servants bring anything he wanted with a glance, was happily pushing his stepmother's shoulders and sliding down a completely flat snowy slope. Amidst his shock, he didn't forget to take out his phone and capture this shocking scene. Xingmumu sat with her legs crossed on the sled, smiling radiantly. She felt it was actually more fun than the small slope from earlier. After being pushed around playing for a good while, the man behind her still seemed very energetic, as if he wasn't tired at all. But even though Chiemo didn't complain of tiredness, Xingmumu didn't feel right continuing to play like this. Firstly, it didn't seem proper for the esteemed President Qi to be used as a sled dog. Secondly, she overheard a couple next to them using them as a negative example for comparison. "Look how much strength her boyfriend has, now look at you." In order not to negatively impact others' relationships, Xingmumu called for a stop. "Let's take a break." The man stopped and looked down at her. "Was it fun?" Xingmumu smiled up at him. "Super fun. Should we switch and I'll push you next?" Qi Mo's voice was low and magnetic. "No need." She wanted to stand up and pushed off twice but couldn't seem to use any strength. After sitting cross-legged for so long, her legs were numb. Just as she was about to try again, a pair of large, warm hands reached over. Qi Mo's tall, straight figure cut an imposing silhouette. From Xingmumu's angle looking up, with the light behind him and the crisp blue sky as a backdrop, she couldn't see his expression clearly, but she could feel the air around them suddenly become gentle. She paused for a moment before placing her hands in his. "Thank you." At the same time, she mustered her strength and pushed off the ground to stand up. Right then, a few rowdy little boys came bounding over, and one mischievous child bumped into Qi Mo's leg. He suddenly lost his balance and lurched forward. Xingmumu was mid-pull and lost the counterforce, her legs went soft and she tipped backwards. In that instant, the figure carrying the brisk, icy scent of snow enveloped her. As they were about to collide, Xingmumu instinctively closed her eyes. Suddenly, she felt something soft cushioned the back of her head, the clamor around her faded away, and all she could hear was the sound of light panting by her ear. Chiemo had thrown out an arm to brace himself and used the other to protect the back of her head, preventing them from knocking into each other. Shingmumu slowly opened her eyes again, meeting that pair of deep, inky eyes gazing at her. The man's voice was low and magnetic. "Are you okay?" Her heart suddenly clenched. Her earlobes secretly flushed red. "I'm fine." Chiemo pulled her up and bent down to brush the snow off her knees. "Sorry, Uncle and Auntie," the child who had bumped into them said softly from the side. "It's okay. It's okay." The two spoke in unison. Their gazes collided in the air. "Uncle, you should hold the sister's hand." The slightly bigger child in the group looked up at Chiemo and made a hand-holding gesture. "That's how my dad holds my mom's hand so they don't slip and fall in the snow." Shingmumu. Uncle? Sister? This kid needed to spend more time on one of those vibrating kiddie rides outside malls to get the relationships and terms sorted out properly. Just as her thoughts wandered, she heard the man beside her respond with a hint of laughter. "Your dad is right." The next second, a long-fingered, well-proportioned hand appeared before her. "Give me your hand." Shingmumu was stunned. She slowly extended her hand. The man's fingertips had slight calluses, unlike the cold feeling when they had accidentally touched before. This time there was warmth. So warm that Shingmumu suspected he had a stove hidden on him. She didn't overthink Chimeo's gesture, taking it as normal couple behavior for appearances. She even foolishly smiled. "You really are odd." Chiemo raised a brow. Shingmumu explained, "You're dressed more lightly than me and Chi Xiaobai, yet your hands are still so hot. Have you secretly been taking a lot of tonics?" "Too much inner fire." Chimeo's breath hitched. The always quick-witted man felt for the first time what it was like to be rendered speechless by a remark. Evening. The setting sun slanted over the snowy mountains, bathing the sky and earth in warm yellow hues. A black Range Rover drove along the mountain road. "What should we eat tonight?" Chi Xiaobai, sitting in the middle of the back seat, propped his hands on the front headrests, and asked hungrily. Shingmumu said, "Oh shoot, I forgot to check the travel guides ahead of time. I don't know what good restaurants are around here." Chiemo kept his gaze forward and tilted his head slightly. "Since you two don't have any ideas, I'll decide." Shingmumu and Chi Xiaobai said in unison, "Okay." 20 minutes later, the Range Rover stopped at the summit. Chiemo undid his seatbelt. "We're here, this is the place." From the outside, the mountaintop restaurant looked like a massive glass house. Aside from the log frame structure for support, it was almost completely surrounded by glass windows, reflecting light and giving the interior a bright, open feel. Shingmumu took a deep breath of the fresh, high-altitude air and sincerely exclaimed, "Eating here, just drinking in the northwest wind would already put you in high spirits." Chi Xiaobai glanced at her, his sarcasm intact. "Don't worry, our family isn't so poor that we'd make you fill up on northwest wind." The dinner was also arranged by Chiemo. Delicate French cuisine was swiftly served. Not only was the scenery sublime, the plating of the dishes was also a feast for the eyes. Watching the elegant dining manners of the two Chi men across from her, Shingmumu began to wonder if the enthusiastic feedback she got after taking them to that hole-in-the-wall restaurant yesterday was them humoring her. As dusk deepened and night gradually swallowed up the last remnants of sunlight, small decorative lights in the trees lining the mountain road blinked on. The exterior lights on the restaurant also came on, making the surroundings resemble a fairy tale. After finishing the last course of lemon tart, Shingmumu gave Chiemo a satisfied thumbs up. "This place is amazing." Chi Xiaobai also nodded, I agree." Chiemo elegantly dabbed the corners of his mouth with a napkin, his tone relaxed, as long as you two like it. As he finished speaking, Xingmumu excitedly pulled Qi Xiaobai into a discussion about which dish was the best. Qi Xiaobai didn't really want to participate, but Xingmumu was brimming with enthusiasm, so he reluctantly feigned interest and responded languidly. Chiemo leaned back into his seat, posture casual and lazy. He slowly looked between the two, enthusiastically discussing inane topics, a smile in his eyes. Suddenly, his phone buzzed in his pocket. It was a message from an unfamiliar number. "President Qi, are you free to meet tomorrow night? I have some things I'd like to say to you. Chu Hui." Qi Mo's brows silently furrowed. He was extremely annoyed by this woman's repeated disturbances. He turned off the screen, not wanting to respond. Another message came through. "I want to talk to you about Gu Wan. Follow you stories at n/VELB/in.com." His eyes narrowed slightly, his gaze instantly turning icy. The fingers resting on the table curled inward. Qi Xiaobai noticed his change in expression. "Dad, are you okay?" Chiemo put his phone away and said in a low voice. "I'm fine." When Xingmumu arrived in Shin City, she played for 2 days straight. Xingmumu was thinking it was time to get down to the real purpose of this trip. She had discussed this in advance with Chiemo, and early the next morning Chiemo had a car and driver arranged to wait for her outside the villa. Xingmumu planned to investigate the business environment in Shin City and see if she could open a branch of her Yueji flower shop here. Just a few minutes after the car set off, they came across Qi Xiaobai, who was jogging by the roadside. When the car window rolled down, cold air rushed in. Xingmumu gasped, looking out the window, "It's so cold and you're out jogging?" Qi Xiaobai didn't answer her question but looked inside the car doubtfully. Besides the driver, there was only Xingmumu. Sounding puzzled, he squinted. "Where are you going to play?" "Without me?" Xingmumu sensed a hint of a child coaxing an adult in his words, which contrasted sharply with his usual lazy image. Amused, Xingmumu smiled and said, "I'm going downtown to take a look around. If you're not bored, you can come along." As soon as she finished speaking, the boy had already pulled open the back door and gotten in. "Isn't my dad going with you?" Qi Xiaobai asked as soon as he sat down. Xingmumu maintained the loving couple persona with Chiemo and lied without blinking, "Although we have a good relationship, we don't have to be together every day." Qi Xiaobai nodded slowly. Oh. It was true, his dad wasn't the clingy type. Xingmumu had the driver take them to several famous wealthy districts in Shin City. She thought many communities wouldn't allow strange vehicles to enter, but after the driver got out to speak with them, the security guards at the gates politely let them through. Xingmumu marveled, impressive, Qi Mo's reputation can even serve as a pass in Shin City. At the same time, she secretly thought that after the flower shop became profitable and she had repaid her debt to Chiemo, she would give him a big red envelope as a name usage fee. At noon, they randomly found a restaurant downtown and had a simple lunch. In the afternoon, the car stopped at the entrance of the Shin City flower market. The climate in Shin City was different from Jing City, so naturally the common varieties of fresh flowers were also different. To expand her business here, understanding the local flower market situation was a necessary step. Qi Xiaobai followed behind Xingmumu and took the business cards she had just collected from the stall owners and helped put them in his pocket. Including this one, she had already collected more than 10 business cards in an hour. Qi Xiaobai glanced around at the scattered branches and dirty mud everywhere, and frowned. Why come do this yourself when Dong assistant could probably gather information on all the stalls in less than 10 minutes? Xingmumu looked at the aloof rich kid and raised her eyebrows. Not understanding the market situation and building relationships yourself is an express ticket to being ripped off. Qi Xiaobai nodded thoughtfully. he couldn't help but wonder if his father had also been like her, doing everything himself in the early days of starting his business. The two continued walking to the next stall when a middle-aged couple passed them. The middle-aged woman suddenly turned her head and stared at Qi Xiaobai's face again and again, her eyebrows furrowed in confusion. The middle-aged man put his hand on his wife's shoulder. "What are you looking at?" The woman hesitated. "That boy, his face looks a lot like my friend from the orphanage in the past." The man glanced in that direction along her gaze and smiled. "Then your friend must have been very good-looking." The woman nodded. "Yes, Gu Wan was always very beautiful. Alas, it's a pity." Before she could take a closer look, the boy had already turned into a stall, and she could only vaguely hear his increasingly blurred conversation. "I was your assistant, following you around today. Don't you think you should take me out for a nice dinner? It should at least be at the level of the restaurant on the mountain top yesterday. Looks like you're quite bold for your age. Adults bringing you out to see the world is already good fortune, not needing to pay tuition. This is also seeing the world? For you it is." "Humph. President Chu, Chairman Qi is here." After speaking, the assistant closed the wooden door of the tea room from the outside. A flash of unexpected joy appeared in Chu Hui's eyes. Over the years, she had contacted Qi's group many times under the pretext of seeking cooperation with Tongxin Group, but had never succeeded. This time, it was just a piece of information about that woman. Yet he had come. With a smile on her face, Chu Hui looked at the expressionless man. "I didn't expect you to really come." Qi Mo's gaze was as sharp as a blade, exuding chilliness. He got straight to the point. "Do you know her?" Chu Hui chuckled meaningfully and poured freshly brewed tea into the teacup, pushing it in front of Qi Mo. "Don't rush, let's chat slowly." Qi Mo didn't speak or sit down, just waiting for her to speak. Chu Hui pursed her lips and took a deep breath, as if mustering great courage to meet the gaze of the man with the frosty aura. "Chairman Qi, you should be able to see that I like you very much. Visit no.v3lb/n.cm for new OVL." When she finished speaking, she looked at him expectantly. After a long silence, seeing that the man's expression hadn't changed at all, as if listening to something completely irrelevant, Chu Hui was flustered. Leaning forward slightly with her hands on the table, she quickened her speech. "From the banquet where my dad first brought me and I saw you for the first time, I've liked you. Do you know how hard I've worked all these years to make myself good enough for you? I know many people like you, but I'm different from those rich ladies who just have looks. Only I really understand you." Chu Hui clenched her fists, with excited light flashing in her eyes. She recalled the scene when she first saw Qi Mo. With just one glance, she could tell he was different from the men she had seen before. His gaze on people had no warmth or emotion, only career and goals. Chu Hui was convinced that a man like this needed a woman who could assist him in his career. "In recent years, I've made Tongxin Group bigger and bigger, becoming one of the top companies in Shan City. I have the same career drive as you. As long as you're willing to get to know me, you'll see how well suited we are." "Miss Chu, I didn't come here to listen to these things. What kind of person you are is irrelevant to me," Qi Mo impatiently interrupted her. "I only want to know, regarding Gu Wan, what do you want to discuss with me?" Chu Hui was stunned. The words she had kept hidden in her heart for so long were finally uttered but received no response at all. Her heart felt gripped and ached. She suddenly narrowed her eyes and took a deep breath, speaking slowly. "Qi Xiaobai's mother is Gu Wan, right?" As soon as she finished speaking, the man who hadn't looked at her directly finally slowly raised his eyelids and glanced at her, his gaze unfathomably deep. Chu Hui laughed self-deprecatingly. Sure enough, it was only when Gu Wan was mentioned that he would look at her. "How did you know about it?" Chu Hui's hand clutched the edge of the table to steady her tumultuous emotions as the man's voice resonated with intimidating power. How I found out is unimportant. What matters is that I've never told anyone about it. Nor did I ever intend to use it against you. I just wanted you to know that I truly understand you. Qi Mo's frown revealed his distaste. Oblivious, Chu Hui went on. Your current wife has no idea about the matter, right? If she knew, would she understand? Abruptly, Qi Mo's eyes narrowed dangerously, his jaw gradually tensing as he looked at Chu Hui, his gaze sharpening. Chu Hui said, she only loves your money, but I'm willing to help you raise Qi Xiaobai like my own son. Enough. Though Qi Mo's tone was calm, it failed to conceal the impending storm. Chu Hui instantly fell silent, her fingertips trembling as they gripped the table edge. Seeing the somberness of the man's face, she felt a wave of icy aura envelop her, suffocating her throat and rendering her speechless. The next moment, she heard him state in a low yet cautionary tone. It's not your place to judge what kind of person she is or talk about my personal affairs. Xing Mumu still hadn't treated Qi Xiaobai to a big meal. The reason was simple: how could she leave Qi Mo out during their three-person trip? No sooner had they returned to the villa than a light rain began to fall outside. Upstairs, Xing Mumu saw Qi Mo standing silently on the balcony, seemingly lost in thought, oblivious to the rain wetting his shoulders. Peering at him from the side, Xing Mumu called out, "Shall we eat?" Qi Xiaobai said he wants hot pot. Her gaze was limpid like waves. Qi Mo's brow flickered subtly as he responded gently, "All right." By the time the three finished their hot pot dinner and returned, it was almost 10 o'clock. As per their routine the last couple of days, Qi Mo tacitly left the master bedroom to give her privacy to bathe. Xing Mumu sank into the bathtub filled with bath bombs, and before long, dense bubbles rose to the water's surface. Find updates on n/v/elben.co/m. She leaned back comfortably with a long exhale, reflecting on the day's gains. From her investigation, less than half of the affluent districts in Shin City had flower shops nearby, with beauty salons, mini-marts, and boutiques being more common. It seemed, based on today's reconnaissance, that Shin City was quite suitable as the second location for UAG Flower Shop's expansion plans. Next, she would need to engage professional market research firms back home to collect data on local consumer habits, preferences, etc. Then came site selection. She could continue using the floral suppliers previously contacted, while transportation and floral arrangement work could be assigned to one of the businesses whose cards she'd collected today. As for interior design and promotions, she could follow the same process as the Beijing store. Xing Mumu absently stirred the bubbles on the water as she strategized. The rain grew heavier outside, and inky clouds crowded the already gloomy night sky. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning illuminated the rainy night, followed by a deafening roar of thunder. At that very instant, the lights in the room abruptly went out, plunging Xing Mumu's surroundings into total darkness. "Ah!" She couldn't help crying out in surprise. She had always feared thunder and lightning. While lights made it somewhat bearable, the current pitch blackness doubled her anxiety. Hearing the commotion next door, Qi Mo came to the door and knocked twice, asking, "Everything okay?" But to his surprise, the powered door simply slid open at his light push, and her voice rang out from within. "I'm fine, it's just, I can't see without the lights and can't find my robe." Qi Mo fell silent for a few seconds before inquiring, "Shall I get it for you?" Xing Mumu hesitated. She wasn't dressed, so if the lights suddenly came on while he was inside, it would be terribly awkward. But it wasn't a solution to just stay in the tub either. Her phone wasn't nearby, so she couldn't use its light. Prolonged lack of response might make it seem like she doubted Qi Mo's integrity. After thinking it over, relying on the trust developed between them these past days, she finally responded. All right, please come in. A low okay sounded from outside. In the dark, she heard the door gently slide open, followed by the soft scuffing of slippers on the wool carpet. Though unable to see Chiemo, Shinmumu could roughly gauge his position by the sounds. Soon he found her robe and handed it over. Stepping out of the tub, Shinmumu took the clean robe, splashing loudly. With his back to the tub, the man instinctively tilted his head away upon hearing the sounds. Shinmumu hurriedly put on the robe. Outside, thunder rumbled heavily amidst the worsening downpour. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning split the sky, its brilliant flash illuminating the room. Instantly, a deafening roar ensued, as if cleaving the heavens. She couldn't help letting out a soft cry, reflexively moving to cover her ears. In that moment of panic, a voice rang out. "I'm here, don't be afraid." The man's clear, gentle voice cut through the air, standing out distinctly in the sudden stillness. She could even hear his barely audible cough at the end. Next, her wrist was grasped by a large palm, its calloused fingertips gently stroking her hand back, as if to soothe her. When the lightning lit up the sky outside, she vaguely made out the man's rugged, well-defined silhouette. His faint, crisp scent lingered in her nostrils, his scent. Senses magnified in the dark, she wasn't sure if it was her imagination, but Shinmumu felt the hands holding her wrists grow increasingly warm. It was as if a vine had crept up her arm to envelope her entire body, surrounding her with a sense of security. "Why the sudden blackout?" She abruptly spoke to avoid awkwardness. Chi Mo's voice was right next to her ear. "The high voltage from lightning can potentially damage electrical and ground facilities, causing power outages." Before she could say anything more, Shinmumu heard Chiemo add, "Does thunder frighten you?" With her wrists still clasped in his heated grip, she found herself speaking slightly faster than normal. "I wouldn't say frightened, just a bit rattled by the sudden loud noises. Seeing you so cheery every day, I assumed nothing could faze you." Chi Mo's low tones seemed to contain a smile. Jokingly, Shinmumu responded, "Of course not, I do get scared too. But compared to having no money, everything else, thunder and lightning included, is a small problem." At her words, she heard Chiemo give a low, muffled laugh, deep and pleasing to the ear. Just then, the room lights came back on. Their gazes inadvertently met in the glare. The man happened to be standing under a warm, soft spotlight, the alluring smile still lingering at his lips as he looked down at her slightly. The tailored shirt accentuated his tall, well-proportioned physique. She noticed his shirt unusually had 3 undone buttons. The restrained sensuality and subtle indecency made his handsome, ethereal face even more beguiling and eye-catching. Dazzled by the sudden brightness and the striking handsomeness right before her eyes, Shinmumu blinked blankly. The man's gaze was unlike his usual coolness, containing an unvarnished aggressiveness as he stared straight at her. The room was still cloaked in wisps of misty vapor. She was clad in a white robe, her damp hair trailing down her back, revealing a slender, graceful neckline. Fresh from her bath, her face glowed with a faint pink flush, and her clear eyes were tinged with moisture. Simply standing there silently, she exuded a unique charm. The rosy scent of rose bath oil lingered teasingly between them, subtle yet unignorable. Scorched by his scalding gaze, Shinmumu belatedly retracted her hand. "The power's back on." Chi Mo's throat rumbled lightly as he clearly felt a soft spot and his heart tightened fleetingly. His clear, mellow voice grew somewhat husky as he abruptly asked, "Are you free tomorrow?" Shinmumu, "If you're not busy tomorrow, come with me somewhere." At that time, Chi Xiaobai was sleeping soundly with his earphones in, completely unaffected by the sudden storm, unaware that there had even been a blackout. He never could have imagined that when he woke up the next day, only he would remain in the luxurious villa. "Anyone here?" Standing in the spacious, opulent first-floor living room, he called out hoarsely. The only response was silence. Is this the place you said you'd take me to? Shin Mumu got out of the car and looked at the man beside her. Chi Mo's expression was calm, but his tone contained a hint of melancholy. Yes. In front of them was the entrance to Floating Snow Mountain Cemetery. Floating Snow Mountain Cemetery was built halfway up Snow Mountain. Because the mountain peak was covered in snow all year round, while the foot of the mountain was filled with vibrant greenery, it was naturally divided into two distinct landscapes, like heaven and earth. Hence the name. The sun leapt out from the clouds, shining on the earth that had been washed clean by yesterday's torrential rain. The air was filled with the scent of damp soil. Occasionally a bird call or two could be heard. The few people around walked with heavy steps. A hint of confusion crept silently into Shin Mumu's heart. Why did he bring her here? Was someone buried here? The cemetery stairs were long. Shin Mumu followed behind him as they walked up. The man intentionally slowed his pace to match hers. Soon, they stopped in front of a tombstone. Chiemo took out a handkerchief that seemed to have been prepared beforehand from his coat pocket. He bent down to wipe the tombstone clean. As the dust was wiped away, Shin Mumu finally saw the photo of the tombstone's owner. Her name was Gu Wan. In the photo, her features were exquisite and charming. Her brows were like willow leaves, her lips like cherries, her nose sculpted like jade. The corners of her mouth curved up slightly, a smile with pitiable charm, yet also like a gentle breeze that made people feel comfortable. Shin Mumu, she is. Chiemo looked back at the sound and their eyes collided. She saw a hint of gloom in the depths of his eyes. She is Chi Xiaobai's mother. Shin Mumu was slightly stunned, her eyes widening in disbelief as she scrutinized the tombstone carefully. According to the inscription, Gu Wan had died at 20 in the flower of her youth. Shin Mumu knew Chi Xiaobai's mother had passed away early, but did not expect it would be at such a young age. She had barely passed the legal marriage age. Before she could gather her thoughts, she heard the man's low, gloomy voice beside her. She was my sister. Shin Mumu's mind buzzed. The large amount of information she had just received in an instant was a bit overwhelming. She did not know how to respond. Her red lips parted slightly as she gazed at him in a daze, into his deep eyes. Chi Mo's eyes gradually tightened, his rich voice a little hoarse. Chi Xiaobai is not my biological son. He is Gu Wan's, that is, my sister's child. Shin Mumu was shocked. Her eyes blinked rapidly, exposing the turmoil in her heart. Just when she thought this was the most astonishing news she had ever heard, Chi Mo's next words once again overturned her perceptions. After she passed away, in order to bring Chi Xiaobai into my care and raise him as my own son, I added 6 years to my age. Suddenly everything made sense to Shin Mumu. The puzzles that had lingered in her heart for so long were finally solved. She finally understood why Chi Mo didn't look 38 at all. She also understood why she could find no information about him appearing in public during the first few years after he started his company, when she had searched for him online in the past. So this was why. This was why. Of course. With his real age, he was only 15 years older than Chi Xiaobai. How could a 15-year-old possibly have a son? In order to become Chi Xiaobai's father, he could only wait until he was older, his face more mature, before he could logically appear in the media and make Chi Xiaobai his publicly acknowledged son. There was still one thing Shin Mumu didn't understand. Why does your sister have the surname Gu, while you? She stopped mid-sentence. Angry at herself for being so tactless, for prying into his secrets. They were only contract spouses. What right did she have to delve into his secrets? She pursed her lips slightly, her clear eyes fixed on him as she smiled gently. I'm sorry, I. Before she could finish, Chi Mo's gaze slowly shifted to the distance. His long lashes concealed the look in his eyes as he said in a low voice, "It's fine, don't apologize. I brought you here today because I wanted to tell you everything about Qi Xiaobai's background." Rather than letting her find out from someone else, he preferred to tell her himself directly. That was his personality. Straightforward, no beating around the bush. "Qi Mo, I was adopted by the Qi family and took their surname." Hearing this, Xingmumu's heart tightened sharply. She stared blankly as she listened to him recount those distant memories, her emotions unable to calm for a long time. Gu Wan and Qi Mo grew up together in an orphanage. She was 5 years older than him. The Qi parents came to the orphanage because they couldn't have children of their own. At first sight, they took a liking to him when he was just 6 years old. The Qi family at that time was not wealthy and could not afford to adopt another child. CHCK for US Tirais on no/v/l/bin. C0M. Qi Mo as a child did not have the standing to negotiate with adults either. Gu Wan had always been frail. Qi Mo was her only kin. Seeing her brother could be taken away by adoptive parents made her happier than leaving the orphanage herself. Afterwards, although they were separated and seldom met, the siblings maintained correspondence through letters. When Gu Wan turned 18, she became an adult and was admitted into university, finally leaving the orphanage for a new life. She was kind and gentle. She quickly made friends in her new environment and excelled in her studies. The story should have gone that both their lives kept improving as they each followed their own paths. But Xingmumu could never have imagined the subsequent developments would go straight downhill. Gu Wan had just entered university, youthful and hopeful about the future. Until she met that man during an internship opportunity off campus. From then on, her life's trajectory was completely thrown off its intended course. She recklessly fell in love with the man 10 years her senior. Initially, her letters to her brother were filled with the happiness nurtured by love. But the good times did not last. The man's wife found out and caused a huge fuss at the school. Only then did she know he already had a family. After the man's wife kicked up this fuss, she could no longer continue studying there and left school. At her most pained and helpless moment, the man disappeared. He abandoned his family, and abandoned her too. Gu Wan had been frail since she was little. She was prone to illness. Going through this ordeal, she seemed to deflate. Her health deteriorated. It was during this most unsuitable time that she found out she was pregnant. She had not yet recovered from the blow of the man leaving her. Stubbornly believing he had difficulties. Hoping that one day he would come back. Come back to admit his mistakes, come back to find her. The story ended in a hurried and messy fashion. After giving birth, Gu Wan's health continued to deteriorate. She did not make it to her son's 1-month celebration, leaving the mortal world. Qi Mo's expression was calm. His cold, sharp profile blended in with the distant snow and ice. His tone revealed neither regret nor hatred. He was no longer the tearful 15-year-old boy sobbing outside the hospital room door. From the day his sister passed away, he was destined to grow up overnight, to become a towering tree. To protect the last trace his sister left in this world, Qi Xiaobai. Gazing at the man's rigid, unyielding profile, Xingmumu's lips moved. She wanted to say something, but did not know how to offer comfort. Lowering her eyes for a moment, she saw his fingertips trembling slightly. Her heart was awash with complex emotions. Someone was grabbing her heart. That aloof, silent, imposing man. Even if his heart was filled with fury and grief, he was unwilling to reveal even the slightest bit. In Xingmumu's impression, he was a man of few words. If something could be expressed clearly in 1 or 2 words, he would absolutely not use extra words. This was the first time she had heard him say so much. It was also the first time she had seen an expression on this man's face with his eternally straight back that seemed like it could almost be called desolate. He turned his head and their eyes met in midair. She heard his low, hoarse voice. "I didn't manage to be a good father, did I?" "Of course not," Shingmumu answered decisively, almost blurting it out. "You've already done very well. No one is born knowing how to be a father." Moreover, he was just a 15-year-old boy back then. Being able to earn a huge fortune through his own efforts that was enough to support Qi Xiaobai for a lifetime, that was already not easy. Shingmumu's eyes glanced at Gu Wan's tombstone. In the photo, Gu Wan smiled gently with a faint hint of sorrow between her brows. Qi Xiaobai really resembled her a lot. Shingmumu now completely understood why their father-son relationship was so awkward. Seeing Qi Xiaobai's face, she couldn't help but think of her sister. Qi Mo loved Qi Xiaobai, but also hated him. He hated why his sister insisted on giving birth even at the cost of her life. He wanted to take good care of Qi Xiaobai, but couldn't break through the barrier in his heart. He didn't know how to be a father, and there was always estrangement and caution between them. "He has always looked up to you as a role model," Shingmumu said gently with a smile like water. "Even if he doesn't say it out loud, it shows through his eyes and brows that he is proud to have you as a father." Qi Mo's voice was hoarse, and his speech paused for a moment. "Is that so?" "Yes, I'm not lying to you," Shingmumu said firmly with a soft and pleasing voice. At that moment, her bright eyes shone like autumn water, and her smile was like the first thaw of a snowfield. Like the most refreshing wind, the warmest spring water, it seemed to be able to soothe all unrest. Qi Mo was lost in thought for a moment, feeling an unfamiliar and abrupt impact in the left side of his chest. Although the cold wind was still blowing around them, it felt as if he had fallen into early spring. Why was she buried in Shin City? Shingmumu changed the topic when she saw him lost in thought. Qi Mo lowered his eyes to conceal his emotions and answered, "Because that man's name contains snow, and her dying wish was to be buried in a place that snows." Shingmumu's beautiful eyebrows furrowed fiercely. She heard Qi Mo let out a mocking, low laugh and say, "Qi Xiaobai's name was also given by her, meaning a young and white as snow boy." Shingmumu frowned even tighter and couldn't help but ask, "That man deceived her and left her like that, so why?" "Why was she so foolish?" Qi Mo said coldly. "I can't understand it either." Not only could he not understand it. Seeing with his own eyes that his sister was still pining for a completely undeserving man until the end of her life buried a seed of disbelief in feelings and distrust in long-term intimate relationships in his young heart. Until later when he became successful in business, he didn't have the slightest thought of starting a family. He believed that feelings only consumed people's rationality and made them make incorrect judgments, useless and harmful. But in recent times, this view seemed to have changed. Her appearance was like a ray of light. It pried open the darkness and squeezed into his originally dull life. It made him feel concretely that the word home could be warm. Shingmumu clasped her fair hands together and said indignantly, "So unfair. It was clearly that scumbag's fault. He deceived both sides, but the one who suffered the tragic consequences in the end was your sister. She could have had a great future, but it was all ruined by that scumbag." She paused, clenching her fists even tighter, and her long lashes trembled slightly from anger. That saying online really makes sense. Qi Mo stared at her unwaveringly. "What saying?" "Shingmumu, don't get close to men, you'll become unhappy." After she finished speaking, the man's eyes tightened imperceptibly. "Shingmumu, women should make money and love themselves, that's the hard truth. All that lovey-dovey stuff are just stumbling blocks. After hearing about your sister, I'm even more convinced that wise people don't fall in love." A fleeting gloom flashed across the man's eyes. He lightly hummed and didn't say anything more. The corners of his mouth curled up in a faintly self-deprecating smile as his gaze fell on the distance with ambiguous meaning. After a while, noticing that the person beside her didn't respond, Shinmumu glanced over. She felt that the perpetual coldness and aloofness in his eyes finally found an explanation. Before today, she would never have imagined that this man, who was always elegant and composed, unflappable, and doted on by everyone outside, actually had such hidden, gloomy, and heavy memories. Her heart felt like it was being squeezed by a lemon, sour and swollen. The way she looked at Chi-Mo unconsciously also held more sympathy. Sensing her gaze, the heavy-spirited man suddenly turned his face towards her. "Don't look at me like that." The next second, he stood up from the bench. He reached out his hand over her head and ruffled her hair, the corners of his lips quirked up, the loss in his eyes having just dispersed. "It'll make me misunderstand. Misunderstand that she cared about him. Misunderstand that her impassioned earlier words of not falling in love were just big talk." The subtle touch on the top of her head prompted Shinmumu to raise her eyes. Her bright eyes were even more dazzling and charming under the snowy backdrop, like a helpless little deer. Before she could ponder the meaning behind his words, he had already retracted his hand and strode away. "Let's go, back home." After getting in the car, Shinmumu thought the atmosphere would be very heavy. But unexpectedly, Chi-Mo recovered his composure much faster than she imagined. He slowly took off his coat, turned on the heater, and started the car. Shinmumu took a piece of candy out of her pocket and handed it to him. "Want it?" Chi-Mo turned his face to look at her, his voice concealed laughter. "Are you trying to pacify me like a child?" Shinmumu smiled. "There are no 1.9-meter tall kids like you." Chi-Mo's eyes filled with more laughter as he jokingly said something out of character. "You eat it, I won't snatch candy from a child to eat." Shinmumu was stunned. Her phone dinged with a WeChat message. Chi Xiaobai finally couldn't stand it and sent Shinmumu a message asking where they were and complaining that when he woke up from his nap, he was the only one left in the villa. Under normal circumstances, Shinmumu would definitely fire back with a retort or two. But today, after finding out about his background, she did a complete 180 and gently replied. "We're coming back now. Have you eaten breakfast?" "Good boy, what do you want to eat?" "I'll bring it back for you." Kindly ant emoji. Chi Xiaobai's heart lurched, feeling that something was off. The next second, she called. Shinmumu picked up with a caring look on her face. On the other end of the phone, "Don't say anything, listen, if I've been kidnapped, cough once." Shinmumu was speechless. Ariad updated stirise at n//vel/bin. Calm. He thought she was sending strange messages as a cry for help. Shinmumu raised her voice. "I'm perfectly fine, I haven't been kidnapped." After speaking, she turned her head to look at Chi-Mo who was driving, and couldn't help but complain. "I don't know what's in this kid's head. I asked if he wanted breakfast and he actually thought I was kidnapped?" Chi-Mo's lips curved up, his handsome face breaking into a smile. "Shinmumu, it's just absurd." Over the receiver came Chi Xiaobai's voice. "Your reply was so weird, it's normal that I would think that way. You need to be vigilant, even elementary schoolers know that." Shinmumu was rendered speechless. "That's called caring, I advise you to be grateful." Chi Xiaobai scoffed and ridiculed. "I advise you to watch your words." Shinmumu took a deep breath. "Okay, fine. Don't get angry, don't get angry. Don't quarrel with a brat. Talk is cheap, actions speak louder than words." When Shinmumu returned to the villa, she still brought breakfast for Chi Xiaobai. Not long after she entered, Chi-Mo received a phone call from the resort, saying he had to go out again to deal with some work matters. Shin Mumu and Qi Xiaobai were already used to Qi Mo's busyness. In the past, Shin Mumu always felt that the world of the rich must be leisurely and carefree. At the very least, they don't have to work as hard as ordinary people and have plenty of time to enjoy life. But in Qi Mo, she saw the opposite. It seemed like there were always endless projects to handle, meetings to attend, and social engagements to keep up with. Even with thousands of elites in his conglomerate, no one could make decisions in his place. At least until Qi Xiaobai grew up to stand on his own, he still had to stand alone at the top. After breakfast, Qi Xiaobai lazily leaned on the living room sofa playing with his phone, having nothing to do. Seeing Shin Mumu pacing back and forth in front of the floor-to-ceiling window with a worried look, he suddenly spoke up. "My dad should be back soon. Just sit and wait for him." Shin Mumu slowly turned her head. Seeing Qi Xiaobai's expression, as if he had eaten too much dog food, she understood instantly. Pfft. He thought she was impatiently waiting for his dad, which was why she was pacing around. Shin Mumu didn't bother explaining that she was actually thinking about Yueji Flower Shop opening a new branch. After all, maintaining a loving couple image with Qi Mo wasn't bad. Especially after finding out about Qi Xiaobai's background. She thought that if she could provide Qi Xiaobai with a warm and harmonious family atmosphere, it might make up for some of the deficiencies in his childhood. Shin Mumu pursed her lips and knitted her brows, letting out a sigh with a deliberate worried look. All right. She looked just like a newlywed wife worried about her husband working too hard. Qi Xiaobai was stunned for a few seconds before continuing to play with his phone. But Shin Mumu's thoughts were no longer on the flower shop. She suddenly wanted to pay more attention to the aloof and prickly young master in front of her. She hugged a pillow and sat cross-legged on the single sofa across from Qi Xiaobai, leaning slightly towards him. "Stop playing with your phone. I want to talk to you." Qi Xiaobai looked up. "What is it?" Shin Mumu's expression was serious. "To be honest, I always thought you were an ill-mannered brat who liked to argue with people." Qi Xiaobai looked confused as he listened to Shin Mumu continue. "After getting along these days, I realized you actually have many good qualities." "Qi Xiaobai?" Shin Mumu said sincerely, "For example, you're straightforward, tactful, and—" "Wait," Qi Xiaobai interrupted her, looking at her suspiciously with a raised brow. "Just say it straight if you want me to get you some snacks, or if you want me to accompany you to the flower market." Shin Mumu. "Qi Xiaobai, or did you want me to be your assistant again?" Shin Mumu, "Can't I just sincerely compliment you?" She was always good at praising others. Find Ted Ovels on n/v/elben.co/m. For a sensitive teenager like Qi Xiaobai, more praise could only be beneficial. But she didn't expect that in Qi Xiaobai's eyes, she was just a stepmother who only ordered him around. Qi Xiaobai said with difficulty, "Instead of praising me, just order me around." "I'm more used to that." Shin Mumu was stunned for a moment. Then, as if making an important decision, she cleared her throat with a smile and said, "There's still time, you'll get used to it slowly." Qi Xiaobai was even more confused. What exactly did she want to say? Shin Mumu sat up straight, taking on her rare adult demeanor, and said slowly, "Before, I was busy with the flower shop, and busy being lovey-dovey with your dad since we just got married. I didn't pay much attention to you. Starting today, I'm officially taking on the burden of being a stepmother. I won't spoil you anymore, nor will I indulge you." She had made up her mind to take the stepmother role seriously, one day at a time. "When did you ever spoil me?" Qi Xiaobai said with a wry smile. "That's not important," Shin Mumu waved her hand. "What's important is that from now on, you'll be in your last year of high school soon. And your dad is so busy with work. Caring for your studies will be my responsibility. Qi Xiaobai looked complicated. The sudden concern made him not know how to react, yet it also brought a subtle warmth to his heart that he couldn't describe. After a while, though his expression was still disgusted, his tone was gentle as he spoke. Do whatever you want, you can try to manage me. But let me make this clear first, don't expect me to call you Mom. I really can't say it. At 17, it was no longer an age where he could easily accept calling a stranger by that name. Mumu was stunned for half a second before her eyes crinkled into a smile. She said, with your 6-foot frame, it would be hard for me to get used to you calling me Mom too. They both laughed after she finished speaking. The weather today was gloomy. Qi Xiaobai planned to stay in the villa all day without going out. So Mumu went to the resort hot springs alone to enjoy some leisure time. Mrs. Qi, this way please. Thank you. The resort manager respectfully stood by Mumu's side, introducing the services and facilities of the private hot spring pools with the snowy mountains in view. He was afraid he hadn't properly received the chairman's wife, and his words were full of caution. Seeing the young chairman's wife smile back and say thanks for your hard work, the manager finally breathed a sigh of relief. He left after instructing the staff outside to be fully prepared for any needs the chairman's wife may have, and to not make any mistakes. Wisps of steam rose from the surface of the hot spring water. The open wooden house structure allowed the distant bird calls to faintly reach her ears. The tranquil and exquisite courtyard was surrounded by trees, with scenic views all around. Mumu slowly lowered one leg into the comfortably warm water, then slipped her whole body in. She leaned against the side, fiddling with the small wooden buckets floating on the water surface. As her body warmed up, her fair cheeks also gradually flushed redder than usual, adding a touch of charm. There were over 10 white porcelain plates on a table by the hot spring. They held bird's nest, various desserts, steeping tea, iced fruit juice, and more. The variety was so extensive that it seemed if she had any needs at all, anything could be delivered with just a ring of the bell. Since coming to this world, she had truly experienced the power of money. In the past, she had seen many successful businessmen at work. But those were basically within the range she could imagine, nothing too outrageous. Now, occasionally hearing the numbers Mo mentioned during phone calls. Or having assistants and housekeepers arrange everything perfectly wherever she went, with the staff ready to serve her. All this was reminding her that she had fallen into a wealthy family's dream beyond her past reach. At first, it was inevitably not easy to get used to. She wasn't the type who liked ordering people around. She always wanted to avoid causing others trouble as much as possible. Later, she realized. Her polite rejections actually made those who were paid to work conscientiously feel uneasy. Gradually, she became more and more able to accept the identity of a wealthy madam. She also vaguely understood why Mo always appeared cold and stern, dignified and profound. For someone in his position of power for so long, being chummy with subordinates would be harder for people to accept than keeping a distance. When she left the hot springs, it was already close to 5 p.m. Mumu didn't want to drive back. She slowly walked towards the villa, wanting to enjoy the scenery of this newly built 6-star resort along the way. She had just walked out of the hot spring entrance when a voice suddenly called out, stopping her. Mrs. Qi. She looked over upon hearing the sound. In the back seat of a luxury car on the side of the road sat Chu Hui, who leaned out the lowered car window to look at her. Strictly speaking, Mumu had only met her twice before. Once at the airport and once outside a souvenir shop. Both times, Mumu didn't leave much of an impression on Chu Hui, and her face was rather vague in Mumu's memory. She was only able to recognize her this time due to Chu Hui's slightly sharp voice. Chu Hui got out of the car and walked up to Mumu, glancing left and right. Originally there was a polite smile on her face, but after making sure only Xingmumu was nearby, her smile gradually froze as a hint of strangeness appeared. Her words also carried some implication. "Mrs. Qi, I was thinking about how I could arrange to meet you, and since we've run into each other here, it works out well dash." Chu Hui paused for a moment, her shrewd eyes turning as she observed the reaction of the person in front of her. Soon, she raised her chin and took a deep breath before getting straight to the point. "Go ahead, how much money would you be willing to leave the Qi family for?" Xingmumu blinked in confusion, ? She had imagined this dramatic line ever since she first came over, that one day someone would come to her with a check asking her to leave the Qi family. But she never expected that she would hear these words from the woman in front of her, and was stunned for a moment. Before she could respond, Chu Hui crossed her arms in front of her chest, looking fully confident as she continued. "I've investigated you dash." On the other side, in a luxuriously decorated reception room, Chiemo sat relaxed on the sofa with his legs crossed, occasionally nodding in response as he listened to the person next to him speak. Each of these people on their own could be considered a major figure in Shin City's business circles. But in front of Chiemo, they had to be more restrained. Because they wanted to build ties with the Qi Group, and get a piece of the Qi Group's real estate projects in Shin City. One of the older men, after introducing the strengths of his company, smiled and said, "In fact, when it comes to real estate projects, the Tongxin Group has always had a good reputation in Shin City. If the Tongxin Group could participate and lend a hand, perhaps dash." Before he could finish, Chiemo put his crossed legs down, frowned slightly, and expressionlessly put down his teacup. The porcelain teacup clinked against the sandalwood table. The sound wasn't loud, but it was enough to silence everyone else. The man who had been speaking immediately stopped upon sensing Chiemo's powerful aura. He had been asked by President Chu of the Tongxin Group to say some good things about them in front of Chairman Qi. It was usually just some polite flattery in the business world, but he didn't expect the usually stoic Chairman Qi to show what was almost annoyance. "We won't consider the Tongxin Group for this project in Shin City," Chiemo said indifferently. His prestige built up over many years was fully demonstrated in this moment, and everyone's hearts tightened. Before they could fully process it, they saw the aura-filled man's eyes take on a faint, perfunctory smile. This smile didn't reach his eyes at all, and was even chilling. His tone was even colder and more resolute than before as he continued. "From now on, none of the Qi Group's projects in Shin City will consider Tongxin." At this moment, personal preferences overrode a businessman's usual cost-benefit analysis. With him saying no, there was no room for discussion. The air froze in the reception room for a few seconds. Everyone present was astonished. They didn't know what Tongxin Group had done to offend this boss, to make him say such harsh words. Everyone present was shrewd, and naturally understood the subtext behind these words. It was basically stating his position: if they wanted to build cooperative relations with the Qi Group, they would have to give up their ties with the Tongxin Group. With such a dichotomy, there was practically no need to even think about the choice. In the ensuing discussion, everyone tacitly avoided mentioning the Tongxin Group again. "I investigated you. Your parents passed away early, and you have a worthless older brother. Marrying Chiemo was your only chance to turn your life around. You're with him for the money." Chu Hui stood in front of Xingmumu, still holding her head up high. But because of her lack of height advantage, she seemed less imposing when saying these words. Ever since being rejected point-blank by Chiemo yesterday, she had thought things over again and again. To get Chiemo to accept her, she first had to get this woman to give up the position of Mrs. Qi. She had struggled for many years in the business world, and seen many wealthy wives. Besides those who were born into affluent families, most married into wealthy families for fame and profit. From the information she had gathered, Shinmumu rarely appeared in various social occasions under the name of Mrs. Chi after marrying Chiemo. If it wasn't for fame, then there was only profit left. Persuading Shinmumu to leave with money was the most efficient method she could think of. Although my personal wealth can't compare with Chairman Chi, as long as your asking price isn't excessive, I can think of ways to pay you in one lump sum. With that money, you won't have any worries for the rest of your life. What do you think? Chu Hui's tone was suggestive, but her expression radiated contempt from the inside out. It was as if she assumed Shinmumu would leave the Chi family for a lump sum she could receive immediately. Shinmumu maintained her last bit of courtesy, and the corners of her mouth sank. Are you finished? Seeing Shinmumu's calm reaction, Chu Hui paused for a moment. Then she smiled again, her voice growing sharper. Humph, or could it not be? If it's not money, then it must be feelings, right? If it's because of feelings, then it's even easier to discuss. You should be able to understand my perspective. Only a woman capable enough to match his status is more suitable for the position of Mrs. Chi. Chu Hui looked completely confident as she continued. Successful men need women who can help them, not just taking care of the family, but also providing assistance in their careers. And I am the most suitable woman for Chi Mo. Mrs. Chi should be me, it can only be me. In terms of age, she didn't have an advantage. But in understanding human nature and strategizing, she considered herself one of the top women. 7 sit envelb/n. C/M for L test vels. Facing Chu Hui's hostile attitude, Shinmumu appeared exceptionally calm. In a contest, if only one person imagines a competitive relationship while the other remains aloof, the former has already lost. Shinmumu never considered any woman a rival, whether in the past or present, whether in relationships or career. As Chu Hui finished speaking, Shinmumu finally had enough of Chu Hui's complete lack of boundaries and unawareness. She didn't agree with every word Chu Hui said, but had no intention of trying to change someone's deep-rooted beliefs. She told herself internally. Respect differences in species, let go of savior mentality, or risk memory nodules. After some self-adjustment, Shinmumu looked increasingly composed. She smiled calmly and slowly said, Miss Chu, if you want others to call you Mrs. Chi so much, you can go to the local census registry and change your name once and for all. Let me think, Mrs. Chu Chi, not bad, it sounds quite cute, just as humorous as what you just said, making people want to laugh when they hear it. Chu Hui stared angrily. What did you say? Shinmumu shrugged indifferently. You don't need to report to me who you like or what you want to do. I'm not your mother. Likewise, I won't make way for you or cater to your preferences. Chu Hui's face turned red and white, her nails digging into her palms, unable to utter a word for a moment. It seemed that she had to reveal her trump card. After a long pause, she bit her lip, glanced at Shinmumu, and said in a slow tone, word for word. I won't engage in fruitless verbal battles with you, it's meaningless. But you probably won't stay so composed after hearing what I'm about to say next. Let me remind you not to get too excited when you hear it. I hate seeing people's weak and cowardly crying and screaming. Having said that, Chu Hui slowly tidied her hair, snorted, slowly raised her eyelids, and while looking at Shinmumu's expression, said, Chi Mo has never told you about Chi Xiaobai's background, has he? Shinmumu's heart skipped a beat, but her expression remained unchanged. She neither said yes nor no, she just wanted to keep listening to what Chu Hui had to say. Seeing her lack of reaction, Chu Hui became more and more convinced that she was holding an ace up her sleeve. Her smile gradually became more smug. Heh, you've known him for so little time, of course he wouldn't tell you such an important secret. After all, without knowing those secrets, you'll always be an outsider to the Chi family. You don't know, do you? Qi Xiaobai's biological mother was a woman named Gu Wan, and Gu Wan was Qi Mo's sister. Chu Hui felt like a breath of evil air had been released, making her feel much better. She recalled the scene where she had accidentally learned the secret of Qi Xiaobai's birth. It was many years ago. She had accompanied her elders to Floating Snow Mountain Cemetery to sweep graves, never expecting to see the man she had been thinking about day and night. It was just a fleeting side profile as the man got into a car and left. She took note of the direction he had come from. Tracing the vines to get to the melon, she found out who he had gone to pay respects to. Even though she had grown up in Shin City and her family was deeply rooted there, it still took her quite a bit of effort to barely scratch the surface. She learned that the woman named Gu Wan had died from physical weakness after childbirth, and her brother had stayed by her side while she was hospitalized. A bold idea popped into Chu Hui's head. The son that Qi Mo had publicly claimed was not his own, but rather he was taking care of his sister's child. Thinking of this, Chu Hui felt proud of her own clever guesswork, secretly marveling that even heaven was helping her, allowing her to know his secret. It was like grasping a magic charm. She just had to climb to a high enough position, then use this magic charm as a key to make the man willing to open his heart to her. However, Qi Mo's cold reaction yesterday made her feel unexpectedly thwarted. She could only attribute this unplanned situation to random unstable factors: the woman who had suddenly appeared by his side, Xingmumu. Chu Hui thought that if she couldn't use money to drive Xingmumu away, she could only use the reality that he was not sincere to his wife to shatter her fantasy. Chu Hui said, "What do you think?" surprised. "Are you very angry that I know something even you as his wife don't know about?" "I told you long ago, only I can." "I already know all that stuff you just said," Xingmumu casually interrupted her. Chu Hui's eyebrows twisted together in disbelief as she stared wide-eyed, shaking her head over and over. "Impossible, how could you know? Impossible, only I should know. You're lying, you're tricking me." Xingmumu shrugged, too lazy to say more. She knew clearly that at this point in the conversation, they had entered garbage time. She would not waste time trying to prove to Chu Hui that she really knew. Nor would she mock and ridicule like Chu Hui. They were completely different kinds of people. Just then, a deep brown Bentley was slowly driving out of the resort gate. Your F4 stories on /o/v/lbn.cm. The man sitting in the back with a cold and stern expression was massaging his brow wearily, his gaze wandering lazily out the window. Suddenly his fingertip movement paused, and his eyes shifted slightly. Qi Mo, who had just finished socializing, did not expect that he would see Xingmumu here. His line of sight shifted, and he saw Chu Hui across from Xingmumu. His eyes narrowed, obvious displeasure surfacing in them. At this moment, Chu Hui's phone rang. She came back to her senses from her shame and anger and answered the call. The person on the other end of the phone was eager to make their stance clear. "President Chu, it's not that I don't want to put in a good word for Tongshin, but President Qi's intention is very clear: the real estate investment project will not consider Tongshin." Chu Hui's voice trembled as she asked with the last glimmer of hope. "Did President Qi say that in person? He and her father were old acquaintances. Would he really avoid her pursuit to the point of not even considering cooperation between their groups?" "Yes, not just the real estate project. Qi Group will not consider cooperating with Tongshin for any investment projects in Shin City in the future." Chu Hui tightly gripped her phone, having completely forgotten she was still standing by the roadside, and shouted loudly. "How could that be?" The person on the other end of the phone was also very puzzled, but more than puzzlement, they currently wanted to draw a clear boundary and stance with Chu Hui. "President Chu, you also know he has always been a man of his word. Our company values Qi Group's series of investments in Shin City this time. I'm sorry, business dealings with Tongshin in the future will probably..." This person spoke tactfully without spelling it out directly, knowing Chu Hui would understand the implications. It was understandable that he would make this choice. Although Tongxin Group was one of the top few enterprises in Shin City in terms of assets, compared to the Qi family, who were considered top elite even in Beijing circles, there was a world of difference. Any clear-eyed person would know which side to stand on. What surprised him was that a successful businessman like Mo, who had long cultivated the ability to conceal his thoughts and ambitions without showing joy or anger, seemingly born to be dispassionate and desireless. But today, when Mo spoke, he did not conceal at all the surging undercurrents beneath the calm words. It was as if he deliberately wanted them to understand. Thinking of this, the person on the phone felt a chill, glad that he was not the one who had offended Mo. Then he hurriedly said a few polite words and hung up. Chu Hui stood by the roadside, her hand holding the phone going limp. An unprecedented sense of defeat washed over her. At this moment, she finally realized her enemy had never been Xingmumu. She didn't even have the qualifications to compete with her. From the moment Chu Hui had picked up the call, Xingmumu had already turned to leave. Xingmumu did not like contention, let alone one-sided contention where the other party regarded her as an imaginary enemy. It was pointless and boring. Chu Hui watched Xingmumu's back as tears gradually flooded her eyes. Blurrily, she saw a car stop next to Xingmumu. The tall, sturdy man with chiseled features and a cold, stern expression got out of the car, leaned down and said a few words to Xingmumu. Chu Hui couldn't make out Xingmumu's facial expression, whether she was smiling or something else. She only saw that man, who was so high above, who she dreamed of standing shoulder to shoulder with, open the car door for his wife. Xingmumu did not expect to run into Mo by the roadside. In the spacious back seat of the car, Mo leaned against the leather seat with his legs slightly spread, his posture naturally relaxed. His knee rubbed against Xingmumu's knee, seemingly accidental. She was about to shift away a little when the man's mellow, deep voice interrupted her train of thought. "What did she talk to you about? Did she offend you?" Xingmumu instantly understood he was referring to Chu Hui. She glanced at the driver's seat. The driver kept his eyes steadily on the road. Being able to work by the side of someone like Mo, keeping one's mouth shut was the top prerequisite. But with the conversation involving Qi Xiaobai's background, Xingmumu was reluctant to discuss it with a third person present. She did not immediately respond to Mo. Suddenly, the small partition between the front and back seats slowly rose up, isolating the two spaces. "It's fine, they can't hear anything up front," Mo gave her a reassuring look. At the same time, she noticed the corner of the man's lips quirk up slightly. It seemed to be a kind of approval for her considerate discretion. Xingmumu relayed the main points of what had happened, focusing on Chu Hui baring her heart and looking down on her. She did not elaborate too much on that part. Firstly, she felt Mo would not want to hear all that. She simply summarized it in one sentence: "She seems to like you a lot," and saw the man's eyebrows furrow, not bothering to hide his irritation. Secondly, complaining too much would make it seem like she was tattling and asking him to stand up for her. Since she did not take Chu Hui seriously at all, naturally she would not keep mentioning her either. Mo gazed at her with inscrutable eyes, the color difficult to discern. He noticed that when she spoke, she was always vivid and beautiful, with bright eyes. Probably mindful of the driver up front, her voice was lower than usual, yet still clear and melodious. Recalling how she had hesitated and waited for the partition to fully rise before speaking, a trace of obscure delight rippled through him. She had been considering him. Xingmumu did not notice the shift in the man's emotions. After finishing what happened with Chu Hui, as if thinking of something, she said, "Oh right, I went to the hot springs this afternoon. The manager there asked if I needed dinner arrangements and I asked him to deliver some hot pot ingredients to the villa. We'll just eat in tonight instead of going out. What do you think?" Chi-mo mildly responded, "That's good. Then it's settled, we'll eat in the villa." Shin Mumu smiled. Due to being outside the car earlier, the tip of her nose and ears were still flushed pink from the cold. Thinking about the spicy hot pot they would have tonight, she felt happy. It was only July. If they were in Jing City, she would never consider having hot pot. The stickiness and sweat were unbearable. But Shin City's weather was completely different from Jing City's. Plus, with the snowy scenery in plain view of the resort, eating hot pot here had a unique flavor. Chi-mo understood that her sudden mention of these things was definitely not just to discuss what to have for dinner. Rather, she did not want to keep talking about Chu Hui, bringing up Qi Xiaobai's background, unwilling to make him recall unpleasant memories. She was clever, knowing how to subtly steer the conversation away from sensitive topics. He admired her intelligence, always feeling relaxed around her. However, this time, he did not intend to go along with her change of topic. He loosened his tie, fingers deft. While Shin Mumu was still thinking about whether to have carbonated drinks or fruit juice with the hot pot, a large hand suddenly covered her hand resting on the seat, patting it twice. It was like the most natural physical gesture between chatting spouses. Chi-mo's compelling gaze followed. "Did she speak rudely to you just now?" His tone was light yet carried a kind of indescribable domineering firmness. As if determined to get to the bottom of it. Shin Mumu paused briefly. Perhaps it was in this moment that she truly felt the man's aura of control and suppression. It was not the aloofness cultivated from long-term power, but the confidence ingrained in him from birth, supported by his innate talents and abilities, fused into his very bones, blood, and sinews. Enveloped by the powerful aura, Shin Mumu did not dare lie. The tone was impolite, but she was just talking to herself. I was too lazy to respond. As soon as she finished speaking, she saw him narrow his deep-set eyes slightly. The hand covering her wrist tightened perceptibly. The sharp lines of his jaw obviously tensed, his obsidian eyes unfathomable, emotions indiscernible. This was the second time she had seen such an expression on this handsome, rugged face. The first time was in the Chi Group building's parking garage when he took the post-it note from her car. Seeing that he did not want to avoid the topic, Shin Mumu asked directly. Does she know about Qi Xiaobai's background? Could she spread it around and cause trouble? She also hoped this woman would not throw the Qi family into chaos. Although there was only a monetary and fragile contractual relationship between her and the Qi father and son before, after spending time together, now she truly cared about them. She did not want to see this man, whose back was always straight, and the outwardly rebellious but inwardly sensitive 17-year-old boy, hurt by rumors. T/his chapter is up.d by nvel, bin.co/m. The man's pupils were jet black as ink, staring at her unwaveringly. The broad palm slowly moved from her wrist, up, to the top of her head, ruffling her hair. His long fingers slid down her hair to the ends, lingering briefly for a few seconds before withdrawing. The motion was gentle and restrained, without crossing that blurred boundary line in their contract marriage. Shin Mumu blinked blankly, her watery eyes confused and flustered, inexplicably endearing. Along with the subtle sensation on her head came the man's low, magnetic voice. It's fine as long as you're not affected. Don't worry about the rest, I'll make sure she stays silent forever. That chilling line of words jolted Shin Mumu out of her daze. She hesitated, stammering as she lowered her voice to ask. Silent forever, K-kill. The man's expression suddenly relaxed. Low, muffled laughter emanated from his chest. The handsome corners of his eyes slowly curved up, a smile hinted in his voice. Not what you're thinking. Shin Mumu clutched her chest and let out a breath. Scared to death. If she knew the man sleeping next to her every day was some unfettered outlaw, she really would be scared to death. Chi-mo's gaze slid to the side, looking out the window. His eyes did not focus, seemingly lost in thought. The snowy scenery outside set off his sharp side profile even more coldly. Xingmu did not ask how he planned to deal with Chu Hui. Some things were better left unsaid plainly. The understanding and wordless communication that should exist between adults their age, they had long since developed. But the main reason she lost the inclination to ask more was not just because of that. Xingmu lowered her eyes to the culprit that had stopped her curiosity and disrupted her thoughts. The large hand still covering her wrist. With the clothing in between, she could not feel the actual temperature. She guessed his hand must be warm. Otherwise, why was her palm damp with sweat? She also could not figure out exactly what this feeling was. Unlike before at the banquet or in front of the villa district madams during their affectionate act. This time, it was completely private, just the two of them. The tenderness and possessiveness he had unintentionally revealed for that brief moment when stroking her hair. She could tell. And he knew she could tell. When Chi-mo and Xingmu returned to the villa, the hot pot ingredients had already been delivered. The large marble dining table that could seat 10 was set full of food. At first glance, there were already 5 or 6 varieties of mushrooms that she loved to eat. "Madam, if there is not enough food or you would like anything else, please let me know and the hotel kitchen will prepare and deliver it immediately," the resort manager said obsequiously. Xingmu shook her head. Enough, more than enough. With just the 3 of them, let alone 10 people, there was definitely more than enough to eat. It turned out there really was too much. Even Qi Xiaobai, a growing teenage boy with a big appetite, had only finished 3 plates of meat. On the other hand, Chi-mo's appetite today surprised Qi Xiaobai. In his memory, his dad had always been disciplined and restrained. He was the same when it came to eating. He never overate. Yet today, exceptionally, even after Qi Xiaobai had set his chopsticks down, his dad was still adding mushrooms to the hot pot. He seemed to be in a very good mood. "I'm going to get some drinks, do you guys want any?" Qi Xiaobai asked Xingmu, who was picking mushrooms. After getting their requests, he ambled leisurely towards the kitchen. He browsed for the sparkling water he wanted to drink, the sour plum juice Xingmu specified, and the mineral water for his dad in the fridge. After taking these out, Qi Xiaobai did not immediately return. Instead, he hopped up onto the spotless countertop, pulled open the tab on the sparkling water can, and took a sip with his head tilted back. Dragging out time. Find updates on n/v/elben.co/m. These past 2 days, it was obvious to him that the atmosphere between his dad and stepmom had gotten ambiguous. That scene from skiing the other day was unbelievable now that he thought back on it. Just now when his dad and stepmom got out of the car after returning to the villa, he happened to see it from the balcony. Even from a distance, with his good eyesight, he could see Xingmu's earlobes were flushed. They were that intimate even in the car. As expected of newlyweds. Strangely though, they spoke less over dinner. Could it be because he was there, so they were shy? Qi Xiaobai somehow thought this to himself. Then he would just wait here in the kitchen a bit longer before going back out. He didn't want to be a light bulb. The sensitive and quiet 17-year-old was thinking this as he took out his phone. He didn't dare play on his phone during the meal earlier, afraid of getting scolded by his dad. Now was a good time to indulge. At the dining table outside, Chi-mo's phone lit up. He leisurely wiped his hands with a wet tissue before looking at the message. Putting his phone down, through the thin mist rising from the hot pot, he looked at Xingmu, who seemed to have been burnt by the dried chili powder. He slowly spoke only after Shinmumu gulped down a large mouthful of her drink to soothe the spiciness. The return flight plan has been approved. There are 2 days left. Anywhere else you want to visit before we leave? Shinmumu's lips were red from the spicy food, and her eyes were a little wet. She raised her head to look at him. Approved? As she spoke, she wanted to drink more water, only to find there were just ice cubes left in her cup. Chiemo slid his cup over and gazed at her with deep, dark eyes. Shinmumu hesitated for a few seconds. The cup before her contained the sour plum juice she had poured for him. It was nearly full since he didn't seem to like sour drinks and had only taken 1 or 2 sips. She picked up the cup and took a sip, finally relieving the spiciness. With clear thoughts, she asked, "We're taking a private jet for the return flight?" If they had booked normal tickets, it would just be to Jing City. There would be no mention of approval. Chimo's eyes quirked up imperceptibly as he replied in his magnetic, leisurely voice. We left in a hurry this time, and it was peak travel season, so flight plans were hard to get approved. Shinmumu, then does that mean I can bring more stuff back without having to check baggage? Chiemo was taken aback for a moment before chuckling in response, that's right. He had never considered that she might have worries in this aspect. Over this period, Shinmumu had gained a good grasp of what the world of the wealthy was like. But she had never actually been on a private jet before. Back when she was working, she had heard colleagues who loved palace dramas chat about how a single private jet flight, factoring in takeoff and landing fees, fuel costs, etc., would cost at least $500,000 to $600,000. $500,000 to $600,000. If it wasn't for this ultra-rich man before her eyes, she probably would never get the chance to experience it in her lifetime. Thinking of this, she couldn't help feeling amazed. Heaven really was blessing her. Even though they were only pretend spouses, Chiemo treated her very generously. So generously that it gave her the illusion they were a real married couple. On second thought, Shinmumu rejected this notion again. She was still too narrow-minded. What she considered generous, sprinkling money like dirt, was probably just a tiny figure in Chimo's eyes. With this in mind, the way Shinmumu looked at Chiemo through the rising steam even took on a shine like twinkling gold coins. At that time, outside the gates of Shiyu Yuding Villa area, Jing City, Xinlei was stopped by the security guard yet again. Noticing the disdainful looks from those in the luxury car about to enter the villa area, Xinlei angrily said, "How many times do I have to tell you, my sister lives here, why can't you understand?" The well-trained, burly guard stood in his way and sternly warned, "Sir, if you keep this up I'll have to call security to drag you away. This is private property, no entry without proof of residency." Che, power-tripping jerk. Xinlei spat at the guard's feet and stomped away cursing. Recently he had invested in cryptocurrency. His investment advisor told him now was a good time to buy in at the low point. Once news of the currency going public was announced, it could surge multiplied times in value. Everything was ready, just lacking funds. Just at this time, he somehow couldn't get in contact with that deadbeat Shinmumu at all. Phone calls were always busy. A few days ago he sent her a WeChat message, only to find he was blocked. How dare she block him? The more Xinlei thought about it, the more irritated he got, cursing crudely under his breath a few times. Damn it, I don't believe I can't run into you if I wait here every day. At 33 this year, Xinlei had little accomplishments and was restless with steady work, fantasizing about getting rich quick overnight. Before Shinmumu's parents passed away unexpectedly, he was the treasured baby boy doted on. After his parents' death, the huge drop was difficult for him to adapt to initially. He remembered his parents' words to him on their deathbeds. At that time, Xingmumu was still just an ordinary office worker before marrying into the Qi family. Lei, if you run into any difficulties in the future, have your sister help you. She is destined to dedicate everything to the Xing family. When she marries, her bride price should also go to you. You must remember to ask for it. Xing Lei firmly kept his parents' words in heart. Yes, he was the Xing family's only man who could continue their ancestral line. Xingmumu was just a daughter who married out. A married-out daughter is splashed-out water. Even if this bucket of water that was Xingmumu would eventually be splashed out one day, it must first nurture and water the soil called Xing. On the last 2 days in Xin City, Xingmumu bought a lot of things. The single suitcase she brought with her when she came became 3 suitcases when it was time to return. In the afternoon when the sunset was fading away, the 3 of them boarded the return flight's private jet. Although not as big as commercial airlines, the private jet was still quite spacious and luxurious. In addition to the standard configuration like sofas, leather seats, dining tables and wine cabinets, there was even a small conference room and a bedroom with its own bathroom. So Xingmumu was able to check off lying in a luxurious bedroom on a private jet watching the sunset from her bucket list. After a flight of several hours, the plane landed at Jing City Airport. Driver Xiao Wang had already arrived at the airport. Seeing the attractive family of 3 coming out of the airport hall, he hurried over to greet them. He carefully took over the cart stacked with 3 suitcases from Qi Mo's hands and gently loaded the luggage into the car. After getting into the car but before starting the engine, Xiao Wang felt a pat on his seat. He looked back to see the mistress beaming as she handed him a small box. Xiao Wang, a gift I brought back for you. Xiao Wang was overjoyed. He reflexively glanced at boss Qi, then at Xingmumu, not knowing if he should accept it or not. This. Madam, how could I accept your gift? Leaning lazily against the back of his seat, Qi nodded slightly. Having obtained the boss's tacit approval, Xiao Wang took the small box with both hands and smiled as he expressed his thanks. Thank you, madam. The gift Xingmumu picked for Xiao Wang was a sunscreen. She noticed that unlike other chauffeurs for wealthy bosses, Xiao Wang did not wear white gloves. She guessed that Qi probably found them pretentious, so asked him to forego this professional custom. As a driver who was exposed to the sun all day, having arms tanned 2 different colors would not look nice. Xingmumu gave a charming smile. You're welcome. Sunscreen was not a valuable gift. Her habit of bringing back little something for people around her was cultivated over 28 years of interpersonal experience. When traveling, she would definitely get souvenirs for others. A token of her thoughts. The gift receiver felt happy, and so did the gift giver. From the airport to Xiyuting Villa area, Qi Xiaobai changed from the cold cap he had been wearing in Xin City to a duckbill cap. As soon as he got in the car, he pulled the brim low and crossed both arms over his chest, leaning back to rest. Xingmumu couldn't help but quip, "You're in the prime of youth, yet feel tired after just a few hours on the plane and need a nap." The corners of Qi Xiaobai's lips quirked up slightly. For once, he didn't retort back. It wasn't because he was tired. Get the L-test VLS at .o/v/e/l/by.co. He just didn't want to be a light bulb for them and tried to keep a low profile. He hadn't forgotten Xingmumu's reddened earlobes when she got off the car yesterday, and the expression on his dad's face that could only be described as delight. Just one word, mushy. The car entered Xiyuting Villa area and stopped outside the iron gates of their villa. Zhang housekeeper was already waiting at the door with a smile, craning his neck looking out. Seeing the master and mistress getting out of the car, he quickly instructed the servants to bring over hot towels for them to wipe their hands. Welcome back, sir, madam, young master. Hope you had an enjoyable trip. Zhang housekeeper rubbed his hands, smiling till wrinkles appeared at the corners of his eyes, looking every inch the kindly old head of the household. He had worked for the Qi family for many years. Before coming to the Qis, he had also been a housekeeper for other wealthy families. Those wealthy households were invariably cold and aloof. In the less populated ones, relationships were just cold and distant. In those with more people, infighting and backstabbing over the family fortune was unavoidable. The Qi family had never had such issues. The master didn't impose many rules. As long as they did their jobs well, he gave them ample respect and freedom in other aspects. Zhang housekeeper sincerely felt that he had found the best job with the best boss imaginable. Yet he didn't expect that it could get even better after the mistress joined them. With her presence, the Qi residents gained a human touch rarely seen in other wealthy homes. Xiao Wang took out the suitcases from the trunk, intending to help push them in. But Xing Mu stopped him. She opened 2 of the suitcases. They were packed full with gifts. Xing Mu squatted by the opened luggage and handed out presents to everyone according to the different packaging. For the housekeeper's sister-in-law Yang and sister-in-law Wang, she brought branded hand creams. For Chef Kai in the kitchen, a new chef's knife. For groundskeeper Master LV who took care of the garden and swimming pool, it was a neck massager. She didn't miss anyone. The servants were pleasantly surprised and quickly expressed their gratitude. "Thank you, sir. Thank you, madam." Chiamo, standing on the side, had a relaxed look on his brow and eyes. "No need to thank me. It was the madam who brought you all gifts." Hearing this, Xingmu narrowed her bright, shining eyes and shook her head solemnly. "You're wrong. Without you, I couldn't have bought these." Qi Mo's straight brows quirked up slightly. "Oh." Xingmu's eyes glittered playfully as she let out a he-he laugh. "I charged them to your card." As her words fell, everyone burst out laughing. The small courtyard instantly became immersed in a warm, harmonious atmosphere. Specks of light flickered in Qi Mo's eyes, threading into strands of mirth. He was silent for a few seconds before responding in a drawn-out tone. "What's mine is yours. No distinction." Xingmu was stunned for a moment. She had to admit, Chiamo was more committed to their act than her, always ready to play the loving husband. How could she let him best her? With a charming smile, she looped her arm around his. In a sickeningly sweet voice she cooed, "Dear, you're so wonderful." As she finished speaking, she tiptoed and moved closer, adding softly so that only the 2 of them could hear. "How did I do? Compared to you I'm not too bad, right?" His unique fresh and cool scent drifted to Xingmu's nose, and she was momentarily lost in a daze as his alluring voice brushed past her ear canal. Before she could ponder the meaning behind his words, her hand was grabbed. Her fingers were pried open by the man's warm yet powerful palm, changing into a pose of tightly interlaced hands. Being led by him into the villa, Xingmu fell half a step behind. With her hand clasped tightly, it was as if she was possessed. A tingling numbness spread from her palm to her whole body, and inexplicably, her earlobes were flushed with heat. She was not thin-skinned. Yet now she felt like she was seeing ghosts, embarrassed and bashful. Knowing clearly they were just acting, she still couldn't help becoming flustered. Tall and handsome with chiseled features as if crafted by the goddess Niwa, the man's thin lips curved up imperceptibly. Contained satisfaction. The onlooking servants' mouths were stuffed full of dog food. If their inner thoughts could be converted into Donmu subtitles floating overhead. Perhaps at this moment above the Shiyuting Villa district, there would be. "Ah, they match so well. The sir and madam look so perfect together. Getting paid to watch this sweetness feels so good." Shang housekeeper was the first to put away his gossipy smile and assumed the stern demeanor of a head housekeeper. He cleared his throat and ordered everyone to disperse. Ahem! Stop gawking, go back to your tasks. Young people nowadays had no life experience and would exaggerate everything. Scenes like this would occur daily from now on. No need to make a big fuss over it. Qi Xiaobai just stood at the side with a complicated expression, seeming uncomfortable yet content. He had never seen his dad behave this way. Not used to it, yet he liked it very much. He affirmed this judgment in his mind. His dad was indeed mushy. Su Tingran knew that Xing Mumu had returned to Jing City. Without waiting for her to make plans, she took the initiative to go to Yueji flower shop to visit her. The afternoon sunshine shone through the glass walls of the flower shop, scattering circles of colorful halos on the milky white tabletop. There were 2 teacups filled with rose tea on the table, and next to them were the cranberry cookies that Xing Mumu had made by hand that morning. F0 Low New Hapters at nov/el/bin/.com. Su Tingran took a bite of a cookie and leaned on her arm, saying, "The ladies in the WeChat group know that you went on a trip to Shin City, and they're all guessing isn't it to have a belated honeymoon with Qi Chief?" They praised Qi Chief for doting on his wife. At the busiest time of the year for listed groups to release their mid-year financial reports, Qi Chief is willing to go on vacation with you. Ahem. Xing Mumu nearly choked on her tea. It's not a honeymoon. It's an employee benefit trip, I'd be silly not to go. Su Tingran didn't believe her excuse at all. She gave her a reproachful glance. Why are you shy with me? Xing Mumu smiled helplessly and took a sip of tea without explaining further. Su Tingran said, "Oh yes, thank you for the gift you brought me, I really like it." Xing Mumu put down her teacup and smiled, "I thought it really suited you too." Su Tingran had the air and temperament of a young lady from a good family. When Xing Mumu saw that greenish-blue Cheongsam in the store, she immediately felt it would be perfect for her, so she bought it as a gift. As if recalling something, a hint of sorrow appeared on Su Tingran's face. Her lips moved a few times before she said slowly, "Actually, I used to really like wearing Cheongsams, but since I married my husband, I hardly ever wear them." Xing Mumu was puzzled. "Why don't you wear them?" "They're too figure-hugging. He doesn't like me wearing stuff like that." Su Tingran's shoulders sagged a little, but the sad mood didn't linger on her face for long. Her eyes became bright again. "But the one you gave me, I will definitely wear it, don't worry." "Of course you should wear what you like, don't care what men think." Xing Mumu was a little indignant on her behalf. Don't judge a beauty can wear whatever she wants. Su Tingran was amused by her righteous indignation. She nodded, "Yes, you're right." Since becoming good friends with Xing Mumu, Su Tingran felt that she had become much more open-minded. Previously, her heart had always revolved around her family and her husband. Now, she was putting more thoughts into herself. She felt that this was good now, that this was right. "Sister Xing, I've emailed you this month's online sales report." A clear voice suddenly came over. Xing Mumu looked over at the sound. Qingzhuo was smiling at them with a bright and clean grin. Xing Mumu smiled and nodded, "Great, thanks for your hard work." Qingzhuo rubbed the back of his head. His smile revealed 2 very shallow dimples. He said, "Just doing my job." After the brief exchange ended, as soon as Xing Mumu turned her head back, she saw Su Tingran winking meaningfully at her. "Mumu, do you know that the aunties in the villa area are all praising how handsome the new store manager you hired is?" "Of course, I wouldn't have hired him if he wasn't good-looking," Xing Mumu said a little smugly, stirring the flower tea with a small silver spoon, making crisp clinking sounds against the cup. Not only was Qingzhuo easy on the eyes, but his work ability was also outstanding. When she was away from Jing City these past few days, the flower shop's online and offline business had been great, everything handled orderly and efficiently. She was currently considering how much more of a raise to give Qingzhou. Su Tingran paused for a moment. But there are also quite a lot of rumors. Xing Mumu looked up, stopping the stirring motion of her little spoon. What rumors? Su Tingran glanced left and right to make sure no one else was around before hesitating briefly and deciding to speak plainly. Nothing more than the usual nonsense. Saying that you're still young and couldn't resist temptation, having just married into a wealthy family. Su Tingran was very tactful with her wording, but Xing Mumu could imagine what those people were gossiping about behind her back. Among the people spreading these words were some upper-class young ladies who admired Mo. Since they couldn't have him themselves, they wanted to slander her. Su Tingran was firmly on Xing Mumu's side. When she heard others discussing this, she would sternly stop them and tell them not to talk nonsense. But while you can shut people's mouths, you can't control what they think. There was no shortage of malice among wealthy social circles. In some wealthy families, husbands and wives each did their own thing, turning a blind eye to each other's affairs. In other wealthy families, the wife overpowered the husband, and it was an open secret that the wife kept toy boys on the side. Xing Mumu didn't have a powerful natal family backing her up, so naturally she became an object of private ridicule for others. Among the people spreading these words were some upper-class young ladies who had admired Mo. Since they couldn't have him themselves, they wanted to slander her. Su Tingran was firmly on Xing Mumu's side. A clear conscience laughs at false accusations. Although we haven't known each other long, I understand what kind of person you are. You wouldn't even think of keeping a toy boy. Besides, what other man could compare to your Chi Chief? She smiled meaningfully at Xing Mumu. Chi Chief is in his prime. He wouldn't let you have the energy to think of anyone else, right? Xing Mumu, pft, cough cough. This time she really choked on the water. Her face flushed red as she coughed. Tingran was undoubtedly a woman who had been married for years. She was indeed very daring with her words. Do all married women speak so boldly? With just one sentence, it made people think of naughty things. The imagery came along with it. She suddenly pictured Mo's broad shoulders and taut, smooth muscle lines. And the Adam's apple that hit her aesthetic spot the most. TSK, thinking about it carefully, he did look pretty sexy and bewitching. He looked like he had great stamina. Xing Mumu suddenly felt parched and poured herself another cup of rose tea. She drank it all in one go, as if wanting to flush all the yellow waste material out of her mind. Su Tingran just smiled without speaking as she watched Xing Mumu's fair face turn bright red all over. That night after the flower shop closed, Xing Mumu and Qingzhou came out together. Qingzhou took out his keys to lock the door while Xing Mumu waited to the side. Recalling her chat with Su Tingran that afternoon, she couldn't help discreetly looking him over. Qingzhou wore casual suits that looked a bit more youthful in terms of cut and style compared to the kind Mo wore, though the quality was far inferior. He was in profile to her. His short hair was neat and clean-cut, and his handsome features radiated a hint of vitality. Just like his name, he was like fire. If she hadn't seen Qingzhou's resume and known he was only 27, she would have guessed he was a fresh college graduate just based on looks alone. As Xing Mumu thought this, she recalled Su Tingran's well-meaning reminder. Just because you don't have any intentions, doesn't mean others don't. You have to be more careful not to be deceived. Nowadays there are many good-looking men who specifically target wealthy wives, just to swindle money. These kinds of people often have good backgrounds themselves, sweet talkers who are best at cajoling others. As she pondered this, Qingzhou had already finished locking the door and walked over, jingling the keys at her. Sister Xing, are you hungry? Want to grab a late-night snack together? Chapter 56. No thanks, I have to go back. I'll pass on supper. Shinmumu politely smiled and declined Qingjue's invitation. All right then, I'll get going first. See you tomorrow, Miss Xing. Qingjue flashed a smile, waved goodbye, and jogged towards the employee parking lot. Shinmumu stood in place for a few seconds before leaving. Rand's words echoed in her mind, along with the image of Qingjue's beaming face. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't associate that smile with the word's ulterior motives. Well, it definitely won't be the case. She heaved a sigh of relief and shrugged. Then she turned and left. Not far away, inside the car, Qingjue didn't start the engine right away. He slid his hand to the side and rolled down the window. His fiery gaze intently watched the slender retreating figure in the distance. His eyes narrowed ever so slightly, as if lost in thought. Asterisk. Jing City No. 1 Middle School had started school. The third-year high school students had returned a week earlier than the first and second years to report for duty. The source of this content N/O/V/L by N. Qi Xiaobai walked into the classroom building with a bag slung over one shoulder. As soon as he entered, he saw Wei Xiaonan waving at him excitedly while pointing to the class allocation list posted on the bulletin board. Qi Xiaobai, the class allocation is out. We're still in the same class, Class 4. Qi Xiaobai didn't have many close friends. Wei Xiaonan was the only one he considered a brother. Naturally, he was happy to hear this news. A lazy smile spread across the handsome, delicate face of the youth. He lifted his chin lightly towards the school store. Let's go, I'm dying of thirst. Although summer had passed, the heat remained unrelenting. Just the short walk from the car to the classroom building had his palms sweating. Passing the fragrant camphor trees along the path, the two similar-height 17-year-old boys sauntered lazily towards the school store. The afternoon sunlight shone diagonally from behind, casting Qi Xiaobai's slender silhouette onto the ground. A few girls walking towards them couldn't help but steal glances, unconcealed joy and bashfulness in their eyes. They nudged their companions as if to say, "Look at that hottie." The boys' cold eyes swept over them indifferently. Just a fleeting moment, yet it left the girls' hearts racing several times faster. Shyly averting their gazes, they quickened their steps and scurried away. Wei Xiaonan was long accustomed to such scenes. He sighed and complained, "Geez, we're both good-looking guys of similar height, so why are girls always secretly admiring you without even glancing my way? So unfair. Don't you think the girls at our school have poor taste?" Qi Xiaobai's brows furrowed. He side-eyed his friend and mocked, "Is it possible they just don't appreciate you?" Wei Xiaonan exaggeratedly recoiled. "What, am I not handsome?" Qi Xiaobai just shook his head and continued walking, retorting, "I don't think so, you barely qualify as not ugly." Unexpectedly, Wei Xiaonan didn't fire back. As if a thought had just occurred to him, he clapped his palm and exclaimed, "Oh right, did you hear our school is holding the college entrance exam mobilization assembly jointly with the girls' high school this year?" Jing City No. 1 Middle School and Jing City Girls' High School were brother schools, often holding teaching workshops together. But it was the first time they would jointly hold the college entrance exam mobilization assembly. The third-year high school boys who heard this news, Wei Xiaonan included, were over the moon. Having heard the girls' high school had plenty of beauties, he was full of anticipation. Qi Xiaobai responded nonchalantly, "I didn't hear about that." He wouldn't have cared even if he did. Seeing his utter indifference, Wei Xiaonan felt even more indignant. He grumbled sourly. "Young Master Qi, this is what they call the rich man doesn't know the sufferings of the poor. Too many girls admire you, so you can't understand the woes of us common folk." Qi Xiaobai's brows rose. Weren't you just bragging about being handsome? And now you're admitting you're ordinary? Wei Zhaonan. Qi Xiaobai pulled open the freezer at the school store and took out a bottle of chilled water. Too thirsty to even pay first, he immediately twisted open the cap and gulped down a mouthful. Fine beads of sweat had formed on his forehead, radiating a carefree youthful spirit under the sunlight. Even in a simple black tee and gray pants, he looked much more stylish than other boys his age. Wei Zhaonan leaned against the store counter, a troubled look on his face. This sucks, I wanted to get a cool hairstyle before the assembly to impress the girls. Damn it, parents are supposed to attend too. If I get my hair permed, my mom will definitely nag me about it. But if I don't, I won't get to show off my handsome looks to the girls. Hi girls. This sucks. Qi Xiaobai's brows knitted together. Parents have to attend too? He recalled that in previous years, only students needed to attend the college entrance exam mobilization assembly. Yeah, we got a new teacher supervisor and changed a lot of teachers this year, Wei Zhaonan said. The new broom sweeps clean. They have to do things differently from previous years. After speaking, Wei Zhaonan clicked his tongue disdainfully and looked at Qi Xiaobai, who was paying for the water. Hey, how come you don't know anything? Qi Xiaobai lazily sprawled on a bench by the door. I'm not as gossipy as you. Wei Zhaonan, without me as your friend, you wouldn't even know what day school starts. Qi Xiaobai shot him a glare. Wei Zhaonan ignored it and asked, by the way, is Uncle Qi coming to the assembly, or his assistant? Qi Xiaobai's gaze turned towards the distant sports field as he murmured. I don't know either. That night when Qi Xiaobai returned home, he happened to see Xingmu watching TV dramas on the small sofa in the side living room. He mentioned this matter to her. College entrance exam mobilization assembly? Sitting cross-legged on the sofa, Xingmu looked up at him while peeling an orange. Is it? Qi Xiaobai glanced at Xingmu, then the study upstairs, and said lightly. Yeah, are you or my dad going? Xingmu had no intention of asking Qi Mo's opinion upstairs. She enthusiastically volunteered, I'll go. As long as parents weren't required to attend, she was happy to participate in school activities. It would also give her a chance to check out the snacks around Qi Xiaobai's school. She remembered there were a lot. Okay. Hearing her reply, Qi Xiaobai closed his eyes in acknowledgement, the corners of his lips slightly upturned as he headed to his room. Back in his room, he lazily sank into his desk chair, absent-mindedly spinning a pen in his hand as he spaced out. Sensing his mood had inexplicably turned cheerful, he paused, the pen dropping onto the desk. So it turned out he wasn't as indifferent as he thought. The moment he heard Xingmu would attend the college entrance exam assembly as a parent, his heart felt a subtle delight. In the past, whenever school activities required parents to attend, his classmates' seats would be occupied by their mothers and fathers, while the one sitting in his seat was always Dong Assistant. Dong Assistant would wear an appropriately pleasant smile to get through any situation. No matter how high or low Qi Xiaobai's grades were, no anomaly would show on his face. Wei Zhaonan would always sigh enviously, it's so nice not having to worry about getting lectured even if your grades fall. I really wish my mom wouldn't attend parent meetings, but sadly she's too free. Hearing this kind of talk frequently, over time, Qi Xiaobai also started feeling that perhaps it wasn't so bad this way. Perhaps parent meetings without parents weren't a bad thing after all. After all, his exam scores were trivial compared to his family company's projects that easily surpassed hundreds of millions. Not that important. Knock knock dash. The urgent sound of knocking interrupted his thoughts. Opening the door, Xingmu stood outside and blurted. Qi Xiaobai, give me your final exam papers from last semester. Tell me which subjects you're weak at and which you're strong in too. I want to get a sense of where you stand so I can chat with your teacher without embarrassment. It'll also help me better supervise your studies in the future. She paused, then shook her head and continued. No, just the final papers aren't enough. Can you find your monthly exam papers too? Give them all to me. The 17-year-old boy was momentarily stunned, unable to speak past the lump in his throat. Xingmumu tilted her head. She waved her hand in front of him. Hey, why were you spacing out? Don't tell me you don't have any strong subjects? Hey, can you hear me? This is important. Early morning. Chiemo was changing clothes in the walk-in closet. Hearing the alarm clock ringing on the bedside table, Mu's eyebrows furrowed in puzzlement. Xingmumu, who was sleeping soundly rolled up in the quilt on the bed, jumped up when she heard the ringtone. She went into the bathroom, squeezed toothpaste, brushed her teeth, and washed her face in one go. The speed was so fast, it was like a commando. Their walk-in closets were separate but adjacent. When she passed Chimo's closet, she caught a glimpse of the man standing tall and straight, his evenly proportioned, slender fingers holding onto his watch strap. Xingmumu poked half her head out to greet, "Morning." Chimo's brow slightly lifted. Busy at the flower shop today? If not busy, she would usually sleep until 9. Xingmumu entered her closet, stood in front of the wardrobe and was at a loss, casually responding. Not going to the flower shop today. Qi Xiaobai's school has an activity. Qi, what activity? Xingmumu switched to small talk mode. College entrance examination mobilization rally, one of those chanting slogans, cheering up high school seniors to get into exam preparation mode quickly kind of activities. Visit N0VL/BEIN. For the best novel reading experience. It looks superficial, but it's actually quite useful. Qi Xiaobai is usually lazy. Now that he's a high school senior, his mainspring should be wound tighter. Chiemo listened to her mellow voice coming from the next closet, and his hard jawline gradually softened. He really enjoyed listening to her talk about these things. Very mundane conversations. Are you in a hurry to go out? Xingmumu suddenly raised her voice and asked. Xingmumu poked half her head out of her closet next door, blinked her bright eyes. Chiemo turned his head to look at her, and said neither hastily nor slowly, "No hurry." Then can you help me see, between these two outfits, which looks better? Xingmumu stretched out her whole body, smiling, holding up two pieces of clothing, comparing them to the front of her body in turn. Between these two, which one looks more dignified? More like a parent? Xingmumu believed in Chimo's aesthetic taste. His clothes were always exquisite and good-looking. The ties, watches, cufflinks and so on, were also well-matched. Chimo's hands were still buckling his watch strap, standing lazily. His tie was not yet tied, his collar slightly open, revealing his cold, white neck, and his prominent Adam's apple was sexy. He turned his head to look over. His pitch-black eyes narrowed slightly, and his gaze swept over her from top to bottom. Xingmumu felt extremely uncomfortable under his strong, substantial gaze, but she didn't rush him. She believed that after careful consideration, he would surely give a satisfactory answer. After a long time, Chiemo finally buckled his watch strap. It was so long that Xingmumu even wondered if his watch was broken. Both look good, the man said sincerely, his voice a little hoarse. Xingmumu. Little s coldface.jpg. He thought about it for so long just to come up with such a useless conclusion? For this kind of thing, you really can't ask men. Even a refined man like Chiemo who pays attention to every tiny detail, it was pointless to ask. Xingmumu sighed, went back to her closet and started seriously picking out a handbag. She treated attending Qi Xiaobai's school rally as an extremely important matter. Qi Mo stood in front of the mirror, his slender fingers tying his tie. In the mirror, the tall-nosed, sharp-jawed man's eyes gradually condensed, falling into thought. At the banquet that time, would she also carefully pick out clothes like today and think about how to match with him? Xing Mumu eventually chose a light-colored, petite chic outfit. The skirt was not too short, revealing her fair, straight legs. The lip color should not be too heavy, the earrings and bracelets should also be more low-key styles more appropriate. Xing Mumu turned in front of the mirror, pleased with her aesthetic taste. She was too focused that she didn't hear Qi Mo say as he left. "I'll drop by after the meeting too, if time permits." After painstakingly picking out satisfactory clothes and handbag, Xing Mumu was at a loss again in front of the garage with rows of luxury cars. Which one to drive? The butler Zhang stood to one side and asked again. "Madam, are you sure you don't need a driver to take you?" Xing Mumu, "No need, I can go myself." Compared to being chauffeured, she actually preferred being in control behind the steering wheel. When the driver drove to accommodate her feelings, it was always slowly. Even on open roads, he emphasized stability and could not pick up speed. Xing Mumu had been exasperated by this driving style for a long time. Driving like this was completely wasting the good performance of the luxury cars, very unsatisfying. Seeing the madam's attitude was firm, Butler Zhang did not say any more, only described the terrain of No. 1 middle school in Beijing 3 times. Down to details like after you see the riding field, turn right, then after you see the outdoor swimming pool, go straight for 500 meters and enter the auxiliary road. No. 1 middle school in Beijing was so big. To ensure privacy, navigation apps could not bring up maps of routes within the school. Butler Zhang was worried that the madam would get lost. If he had paper and pen with him right now, he would have drawn the school terrain. Xing Mumu did not detect Zhang's worries at all, looked around at the luxury car pile, hesitated between the Bugatti and Koenigsegg for a while. She eventually chose the black Koenigsegg. The price was relatively low-key, not flashy, and the speed was fast enough. Butler Zhang followed behind her. "Madam, call me any time if you don't recognize the way." Xing Mumu smiled confidently. "Don't worry, I can find it. Anyway, even if I somehow can't find it, I can always ask Qi Xiaobai to come out and get me." She was not bragging. Although she was a little face-blind, her memory for roads was very familiar. Basically, places she had been to once, the second time going, she could find her way from memory. Butler Zhang was stunned for a moment. Would the young master go pick up the madam? He clearly remembered that the two were still at odds with each other not long ago. Even though they got along relatively well on a trip together. The taciturn and difficult-to-tame young master was certainly not one to go pick someone up. And on such a hot day, the young master hated heat the most. But the madam spoke so confidently, as if it were true. Before he could figure it out, he heard the low roar, and Xing Mumu drove out of the garage. Her fair, porcelain-like forearm stretched out of the car window, waved casually. "Bye, Butler Zhang." On the road. The black Koenigsegg stopped at the zebra crossing waiting for the red light. In the sports car next to it, a young man turned his head to look. Upon discovering the driver of the Koenigsegg was a woman, he exclaimed regretfully to his companion. "Look at that Koenigsegg next to us, it's actually driven by a woman." His companion looked over following his gaze, and without even getting a clear look at the person, frowned in evaluation. Women drivers are road killers, the nice Koenigsegg gone to waste. Yeah, wasted. Can't even drive well, still buying such a nice car, women are just empty-headed show-offs. Before his words fell, the traffic light turned green. Before they could react, the black Koenigsegg had rushed out already. The smooth acceleration at start just barely overtook the cars in front. A beautiful drift around the corner, turning into the road on the right. Steady and fast, turning at just the right moment. The two people in the car were dumbfounded. They looked at each other in disbelief. Only when cars behind honked urging them did they come to their senses, unconsciously murmuring, "Awesome. I swear I'll never diss women drivers again." Shin Moo rolled down the car window a little, and the wind rushed in. The sense of speed became more and more obvious. Driving like this is really cool, she couldn't help thinking to herself. The wind swept up her slightly curly long hair and blew it all to the back, revealing her fair and slender neck. On her exquisite earlobes, the diamond earrings glittered brightly. But they were not even 1/10,000th as dazzling as her beauty at this moment. After driving for a while longer, when they were close to the road section near the gate of Jing City No. 1 Middle School, a red sports coupe appeared in the rearview mirror. Shin Moo's elegant eyebrows furrowed slightly. This car seemed to have been following her since the last intersection. She retracted her gaze and looked ahead. The corners of her eyebrows raised. Could it be that the car behind wanted to compete speeds with her? Things were getting interesting. In the red sports coupe behind. In the driver's seat sat a woman with stylish short hair and elegant makeup. Although no longer in the prime of youth, her free and unrestrained aura reduced the feeling of age. Seeing the Koenigsegg in front suddenly accelerate, the short-haired woman hurriedly stepped on the gas pedal to keep up. Muttering, "Slow down, I can't keep up." She was not a deranged stalker. The reason she was following the car in front was simply because, when they were close to the destination, she didn't know the way. Damn it, she had just barely memorized the layout of her daughter's school. It was unnecessary and troublesome that the college entrance examination mobilization assembly was being held at Jing City No. 1 Middle School this time. If it wasn't for her keen observation skills, judging from the rare license plate of the car in front that it was also going to the noble school Jing City No. 1 Middle School like her, she wouldn't have known how long she would have had to wander around on the road. Under the circumstances of not knowing the way, she could only choose to follow others. Sure enough. As she guessed, the car in front turned into the gate of Jing City No. 1 Middle School. Soon after, the black Koenigsegg and the red coupe parked in the parking lot in succession. In the end, the former was a little faster. Shin Moo got out of the car, tidied up her windswept hair, and breathed a comfortable sigh. Refreshing. It had been a long time since she had raced so refreshingly. Glancing at the time, she had actually arrived half an hour earlier than planned. Since she was so early, she was in no hurry to go to the gymnasium where the college entrance exam mobilization assembly was being held. She slowly turned her head and looked towards the small path behind the school building last time. The bright eyes flashed slightly as a thought came to her mind. She didn't know how long the mobilization assembly would last. Why not fill up first? The last time she came to Jing City No. 1 Middle School was when she met Liu Jinjin with Qi Xiaobai. Coming again this time, she still marveled at the wide variety of snacks here. Whether it was the high-end Western restaurants catering to the children of rich families, or the roadside hawkers' carts, there were quite a few people everywhere. It seemed that there were many parents who had the same idea as her. Considering that she would attend a school event later, Shin Moo exercised restraint and did not choose food with too strong a smell to whet her appetite. She only ate red bean cakes, mango puddings and other little desserts to curb her cravings. Just as she was looking at the time and about to head to the school, she suddenly heard an exclamation behind her. "Ah, pervert! He just took photos of me secretly." Shin Moo turned her head towards the voice. She saw a girl covering her skirt, her face full of panic and confusion, shouting at a dodgy man who was running away. The dodgy man ran in Shin Moo's direction. The surrounding people who didn't understand the situation looked towards the girl. Just as everyone was still reacting to what exactly had happened, Shingmumu quietly clenched her purse and pursed her lips. As the dodgy man passed Shingmumu, she suddenly stuck out a leg. With an "ah," the dodgy man tripped and fell to the ground. The phone he used to take secret photos fell out as well. The dodgy man suddenly turned his head and glared viciously at the person who had tripped him, his triangular eyes full of shameless anger. The next second, Shingmumu firmly grasped her purse, swung heavily, and slapped it on the dodgy man's face. The metal buckle on the purse hit him right on the bridge of his nose. He covered his nose in pain and lay curled up on the ground. More and more onlookers gathered around. Knowing that he could not escape, the dodgy man began to bluster and vent his anger. Covering his nose, his hideous complexion stared at Shingmumu, who was closest to him, looking as if he wanted to tear her apart. "You bitch, mind your own *king. Before he could say the word business, someone suddenly rushed out from the crowd. It was a slap to the dodgy man's face from the short-haired woman. The crisp sound of the slap stunned the dodgy man. The short-haired woman had already called the security guards at the entrance of Jing City No. 1 Middle School at the first moment of the incident. Jing City No. 1 Middle School was a noble school, and the security guards were well trained. In just a few moments, they had pressed the dodgy man to the ground. Then the short-haired woman kicked the dodgy man in the abdomen, picked up the phone he had dropped on the ground, removed the memory card, and broke it in half before throwing it into the drain by the roadside. She also slammed the phone screen down on the cement ground to further shatter the already cracked screen. Lastly, she didn't forget to grind it a few more times with her stiletto heels. When the short-haired woman finally turned to look at the dodgy man who had been pressed to the ground, with contempt in her eyes, Shingmumu realized that this woman was the one who had raced with her just now. She didn't expect that not only did she like racing, she was also a swift and decisive stylish lady. Shingmumu looked at the stylish lady with admiration. The stylish lady also walked over to her. Shingmumu blinked blankly, watching as the stylish lady leisurely took out some wet wipes from her handbag, pulled out 2 sheets and handed them to her with a smile, saying, "Wipe your bag." Following the stylish lady's gaze, Shingmumu only then noticed that her bag was stained with the dodgy man's blood when she hit him earlier. "Ew, dirty." So. The surrounding onlookers then saw the 2 beautiful women who had just worked together to subdue the dodgy man. One was furiously wiping her bag, while the other was furiously wiping her hands. The scene was rather amusing. "Oh, right, thank you for leading the way just now," said the stylish lady with a smile. Shingmumu was puzzled for a few seconds before reacting. "I thought you wanted to race with me." "I would never lose to you in a race. The car I drove today was not good. Next time, let's get together and compete again when we're free." Shingmumu nodded in agreement. "Sure, I'll take you up on that anytime." The stylish lady reached out her hand and introduced herself. "Hello, my name is Qin Jiaomu." Qin as in Qin Shi Huang, Jiao as in beautiful, and Mu as in bathing. Shingmumu shook her hand with a radiant smile. "Nice to meet you. I'm Shingmumu. Xing as in unprecedented prosperity, and Mu the same as yours." Qin Jiamu had rather cold looks, but her smile was very nice. "What a coincidence. Are you also a parent here for the mobilization assembly at No. 1 Middle School?" Yes, what a coincidence. Shingmumu also felt it was quite a coincidence. She had inadvertently acted as the guide, and they had dealt with the dodgy man together. Their names even shared one character. Because of these coincidences, the 2 hit it off and added each other on WeChat, agreeing to go racing together when they had time. Qin Jiamu glanced at her watch. "It's getting late, my daughter is still waiting for me. See you next time." Shingmumu bid farewell with a smile. "See you next time." Find up Tedovels on n/v/elben. co/m. At that time, in the conference room on the top floor of Chi Group headquarters, the managers of the various branches refreshed their admiration for the president once again. As expected of President Chi, his words were as concise and to the point as always. At the end of the conference table sat the man listening to subordinates take turns reporting project progress. He had a steady and dignified aura, with slightly furrowed brows. From time to time, he would lower his eyes and glance at his watch. The gym was crowded with people. All the teachers in charge of the senior year classes at Jingshire No. 1 Middle School had come for today's college entrance exam motivational assembly. With the senior students from two schools combined, the scene was very lively. Temporary sheds had been erected all around the gym to provide help for senior year students with psychological issues. On the stage, the head teacher was testing the microphone. "Hello, hello, 1, 2, hello." Qi Xiaobai felt it was too stuffy and noisy inside the venue, so he wandered outside alone. Little did he know, there were no fewer people outside. He could only try to take the less crowded paths. The sun in late August filtered through the camphor tree leaves into speckled dots of light, falling on the cement walkways of the campus. He dragged his lazy footsteps, hands in pockets, as he walked. The sunlight wasn't glaring, and the breeze caressed his face, unexpectedly giving rise to a trace of leisure. A girl walked towards him from the opposite direction, accidentally meeting his gaze. Just then, the shadows of the tree branches swayed. A beam of light restlessly broke through the gaps between the leaves and spilled down, falling on the girl's pure and fair complexion. Her eyes were limpid, her eyebrows arched into two small arcs, her hair pulled back behind her ears, her neck and shoulders slender and smooth, and her soft hair was dyed the color of sunlight, looking warm and cozy. As she raised her eyes, they met the boy's clear and limpid ones. Qi Xiaobai's features were cold and indifferent, with his chin slightly cocked. His pupils soaked in the warm sunlight, with subtle rays of light rippling through, making him look especially good-looking. The cicadas in the trees seemed to have agreed, and suddenly roared loudly, buzzing. In an instant, it was as if the earth and sky had been isolated into a vacuum. A breeze blew past the boy's broad shoulders. His t-shirt hem fluttered in the wind, and his bangs swayed too. Their gazes briefly overlapped for a few seconds, before quickly parting. They brushed past each other. By the time he returned to the gym, Qi Xiaobai had 2 bottles of chilled mineral water in his hands. The air conditioners overhead were blasting cool air into the venue. He finally didn't feel so hot anymore. Xing Mumu followed the stream of people into the gym and immediately spotted Qi Xiaobai, who stood out with his looks amongst the crowd. She smiled and waved. Qi Xiaobai. Qi Xiaobai was chatting with Wei Zhaonan. Hearing her voice, he turned his head and gestured with his eyes for her to come sit over. There were seats behind them. After Xing Mumu sat down, he very naturally handed her a bottle of water. It was one he had gone out to buy just now. Qi Xiaobai had his hands in his pockets, leaning back in his chair. He introduced Xing Mumu. "Our head teacher is very naggy. Get mentally prepared, it may take a long time, delaying you from returning to the flower shop. Ups.t from n0/v/lbn/co/m." Xing Mumu took the water bottle. Droplets of condensed water slid onto her hand, cool and chilled, dissipating more than half of the summer heat. She replied, "It's okay, no matter how long the speech takes, I've cleared my schedule for the whole day today, just to accommodate you." The corners of Qi Xiaobai's lips imperceptibly curled up slightly. The opening act of the motivational assembly consisted of speeches by the head teacher and subject research group leaders, analyzing the current dire situation and sounding the alarm for parents and students. The content was dry and boring. For the first 10-odd minutes, everyone could still listen attentively. But when the head teacher took the mic again, saying let me just briefly supplement with 2 more sentences, the people below had clearly lost patience and started looking around restlessly. The head teacher's voice had a soporific power, and Shingmumu felt her head getting fuzzy and heavy. If not for the cold air being blasted at full force in the venue, making it an unsuitable environment to sleep, she might have really dozed off. Just as she finished a yawn, tears still glistening at the corners of her eyes, a parent sitting in the front row suddenly turned around. "Mrs. Chi, hello, pardon my intrusion, I am the procurement head at Jinyang Group. My son is in the same class as your young master." He held out his name card with both hands, smiling ingratiatingly, with the smoothness of an adult. Shingmumu was taken aback for a few seconds before accepting the name card, politely nodding slightly. She had thought it was just casual small talk between parents, and it would be fine to just politely take the name card. But unexpectedly, this was just the start. Within just 5 minutes, the parents sitting in a small circle around them had all handed over name cards in succession. Shingmumu suddenly understood. The Parents' Association of an aristocratic school was a social circle for the parents. Previously during Chi Mo's school parents' meetings, it had always been his executive assistant who attended. That executive assistant, despite his mild and honest personality, looked as unapproachable as his boss on the outside. These parents had probably wanted to get acquainted with the Chi family to establish connections for a long time, but lacked the avenue. Now that it was her turn, looking to be of weaker temperament, they swarmed over at once. She felt bad rejecting them outrightly, so she put on a formulaic smile, accepted everyone's name cards, and only said, "I'll pass these to my husband when I get home." After dealing with these people, she heaved a silent sigh of relief. She turned and shot Qi Xiaobai a weary look. Qi Xiaobai appeared much calmer than her. He seemed long accustomed to such occurrences. Seeing Qi Xiaobai's composure, Shingmumu was suddenly reminded of Qi Mo for a fleeting moment. She realized with a start. Although these father and son had no direct blood ties, they were surprisingly similar in many ways. Qi Mo hardly showed up at Qi Xiaobai's school, perhaps not wanting the slippery sophistication of the business world to be shown too early to the 17-year-old boy. And Qi Xiaobai's aloof and taciturn personality was probably also a protective layer, shielding him from the people around who wanted to ingratiate themselves, preventing such occurrences from reaching Qi Mo. The two of them, in their own ways, were preserving the purity in the father-son relationship, unwilling to become a burden to each other. That was reasonable in theory, but Shingmumu still felt they were too pretentious. What couldn't be directly communicated and clarified face to face? If she were the dad, after living together so many years, their relationship would have long reached the intimate stage of being able to drink beer shirtless together. Shingmumu put the name cards into her bag. She then looked towards the stage, frowning in puzzlement. The head teacher's brief supplement of 2 sentences still had not ended. Oddly, the dense mass of heads in the front rows seemed to not be looking at the stage, but were instead unanimously facing the direction of the gym entrance. Following their line of sight, she looked over curiously. A familiar figure appeared at the gym entrance. Qi Mo was tall and straight, standing by the entrance. His cold eyes swept across the crowds in the venue, his imposing aura strong. Finally, his gaze met Shingmumu's. His eyes tightened, the corners lifting slightly, as he walked towards her. Due to rushing over after the meeting, the man was still wearing an exquisitely tailored suit. Parents of high school students are generally around 40 years old. Women of this age group do not look too old as long as they take good care of themselves, and there is not much difference from women in their 30s. But it is different for men. After getting married, they often neglect body management, and signs of the cruel passage of time can be seen from their receding hairlines and pot bellies. The dignified and noble CEO abruptly entering the crowd of parents was like a catfish thrown into a school of sardines, inevitably making the other men feel ashamed. With his exceptionally handsome features and the perfect physique maintained through extreme discipline, compared to the others now, he stood out even more, leaving them no chance at all. Shingmumu even saw some wives tugging their husbands' arms and frowning as they passed by the man. She could guess what those people were saying. It must be something like, "Look at him, now look at you." Imagining their voices, she couldn't help but feel amused, the corners of her eyes curving faintly as dimples appeared. Her eyes as clear as water curved with laughter as she looked at Chiemo, using her chin to point at the seat next to her. Chiemo pulled out the chair and sat down, his long legs making him look even more slender. The people sitting around them visibly straightened their backs after he sat down, as if influenced by his powerful aura, involuntarily wanting to make a good impression. Unhurriedly, he took off his coat and casually draped it over his forearm. His long, slender fingers loosened his tie, and he turned his head to ask Shingmumu in a low voice. "How long has it been?" Follow the latest novels n/velbin.com. Almost half an hour, Shingmumu leaned in closer, smelling the clean and cold scent on the man as she answered. The head teacher has been blabbering on and on, repeating himself over and over, enough to compile a book of nonsense. Chi-Mo chuckled softly. Shingmumu also lowered her voice and said, "Just now many parents gave me their business cards, it was so awkward. My face almost cramped from smiling. I felt like a heartless business card collecting machine, my hand is so tired. When I get home tonight I'll have the chef make chicken claws, using food to nourish my body. Should I have it with ginger and chili or sweet bean sauce flavor?" As she complained and grumbled, Chi-Mo gazed at her with a faint smile at the corners of his mouth. Even meaningless conversation, he still listened with great patience. Occasionally the corners of his lips would curve, and he would nod his head. He responded to every sentence she said. Standing to the side, Chi Xiaobai was stunned, his brows furrowed in puzzlement. The moment he saw his father appear in the gymnasium, he quickly ran through it in his mind, trying to figure out what important occasion it was today. In the end, he concluded that it must be because third year of high school is a very important time in one's life. Otherwise, his workaholic father would not have come personally. Chi-Mo crossed his long legs leisurely, sitting lazily, his eyes unintentionally sweeping over Shingmumu's fair legs. He paused for a moment, raising his eyes to glance at the ceiling of the stadium. The central air conditioning was blowing out cold air. The next second, his exquisite and expensive suit jacket was draped over her fair legs. Sitting in the icy cold stadium for a long time, Shingmumu was indeed a little cold. Now that her legs were covered and shielded from the chill, she politely said, "Actually, I'm not that cold, you don't have to lend me your jacket." Mainly because she was a little worried about wrinkling his expensive suit. Chi-Mo turned his head slowly to face forward again, his magnetic deep voice languid, "I had nowhere to put it, help me hold it for a moment." Shingmumu. "I see." Turns out that because his assistant and driver weren't around, he was used to ordering people around but couldn't find anyone, so he took her to be a subordinate to order around? She quickly adjusted her mindset, correcting her position. "It's all right. As a sugar daddy after all. Occasionally serving him a little, she should. Otherwise she would feel the monthly allowance of 500,000 yuan came too easily." After a while, the lengthy speech on stage finally ended. The head teacher announced that parents could go find the class teacher and subject teachers to chat individually for the remaining time. As soon as his voice fell, the people around started moving. The parents of third-year high school students were more enthusiastic than the students themselves. It became very crowded all at once. But in the small area where Shingmumu was sitting, not many people gathered. As they passed by that man with the cold expression and powerful aura, they seemed to subconsciously avoid getting too close. Shingmumu experienced the meaning of inspiring awe for the first time. Just as she was thinking this, the magnetic voice of the man beside her suddenly said, "And mine?" Xing Mumu and Qi Xiaobai's gazes looked over at the same time, puzzled about what he meant. They saw Chiemo looking down, long lashes lowered, his eyes fixed on the 2 bottles of mineral water under Xing Mumu and Qi Xiaobai's chairs. Then the handsome arched brows lifted faintly, gazing at her with concealed amusement, his tone relaxed, "I'm thirsty." Before Xing Mumu could respond, Qi Xiaobai reflexively replied, "I'll go buy another bottle." Chiemo raised his eyes, reaching his arm past Xing Mumu's back. The man's solid, powerful arm brushed past her back as he pressed Qi Xiaobai's arm, his tone gentle, "No need." Qi Xiaobai scratched the back of his head and sat back down, his gaze lingering on Xing Mumu's bottle of mineral water for a few seconds, realization dawning on him as he murmured, "Oh right, you two can share a bottle." He had indeed been overthinking things. Xing Mumu noticed Qi Mo's gaze towards Qi Xiaobai gradually softening, and it seemed a trace of delight was slowly rising in his eyes. She instantly understood in her heart. Qi Xiaobai's filial gesture of voluntarily offering to buy Qi Mo water must have made the cold and aloof man extremely happy. She nodded approvingly at Qi Xiaobai, praising, "Little Qi is so thoughtful, he's such a good son to his father." Qi Xiaobai. Qi Mo. After about half a minute, Qi Xiaobai belatedly recalled what his father had just said, "I'm thirsty." The teenager's brows slowly creased as he secretly sucked in a breath. Oh no! That tone, that expression. Just now, was Dad pouting? Mind blown.jpg. Sensing his father's casual cold glance sweeping over, Qi Xiaobai quickly turned his head to avoid eye contact, pretending as if nothing had happened. Mind secretly blown.jpg. When there weren't many parents left crowding the class teacher's office, Qi Mo and Xing Mumu went in together. Seeing this attractive couple come in, the teacher's eyes lit up. The teacher was 47 years old this year, an experienced veteran. He had been teaching Qi Xiaobai's class since their first year of high school. He had hosted many parent-teacher meetings, but had only seen Qi Mo a handful of times. It's no exaggeration to say he had seen this face more often in financial magazines than at parent-teacher meetings. After they sat down across from him, the teacher took Qi Xiaobai's file out of the drawer and handed it over, taking the initiative to say, "Mr. and Mrs. Qi, this is Qi Xiaobai's grades for the past year. Please take a look first to understand his learning situation, then we can discuss Qi Xiaobai's problems together." Qi Mo nodded lightly, taking the folder and calmly flipping it open. He had just turned a few pages when he heard Xing Mumu seriously say to the teacher beside him, "I'm somewhat familiar with Qi Xiaobai's test scores for last school year. His math and physics scores are relatively stable, but he occasionally makes some low-level mistakes, able to solve the later big questions but losing points on the basic multiple-choice questions in the beginning. His Chinese language, reading comprehension in particular, really gives me a headache. This child's thinking is different from others, his angle of understanding is always novel and unique. And then there's English, it's really weak." Saying this, she paused, glancing at Qi Mo before meeting his eyes. In her heart she finished the second half of the sentence, not benefiting at all from proximity to an expert. Qi Mo's English pronunciation was standard and pleasant to listen to, while Qi Xiaobai's was so bad even the most basic grammar was wrong. Wasn't there a saying that nephews resemble uncles? How come Qi Xiaobai didn't inherit any of that at all? Instead he fully inherited that aloof and cold demeanor. Only taking the bad and not the good. Xing Mumu suppressed the regret in her heart, leaning forward slightly, asking the teacher earnestly, "Teacher, in your opinion, if Qi Xiaobai works hard this last year, does he have a chance of getting into a first-tier university?" When Xing Mumu was speaking, the other two people's hearts were stirred to varying degrees. Chi Mo's eyes flashed, and the slender fingers on the folder bent slightly as a soft tenderness rose in his heart. He knew she had been very busy recently. Busy investigating opening a branch in Shin City. He hadn't expected that even though she was already so busy, she still found time to understand Qi Xiaobai's grades. It seemed she attached great importance to the high school entrance exam mobilization meeting. Or perhaps, she attached great importance to this family. Across the table, the class advisor's mouth opened slightly, unable to conceal her surprise and delight as she adjusted her glasses frame, wanting to see Shin Mumu more clearly. Previously, when Qi Xiaobai had angered a professor into calling his parents, the class advisor had met Shin Mumu. At that time, she had only felt that this stepmother's aura didn't quite match Qi Xiaobai's, and the two didn't seem to exchange more than a few words in their conversation. How after just one summer vacation could she be so clear about Qi Xiaobai's grades? She had obviously done her homework in advance and come prepared today. As a class advisor, she was most willing to see a parent like Shin Mumu. Communication with her would not be difficult. The next 10-odd minutes almost became a one-on-one consultation between the class advisor and her. In the end, the class advisor's attitude was, if Qi Xiaobai could bring his English scores up over the next year, he would have a good chance of being admitted to a first-tier university. The class advisor added, but the academic workload is heavy in 12th grade. Our school does not recommend students attend cram schools externally, as excessive pressure may be counterproductive. Parents should mainly play a supervisory and supporting role. Shin Mumu pursed her lips in thought for a moment before replying. I understand what you're saying. I plan to provide supplementary English tutoring for him during his free time at home, without affecting his other subjects. The class advisor looked hesitant. She thought to herself, you? Tutoring? Can you do it? One couldn't blame the class advisor for looking down on Shin Mumu. She had seen far too many students' parents after all. At an elite school like Beijing No. 1 High School, many parents didn't care what their children actually learned in school, caring more about which young masters and noble ladies they befriended there. Many parents had already planned from the start to send their children abroad after the Gaokao, buying admission to foreign universities with sponsorship fees. Many parents had already planned from the start to send their children abroad after the Gaokao, buying admission to foreign universities with sponsorship fees. Parents like Shin Mumu who proposed tutoring their children themselves were few and far between. The class advisor naturally assumed she was exaggerating. She thought this in her heart, but did not say it aloud. Instead, she responded euphemistically, the Gaokao English is different from everyday English, the difficulty is not small. Upon hearing this, Shin Mumu revealed a confident smile. She had just wanted to say I got close to a perfect score on the Gaokao English exam, but her breath suddenly hitched and she stopped herself. She couldn't speak recklessly. That was from her previous life. Fortunately, she had stopped herself in time. She changed the direction of her words. Old Qi is very good at English, and I'm decent too. Tutoring Qi Xiaobai should be more than adequate. As she finished speaking, she quirked a brow at Qi Mo. The man who had just been referred to as Old Qi maintained a calm composure, unmoving as a mountain. Only he himself knew that his brow had twitched involuntarily. Tutoring Qi Xiaobai in English? Him? The class advisor still didn't believe it in her heart, but knew better than to show it directly. She responded with a perfunctory sentiment. It's wonderful that you parents can cooperate with the school like this. Next, the topic shifted to how to work jointly between family and school to provide comprehensive psychological health guidance to students. Asterisk. While her mother was chatting one-on-one, Qixia had gone to the back street to buy a cup of milk tea by herself. Yet she hadn't expected to get lost on her way back. Beijing No. 1 high school was just too big. The further she walked, the fewer people there were around her. Hesitantly, she saw a male student resting on a bench not far away. She deliberated for a few steps, wanting to ask for directions. But as she drew nearer, the thought instantly dissipated. Even with his eyes closed, this male student looked like he had an awful temper. It would be best not to provoke him. Just then, the male student's eyes slowly opened and his distant, aloof gaze narrowed. Their eyes met. Qixia was taken aback, blinking rapidly before turning around. She sighed inwardly, what a fierce expression. Qi Xiaobai's brows furrowed slightly as he sized up the girl who had suddenly appeared before him. Bathed in sunlight, the girl's fair and translucent skin glowed, with her hair pinned behind her ears and fluffy bangs across her forehead. He felt somewhat familiar with her looks but couldn't remember where he had seen her before. Visit no.v3lb/n.cm for new OVL. This girl was a bit strange. Why did she immediately turn and leave upon seeing him look over? Qi Xiaobai's brows knitted together, his gaze still nonchalantly lingering on her. He saw the girl stop in front of a three-way intersection, looking left and right, seemingly conflicted. Qi Xiaobai's brows relaxed a little. He understood now, she was directionally challenged. He rolled his neck and lazily called out. "Can't find your way?" The girl looked back at him in bewilderment. Her watery eyes scanned the surroundings. Seeing no one else around, she confirmed he was speaking to her. She nodded in reply, Qi Xiaobai's lips pressed into a straight line, his face taking on an how troublesome expression. The next second, he got up from the bench. Hands in his pockets, he walked over to stand in front of her and coolly glanced her over once, speaking coldly, "Where are you going?" Qi Xiao blinked blankly. The words were clearly well-intentioned, but coming from this guy's mouth and paired with his frosty, piercing eyes, it was like an interrogation. After a few seconds' pause, Qi Xiao replied with a faint smile. "The East No. 3 lab building." Qi Xiaobai didn't know why she had to smile. His brow quirked slightly. He pointed in one direction at the three-way intersection. "Go straight down this way, take a right after the swimming center and you'll arrive." Qi Xiao's smile remained. "Oh, okay, thank you." Just as she was about to take a step, she heard his lazy voice drift over again. "I'm also going that way, follow me." Upon finishing speaking, Qi Xiao watched as he strode ahead of her with languid steps. Qi Xiaobai's gaze lazily swept back once, slowing his pace to allow the directionally challenged girl to keep up. Beijing No. 1 high school had 3 swimming centers. Judging by this girl's dazed look, it was highly likely she wouldn't be able to find her way alone. It was still early now. Killing time by walking wasn't a problem for him. Qi Xia craned her head to look at the male student a full head taller than her. She hesitated for 2 seconds before catching up to his steps. The two of them walked on the fragrant camphor tree-lined paths of the campus about a meter apart from each other. The whole way, neither spoke another word. Upon reaching their destination, Qi Xiaobai jerked his chin towards the lab building. "Here it is, we've arrived." Qi Xia smiled. "Thanks." Before she could finish the word, a voice cut her off. "Xia, I'm over here." Qin Jiamu had just finished chatting with the class advisor and came out of the lab building, immediately catching sight of her daughter. In a flash, her eyes narrowed, gaining an extra trace of wariness. Who was that punk beside her daughter? Seeing her mother, Qi Xia did not go over. She intended to thank the boy who had led her here first. But when she turned her head, the boy who had been beside her just a moment ago was gone. Looking into the distance, she saw the boy's tall, slender figure leisurely dragging his feet as he walked back along the way they had come. Qi Xia stared blankly for a moment. Hadn't he said it was on his way just now? Why did he go back again? As she puzzled it over, her mother had already come down the stairs to stand beside her, following her line of sight. Xia, who was that punk? Qi Xia looped her arm around her mother's. A student from number 1 high school. Qin Jiamu looked wary. Did that punk try to hit on you? Because her daughter was so pretty, Qin Jiamu was never short of worries. As a result, whenever she saw boys of around her daughter's age surrounding her, she would unconsciously take on a scrutinizing gaze. Ever since elementary school, there had always been punks hovering around her precious daughter. Entering middle school, there were even more little boys who would approach her daughter under the pretext of borrowing books, borrowing pens, or borrowing umbrellas. With Qin Jiamu's experience, she could see through those bratty boys' intentions at a glance. Thus for high school, she specifically chose a school known for its relatively strict etiquette. It was a boarding school with no male students, putting her more at ease. Fortunately, her daughter had always been very well behaved, never seeing her get particularly close with any punk. Thinking of this, Qin Jiamu couldn't help but sigh. Before giving birth to her darling daughter, where had she known that her previously carefree self would become so paranoid? Ever since having her precious baby girl, she only wanted to give her the best of everything in the world. She mustn't grow up to be casually deceived by some sweet-talking man. Qi Xia knew her mother meant well. She drew out her words teasingly. "Mom, no, he's just being nice and helping me find my way." "He's not some punk kid," Qi Xia explained. "He's a cold-faced but warm-hearted nice guy." Qin Jiamu was still worried. She stroked her daughter's hair and cautioned seriously. "Okay, I'll say it again, I don't care if you do well or poorly in school. No dating allowed, at least not until you get into college. Be wise and find someone gentle and considerate, like your dad." Qi Xia tugged at her mom's arm as they walked, teasing playfully. I know. In your eyes, no one's as good as Dad. He's the best in the world." Qin Jiamu. "That's not the point." When Shin Mumu came out of the head teacher's office, it was already past lunchtime. Qi Xiaobai received Shin Mumu's phone call and came to meet up in the parking lot. Driver Xiao Wang saw the three of them coming from afar. He respectfully opened the car door and waited at the side. Qi Xiaobai quickened his pace without betraying any expression, getting into the passenger seat. Shin Mumu and Qi Mo naturally sat in the back row. Qi Xiaobai's phone vibrated. It was WeChat messages from Wei Zhaonan, sending 3 in a row to complain to him. "Handsome Zhaonan, my mom gave me a good scolding after talking with the head teacher. I'm screwed. She said she's going to get me a home tutor for makeup classes. Handsome Zhaonan, Sun Wukong is so annoying. JPG. Handsome Zhaonan, I'm so miserable." Given Qi Xiaobai's personality, of course he wouldn't miss out on such a good opportunity to gloat. "Qi, you deserve it." Handsome Zhaonan, hee, I'll pray to the heavens that you also have to take makeup classes. Qi, impossible. Handsome Zhaonan, do you know that advertising slogan? Nothing is impossible. Qi, cut the crap. Just seeing English made his scalp tingle. Just as he was about to fire back with more mocking words, he heard Shin Mumu's voice calling him from the back row. "Little Qi, today the head teacher and I chatted and unanimously agreed that you need makeup classes, English. The most up-to-date NVELs are published on n0velgen.co/m. Qi Xiaobai. No way. Karma came back so quickly? If I had known, I wouldn't have mocked Wei Zhaonan. Can I still take back my messages now? He looked completely reluctant. He whipped his head around and blurted out, "I won't take classes." Shingmumu punched the back of the seat in front of her and raised her voice. "This is a notification, not a discussion." Qi Xiaobai's eyes inadvertently glanced at his dad. His dad was gazing out the window, seeming as if he wasn't listening to their conversation. But after hearing his "I won't take classes," his eyebrows visibly furrowed. Qi Xiaobai was silent for a few seconds before swallowing and reluctantly saying, "When and where is the teacher?" Shingmumu still had her fist against the back of the seat, but her gaze had already softened. "Me, half an hour of tutoring after school every day." "You?" Qi Xiaobai blinked in disbelief. "Tutoring me? Not getting a home tutor?" Shingmumu raised her brows. "What, your grades are so terrible yet you still dare be picky about teachers? Or should your dad do it?" She was just speaking casually. She didn't expect that as soon as the words left her mouth, Qi Xiaobai's expression would instantly freeze. Qi Xiaobai slowly turned his head back around, extremely reluctant as he replied, "No need to pick, just you." Just thinking about his dad's icy demeanor if they were to face each other for English lessons. It would be weird. Hearing their conversation, the man who had been leisurely gazing out the window the whole time slowly turned to face Shingmumu and said, "No need for me to tutor him?" The dazzling afternoon sun shone on Qi Mo's cold, pale face, accentuating his sharp features with a warm golden glow. Shingmumu waved her hand. "Why use an ox cleaver to kill a chicken?" Qi Xiaobai. Qi Mo paused briefly, the corners of his mouth quirked up in an imperceptible smile. "All right." The car drove on for a stretch. Qi Xiaobai still couldn't accept the reality that he also had to take makeup classes. He sent WeChat messages to Wei Xiaonan to complain. In the quiet car, only the tapping sound of him pounding on the screen could be heard. Shingmumu seemed to suddenly think of something. Her eyes lit up as she smiled at Qi Mo. Mysteriously, she reached into her bag. When she took her hand out, there was an extra paper bag in it. Shingmumu grabbed the paper bag and shook it in front of Qi Mo. "Got this for you, maltose candy." She hadn't forgotten her earlier promise to him. If she came across a stall, she would get him some. Just now on the street behind the school, she had specially lined up to buy a bag. Qi Mo's gaze flickered slightly. Just as he was about to take it, Shingmumu withdrew her hand and said, "Let me try one first." As she spoke, she happily opened the bag. Suddenly, her expression sank. Qi Mo asked, "What's wrong?" Shingmumu regretfully said, "They're crushed." It was probably from when she used her bag to hit the lecherous man earlier. Qi Mo's voice was gentle. "It's fine, they can still be eaten when crushed." Shingmumu hadn't intended to throw them out to begin with. Hearing him say this, she became curious instead. She leaned back to scrutinize the man in a crisp suit with refined features. The esteemed CEO of a huge conglomerate, was he tired of exotic delicacies that he'd take a liking to plain maltose candy? It's just maltose candy. He likes it this much? Even when crushed, he's unwilling to waste it. Qi Mo took the paper bag from her hand, his dark pupils contracting as he asked, "What are you looking at?" Shingmumu's thoughts snapped back. She shook her head, "Nothing." Although she was curious, she wasn't so curious that she had to get to the bottom of it. A CEO was bound to have some eccentricities. It was understandable. The car didn't drive straight back to Shiyuedian Villa. At Shingmumu's suggestion, the three of them went to a bookstore to buy English reference books. They also ate at a nearby dining area. By the time they left the mall, dusk had already fallen. Only then did the car slowly make its way towards Shiyuedian Villa. Just as they were about to turn into the Villa District entrance, a figure suddenly darted out from the roadside, blocking their way. Xinlei leaned forward, trying to get a better look inside the car. He wanted to see more clearly if it was really Xinmumu inside. The security guard pulled him away. "What? It's you again. Can't you leave?" Xinlei pointed at the person in the car. "That's my sister. I told you I'm a relative of the homeowner." The security guard tightened his grip and pulled him aside. "Who are you trying to fool? If you're really a relative, why don't you make a phone call to prove your identity? Go, stop making up stories." A crack in the car window allowed the sound of their argument to drift in. Xinmumu heard it and furrowed her brows, lost in thought. Xinlei continued to argue with the security guard. "She's really my sister, and he's my brother-in-law." The security guard glanced at the license plate and his disbelief became more apparent on his face. It was the license plate of the Qi family's vehicles. Was this man suggesting that Qi Mo was his brother-in-law? That couldn't be true. Taking advantage of the security guard's momentary relaxation, Xinlei broke free and ran to the window. He bent down and said, "Mumu, come down. This person won't let me in. You tell him who I am." Xinmumu instinctively leaned back and created some distance. At the same time, she fully understood that this man was the original host's vampire brother, Xinlei. She had been enjoying herself lately and almost forgot about this scumbag's existence. Now, he suddenly appeared before her, surprising her a little, but not enough to lose her composure. Xinmumu gave him a cold glance and moved her hand to the side. She slowly raised the car window. Xinlei was surprised and tapped on the window, his shouting weakening. "Hey! What are you doing? Why did you close the window?" Qi Yimo and Qi Xiaobai saw Xinmumu's actions and witnessed the earlier argument. The man's cold gaze swept past them, his expression turning serious. Before their arranged marriage, he had seen this face in the information sent by Dong, his assistant. Xinlei, a worthless man who was always involved in shady deals, either losing money or on the verge of losing money. He was one of those common failures who aimed high but lacked the ability to reach their goals. Qi Xiaobai, on the other hand, had no idea this person existed. When he heard Xinlei's words, he looked completely confused. Xinmumu pursed her lips. She had to deal with this once and for all. Her shoulders sank slightly, and she slowly turned her head to speak to the two men in the car. Read lat stchers on n/v/l/b/i.cm. I'll get off for a moment to handle some personal matters. Wait for me here. The car door was pushed open, and Xinmumu got out. Seeing her finally come out, Xinlei instantly felt triumphant. He loudly shouted at the security guard, "Now you know who I am, you watchdog." Xinmumu calmly glanced at him and started walking towards the security guard. Xinlei felt like he had vented his anger. However, he didn't forget the purpose of his visit. He followed beside Xinmumu, walking and questioning her at the same time. "Why didn't you answer my call? Did your phone break? You even blocked me on WeChat. What do you mean by this? Are you too high and mighty to recognize your own relatives now that you're successful? Xinmumu, I'm talking to you. Are you deaf?" Xinmumu seemed to ignore him, her eyes radiating a calm light as she lazily glanced at him. To be honest, the original host's brother didn't look ugly. His facial features were average when seen individually, but when combined, they were somewhat pleasing. Even though he may look like a person, he's no better than a dog. She hadn't forgotten the WeChat messages Xinlei had sent to the original owner. Whenever he appeared, it was always about money. The long chat history could be scrolled back several years. At that time, the original owner was just an ordinary office worker. How much could an office worker's salary be? It couldn't withstand his constant requests for money. The stubborn and arrogant attitude in his words made Shinmumu feel disgusted whenever she thought about it. When the original owner advised him not to speculate on virtual currencies, as it was a scam targeting people who didn't understand the market, Xinlei would say, "You think you know best, everyone else is an idiot. How come you're so capable? Haven't seen you earning much money either." When the original owner mentioned how hard she worked to earn money and told him to find his own way instead of relying on her all the time, Xinlei shamelessly replied, "I don't rely on you, who else can I rely on? I'm still unmarried, and my parents passed away early. Who else can I count on?" When the original owner's bonus was deducted and her work became difficult, and she wanted to confide in her only relative, Xinlei showed no concern for his sister and instead said, "I told you to change jobs, but you didn't listen. Regretting it now, aren't you? I heard from a friend that you can earn more money by working abroad. You should give it a try." Damn it! Thinking about all this, Shinmumu's fists clenched as she struggled to suppress her anger. This despicable person didn't care about the original owner's well-being at all. Is it so easy to go abroad for work? What if something happened to him and he might not even come back alive? The distance from getting off the car to reaching the security guard wasn't long. But it was enough for Shinmumu's anger towards Xinlei, this stranger, to skyrocket from 0 to the maximum. Xinlei noticed that his sister was completely ignoring him and walking toward the security guard. After pondering for a few seconds, he suddenly understood. Oh, his sister probably wanted to support him by scolding the security guard who had just pulled him away. Well, isn't it said that the rules are strict and only the owners are allowed to enter? Now that the real owner has arrived, let's see how they apologize. If that damn security guard doesn't give him face, it's the same as not giving Shinmumu face. Naturally, he should teach him a lesson. Thinking that he would soon sweep away the humiliation of being driven away for days, Xinlei's face became even more triumphant, and he excitedly bit his lower lip. Shinmumu stopped in front of the security guard. She lowered her gaze and nodded slightly. With a genuinely apologetic expression, she spoke slowly. "I'm sorry, this person has caused you trouble." "Shinmumu, what are you saying?" Xinlei's smug smile instantly froze, and he shouted in confusion, "Why are you apologizing to him?" The security guard was also taken aback and quickly said, No, Mrs. Chi, this is part of our job. We didn't know she was a relative of yours, so." Shinmumu slowly raised her eyes and said, "Thank you for your hard work. If you see this person again, please don't let him in. I have no relationship with him." Xinlei! He heard her words. He couldn't control his emotions anymore. Just like the countless times he scolded her when they were children, Xinlei suddenly raised his voice. "You explain to me, what nonsense are you talking about?" Shinmumu frowned and rubbed her ear, which had been affected by the impact. She turned around slowly and spoke calmly, "I'm saying that I don't have a brother like you. From now on, you are you, and I am me. Do you understand?" Her words were neither fast nor slow, and her eyes held a confidence and composure that Xinlei had never seen before. Xinlei couldn't believe his eyes as he looked her up and down, anger surging from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. How could his obedient sister, who had never dared to defy him, suddenly become a different person? What had changed her? Fine. You don't answer my calls, you block me on WeChat. Have you grown wings and want to cut off ties with me? He took a few steps forward and raised his voice again, "You ungrateful person. Marrying a wealthy man and disregarding even kinship. Do you still see me as your brother? Xingmumu enunciated each word. Although you probably won't understand, I'll explain it to you anyway. To be precise, people who only know to cling to others and demand money are not worthy of being called family. Call them trash. Because he was angry, Xinlei's eyes were bloodshot and red. His lips stammered for a long time, and what he said didn't make sense. You said I was trash? As he spoke, his pace quickened forward. His hands were open, looking like he was about to pounce. Xingmumu's heart tightened, and she instinctively took a step back. Suddenly she stumbled. Her back unexpectedly bumped into a broad chest, stopping the trend that she was about to fall. The next second, her waist was gripped tightly by a big hand. The warmth of the man's palm came through the thin clothes. The familiar clean and crisp scent also came through. Looking up, she was looking directly into Qi Mo's deep black eyes like a secluded pond. Then, she heard his low, reassuring voice in her ear. Are you all right? Before Xingmumu could respond, a figure passed by from the side, taking away her attention. Qi Xiaobai didn't know where he came from, mustering all his might, and kicked Xinlei in the knee. The temper of the 17-year-old boy was as unruly as his tone. Who the hell are you? Shouting like that. He really didn't know who Xinlei was. He just happened to glance back in the car earlier and saw his dad's face as black as could be. His dad got out of the car, so he followed along. He hadn't gotten close yet when he heard Xingmumu being shouted at loudly. He didn't know how angry his dad would be when he heard it, anyway his anger surged up in an instant. Kicking him once didn't relieve his anger, so Qi Xiaobai threw a few more punches before he was satisfied. How could Xinlei's 30-something-year-old body withstand the fists of a 17-year-old hot-blooded youth? With a few muffled sounds, Xinlei fell to the ground with a cry of pain, clutching his knee. He suddenly looked up, just about to curse, but when he saw the two tall men next to Xingmumu, he couldn't get out half a word. It was different now. A married daughter is like splashed water after all. In the past, Xingmumu only had him as a relative. No matter how he treated her, she would never say words about cutting ties with him. The sourk of this content n/o/v/l/by/n. But now, not only did she say it, she was also very decisive. The well-dressed, calm and composed Xingmumu before his eyes was completely different from what he remembered. What made him feel most unfamiliar was the fearlessness and confidence she exuded. What made the previously docile little sister change? Was it the two men beside her? After silently staring at this family for several seconds, Xinlei finally figured out the situation. When he spoke again, his momentum had dropped a lot, and he pleaded. No matter what, we are family. I'm in trouble now, you have to help me, you have to help me. The more Qi Xiaobai listened, the more confused he became. He frowned and glared over. Who the hell is family with you? Xingmumu noticed that the big hand around her waist was gradually tightening. Glancing to the side, Qi Mo's pale face was extremely gloomy. His already cold and hard jaw was now clenched in a straight line. In a low voice, as if wrapped in blades of ice, his thin lips lightly opened. We are family. He pronounced the we especially heavily. It was emphasizing, and also warning. Dark currents were churning in his black eyes, like an angry lone wolf. The big hand stroking Xingmumu's waist slowly loosened. He strode forward with steady, powerful steps, like the death knell. Xinlei's face turned white with fear, the powerful aura pressed towards him inch by inch, and he couldn't help but retreat, just wanting to escape. Too scary. As if he was going to be eaten. The man looked down at him with sharp eyes and deeply furrowed brows. Being stared at by such piercing eyes, Xinlei felt his whole body burning. The surrounding atmosphere was as cold as an ice cellar. The places on his body that had been beaten still hurt. He didn't dare to imagine what kind of horror he would face next. Without waiting for the man in front of him to speak, he pleaded for mercy first. Don't hit me. I'm not trying to hurt Mumu. I'm her brother. How could I hurt her?" Hearing this, Chimo's lips tightened, his pupils constricted as he leaned down and picked up the already terrified Xinglei. The icy eyes narrowed, his tone very light. "Mumu is not for you to call, you don't deserve it." Xinglei's whole body stiffened, not daring to look directly at those eyes, his gaze dodged around. Accidentally catching sight of the bulging veins on the man's forearm, his whole body shuddered. Although he was only grabbed by the collar, it felt like his lifeline was seized. He didn't dare say a word, only kept nodding desperately. Chimo let go of his collar and stood up. A compelling light flashed in his eyes as he said in a deep voice, "Don't ever appear in front of Mumu again in the future." "That's not okay." Mumu heard this and raced to Chimo's side, shouting before Xinglei could speak. "You have to pay back the money first," she said, "then disappear." Chimo paused and turned to look at her. The fierceness that burst out of his dark eyes had not completely dissipated. Mumu was frightened. Taking a shallow breath, she stopped the fluctuations in her heart and continued to say to Xinglei, "I will have my lawyer contact you. The money you took from me, down to the last cent, must be paid back." Xinglei didn't dare say anything else, only resented that he hadn't nodded fast enough. Not until that family of three got back in the car and left. Xinglei's mind kept circling back to that gloomy, terrifying face. Not far away, the gatekeeper glanced at the Kuranin that had already gone far, then glanced at the man on the ground. He scratched his head in puzzlement. From what he heard, this man was Mrs. Chi's brother. How strange. These two people didn't have a trace of a sibling resemblance, whether in looks or temperament. Back at the villa, Chi Xiaobai finally figured out from their conversation who that man was. As soon as he entered the door, he turned to Xingmumu and said uneasily, "Luckily Dad and I were both there today. If you had been alone, how would you have dealt with your brother's shamelessness? He might have pestered you for money, he might have followed you home." Chimo followed Xingmumu inside without responding to Chi Xiaobai's words. Instead, he spoke up heavily. "Tomorrow, I'll arrange some bodyguards to follow you." Xingmumu was sandwiched between father and son. One stood in front, looking at her with great concern. One stood behind, his eyes burning, not hiding his desire to control. She waved her hand, "Having bodyguards is too dramatic, I don't need them." Chi Xiaobai supported his chin with his hand and nodded, "I think it's necessary." Xingmumu smiled, "Really, it's not needed. I ran into a creepy guy on the street behind your school this morning, shook him off with a flick of my hand. Look, I don't need bodyguards to protect me, I can protect myself." As soon as she finished speaking, the two men's brows furrowed in unison. Chi Xiaobai cried in alarm, "What? You ran into a creep today too? When did this happen? Are you okay? Why didn't you say it earlier? Where is that man?" Chi Xiaobai fired off questions like bullets. With great difficulty, Xingmumu found an opening to respond. "It wasn't that I bumped into him, that man was secretly photographing others, he ran past me, so I acted out of a sense of justice." Hearing her words, Chi's frown did not relax in the slightest, and creased even tighter. He tugged at his tie with long fingers, and spoke in a tone that brooked no argument. "The bodyguard matter is decided." Having said that, he walked straight towards the second-floor study, not giving her any chance to refuse. Chi Xiaobai casually slung his school bag over one shoulder, his manner lazy, and leisurely added, "You really have to listen to my dad on this, he has experience." When I was little, Qi Xiaobai thought for a moment, probably around 2nd or 3rd grade, I had bodyguards who followed me to and from school too. They were worried about kidnappings. Xing Mumu, how is that the same as me? You know, that was 2nd or 3rd grade. Qi Xiaobai also felt his analogy was off, and shrugged. Anyway, no matter what is said, having someone to protect you will be safer. Xing Mumu reluctantly accepted this line of reasoning. Seeing that she had accepted the suggestion to hire bodyguards, Qi Xiaobai felt relieved and turned to go back to his room. Just as his hand had just grasped the door handle, his shoulder was suddenly patted. Stop right there, don't go yet. Qi Xiaobai turned around in puzzlement and saw Xing Mumu standing behind him with her arms crossed. Her expression was serious, and her tone carried an interrogative meaning. Little Qi, didn't you just swear earlier? Qi Xiaobai was stunned for a moment. His eyes slowly widened. Ah? Was she referring to when he had kicked that guy at the Villa District entrance? Then perhaps, probably, maybe. He did. Xing Mumu increased the force of her palm on Qi Xiaobai's shoulder, as if afraid he would slip away. Don't think I didn't notice just because the situation was chaotic, you said it. Qi frowned, his gaze wandering away. I didn't. Xing Mumu's gaze was fixed on him. You did. Qi continued to pretend to be ignorant. Did I? Stop playing dumb with me. Xing Mumu flicked his forehead. I'll let it slide this time, but don't say it again in the future. Although you'll be an adult soon, you still can't swear casually. She had unconsciously stepped into a maternal role, unable to refrain from wanting to discipline this aloof and unruly young master. Oh, I know. Qi rubbed his reddened forehead, his expression pitiful and helpless. Can I go to my room now? Xing Mumu thought his appearance was funny, and tried hard not to laugh. Her brows furrowed slightly, she lifted her chin, fully assuming an authoritative air, and said, You may. Qi Xiaobai. On the other side. Qi Mo pulled out the chair in the study and sat down, immediately dialing his assistant Dong's number. The energetic voice of Assistant Dong came through the receiver without even 3 rings. Chairman Qi, what instructions do you have? Qi Mo said in a low voice, arrange 4 bodyguards. Usually when my wife goes out, protect her safety. He paused, and changed his mind, make it 8. 4 seemed a little few. Okay, Chairman Qi, I'll get right on it and bring the people to see you tomorrow morning. Assistant Dong responded at once. Qi Mo's slender fingers tapped lightly on the antique desk, making muffled sounds. Only then did the perpetually gloomy expression on his face relax a little. Suddenly, there was a faint glint in his dark pupils, as if he had thought of something. He said, instruct them, usually just follow from afar, don't affect her. Don't worry, Chairman Qi, I guarantee they won't disturb Madam's life. After the phone call ended, Assistant Dong smiled knowingly. He had only known that his boss was diligent and meticulous at work, attentive to every detail. He didn't expect that privately he was also an attentive husband who doted on his wife. His admiration grew. Assistant Dong secretly clenched his fist. He swore to take his boss as a model. Whether at work or in life. The next morning, Xing Mumu stood on the 3rd-floor balcony, calling her lawyer to discuss recovering the debt owed by Xinglei. Suddenly she heard a loud and uniform voice. Good morning, Chairman Qi. Looking down to find the source of the voice, her hand holding the phone couldn't help but stiffen. 8 brawny men were standing in the yard, hands held behind their backs, spines ramrod straight. Beside them were Assistant Dong and the others. And on the outdoor seat across from them, Qi Mo was drinking tea. Xing Mumu was stunned for a moment, and slowly swallowed. Could they be the bodyguards arranged for her? Also a bit over the top. If she didn't know the villa district had strict security and outsiders couldn't get in, she would suspect a gangster movie crew had come to film. She wasn't the only one who thought this. Chiemo also felt the same. He put down his teacup and lightly massaged his brow. He said lightly to Assistant Dong, "No need for uniforms, and no need to loudly greet all the time." His gaze inadvertently swept over the row of 8 burly men standing at attention, and he couldn't help pinching the bridge of his nose again, lowering his eyes somewhat helplessly. Take off the sunglasses too. These exaggerated things that could expose their identities in a second were all unnecessary. At Assistant Dong's relaying, the bodyguards took off their sunglasses and stood more relaxed, no longer at attention. Only then did Chiemo give a slight nod, indicating satisfaction. He didn't want her to feel pressured, to feel monitored. She only needed to be at ease being herself. Asterisk. It was Chi Xiaobai's first day of school, and he didn't get home from self-study until 8:30 at night. As soon as he entered, he looked around in confusion at the great changed appearance of the house. The sofas, curtains, decorations, even the dumbbells and treadmills in the gym were all plastered with colored sticky notes. Before he could figure out what was going on, a tennis ball suddenly flew towards him. The tennis ball bounced off the floor, and he reflexively caught it firmly. Xing Mumu came down the stairs from the second floor, smiling radiantly. "Little Chi, look, this is the exam preparation paradise I've made for you." As she spoke, she spread her hands open, with quite the air of someone who had conquered a kingdom. Chi Xiaobai was utterly confused. What was going on here? As Xing Mumu came down the stairs, she explained to him. "Starting today, except for the study and bedrooms, I've plastered colored sticky notes all over this villa. The content on them was all personally written by me this afternoon." This was a method she had seen on TV before. It had a bit of a fun English vibe. She took the tennis ball from Chi Xiaobai's hand. Casually throwing it to the floor, it bounced onto a sticky note on the wall. The two of them moved closer to look. It was an example sentence about the past tense. Xing Mumu smoothly began to explain it to him. Her spoken English was fluent and standard. Together with her clear voice, it was very pleasant to listen to. But no matter how standard and good she sounded, Chi Xiaobai still had an expression of hopeless despair. He had thought the English tutoring she spoke of was exam-focused. Just dealing with it casually, churning through papers would be fine. He didn't expect it to be such an immersive 3D experience. At that moment, he felt just like Sun Wukong. He desperately wanted to clutch his head and plead for mercy, to say, "Master, stop reciting." But he didn't dare. Well, truckers, that's all for this part. See you all in the next video.